I'm really not the demon god's lackey. Chapter 328 to Chapter 397. What Ji Bonong had said was exactly the same as what Lin Jia had just said. There was not the slightest difference. Naturally, Fei Qi and Lin Jia also keenly noticed something else. According to what Ji Bonong had just said, this weather phenomenon called reverse lightning was a rare phenomenon that had never been seen before. Furthermore, it had just been named. In other words, this was a phenomenon that had never been seen before. It only just had its own name. So here was the question. How did Boss Lin in front of him know that it was called reverse lightning? Before Ji Bonong got the news, everyone knew that Luo Air Resources had a monopoly in the Nuajin business. Everyone had to admit that as a behemoth that covered almost all fields, it had countless resources, including intelligence. This was also why, although there were many rich and powerful people present, no one chose to send their own people to investigate. Instead, they all waited where they were. Because everyone knew that the speed at which they got the news could not be faster than Luo Air Resources, and the accuracy would definitely be far inferior. In the eyes of ordinary people, Ji Bonong was truly omnipotent. But it was this kind of omnipotent person who got the news from a so-called weather expert that actually came from the mouth of a bookstore owner in advance. No, this did not make sense. Remember the URL, M9 Bikuj. Yurta felt that she should think about it calmly. Either that, when Ji Bonong was talking to the weather expert, this seemingly ordinary bookstore owner in front of her actually had more hidden connections. He had planted spies around them, so he knew the news at the same time and said it before Ji Bonong appeared. But Lin Jia was talking to them just now. It was impossible for him to communicate with anyone else, which meant that this hypothesis was probably not valid. Then, could it be that Lin Jia knew in advance and even predicted what the weather expert would say? Or maybe he actually said it first, and then it became an established fact. Yurta's pupils shrank as she thought about this. At the same time, she felt a chill down her spine. Her scalp felt numb, and goosebumps even appeared on her arms. As a representative of her family to attend this banquet, Yurta naturally had a sharp enough mind to think and judge the current situation. Her mind raced, and she subconsciously wanted to cover up her somewhat uncontrollable strange expression. So, she picked up a wine glass on the long table next to her and took a sip, licking her already dry lips. She realized that she seemed to have been fooled by an ordinary bookstore owner just now. These three possibilities all meant that this so-called reverse lightning was definitely not a weather phenomenon, but something else. If it was the first possibility, then Lin Jia. This guy who claimed to be an ordinary bookstore owner in the conversation just now had an unimaginable background. Lightning and the weather expert had been deliberately arranged by him. Although it was impossible to know the reason behind it, if this hypothesis was true, it meant that he had successfully deceived Luo Air Resources. This was such an incredible and even frightening conjecture. If it was the second or third possibility, then it meant that what Lin Jia said just now was nonsense. He himself was probably a superpower user who could fight. As for what that lightning was, based on Yurta's own intuition, there was a high possibility that it was sword light. But no matter which possibility it was, the identity and ability of this young man in front of her was definitely not simple. He was definitely not an ordinary bookstore owner. Yurta's heart couldn't help but beat a little faster. Perhaps she was about to come into contact with the other side of this banquet that no one else could see. She looked around. The guests had already relaxed and started to talk among themselves, preparing for the first warm-up of this banquet. Choosing a dance partner. Everyone had been deceived by Luo Air's resources, and the only abnormality related to the truth was only known by a few people. And she was one of them. Then what was the purpose of this mysterious Mr. Lin who had disguised himself so well? What did he have to do with Luo Air's resources? Yurta thought silently. On the other side, although Fitch had already expected this, he was still stunned. As an insider, of course, he knew that Lin Jia's words were nonsense, but he didn't think that this nonsense would be officially verified by Ji Bonong. To him, there was no other possibility in this situation. It could only be that Lin Jia had used his own ability. As for what kind of ability it was still unknown. However, Fitch had personally experienced being seen through, so he was inclined to believe that Lin Jia had controlled the mind of the unknown meteorologist and used his mouth to tell Ji Bonong what he had just said. As for the possibility that words were law, Fitch didn't dare to think about it. Although he was shallow, he knew that this kind of ability could only be achieved by those superhumans who were at the top of the annihilation class and infinitely close to the god class. If it's really the latter, then the book in my hand might. Fitch gulped. He felt the weight in his pocket grow heavier. The surroundings were bustling with noise and excitement. Only in this small corner, after the two people's expressions changed, suddenly fell into a brief silence. The brown-haired lady in the red dress held her wine in a daze, while the skinny violinist had an uneasy expression. As for the culprit who had triggered their thoughts, Xianxia, who had been speaking so confidently just a moment ago, he was already stunned when Ji Banong appeared on the stage. As the latter slowly walked down the stairs, Xianxia maintained the smile on his face. He took 2 steps back and turned around at the fastest speed in his life, perfectly hiding himself in the crowd. He picked up a glass of wine and covered his face while he was at it. After confirming that Ji Banong wasn't looking in his direction or paying attention to him, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Although Boss Lin still looked calm on the surface, his heart was shaking like a horse in a pasture. F***ck, the middle-aged driver who had followed Ji Jishu to the bookstore that day was actually her father, the person in charge of Luo Air Resources, Ji Banong. Xianxia stared at the wine in his glass. When he thought about how he had tricked Ji Jishu in front of her father, how he had accepted the box of expensive gifts, discussed cooperation, agreed to attend the birthday party, evaluated himself, and tactfully rejected Ji Jishu's feelings, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Did all these important people have such a bad taste? He had actually pretended to be Ji Jishu's driver and servant. Could it be that a father wanted to protect his innocent daughter and wanted to see if she had been tricked again? Whenever Xianxia thought about the scene, he couldn't help but feel awkward. He had accepted the gifts in front of her father and rejected her feelings. From a certain perspective, wasn't he just a scumbag who cheated her of her money and heart? But what was even more awkward was that he was already at the scene. This Mr. G wouldn't be trying to catch a turtle in a jar, right? With this thought in mind, Xianxia subconsciously looked up at Ji Banong and happened to meet the latter's gaze. The moment he met Ji Banong's gaze, Xianxia felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Why did he feel like he was the one who defiled someone else's daughter and was about to be condemned? Logically speaking, he had only obtained a loyal customer by feeding him chicken soup. Cough cough, through psychological counseling, and received a gift that wasn't too expensive. Alright, it sounded like a swindler's plan. First gain trust, then use various methods to get money. Slowly but surely, until the other party was tired of playing with them, then finally run away with the money. However, he had actually helped to solve the problem. Furthermore, since Ji Banong had personally come over and left peacefully, allowing Ji Jishu to invite him to work together, it must have been because he had confirmed that Boss Lin was a good person, right? Xianxia quickly and carefully recalled the conversation he had with Ji Jishu, as well as his own words and actions during the process. He was sure that he hadn't spoken rudely to Nuo Jin's biggest dog, and had even expressed a certain degree of respect. He had even said that he would give Ji Banong a book as a gift the next time he saw him. This time, he had already brought the gift over in his dream. Because of Ji Banong's identity as a businessman, he had specially chosen a book on economics, a study of the nature and causes of national wealth, abbreviated as the Wealth of Nations. Although from the perspective of Nuo Jin's completely deformed monopolistic business structure, this book didn't seem to have much use. However, it was said that the Xianxia Merchant Guild had found a second underground passage. Perhaps in the future, the monopoly of Luo Air Resources would slowly be broken? Remember this, http://m9bkuj.com. Furthermore, this book was the foundation of economics in another world. It was known as the Bible of Western economics, so there would definitely be parts that could enlighten people. At the very least, with Ji Banong's vision, he should be able to find the parts that he needed from it. Xianxia felt that his gift was definitely on point. There was a high chance that he would gain a new customer. The awkwardness from before was nothing. Furthermore, he was a proper guest. He was properly invited to attend the banquet. What was there to feel guilty about? Moreover, shouldn't Ji Banong be the one feeling guilty? This rich dog was indeed scheming. He had been wondering why no one had investigated Miss Ji when she casually came out of the house. There was also no "take this 2 million and stop pestering Miss G" scenario. As it turned out, her own father had stepped in, and even pretended to be a chauffeur to test her. He didn't even have the slightest bit of sincerity. "Take the box of food for Xiao Hei as an apology for deceiving me." Thinking of this, Boss Lin straightened her back instantly. She covered her mouth and coughed twice. Adjusting her facial expression, she raised her head and gave Ji Bonong an awkward but polite smile. She generously raised the wine glass she used to cover herself as a sign of respect. Ji Bonong, who was standing in the center, was stunned. Then, his expression changed for a moment. This change was extremely complicated, and it only lasted for less than half a second before it was suppressed, so Lin Jia could barely determine that it contained happiness, and Lin Jia was a little surprised. That emotion seemed to be a mix of excitement and agitation, as well as some other emotions that were even harder to understand. It made Ji Bonong's steel-gray eyes light up. But what was there to be excited about seeing him? However, Lin Jia's doubts only lasted for a moment because Ji Bonong then acted like a normal banquet host. He smiled calmly and raised the wine glass in his hand to Lin Jia. It was as if that strange expression was just an illusion. Lin Jia maintained his smile, put down the wine glass, and shook his head. He thought that it might really have been an illusion. The dignified chairman of Luo Air Resources wouldn't reveal such an unruly expression. However, this can be considered as meeting again. With a smile. Presumably, my cooperation with Luo Air Resources will be much smoother in the future, Lin Jia thought to himself. Seeing that Ji Bonong had already left, he turned around and prepared to continue chatting with the two potential clients he had just met. However, just as he turned around, he saw the two people standing there with strange expressions on their faces. What's wrong? Lin Jia walked over and waved his hand in front of their eyes. Chairman Ji's appearance was so cool. Were you shocked? Fei Qi was the first to come back to his senses. He hurriedly shook his head and directly asked how Lin Jia knew that they would use lightning as an excuse before the experts announced it. He couldn't do such a thing. He smiled awkwardly. Nothing. I was just thinking, since it's Miss G's birthday banquet, the first dance at the banquet's opening will definitely be her. I don't know if she'll bring her own dance partner or choose one of the guests. Lin Jia rubbed his chin. This was indeed a problem. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had an ominous premonition. What was going on? Beside him, Yeda looked hesitant. She wanted to say something but stopped. Lin Jia saw that she kept glancing at him. He couldn't help but ask first, Miss Yeda, is there something you want to talk to me about? It's okay. If there's anything you want to ask, just tell me. Yeda looked around and then leaned closer. She whispered, do you know Mr. G? I mean, it's not the kind of casual acquaintance that people like us have. Nor is it a business partnership. You seem to have a personal relationship with the chairman of Roar Resources? She lowered her voice even more. Just now. I seem to see you raising your glass with Mr. Ji Bonong. And from your name, you also seem to be from the north? Yeda originally thought that the reverse lightning was shocking enough. She didn't expect to see Lin Jia raise his glass in a certain direction just a minute later. She looked in that direction and saw the image of Ji Bonong smiling in return. Her heart, which had yet to calm down, was shaken again. That definitely wasn't a polite return. With Ji Bonong's status, he wouldn't simply return a toast to anyone. Whether it was arrogance or conceit, Ji Bonong definitely had the right to do so. Moreover, he really did so. Unless he took the initiative to talk to someone, even if it was someone sent from the central district, he might lose face because of him. There were probably only a few people who were qualified for him to return a toast, and this Lin Jia in front of her had actually done it. Yeda's speculation went one step further. This Mr. Lin must have an extraordinary identity. And if he was familiar with Ji Bonong, it would explain to a certain extent how he could know the content of the expert's words before Ji Bonong spoke. Lin Jia was speechless. He didn't know how to explain the automatic translation problem between the two languages. Although the format of the names is the same, I'm not from the north. I don't have much to do with Mr. G. If you insist, I actually know eldest Miss G. Yeda and Fei Qi were stunned. Miss G? Lin Jia nodded. Miss G is a customer of my bookstore. Oh, actually, our relationship is quite ordinary. I've sold her a few books and helped her solve some problems. She's just a normal customer. At most, she's a trustworthy friend. My invitation was also from her. Yeda's expression suddenly became strange. A normal friend? Lin Jia nodded. Yes, Mr. Lin, so you're here. I've been looking for you for a while. A female voice came from behind. Lin Jia turned around and saw a beautiful woman in a black evening gown with a red rose pinned to her chest. Her iron-gray eyes were full of radiance. Her slender white thighs were faintly discernible under the hem of her gown. Her slender hand brushed aside the short hair by her ear, revealing a red diamond-shaped earring. The surrounding crowd had unknowingly parted to look at the true protagonist of this banquet. Her face was filled with apprehension and anticipation. She took a deep breath and extended her hand to Lin Jia. Mr. Lin, may I invite you for the first dance? Lin Jia raised his eyebrows. He looked at the exceptionally slender hand wrapped in a long black glove and felt the various gazes of the surrounding guests. Although the location and atmosphere were completely different, he unexpectedly felt the same as when he first met her. At that time, Ji Jishu, who had walked into the bookstore in a sorry state like a drowned rat, seemed to be wearing a similar black evening gown. He wondered, now that things were different, how would she feel in her dazzling heart? Lin Jia held that hand and smiled helplessly. Of course. So, how did things turn out like this? When Lin Jia put his arm around Miss Ji's waist and held her hand, awkwardly leading the first dance under the gaze of the crowd, he couldn't help but have such a question mark in his mind. He could clearly feel the prying gazes of the guests around him that they thought were hidden or not hidden at all. He could also hear some whispers speculating about his background and identity. There were even some who directly went to beat around the bush and asked Xianxia who had been with him before. However, all of this was destined to be futile, because he, Lin Jia, was really just an ordinary bookstore owner. He had no power, no influence, and no money. He was a typical person without any of the three. Even his identity was fake. There were indeed some people with extraordinary status among the bookstore's customers. For example, Cherry, who had forged an identity for him, was one of the 3 vice presidents of the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce. For example, Yu, who he often called to harass, was the head of the Central Police Station's secret department. For example, Father Vincent, who had now become an excellent religious leader. And for example, the most typical ones were Miss Ji, who was dancing with him now, and Ji Bonong, who could barely be considered half a customer. But this didn't mean he was powerful. Apart from having some insignificant superpowers, Boss Lin was just so ordinary. Lin Jia shrugged in his mind. Then, he suddenly paused and raised his eyebrows. Attracting attention like this was just barely. No, it was definitely a good thing. No, this was a great thing. The first website was M9bkuj.com. Whether it was out of curiosity or other thoughts, these guests had at least started to inquire about his background. With these people's status, it should be easy to find out about Lin Jia's background. Then they would know that this guy who was personally invited by Miss Ji for the first dance at the birthday party was the owner of a nameless bookstore, and Miss Ji was also one of his customers. In this way, they would definitely want to know how such an ordinary bookstore could attract Ji Jishu. As everyone knew, bookstores sold books. So naturally, what attracted Ji Jishu was not the ordinary bookstore owner himself. It could only be the books in the store. When the news of Luo Air Resources selling his book spread, Lin Jia's bookstore would definitely become famous. In Nuajin, Luo Air Resources represented the trend of the entire market. All of the guests present were people who had made achievements in their respective fields. Since they had been invited by Ji Bonong, most of them were definitely fans of Luo Air Resources. When the time came, they would definitely act upon hearing the news. In addition, these people were speculating about the relationship between him and Ji Jishu. From the perspective of public opinion, it was very beneficial. After all, there might not be many people interested in books, but there would definitely be a lot of people interested in gossip. This time, the dealership sales had unexpectedly made a good start. Lin Jia was happily thinking about how to better cut the green leaks in the hall, and what kind of effect the 5 books that were put up as an experiment would have. If it was not good, which book should he change to for the next batch? But even if it was not good, because of Luo Air resources, he would definitely be able to make a profit. If it was good, then should he maintain the strategy of hunger marketing, or should he simply train Mon further and let her start preparing to open a chain store with the support of Luo Air resources? Mr. Lin. Are you thinking of something happy? Ji Jishu looked at Lin Jia, who was close at hand, and could not help but ask carefully in a low voice. Although the young man had an obvious happy smile on his face, and looked like he was proudly showing off that he could dance with Miss Luo Air resources, as the guests had guessed, in fact, his gaze did not fall on her at all. Instead, his eyes were empty, and he was obviously thinking about something else. Although it could be seen from his steps that Mr. Lin did not seem to be good at dancing, the not good at dancing here did not mean that he did not know how to dance, but that his movements were very basic. But to be able to complete the dance step without making any mistakes while being distracted, and at the same time avoid the crowd that was moving around and even taking the initiative to come here, it had to be said that he was indeed Boss Lin. Lin Jia blinked and came back to his senses. He pulled his thoughts back from the leak field and restrained the wanton smile on his face. Along with the music, he led Ji Jishu in a half-circle and said in a low voice, "Oh, cough. I just thought of some green crops cultivation, sowing, and harvesting problems." Ji Jishu. Miss Ji's expression was confused for a moment, but then she understood and nodded solemnly. "I didn't expect you to have some understanding in this field. You are really knowledgeable and knowledgeable that ordinary people can't reach." She seemed to take it seriously. Lin Jia glanced at Ji Jishu's expression and calmly put on an indifferent expression. "Not at all. It's just that I have too much free time, so I read a lot of books and have a good memory." At first, Ji Jishu was nervous about being in such close contact with Lin Jia, but now that she saw that his attitude was as usual, she became a little bolder and asked curiously, "Is your understanding of dancing also the same?" Lin Jia hesitated for a moment. A part of it. He did not specifically learn how to dance, but he knew the basic dance steps. Because when he was a simple scholar, he had to attend some high-end banquets and make friends with some people in order to do some sociology-related folklore research. In order to not make a fool of himself, he learned half by self-study and half by practice. After transmigrating, he stayed in the bookstore for 3 years, so of course, he was unfamiliar with it. He continued, "Humans are used to using books to record everything, including knowledge and skills. It can be said that books carry the wisdom of an entire race. Their function is to let people gain additional experience beyond their own experience. The more books they read, the more wisdom they accumulate. After reaching a certain level, they may look like an omniscient and omnipotent person. Knowledge is power. This saying is not for nothing. That's why you must buy more books." Lin Jia added in his heart. Ji Jishu nodded seriously, wondering if this was how Mr. Lin's power was reflected. However, this method was not suitable for ordinary people. "But for us, we also need to consider the limits of our individual wisdom." Her voice became lower and lower until she was almost mumbling. "Or rather. That's right, individual wisdom is ultimately limited. Perhaps using race to gain race's wisdom is a better choice." Ever since that day in the bookstore when she was transformed into the last member of the great race that had disappeared from the universe, she had been thinking about the deeper meaning behind Mr. Lin's words. At first, she thought that she could use the Yitha's ability to perform absolute mind control. This way, there would not be any traitors in her faction. However, this went against her conscience, and she vaguely felt that this method was wrong and inefficient. But now, Mr. Lin's words reminded her. Lin Jia looked at her in surprise. Using colony to obtain colony's wisdom. This idea is quite interesting. Perhaps it can be used in research on cultural integration. However, humans do not have absolute colony intelligence like ants, which is the so-called ant colony effect. Instead, they are a complete symbiotic intelligence. The role of an individual is also, Ji Jishu's pupils constricted. She felt like the fog in her mind had been split open by lightning. That's right, symbiotic, she could totally make herself a clan. At the end of the song, the band in the corner of the banquet stopped playing. The dancing couples in the middle of the hall each finished their dance with different movements and stopped in place. After gracefully bowing to their dance partners, they simultaneously cast their gazes at a small empty space in the center of the hall. There, a man and a woman, who looked very different from each other, also stopped dancing in a proper posture. Some of the guests secretly hid their disappointment, while others showed disdain. In this kind of upper-class social occasion, the social dance naturally represented a part of the social circle. One could more or less tell a person's background from their dance moves. Before this, many people present practiced their dance steps hard, secretly looking forward to being chosen by Jijishu as a dance partner at this birthday banquet. Then, they could show off their charm. They were all confident that with their status and ability, they could obtain this special honor. At the very least, the limelight would be stolen by those close to them. But they didn't expect that someone would come out of nowhere and make this guy, who they had never heard of before, become the favorite of Miss G. These people naturally gritted their teeth secretly. They weren't flustered and exasperated, but they couldn't help but compare themselves to the other party. They realized that other than this person's appearance, he seemed to be completely ordinary. Even his dance steps were incomparably jerky, as if he was just an ordinary person. They involuntarily began to have some dark expectations, such as if an accident would happen during the dance. But unfortunately, although Linjia's performance was proper, he performed steadily from beginning to end. He even chatted and laughed with Miss G, chatting happily. Linjia held Jijishu's hand with one hand and her waist with the other. He struck the simplest pose to end the dance and subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Remember the URL, M9bkuj. Calm dancing. Was still a bit difficult for someone like him who had stayed in the bookstore for many years, especially when he had to ignore the eyes of all kinds of people around him. After the music stopped, Jijishu consciously released her hand from Linjia's shoulder. She took 2 steps back, lifted her skirt and gracefully bowed. She slightly lowered her head and humbly said, "Thank you for your guidance. Every time I talk to you, I can realize my own shallow ignorance and the vastness of knowledge. I have benefited a lot." "You're welcome. After all, you're a regular customer of mine. I've always paid attention to after-sales service. But then again, we've known each other for almost half a year. You don't have to be so polite and restrained. Just get along like ordinary friends." Linjia smiled helplessly as he looked at the dazzling and piercingly cold Jijishu who had lowered her head to him. He wondered if it was because the great Miss G had been at her most wretched when she walked into the bookstore on that rainy night, causing her to always be at an extreme psychological disadvantage. Or was it because he had purposely dominated the conversation in the past that Jijishu had developed a habit? He felt that the great Miss G seemed to have become respectful and submissive. In other words, she had already become Linjia's figure. Although this result could be considered as intentional, he still felt a bit guilty if he went overboard. Jijishu pursed her lips. For a moment, there was fear and embarrassment on her face, but then she hesitated for a moment before nodding with difficulty and agreeing. "You're right. I'll treat you like a friend." Although it was very difficult for her to treat someone who was more powerful than God as a friend, since it was a request from Mr. Lin, she had to do her best to fulfill it. If it weren't for the fact that the occasion was more solemn, Lin Jia would have held his forehead and lamented. "Your face is so serious. You haven't relaxed at all. Why do you feel like I'm ordering you around? You're even more reserved." Lin Jia was powerless to complain when he suddenly saw a brown-haired young man in a luxurious formal suit walk over. He held a glass of wine and smiled at Jijishu, raising his glass. "Miss G, long time no see." Jijishu frowned slightly. The person in front of her wasn't an ordinary noble, but a direct descendant of a wizard clan. Moreover, he was one of the stronger competitors of this generation. His talent was outstanding, and he was also at the terror grade at a young age. Just like the information Fitch had received, there were quite a few extraordinaires at this banquet. If it were in the past, Jijishu would definitely work hard to befriend these people and fight for more chips for Luo Air's resources. She would also choose suitable collaborators for herself, for her father, and for the counterattack of the entire Luo Air's resources. This was her fate that she couldn't resist. But now that Mr. Lin was on her side, these people were dispensable. "Long time no see." Jijishu nodded. Although these people were no longer of any value, the necessary etiquette still had to be maintained. Thus, she introduced him to Lin Jia out of habit. John Fred, the second son of the Fred clan. She deliberated for a moment and decided not to introduce Lin Jia to John. First of all, Mr. Lin's identity had to be revealed later when the cooperation between the two parties was announced. Only then would it be enough of a deterrent. Second of all, she didn't think it was necessary to introduce Mr. Lin to these worthless people. It would be too degrading. Lin Jia naturally didn't know the twists and turns in Ji Jishu's mind. He smiled and politely extended his hand. Hello. John's expression was a little strange. He didn't extend his hand and instead looked at Ji Jishu with a frown. After waiting for a moment, he realized that the former didn't have any intention of continuing the introduction. He looked at Lin Jia with a rather interesting expression. Of course, it wasn't awkwardness. Instead, it was a mixture of surprise, mockery, sudden realization, and delight in Lin Jia's misfortune. In his opinion, there were only two possibilities for only introducing one person. The first was that this person's identity was known by everyone. The second was that this person wasn't worth introducing. He had never seen this black-haired youth in front of him before. The first possibility was completely impossible. Thus, there was only the second possibility. Who would have thought that this guy was just a shield Ji Jishu pulled over? Just because she didn't want to choose one of them as her future partner, she actually used this method. He maintained a faint smile on his face and said, Miss Ji, could it be that this gentleman doesn't have a name? I think that introducing both parties should be given equal treatment. This is the most basic etiquette, isn't it? John raised his head arrogantly and proudly. He raised the corner of his mouth and continued, even if there's a huge difference in status between the two parties, introducing only one party is a little too embarrassing. Ji Jishu was a little confused. That's right, it was indeed very embarrassing. But why didn't you feel embarrassed at all? Instead, you were very proud? Could it be that this insult wasn't strong enough? Or was this John actually a masochist? But now wasn't the time to think about this. Ji Jishu's gaze stopped on Lin Jia's hand that was suspended in the air for a while. Her heart tightened and she raised her head to look at Lin Jia's face. The smile on the bookstore owner's face had already disappeared. The business smile on Lin Jia's face gradually disappeared, and he withdrew his outstretched hand. To be honest, he wasn't angry at the other person's disrespectful attitude or expression. He had met too many people like this, whether it was before or after his transmigration. There were simply too many to count. If he got angry every time he met someone like this, he would probably be as angry as a blowfish by now. But not being angry didn't mean he had to indulge the other person and suck it up like Buddha. Replying to a handshake should be the most basic form of courtesy. If he didn't even try to put on a show, it could be seen that this Mr. John didn't want to leave any face for either party. Since that was the case, no matter how good-tempered Lin Jia was, he didn't intend to continue maintaining the friendliness of a businessman. Lin Jia sighed and spread his hands. He said calmly, I'm just the owner of an unknown bookstore. My name isn't worth mentioning. In terms of status, there is indeed a great disparity between me and everyone here. Ji Jishu's hesitation when introducing him was probably due to this factor. Before the matter of him collaborating with Luo Air Resources was made public, directly mentioning such an ordinary status would probably invite even more obvious malice and mockery. It was really hard on her. But Miss Ji seemed to have underestimated this guy's determination to provoke her. If it had been someone more tactful, or to put it another way, someone more cowardly, they would have wisely chosen not to pursue the matter if Ji Jishu intentionally didn't mention it, because there was a very high chance of offending Ji Jishu. So, to say such unrestrained and rude words in this kind of setting, this person was either a real idiot, or he was fearless and felt that nothing would happen even if he said such things. Although Lin Jia subjectively felt that it was the first possibility, objectively speaking, the second possibility was more likely. Remember this in a second, http://m9bkuj. Especially. This guy's unconcealable condescension in his eyes. It wasn't just directed at Lin Jia, but also at Ji Jishu. In other words, this fellow had the confidence to think that he had a higher status than Luo Air's eldest miss of the Ji family. Based on common sense, this was simply impossible. Luo Air Resources was already a giant monopoly that stood at the top of Nuajin. Everyone at this banquet could clearly see the weight of this colossus. There was simply no other power that could stand shoulder to shoulder with it. Even the central region, excluding political factors, had to consider their attitude towards Luo Air Resources. But, what if one were to use unconventional reasoning to speculate? Lin Jia narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "It is true that both parties should be given equal treatment when introducing themselves. However, having me introduce myself personally may be more respectful to the other party. This isn't a big deal, but I'm afraid, you, who are making a big fuss out of nothing, didn't come here with the intention of having an equal exchange from the start." Hardadef shifted his gaze from Jijishu to Lin Jia. He raised his chin slightly and said with a fake smile, "This is no small matter, commoner." Does that mean that as a commoner, you can't understand the importance of the difference in status between the two sides? That's really arrogant. However, Hardadef clearly felt that this arrogance was not enough. His heart was burning with rational jealousy, yes, jealousy. Hardadef had never concealed his possessiveness towards Jijishu. In his opinion, he was definitely one of the strongest competitors for the marriage alliance with Luo Air Resources. That was until Jijishu invited this unknown person to dance for her first dance at her 20th birthday banquet. As a noble, as an extraordinary, as a young wizard with outstanding talent, Hardadef felt that he had been humiliated, and now, this jealousy was telling him that he must make this commoner, who thought that he had climbed up the social ladder, deeply understand his own status. Of course, this unknown gentleman, I'm not talking about you. Hardadef pretended to spread out his hands helplessly and looked distressed. I still understand how commoners think. To them, they may feel that there is no need to distinguish between noble and lowly status. After all, they are always pursuing so-called equality and freedom. They think that nobles are idiots who only know how to enjoy life. But, he gestured to the surroundings. Look, this is the place closest to the central district of Nuajin, the center of District A. Look at these priceless decorations, and what about them? They live in a numbered street where they can't even get letters to start with, and they are even in a smelly ditch that is not included in the city planning. There is no such thing as equality in this world. Forgive me for being blunt, but each of the decorations here is enough to buy hundreds of low-level slaves. Haha, why don't you guess where these slaves come from? You don't have to look at me like that. Oh, you probably don't know that for people with noble status, buying and selling slaves is still legal. This is something that the Central District recognizes. Of course, as gentlemanly nobles, we will never do anything beyond what is reasonable for these slaves. I just want to say, do you understand the significance of these numbers? It separates two types of people, not commoners or nobles. Just like distinguishing between different types of tableware on the dining table, they don't need to understand these etiquette. After all, they will never see tableware other than chopsticks, spoons, and forks in their lives. They will even use their hands to grab food to eat. Oh, my God, what a disgusting, dirty, and lowly behavior. Hardadef's eyes were full of sarcasm, but on the surface, he looked gentle, as if he was really just talking about some aristocratic etiquette. But you have to know that these etiquette are the symbols of civilization. And this so-called civilization is the difference between humans and animals, or rather, between humans and livestock. Jijishu's expression changed so much that it could not be described with simple words. Her face had already darkened and was very ugly. When Hardadef opened his mouth, she was ready to teach this guy who did not even know who he was talking to an unforgettable lesson. However, when she opened her mouth to speak, Lin Jia raised his hand slightly and stopped her. She turned her head and saw Lin Jia's calm eyes looking straight at Hardadef. Although his eyes were so calm that they could be called peaceful, Jijishu could not help but shiver. Because she suddenly realized that ever since leaving the bookstore's dim yellow light, those eyes, which were as dark as always, did not have any light shining into them. Only a bottomless darkness remained. The hall was brightly lit, and the people were toasting each other, but those lively and bright scenes could not be reflected by those eyes. Actually, I think what you said is quite reasonable. Lin Jia put on a bright smile again. But since we are in this banquet, we are all just Miss G's guests. But if you really want to see who is better, the bookstore owner looked at Hardadef and whispered with a smile, I think, between you and me, there is another way to categorize. Another method of classification, they were just trying to find a new way to talk about freedom and equality. These commoners really didn't want to give up. When would they understand that every number on the streets of Nuajin had already marked out the trajectory of their lives? No matter how hard they tried, they could not avoid being crushed and toyed with by people of a higher level. They were like tiny insects that did not know their own limits, Hardadef subconsciously sneered. He had wanted to use even sharper words to mock the other party and let him understand the cruel truth of the matter. But when he met those dark eyes that did not contain a smile, he suddenly froze. The words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. The aristocratic youth panicked for no reason. Although the hall was brightly lit by the bright lights, at this moment, he vaguely felt as if he was surrounded by an endless thick black fog. Even his vision dimmed for a moment. The black fog was chaotic and disorderly. It was constantly in the process of flowing, and within it, there was a prying gaze. That gaze did not contain any malice. It was just the curiosity of a baby who had just opened his eyes to a new world. A strong sense of curiosity, so strong that when it fell on the body, one would feel a trace of coldness, combat in the blink of an eye, that hallucinatory scene disappeared. It was as if that gaze was just a passerby who glanced at the scenery next to them. Hardadef was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he saw the surrounding guests whispering to each other. He suddenly realized that it was very stupid of him to stay where he was. But he did not know what had just happened. He could only immediately become flustered and exasperated. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and said without thinking, "Classification? Could it be that I did not make it clear enough? Forgive me for being blunt, but you really shouldn't be here. If not for Miss G, you would probably never know what Area A is like. I don't think I need to say more about how you got that invitation." Xianxia hammered his palm and interrupted, if we're talking about invitations. I did go through the back door, but it's eldest Miss G's birthday party. It's up to her to decide who she wants to invite. There's no such thing as whether it should be here or not. It's up to her whether she likes it or not. Hardadef looked at the other party's self-righteous look and was stunned. He said, "You." Xianxia shook his head and sighed. He probably knew why Jijishu was cheated by that scumbag. In this kind of living environment, where every man around her was ambitious and thinking about how to get both her and Luo Air's resources, if a warm man came over, he would probably be able to get her quickly. He nodded, rubbed his chin, and continued, "In other words, if Miss G doesn't like it, it shouldn't appear at this birthday party." Hardadef couldn't understand what this guy was saying. He frowned and said, "I say, you don't really think," Xianxia said matter-of-factly and seriously, "Mr. Hardadef. I think it's time for you to go home and take a look. From here, turn left and walk straight to the main door. I won't tell you the way to your house, but you should remember how to get there." Hardadef looked left and right, his face full of confusion. "Me? Go home? Are you serious?" Xianxia nodded. Hardadef's expression was strange, and then he laughed out loud. "Ha ha, ha 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 ha. I realized that I might have been wrong about you. You're different from the average commoner, you're especially interesting." He looked at Jijishu and pointed at his temple with a subtle expression. He asked, "Miss G, are you sure there's nothing wrong with your guest?" Regardless of whether Jijishu was sure or not, Hardadef began to suspect that this guy who hadn't said his name until now had a screw loose. However, Jijishu's expression wasn't as awkward or embarrassed as he thought it would be. Instead, it was serious. She opened her mouth with difficulty. "Mr. Lin, you," when Xianxia reached out to stop her, she already had a premonition, since Boss Lin didn't let her do anything, it meant that he would personally take care of this matter this time. However, from all the signs, the severity of the matter seemed to have exceeded her expectations. What made her most uncertain was that she couldn't tell if Boss Lin was angry or if he was purely trying to satisfy his own interests. I almost forgot." Xianxia turned to look at Jijishu and coughed awkwardly. He didn't know what to say. "Actually, I'm a superpower user, I'm very sorry to keep it from you, but I might be different from you. For example, I know a bit of magic, either way, it seems a bit abrupt." "Oh, forget it. I'll explain it to you later." Xianxia gave the flustered Jijishu a comforting and warm smile. "In any case, I won't make things difficult for Miss G. Oh, right, remember to call the police. Jijishu looked at this reassuring smile and couldn't feel at ease. Call the police? Lin Jia nodded. Yes, call the police. Inform Yusefyu and Kulauda to prepare to save him. Hardadef watched the two of them talk to themselves and couldn't take it anymore. He angrily raised his voice and said, Miss G, don't tell me you're willing to stand against the Fred family for this commoner? No. Jijishu shook her head. Before Hardadef could rejoice, she continued, I've never stood on the same side as you. Hardadef's face stiffened and turned green. He felt that his patience had reached its limit. From the beginning until now, although he had been mocking her in a superior position, the end result was, he was being played like a clown. That's enough, Hardadef gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the cup in his hand. He was ready to launch an attack. Since Raul didn't know what was good for him, then he didn't need to give face to these commoners. They were just a few commoners. That's right. Even Jijishu was just a terror grade. She was nothing to the Fred family. Although he had heard that she had some contact with the mysterious bookstore owner and had received some gifts, he hadn't heard much about it afterward. How could such a high and mighty person keep paying attention to insignificant ants? Yes, that's right. As Hardadef thought of this, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His intuition was like a firefly flashing in the dark night. The sound of its flapping wings made his scalp go numb. The mysterious bookstore owner? I'm just an unknown bookstore owner. My name isn't worth mentioning. In terms of status, I'm indeed a far cry from everyone here. That was how the ordinary-looking youth in front of him had introduced himself. Hardadef's pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly raised his head and saw a servant in the crowd pushing the others aside and running towards him. He shouted while panting, Young Master Hardadef, hurry, go back. Hardadef reached out to support him. An indescribable fear spread in his heart, making his lips tremble and unable to speak. The servant raised his head, revealing a face that was distorted by tears and snot. Something happened, all of them, are dead. Hardadef almost didn't hear what the servant said after that. He tried his best to turn around and look at Lin Jia, but he didn't see the youth's face. He only saw a pure black figure standing in the middle of the crowd and gracefully bowing to him. The dark, profound, and out-of-place shadow bowed elegantly. Like a bubble or an illusion, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the surrounding noises and the servants' cries could not be faked. Bang. John was in a daze. The wine glass in his hand fell to the ground with a shattering sound. He shuddered. Then, as if he had woken up from a dream, he realized the seriousness of the problem. His heart sank to the bottom. Dead? Dead? An ominous premonition turned into a bone-piercing chill that enveloped him. His expression changed abruptly. He rushed up and grabbed the servant's collar tightly. With a ferocious expression and trembling body, he growled in a low voice, What dead? What happened? Tell me clearly. The servant's face was covered in snot and tears. He could not breathe properly because of the choke. His face gradually turned red. With difficulty, he said, Master and the others. They were carrying out the slave contract ceremony. Then, suddenly, the surroundings seemed to have turned dark for a moment. The ceremony was forcefully interrupted. Then, the entire house collapsed and caught fire. It was too fast. I don't know anything. I just crawled forward and ran out. John's eyes were like a wild beast that wanted to devour a person. He stared at the servant in front of him and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, You ran away? The servant was so frightened that he shook his head desperately. No, I didn't run away. Master asked me to find you and inform you. John's hand that was choking the servant's neck tightened. His expression became even more terrifying. Inform me that they are all dead? If you don't know anything, how do you know that they are all dead? Nonsense. You're just trying to scare me. The noble youth's heart was unimaginably calm. In such an occasion, even if his family was all dead, he could not let this matter be concluded like this. He had to give himself time to find a way out. Otherwise, John thought of the guess that flashed through his mind and thought of what he had just said, he would also be dead. The servant was horrified to find that the noble youth in front of him was chanting a spell with a technique unique to the Fred family as he spoke. He wanted to kill him. The servant's pupils shrank. He wanted to struggle and shout, but he found that he could no longer make a sound or move. His life force was rapidly draining away. The servant's face was pale, and his pupils were almost unfocused. A hand reached out and grabbed Heartedeff's arm. The force was so great that his bones almost cracked. John turned around and saw the steel-gray eyes of the hostess of the banquet. Then, he heard a muffled sound. He lowered his head and saw the afterimage of the slender white arm clenched into a fist, accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind. He could faintly see silver-white hair and bulging muscles. Then, an unimaginably intense pain came from his abdomen, causing him to immediately let go and fall to the ground. Ugh, cough. John, who was curled up on the ground, had completely lost control of his facial expression. His face was contorted like a maggot, and at the same time, he lost control of his lower body. Jijishu looked down from above and withdrew her fist. She took 2 steps back and distanced herself from the tragic scene. If Boss Lin hadn't stopped him, this punch would have directly hit this guy's face. But this was enough. She had controlled this punch very well. There was no bleeding on the surface, but in fact, John's internal organs had been twisted into a pile of mush with his intestines as the center. A magus who didn't have the chance to chant an incantation was as weak as an ordinary person. Jijishu could now perfectly control her strength. This wasn't a momentary burst of strength, but a continuous spread. First, the internal organs were shattered, and then they were turned into mush. In other words, this intense pain from being stirred inside the body would last for about an hour. It would last until John died. During this time, Jijishu would use iron will to buff John and keep him awake. You want to run after offending Boss Lin. Although Boss Lin had already personally punished him, as Boss Lin's fan, he had to actively express his stance. She took a napkin from the side and wiped her hands. She smiled and said, "It seems that Mr. John is a little too grief-stricken and can't control himself. Help him down to rest, and then bring him home for a visit. We've already called the police about the Fred family. The central police station will deal with the specific situation. Please don't worry." Subtle mocking laughter and discussions came from all around. John, who was being helped up, vaguely felt the dampness and stench coming from his lower body amidst the intense pain that was enough to make him faint. As he was being dragged, the gazes of the surrounding guests were all focused on him. They were looking at him. He didn't do anything, nor did he cover it up. He just watched as he was dragged away, showing all his embarrassing side to everyone. For an extremely arrogant person who took pride in his aristocratic status, this was the greatest torture. Ugh, ugh, John let out a weak moan in despair. When he opened his eyes, he could see the gazes of the people around him. When he closed his eyes, the intense pain in his body would be magnified. He could even hear the sound of his broken bones piercing into his internal organs. In this torture, he was brought to the front of the Fred family's mansion. The flames were flickering. The once magnificent mansion, the huge family building that belonged to Area A, the proof of John's superior class, the realm that commoners could never imagine, had now turned into charred ruins in the raging flames. Ugh. John opened his eyes wide and saw the corpses kneeling on the ground amidst the flames. They were all the members of the ancient and powerful dark sorcerer family that he was so proud of. He was pushed to the ground and crawled forward with great difficulty. His expression was completely broken. At this point, everything he owned had been destroyed one by one. There were still remnants of the slave contract ritual array on the ground. This cruel ritual would cut off the slave's tongue, gouge out the slave's eyes, and pierce the slave's eardrums, making them unable to speak, unable to see, and unable to hear. They could only accept the master's orders with their hearts, becoming complete pets. This was exactly what the Fred family loved. It was an important part of the slave trade, a form of entertainment that they loved. And these willing slaves were from the slums of the upper city district. Now, under the interference of some indescribable force, the slave contract ceremony was interrupted and completely reversed. All the effects were applied to the members of the Fred family. The corpses kneeling in the flames only had 3 huge holes on their faces, as if they had been gnawed by something. It was extremely horrifying, like a painting of hell. However, the shackled slaves next to them had expressions of relief on their faces as they hugged each other and wept. The scene in John's eyes was finally fixed on this moment forever. When Xianxia saw that John was knocked down by Miss G, he expressed that he understood John very well. After all, anyone who heard that their entire family was gone would fall down weakly. When he saw Miss Jishu giving orders and arranging everything in an orderly manner, Xianxia felt that he had seen a different Jishu. He felt that it was quite worth it. When he saw Little Black waving in front of him before disappearing into the shadows, Xianxia knew that there was no suspense. At first, Xianxia did not want to care about this silly fellow who had suddenly appeared. However, after this fellow spoke about the hierarchy theory, Little Black, who he had not seen for a long time, appeared. Although it was said that they had not seen each other for a long time, the frequency of Little Black's recent appearance was ridiculously high compared to the past 3 years. Moreover, it seemed to be becoming more and more active. Little Black stood behind John, but Xianxia instantly knew all the sins of this family: forced sales, abuse, and killing of slaves. Outside of the order of Nuajin, they made them do all sorts of unimaginable things. Because of this, when Little Black politely expressed his intention to help, Xianxia silently chose to agree. Just like what John had said, this was a sin that surpassed human nature and rules. If no one could eradicate it with power that was above it, it would always be hidden in the darkness. Humans would no longer be equal, but the difference between humans and animals would be the difference between humans and animals. However, at least for now, there was only one way to categorize them. The first website was M9 Bikuj. Calm Life and Death. This small interlude became the catalyst for the end of the opening ball, although in reality, it was almost over. Jishu used her communication device to contact the central police station and other relevant departments. After confirming that the matter could be resolved on the surface, she smiled and used her well-practiced words to appease everyone. She announced the end of the opening ball and orderly arranged for everyone to rest in their respective rooms. Although Ji Bonong was the true host of this banquet, it was not suitable for him to appear in this matter that involved the domain of extraordinaires. If it was in the past, if such a situation occurred, they would have to seek the help of the true controllers of the central district behind raw resources. As for Jishu, who had gained a firm foothold among the hunters in Nuajin, she was able to solve problems on her own as an extraordinaire. In most cases, reasoning between extraordinaires was a very simple matter: the strong preyed on the weak, and only the living were right. Therefore, right now, even the extraordinaires present in the crowd, even those who were on good terms with the Fred family, were bewildered and did not dare to stand out and say anything. After all, Hardadef had only gone up to provoke them with a few words, yet he was turned into a family bucket on the spot. Even for a supernatural being, this was too frightening. At first, they calmly thought, what kind of scene haven't I seen before? But now, it became, I really haven't seen this scene before. More importantly, no matter how much they questioned, the higher-ups did not have any objections to Jishu, who was half a representative of Luo Air's resources. It was as if they had tacitly approved of her actions. His attitude was worth pondering over. Now, if they wanted to go up and speak, they would have to consider what their superiors thought first. Could it be that after so long, the rule that Luo Air's resources had to be controlled by mortals was about to be changed? The strength that Jishu had displayed today was truly beyond their expectations. From their point of view, the scene was completely of these three people chatting. In a situation where no one had expected, Hardadef's house was suddenly burglarized, and then he himself was defeated by Jishu with a single punch. As for the reason, the only normal human was definitely the fuse. But on a deeper level, they believed that Jishu was using this as an opportunity to show her prowess. This name, which was not considered famous in Nuajin, was destined to leave a dazzling mark among the extraordinaires from tonight onwards. Luo Air's Resources Development Company, which had always stood between mortals and extraordinaires, seemed to have taken a step towards becoming an extraordinaire. The guests present all had their own thoughts, but in the end, they temporarily suppressed those thoughts and dispersed. They followed the servants to their own rooms. As for how much investigation they had done in secret, no one knew. Mr. Lin, the superiors promise that the surname Fred will no longer appear in the central district from today onwards. In addition, the slaves that were rescued will also be properly settled. Starting from their channels, they will strictly investigate their origins to prevent this kind of thing from happening again. Please rest assured. Jijishu spoke softly to Lin Jia. Her heart was filled with joy. Before this, she had never heard a voice from the central district with such a cautious tone and attitude. She even tried to ask Boss Lin if he had any other thoughts or requests, but Jijishu naturally would not say anything about the cooperation now. As for other matters, she really did not know, so she could only pretend that she did not know anything and deal with it. Yusefyu and Kolauda have other tasks at hand, so they can't rush over to help. So this time, the ones who went to Fred's mansion to clean up the mess are their colleagues. However, the superiors said that their long-range support was very good and contributed greatly to this operation, so the credit still goes to them. Jijishu could not help but curse inwardly. Where did the long-range support come from? Now that the secret ritual tower and the corpse food sect were locked in a fierce battle, who would have the time to care about this? It was just because Boss Lin mentioned it, so they forcefully pushed the credit to them to express their goodwill to Boss Lin. Including the current battle over there, before Boss Lin expressed his opinion, the Central District was very hesitant to even intervene. It seemed that the Central District had a deeper understanding of Boss Lin's strength. Oh. Lin Jia blinked, a little confused. Why did Yusefyu's people not go? And the credit went to him. However, this was also a good thing. There was no need to be conflicted. However, Lin Jia found it very strange that the police were dispatched so quickly this time. After all, in the past, the central police station was always one step late even for the very common gas explosion incidents. Jijishu continued to add, oh right, the residence in District A left by the Fred family is empty after the cleanup. I just bought it. I wanted to ask if you're interested in taking it over? Just bought it. You rich people buy houses a little too quickly, don't you think? Lin Jia's mouth twitched. He could not accept such an understatement of a house. It's fine, it's fine. This means that the leaks, oh no, the customers are growing very strong, and the first thing they want to do is to offer, oh no, to repay the people who helped them before. He should feel gratified, he thought carefully, nodded, and said, yes. If the cooperation goes well, I'll consider opening a branch in the Central District. At that time, I might be able to make use of that place. If you don't have any other use for it, can you help me keep it? Of course, in return, if you have any questions in the future, you can come to me anytime. Jijishu nodded respectfully and solemnly. I'll definitely keep it for you. Lin Jia grunted in acknowledgement. Then, he suddenly froze. He belatedly realized why Miss G wasn't the least bit surprised by the fact that the Fred family was gone. This was too natural. How could she accept it so easily? He had spent so much time thinking about how to tactfully say that he was actually a person with superpowers. In the end, Lin Jia wanted to say it. Because of her calm attitude, as well as the missed opportunity, it was as if this was a very normal thing. It made him feel a little awkward, and he didn't know what to say. They were already done talking, but she suddenly said something along the lines of, actually, I'm a person with superpowers. This was too strange. Forget it, forget it. We'll talk about it next time. After Lin Jia and Jijishu finished chatting and saying their goodbyes, Lin Jia politely declined Jijishu's request to send him to his room to rest. After watching her leave, Fitch and Yada, who had been waiting in the corner, finally dared to come up and talk to him. Lin Jia turned his head and suddenly said, "Ah, it's you too. Sorry, I was talking to Miss G just now." No, no, no. It's fine, it's fine. Your business is more important. Fitch hurriedly waved his hands. He secretly observed Lin Jia's face, which was still wearing a gentle smile, and couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. But now, he was completely sure, this guy was really the main culprit, whether it was the lightning that cut through the sky or the earthquake later, because of the obvious destruction of the Fred family just now, he could be 100% sure that it was definitely him who did it. How powerful this guy who claimed to be the owner of an ordinary bookstore was could be seen from Jijishu's attitude. Those guests, because of Jijishu's natural status advantage, had a preconceived notion of her attitude, and might have misunderstood it. They might have thought that she was just being polite. But Wanderer Fitch was used to seeing fawning and groveling insignificant people, so he was very sensitive to what was real respect and what was fake politeness. Ji Jishu definitely treated Lin Jia as a superior. He made up his mind to hug the thickest thigh present, so he very actively stepped forward and said, Mr. Lin, since today's ball is over, would you like to go back to the rest area together? I just asked the servant next to me, and the male guests are all arranged to be on the 3rd floor. Also, I remember that according to the number on the invitation, our rooms are quite close to each other. Why don't we go together since it's on the way? In fact, Lin Jia had only taken out the invitation twice, so how could he have seen the number on it clearly? Fitch was just looking for an excuse to go with Lin Jia. Yelda hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still felt that the unknown young man in front of him was too dangerous and should not be approached. Although she was personally very curious about this type of extraordinary power, after calming down and thinking about it, she had to be responsible for her family and seek more benefits for their safety. She could not bear the large amount of risks that might arise. In comparison, it was more stable to win over those who would definitely be of help to the family in the future. Yeda lifted her skirt slightly and bowed. She revealed a polite smile and said, I still have some matters to attend to, so I have to leave first. I'm very sorry. However, if Mr. Lin has any needs, you can contact me at any time. She took out a business card and handed it to Lin Jia as a personal gesture of goodwill. Their expressions were even more cautious than before. Although they tried their best to appear natural, they still showed some caution. Unlike the other guests who didn't know the truth, the two of them already knew that Lin Jia was unusual from the very beginning. Now, it was just a deeper impression. Lin Jia took the business card and smiled. It's all right. You're welcome to patronize my bookstore. After Yelda left, Fitch eagerly took on the role of guide and led the way for Lin Jia. Although Lin Jia had a special invitation from Miss Ji, she was well aware of the bookstore owner's low-key personality. She didn't go to the extra step of providing him with any special accommodations. Instead, she mixed in with the normal customers. Based on her understanding of Boss Lin, this kind of seclusion in the city was the kind of environment he pursued. Unfortunately, Fitch and Lin Jia's room numbers were still quite a distance apart. 306 and 377. Is this what you mean by quite close? Lin Jia looked at the invitation in his hand, then at Fitch. His expression was one of amusement and speechlessness. There were a total of 200 rooms on the 3rd floor. This was basically the beginning and the middle. It was impossible to tell how close it was. Fitch chuckled dryly, his expression unchanged as he said, then it must be because it was too dark and I saw wrong. But since we're on the same path, I'll walk you to the door. This is a rule I've always followed. Please allow me to do so. His face was full of sincerity, so sincere that Lin Jia felt that if he refused, Fitch would probably kneel down and hug his thigh and cry on the spot. Lin Jia felt a chill run down his spine. To avoid such a situation, he reluctantly agreed. Along the way, Fitch tried to beat around the bush to find out what was going on with Lin Jia's bookstore. He wanted to know what kind of books were being sold and what kind of customers they had. At first, Lin Jia was still a little suspicious about whether this guy was gay. But now, he suddenly perked up. If you want to talk about this, then I won't sleep. JPG Lin Jia was naturally very familiar with the sales tactics. He spoke frankly and confidently, saying that his bookstore had all kinds of books he wanted. Of course, it did indeed have all kinds of books. Customers. Well, although good wine doesn't need to be hidden in the dark alleys, there are only a few people who can smell the wine and have the ability to appreciate it. Lin Jia earnestly glossed over the fact that no one cared about the bookstore. However, although there aren't many customers in the bookstore, every one of them is worthy of guidance. Whether it's in business, life, or other areas, they can all come to the bookstore to take a look. Not only can I provide the power contained in the books, but I can also provide some useful help. Fitch nodded and secretly made a note of it. The bookstore had screening criteria for customers. They had to have potential and a desire that could be controlled. They could rely on the power of the books to solve their problems, but they could also directly ask the owner for help. But there was still a very important question. He asked somewhat meaningfully, then, what's the price? Lin Jia's head was full of black lines. What was with this sudden turn of events? If you buy a book, you have to pay according to the price. If there's a discount, you have to pay a deposit of 10 yuan. In addition, if you spend 200 yuan at the book cafe next door, you can get a cup of pearl milk tea for free. If you want to consult me about a problem, this is a free service. Lin Jia said nonchalantly. However, under normal circumstances, out of gratitude, my customers will bring me some local specialties. Fitch was stunned. Local specialties? Lin Jia walked to the front of his room and swiped the invitation card to open the door. He nodded and said, "That's right, local specialties. For example, I have a customer who will bring me some statues." Fitch was about to listen carefully when the door to the room next to him suddenly opened. A young man dressed like an aristocrat walked out with a communication device. "Sir Xianxia is currently in a fierce battle, do you know?" "No. You don't know at all. You actually let me come to this damned banquet. I want to go to the battlefield and fight alongside him, damn it. This banquet is full of hypocrisy and detestation. It's not a place where a true fan should be. Besides, I'm his disciple. An apprentice is still a disciple." The young man looked to be in his teens. His young face was covered in freckles. He complained into the communication device as he closed the door. When he turned around and raised his head, he immediately saw Lin Jia standing to the side. He was stunned at first, then suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Lin Jia again. Then, his entire body began to tremble, and the communication device in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. His expression gradually became one of horror. You. Why are you here?" The boy with freckles looked at Lin Jia, who was about to open the door, in horror. He jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on, or a cat who saw a cucumber. He stammered as he stepped back. Cold sweat started to form on his forehead at a speed visible to the naked eye. He subconsciously reached for his weapon, but in this situation where he was caught off guard, there was no way he would bring a weapon with him. His hand grabbed nothing but air. "It's over." Gulige felt his vision go black, and he fell into despair. A few months ago, he turned into a black cat to investigate the situation in the bookstore. But on that dark rainy night, he witnessed his idol, Xianxia, being effortlessly taken down by someone. The terrifying encounter seemed to have turned into a shadow that surrounded him again. The scene at that time was still vivid in his mind. How could this terrifying demon appear at the banquet of raw resources? Didn't the intelligence say that he rarely came out of the bookstore? Was he going to lose his life here today? No, he hadn't become Lord Xianxia's official disciple yet. How could he fall here? The young magus gritted his teeth. He couldn't give up just yet. Although there seemed to be a normal human beside him, he couldn't care less at this point. He had already scouted out the layout of the manor. There were 3 ventilation vents in this corridor, and the nearest one was at the corner 10 meters away. As long as he could rush there as fast as he could, there was still a chance to escape. Then, he could inform Dale to prepare. Gulige suddenly froze. He was about to turn into a cat when he thought of this. 1 second to remember http://m9bkuj. Wait, this demon coming out of the bookstore is such a big thing. How could Dale not know? Lin Jia looked at the boy in front of him with a puzzled expression. It was as if he had suddenly seen a ghost. The boy retreated so quickly that he was almost pressed against the wall. The boy's expression changed so quickly that it was complicated. It was as if he had eaten an apple and found out that there was only half a worm. He was pale and green, and his whole body was trembling like a sieve. "This? Little friend, are you okay? You seem to be a little uncomfortable. Do you need help?" Out of humanitarian concern, Lin Jia took 2 steps forward and reached out his hand to support this strange teenager who seemed to have a sudden illness and was on the verge of collapsing. Gulige's pupils constricted, but he had already missed the best opportunity. He was sure that at such a close distance, it would be easy for the other party to control or kill him. In other words, there was no use in running away. Could he only wait for death? Don't come over. Lin Jia placed his hand on the young man's shoulder. The latter's eyes were tightly shut, and his lips were trembling. The word fear was written all over his face, which made Xianxia even more surprised. It didn't seem like an illness. Instead, it was like seeing a 10-centimeter-long, oily cockroach pouncing on his face, and the person she was afraid of seemed to be him. Was he that scary? Xianxia shook his head inwardly. He was sure that he had always been kind and amiable to others. He definitely did not have the ferocious face that people would find frightening at first sight. At least, it wasn't to the point where he could be compared to the American cockroach. Then, the problem definitely didn't lie with him. It could only be this strange teenager's own problem. Could it be that this child who looked like a noble was the kind of person who had been spoiled since childhood and rarely interacted with people, so he suffered from severe social anxiety? Xianxia felt that his guess was somewhat reasonable. After all, the other party had spoken very fluently into the communication device just now, but suddenly became like this. It didn't make sense if it wasn't an illness. In that case, since he was staying in this room, it meant that he was a guest. However, he didn't see him at the ball downstairs. It turned out that he hid in his room in advance because of his social anxiety. But based on what he heard just now, was he forced by his family to come over to socialize? What a pitiful child. Xianxia showed a sympathetic expression. He let go of his hand and stepped back slightly. At the same time, he put on his warmest smile and comforted him. Sorry. Should I help you find a doctor? Or, although it sounds like I'm boasting, I'm quite experienced in dealing with this kind of situation. I can help you with a simple relaxation. Xianxia felt the iron-like hand on his shoulder finally let go. Just as his tightly clenched teeth loosened a little, he heard the devil say that he wanted to help him relax. His heart sank. This relaxation definitely wasn't a good thing. Dealing with this kind of situation, could it be that he was being recognized somewhere or even exposed? Then what he was going to do next was obvious. He was definitely going to silence him. Xianxia's heart thumped. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and jumped to the side, saying loudly, No. I'm fine, very fine. Xianxia was stunned. Are you really fine? I think. There's no need at all. Xianxia's expression was serious. He crossed his hands and said, Thank you for your concern. I feel much better now. Although he didn't know why, it seemed that the devil didn't want to kill him right away. Instead, he was warning him not to expose his identity, since that was the case. Where there was life, there was hope. He had to save his life first. Only then could he have a chance to figure out what the devil wanted to do. This wasn't fear. This was the professional quality of a detective. Really? Xianxia looked at him suspiciously. He found that his pale and ashen face really quickly became normal and even rosy. The worry in his heart was slightly relieved, but he still kindly added, Your situation just now seemed very serious. If there's any problem, you must tell me honestly. Don't make fun of yourself. Xianxia swallowed his saliva and looked at Xianxia's sincere eyes. Don't make fun of yourself. This was a threat. This must be a threat. If he revealed Xianxia's identity or exposed any information, this devil would definitely make a move. He hurriedly shook his head like a rattledrum. I'm really fine. Just now I was suddenly startled by someone. It's an old problem of mine. When I'm startled by someone, my reaction is just a little too big. Haha. Xianxia suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Phew. Xianxia secretly wiped away his cold sweat. He finally managed to deal with it. Fitch suddenly said gloomily from the side, I don't think so. This kid seems to be very afraid of you, Mr. Lin. Maybe he has some ulterior motives. Xianxia looked at the guy he had thought was an ordinary person at first, and met the latter's hostile gaze. After his attention shifted from Xianxia, he suddenly realized that this person was also an extraordinaire, and his ether waves were strangely out of place. Xianxia shook his head and chuckled, How can that be? I'm so ordinary. Do you think I look scary? Don't you think so, little friend? He shifted his gaze to Xianxia. The latter, who was thinking, immediately felt his hair stand on end. He nodded stiffly under Xianxia's gaze. Yes. Not scary at all. That's right, he was such a good person. How could anyone be so afraid of him that they trembled the moment they saw him? Xianxia nodded in agreement. Then, he smiled and said, "By the way, I think I heard you mention the name Xianxia. Coincidentally, I also know someone named Xianxia. He's from a special department in the central police station. He also has a disciple named Cultivation. Are they the same person I heard you mention just now?" The corners of Gulige's mouth twitched. He now had a deeper understanding of what Sir Xianxia meant when he said that the owner of the bookstore likes to act and speak as a mortal. Since the poor guy next to him who seemed to be harboring evil intentions was also an extraordinaire, there was no need to hide information from anyone present. There was no need to hide anything at all. However, this demon still acted as if he was an ordinary person who doesn't know anything and acted as if it was real. But every time you had the slightest doubt of whether he was really an ordinary person, he would seem to have seen through your heart and inadvertently say something that made your hair stand on end, immediately shattering your unrealistic imagination. He repeatedly toyed with people's hearts like this. It was really sinister. Gulige felt that he completely understood the nature of this demon. Wasn't it just being cooperative? As a detective, it was necessary for him to adapt to the situation. This level of pressure was still bearable. Yes. Gulige nodded and said thoughtfully, "I was just accepted as an apprentice disciple by Sir Xianxia about half a year ago. Cultivation can be considered my senior, I see." Xianxia nodded. Cultivation seems to have been seriously injured. Is he okay now? Sigh, the work in the central police station is really dangerous. I wonder what kind of mission could have caused him to be so seriously injured. It's all because of your subordinate, that black-scaled faceless man Wang Erda. Gulige secretly curled his lips. As a member of the intelligence department, he had heard countless versions of Xianxia's intelligence analysis. If it wasn't for Wang Erda adding fuel to the fire during Osweiler's rebellion, with Cultivation's strength, he definitely wouldn't have been unable to fight back. Although the root cause was Osweiler, Wang Erda's motive was to restore the gargoyle that was originally given to the bookstore. Therefore, the culprit who led him to the bookstore must be the owner of the bookstore, Xianxia. The bookstore owner loved to set up conflicts in the dark. This was the consensus of all the supernatural beings who knew of his existence. It was also because of that incident that Xianxia was now engaged in a fierce battle with Wang Erda on the battlefield. Yet, the culprit was still pretending to be innocent. What a bad taste. Although that was what Gulige thought, he still said, "Cultivation has almost recovered, but he still can't move freely." Therefore, this time, he didn't go with Xianxia to, carry out the mission. That was close. He almost said that he wanted to eradicate the corpse food cult. This guy in front of him should theoretically be the true leader of the corpse food cult. If he said that, he would be dead for sure. Gulige trembled with fear. He felt that every word he said was a matter of life and death. Xianxia didn't notice the deeper meaning behind Gulige's slight pause. He was only relieved when he heard that. Although Cultivation wasn't a customer of the bookstore, he had contributed a lot to the construction of the bookstore. He was also familiar with Xianxia. If something happened, he would definitely be worried. Fortunately, it didn't sound like a big problem. That's good. By the way, is Xianxia carrying out some dangerous mission again? I originally wanted to ask him for some help, but I can only give up. Xianxia asked, "Do you know the specific situation?" Gulige stammered, it's indeed quite dangerous. However, it's not good to talk about this outside. I mean, this kind of mission usually can't be told to outsiders." As he spoke, he glanced at Fij from the corner of his eye. It was obvious who the outsiders was. When this guy said that he was afraid, that arrogant and hostile gaze was still in front of him. Gulige judged based on his professionalism that this guy probably wanted to use him to show his value, the value of a lackey. Therefore, if this guy found the flames at the side, his true thoughts might really be exposed. Therefore, for his own safety, it was better to send this guy away first. Xianxia rubbed his chin and felt that it made sense. A mission from the central police station, and one that was so dangerous and difficult, definitely had to be kept secret. Thus, he turned his head and said, "Fij, you can drop me off here. It's getting late, go back to your room and get some rest." In the end, Xianxia even added politely, "Thank you very much. See you tomorrow." Fij only managed to say one word before he gloomily swallowed it all back down. He had a pained expression and wanted to say something, but he didn't have a suitable reason, and he didn't dare to go against Boss Lin's words. He could only give a dry "oh" and turn to leave. Before he left, he didn't forget to glare at Galige as a warning. It was all because of this kid that he missed the opportunity to get to know Boss Lin better. It seemed that his intuition was right. This kid would hinder his career of cozying up to Boss Lin, but he hadn't reacted fast enough, and Boss Lin had beaten him to it. It wasn't his fault for having such a strong sense of danger. After all, the young man in front of him was the second superhuman he had encountered up close at the banquet, and he had acted very strangely the moment they met. Seeing that the opportunity that was supposed to be his was about to be taken away, he naturally had to take action. But it seemed that it didn't have any effect. "Oh, right." Xianxia suddenly called out to Fij. The latter turned his head in surprise, only to hear Xianxia say earnestly, "Remember to finish reading that book when you get back. It'll be very helpful to you." Fij nodded woodenly and turned to leave. Although the only outsider had left, Xianxia felt that it was very unreasonable to talk about such a secret matter in the corridor, so he simply invited Galige into his room to sit and chat for a while. "My room is quite big." Xianxia looked around the interior of the room and could only sigh at the fact that it was indeed the manor of the richest person in Nuajin. He picked a seat and sat down. He looked at Galige, who had a nervous expression on his face, and said, "All right, you can talk now." Galige felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. For a moment, he was at a loss. What should he talk about? Wasn't this guy the mastermind behind the scenes? Did he need someone else to explain the current situation to him? He was just a lowly investigator. Although he was a disciple of the Yusefyu, he was actually just a member in name. He could easily obtain general information, but he had no way of obtaining more advanced information. Regarding the current situation on the battlefield, he might not even know as much as an ordinary intelligence officer. Thinking of this, Galige couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. After all, he was a magus, so it was normal for him to feel a little out of place in the secret ritual tower, where most of the people were knights. Xianxia looked at the suddenly dejected young man in front of him. His heart skipped a beat, and he habitually revealed a businesslike smile. "What's wrong? Is there a problem or trouble? If you really can't talk about the mission, you can talk about something else. Maybe I can help you. The book can help you too," he added in his mind. Galige was stunned when he heard this. Then, he quivered and immediately became vigilant. "Here it comes." This was the common speech technique of the bookstore owner that was mentioned many times in the intelligence. By starting a topic, it seemed like a normal conversation to let you talk about your troubles and play the role of a good person. In fact, it was luring you to let down your guard, weave a trap step by step, and wait for the prey to fall into the trap. Then, in the process of gradually deepening the conversation, the rhythm of the conversation would be completely controlled by the other party, and your thoughts would unconsciously fall into the control of the other party. Your information would be exposed, and your trust in the bookstore owner would strangely reach an unreasonable level. You would even sell yourself to the other party to count the money. So far, everyone who had entered the bookstore or had contact with the bookstore owner, as long as they did not show obvious hostility, would basically become fans of the devil in front of them. It was as if someone had tampered with their cognition. No, although they had not monitored this process so far, they believed that this was actually a method of mind control by the bookstore owner. As for those who showed hostility, the grass on their graves should be 3 feet high by now. When Galige first heard this, he was very worried and nervous. Because his idol, Yusefyu, was also one of these people. Remember the URL, M9 Bikuj. Calm, but fortunately, Yusefyu had always maintained his rationality. His evaluation of the bookstore owner was very objective, and his understanding of the possible harm the bookstore could cause was very clear. It was only out of kindness, and the things that the bookstore owner asked him to do were beneficial, so he had been helping him. At least, that was what Galige thought. He attributed this to the personal will of Yusefyu. To be able to rely on his belief in justice to defeat the despicable means of the evil bookstore owner, he was indeed worthy of being Yusefyu. Although Yusefyu was defeated by this devil because of a moment of carelessness, Yusefyu was still Yusefyu after all. His undefeated will that burned like a raging flame was the most worthy thing to follow. Therefore, as a probationary disciple of Xianxia, he, Galij, could not embarrass his teacher when faced with the same trick. Galij took a deep breath and prepared himself mentally. He told himself that he could not reveal too much information and that it should be fine to just talk about his troubles. Then, he said in a low voice, I originally belonged to another department. In fact, I should be considered an external employee. I didn't come from the Mai Tower's cultivation department. It was only later that Lord Xianxia thought highly of me that I joined the intelligence department. Before this, I could only be considered a part-time worker in the mystic cult tower. To my colleagues now, it's more like I've taken the back door. He couldn't help but smirk at himself. The bigger reason was that he had been too high profile when he had paid for his idol's bill in such a big way. When people asked about it, they would connect it to the fact that Xianxia had taken him in as a disciple, and they would show an expression of understanding. As for how capable he was, it didn't matter. It didn't matter whether he was strong or weak. In any case, he had indeed done things that normal people would find ridiculous and extravagant. That was enough. They could look at him strangely and gossip behind his back. Although they didn't mean any harm, Galij naturally felt uncomfortable. It felt like he was being ostracized. Of course, Galij wouldn't complain to others in the mystic cult tower or tell his family about it. However, the person in front of him was neither his colleague nor his family. He had only met once, in cat form, as an enemy. He didn't feel burdened or ashamed. It seemed like he had become the perfect person to talk to. However, this kind of thing could easily become a weakness. Therefore, he would never reveal his dark history in front of this devil. This level of ambiguity was very good. Xianxia crossed his arms and supported his chin. He said thoughtfully, so that's the case. Feeling annoyed because of xenophobia and criticism. This is indeed a problem that can't be ignored. He took a sip of the tea that he had just brewed and narrowed his eyes. I think you should hate talking about this with others because their words and actions have already hurt your self-esteem. Therefore, you won't even think about what they will do after hearing your thoughts. Anyway, even if they repent, their actions and words will still affect you. If that's the case, why should you hope that these people will give up their thoughts? Talking to others about this will only make you seem childish. Am I right, student Galij? Galij was shocked. He stammered, how did I know? Xianxia showed a mysterious smile. Would I tell you that I have seen many young people like you, and the problems that I often encounter are similar? Galij scolded himself for saying such nonsense. Everyone knew that the owner of the bookstore was famous for being omniscient and omnipotent. Did he still need to ask such a simple truth? But it was undeniable that this was indeed his true thought. Xianxia spread out his hands and continued, it's just a little psychological knowledge and some simple skills. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Galij quickly shook his head, no need. He thought that it was a close call. He almost fell into a trap, but it didn't matter. He was still very clear-headed and wouldn't take the bait at all. Devil? As long as he was firm enough, he wouldn't be controlled at all. Okay. Xianxia regretfully took back his hand that was about to take the book and said, how about you treat me as a tree hole? Galij was puzzled, tree hole? Just tell the tree hole the things that you can't tell others, such as your troubles and secrets. It won't respond, nor will it spread them. It won't even have its own thoughts. It won't have any worries. It will only listen quietly. Although I can't compare to the real tree hole, you and I can be considered half a stranger. I won't deliberately run to your colleagues to tell them. Telling me is tantamount to telling tree hole. Sometimes, suppressing yourself for too long is a very uncomfortable thing. Xianxia showed his signature amiable smile and said with a smile, what do you think? Although that was what he said, Xianxia had quietly expanded tell me your troubles to tell me your secrets. If he wanted to keep customers, not only did he have to have good things, but he also had to be more flexible. Galij hesitated. Looking at the gentle smile in front of him, he felt that this proposal was exactly the same as what he had in mind. Yes, he was just talking about some unimportant things. It wasn't like he was revealing the tower's plan. It was fine, he was just talking about it. No, what was he thinking? this was the beginning of being deceived by the devil. He couldn't believe it. He had to control himself, but if he said it, wouldn't he be able to win the devil's trust and then obtain the key to turning the situation around and proving his value? Gulige was conflicted. He gritted his teeth and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. It might be easier to say it, but I also have a question that I want to know your thoughts on." Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "My thoughts?" "Yes." Gulige nodded. "My teacher. Lord Xianxia, if you and Wang Erda were in opposition, who do you think has a higher chance of winning?" Xianxia was stunned. What kind of question was this? Even though he didn't know why, he vaguely felt like he was facing a question like, if your girlfriend and mom fell into the water at the same time, who would you save? Xianxia took a sip of tea and used it to hide his subtle and strange expression. But Xianxia and Wang Erda. He thought that these two old friends were about to reconcile. Why did it sound like something was wrong? After all, Gulige was Xianxia's disciple. He definitely wouldn't ask this kind of question without thinking. The biggest possibility was that these two people were now in a situation where they were opposing each other. Could it be that the misunderstanding about old Wang joining the pyramid scheme still hadn't been resolved? No. With old Wang's personality, he probably wouldn't bother to explain. Xianxia also had a violent temper. If he only judged based on what he knew, he would definitely follow his intuition and not listen to explanations. This vicious cycle would cause the misunderstanding between the two to become deeper and deeper, assuming that the relationship between the two continued to deteriorate. Gulige, who had only been accepted as a disciple by Xianxia half a year ago, naturally wouldn't know about the grudges between them and wouldn't care about any misunderstandings. In fact, even Xianxia didn't know what happened between the two in the past. He only knew that Xianxia's broken arm was related to Wang Erda. Wang Erda lived in seclusion because of Xianxia. Just by thinking about it, one could imagine how tragic the conflict between the two was. Remember, http://m9bkuj. Combat. This question could be said to have no basic conditions. It was impossible to analyze and come to a conclusion. So Gulige probably didn't want to ask about the process of who would win. He just wanted to hear the conclusion that Xianxia would win. Gulige really gave him a difficult question. The difficult question wasn't the answer to the question. Based on Xianxia's understanding of these two people, if the conditions of both sides were completely equal and they were placed in a situation where they had to compete with their brains, Xianxia would definitely lose. Of course, if they were to fight hand-to-hand, then the skinny old Wang probably wouldn't be able to withstand a punch from Xianxia. Therefore, it was easy to draw a simple conclusion. But to put it bluntly, Gulige obviously didn't want a rational analysis. She simply wanted to hear someone praise her teacher. Under normal circumstances, it would not be a problem to follow the customer's wishes. However, the two parties involved both knew Xianxia. What if one of them found out about the conclusion they made today? Would they still be able to do business? Xianxia rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. He looked at Gulige and asked calmly, "What do you think?" That was right. At this time, the best way was to return the initiative to the other party, guide the other party, and then follow the other party's words. You came up with these conclusions yourself. What does it have to do with me, Xianxia? Eh? Gulige was stunned. He never thought that the question would be thrown back at him. He met Xianxia's seemingly meaningful gaze, and his heart suddenly trembled. His idea of using this opportunity to pry into the other party's thoughts had been completely seen through. No, he should have been aware of this earlier. The outcome of the battle now completely depended on who this demon wanted to win. He wanted to try to get an answer from the bookstore owner, so he was hoping for the demon's mercy. However, this demon threw the question back at him, asking him who would win between the two of them. It was obvious that the following conversation would be based on this. In other words, every word he said now might determine the direction of the battle. After realizing this, Gulige's forehead began to sweat again. Demon, this demon, of course, he wanted it, and he really did think that Xianxia would win, but what if after he said that, this demon deliberately played with him and saw his desperate expression, then deliberately said that he thought Wang Erda would win? Was he going to say that Wang Erda would win? But what if this guy really went along with what he said and let Wang Erda win? No matter what answer it was all within the other party's control. He was completely passive, Galij was completely in chaos and panic. He kept rubbing his palms, and his heart was filled with regret. He shouldn't have asked that. Why did he make the decision on his own? Xianxia saw that the child in front of him was nervous. He thought to himself, could it be that I was wrong? Does this Xianxia trainee have his own opinions? Oh, so that's why he's so tormented. The considerate boss Lin smiled and pushed the teacup over. Don't be afraid. Just say what's on your mind. Just like what I said just now, treating me as a tree hole is just a hypothesis. It's not like we're really going to let the two of them fight to the death, right? Nothing will happen. Don't worry. Something will definitely happen. This must be revenge for his attempt to test the waters, Galij screamed in his heart. He struggled and trembled as he said, I think. Xianxia looked at him very kindly and pushed the teacup over a little more. What do you think? Do you want to drink some water to calm down? Galij felt that this teacup was the line between life and death. The pressure grew stronger and stronger. Xianxia sighed. The two of them are actually quite close. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have looked for Wang Erda for 2 years. Although they had some conflicts in the past, I can see that they understand each other very well. They just haven't said it out loud. If they meet, they might be able to reminisce about the past and relive the past. After all, they've been through life and death together. Now that they're facing each other, they'll definitely be able to understand each other's feelings. Gulp, the young man swallowed. Could it be that Xianxia had already officially crossed swords with Wang Erda? Xianxia had almost smashed Wang Erda to pieces back then. Didn't understand each other's feelings, he clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. Trembling, he picked up the teacup and took a big gulp. I think, beep beep, before Galij could finish his question, the communication device he had just put away suddenly rang, interrupting him. The young man's expression was incomparably vexed and angry. He opened his eyes. The thought of I might as well just hang up flashed through his mind. However, he saw that it was actually Winston. The chief of the combat division. Damn it, why did he have to call it this time of all times? According to the rules of the Mai Tower, no matter what the situation was, unless one's own movements were restricted, a subordinate was absolutely not allowed to hang up the communication device when a superior was trying to contact them. Although Galij and Winston weren't in the same department, they still had a superior and subordinate relationship. Moreover, Winston's relationship with Xianxia wasn't very good recently. If he left him alone now, he would definitely come looking for trouble in the future. No. If he didn't deal with this properly now, Sir Xianxia would be in trouble. How could there be a future? Seeing the dilemma on Galij's face, the considerate boss Lin put down his teacup and said, It's all right. You can answer the call first. You'll have more time to think so that you'll have a more objective answer. Looks like Galij didn't realize that he should have been the one asking Xianxia the question, but now he was the one being troubled by the question. Xianxia smiled without batting an eyelid as he looked at the young man who picked up the communication device and began to speak softly. You're still too young to fight with me, kid. Galij's current mood was indescribable. He could only take a deep breath and suppress his anger and anxiety. He tried his best to answer the call from Winston, the head of the combat division, with a calm mind. Hello, however, he didn't expect the other party to be even more anxious than him. Winston, who had always been known for his steadiness, lowered his voice and roared, Apprentice Knight Galij, please confirm that you're currently attending Ji Jishu's birthday party at Manor 16. Yes. Galij immediately replied, because the intelligence division doesn't have any missions at the moment, the family has sent me, the youngest son, to attend Roar Resources' party to express my stance. This was also the reason why he had complained to his father through the communication device earlier. Because the Mai Tower and the corpse food cult were already at war, the intelligence division's role was almost negligible at this time. The intelligence had basically been collected before the war, and the strength of the intelligence division's personnel was not enough to fill the battlefield. Many of the personnel were temporarily transferred to the logistics division, which was under great pressure, or were left idle like Galij. Therefore, he was sent by his family to this boring and extravagant mortal banquet to pass the time. I didn't ask you the reason. Winston interrupted. You have a mission now, an urgent mission directly issued by the elders, listen carefully. His tone was extremely serious. At this moment, the subordinate subject of the I-level file number 0113, the owner of the nameless bookstore named Xianxia, who is suspected to be above the god level, has broken through the surveillance range of the tower 3 hours ago and is attending this banquet in the A16 manor. And now, because the tower and the corpse food cult are at war, almost all the personnel have been transferred to the battlefield. At this moment, you're the only one in the tower in manor A16. Therefore, only you can shoulder the task of monitoring him. Do you understand? In short, your next task is to find him, secretly monitor his movements, and report back in real time. If necessary, you can negotiate with him to a certain extent. However, you must apply to the tower and act cautiously under the guidance of the tower. You must not act rashly. Do you understand? Gulige glanced at Xianxia, who was drinking tea on the opposite side. He opened his mouth with a wooden expression and was momentarily speechless. On the other side, Winston saw that the communication device had been silent for a long time. He frowned and said sternly, "What's wrong, apprentice knight of Gulige? Please answer me at once." "I'll repeat it again. Your mission is to find the owner of the bookstore during the banquet and monitor and negotiate with him appropriately. I know from your files that you've been in contact with the owner of the bookstore. You should remember his appearance and characteristics. You're also an investigator from the logistics department. It shouldn't be difficult to find him, but you must be careful to hide yourself. This mission is very important and very dangerous. It concerns the life and death of your teacher, Xianxia. Please treat it seriously. If necessary, the tower will do everything possible to help you. Do you understand? If you do, please reply immediately." Gulige said, "I understand, but..." Winston raised his voice, and there was a hint of coldness in his voice. "But... apprentice knight, you don't have the right to voice your opinion. This is a compulsory mission. If you want to refuse, please think about your family first. To the Mystic Tower, even a Magus family with a long history is still insignificant." He could understand the fear in the heart of the person who was given this mission. Facing the pressure of an existence that surpassed the gods alone was no different from looking into the abyss. Death would follow closely behind. But at the same time, to the Mystic Tower, this was a desperate gamble that couldn't be refused. "No, I don't want to refuse. Rather, I'm happy to help. It's just that there's a situation that I have to report." Gulige paused and adjusted his emotions. He coughed twice and tried to speak as calmly as possible. "Actually, he's right across from me." Winston was silent for a few seconds, then took a deep breath. "Across?" Gulige replied, "Yes." Winston asked, "How close?" Gulige glanced at Xianxia, who seemed to be appraising the decorations in the room, and said softly, a table so close. Didn't that mean they'd already met?" Winston's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even though he had experienced countless battles on the battlefield, it couldn't compare to the excitement of the ups and downs now. His heart almost stopped beating. They had planned carefully for half a day before they dared to contact the only person from the Mystic Tower present at the banquet. In the end, they were told that the final boss was already at the door. Calm down, calm down." Winston took a deep breath. Since the owner of the bookstore was already on the opposite side, it meant that their actions had already been seen through. Moreover, Gulige's identity had also become the condition for only one person to contact in the entire banquet. Could it be that even this was part of his plan? From guiding Joseph and Wild to colliding again, to starting the war between the Secret Rites Tower and the Corpse Food Cult, to unexpectedly joining the banquet, every step up to this moment seemed to be closely linked and had gone through a tight layout. Was this the legendary omniscient and omnipotent? If so, they could only continue. Winston changed his plan at the last minute and said, "Listen, apprentice knight. Xianxia and Wang Erda have already started fighting, and the situation is not good because Xianxia's daughter, Melissa, was tricked by the people controlled by the Road of Fire Sword into joining the encirclement of the Corpse Food Cult. Although her life isn't in danger now, as long as she's on the battlefield, she'll become the enemy's hostage. Xianxia is already at a disadvantage. The deeper the hatred buried in Wang Erda's heart that year, the crazier he is now. After so many years, his cruelty and cunning are even more than before. Yusefyu's heart is tied down, and to Wang Erda, everyone is just a tool. Therefore, we have to find other ways to break through. Gulij tightened his grip on the communication device. Thinking of Lin Jia's almost explicit words, his heart sank. As expected, but no matter how strong Wang Erda was, wasn't he only at the annihilation grade? The Mystic Tower was an organization that could fight against a god-level organization. Didn't they provide support? Winston seemed to know what he was thinking and said, unfortunately, the Mystic Tower can't deal with it now. Although it's hard to believe, about 10 minutes ago, which was a few minutes before I decided to contact you, we monitored the center of the battlefield, 2 god-level waves appeared. Street 67 had been reduced to ruins. Snowflakes were falling from the sky above the battlefield like goose feathers, but none of them managed to land on the ground. They were all stirred and evaporated by a large amount of invisible ether in midair, turning into a giant swirling vortex of water vapor. The streets below and the surrounding buildings were all destroyed. The debris and broken pieces turned into a torrent of steel. They were lifted by an invisible force and floated in the air. They appeared as scattered strips that surrounded the black and white force field in the center. The force field was thousands of meters in diameter. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a small planet surrounded by a belt of asteroids. It was still expanding, crushing the ground around it. The reason for this was very simple. Yusefyu and Wang Erda had both broken through to the god level in the middle of the battle, causing the surrounding ether to explode and collide. The logistics department of the Mai Tower was scattered around the force field, leaving enough distance to strengthen the enchantment of the Dream Creator to prevent normal people from entering. As for the Knights of the Combat Division, they formed their positions one after another on the terrain that was still intact. They were more or less injured and were healing and resting. When they looked at the huge force field, their expressions were very blank, and their overall morale was very low. Since the sudden outburst of ether in the center of the battlefield, they were no longer the main force of the battle. But next, they still had to fight the remnants of the corpse food cult. But in reality, there weren't many people left who could continue fighting. The scene of 2 annihilation grades breaking through to the god level at the same time and colliding with each other with their strongest power was not something that many people could live to see. In fact, there were not many people left alive. Remember the URL, M9bkuj.com. As for the people who could not evacuate in time, they had been crushed into dust by the force field and floated around with the dust and debris. It's over. It's all F***ing over. When Winston heard the emergency report from the logistics department that the ether concentration was rapidly increasing and that 2 cores had appeared in the center, this was the only thought that flashed through his mind. No matter how calm the chief of the combat department was, he had the urge to curse. At this moment, it had been close to 3 hours since Yusefyu had rushed to the scene after hearing the news of his daughter being trapped on the battlefield. The main forces of Mai Tower had also arrived. The center of the battlefield was covered by the Dream Creator's barrier, and information from the outside world was cut off. Only those inside would know how intense the battle was. As the head of the combat division, Winston naturally had to go into battle personally, but at the same time, he had to maintain command of the overall situation. However, even he had no way of getting close to the center of the battle between Wang Erda and Joseph. Unable to help, he could only inform the tower and let the elders make a decision. After all, Annihilation class was not just for show. It really did have the power to destroy everything. The only fortunate thing was that Melissa had been saved. No, it would be better to say that she was fine. She had even killed 3 Terror-grade corpse cult followers. The problem was that the corpse food cult's members were replenished too quickly. They relied on blood sacrifices to increase their strength quickly, and they could even use their companions' lives as the foundation. In other words, the more followers they killed, the stronger the remaining ones would be, and the more they would sacrifice. It was an unsolvable situation. Although Melissa was fine, the team that carried out this mission was completely annihilated. Captain Vivian had also unfortunately died under the despicable combination of the two after Wang Erda's other follower arrived. The young Melissa had never experienced such a cruel thing before. She did not even have the time to share the joy of personally killing 3 evil followers after obtaining a new power. The smile that had yet to be raised froze on her face. If Winston had not arrived in time to pull her out, the stunned Melissa would have been crushed by the force field of the collision. At this moment, the young girl's eyes were blank as she sat on the side. She had the same expression as the other members of the combat division. No one could easily accept the sudden death of a comrade who had just been talking to them. No matter how experienced a knight was, in the face of such heavy casualties, they would be at a loss for a moment. It was not just the knights of the Murmur Tower. The followers of the corpse food cult had also suffered the same fate. However, the difference was that they could clearly see the corpse food cult followers that had been torn to shreds by the formless ether were directly devoured by the dark and chaotic ether force field produced by Wang Erda. It added a terrifying shade of blood to it, as if it was a wriggling blood vessel. It was obvious that Wang Erda had used the corpse food cult's signature blood sacrifice at the same time as his advancement, turning the followers into his own nourishment. These followers had already undergone many blood sacrifices to increase their strength. Now, all of this strength had been absorbed by Wang Erda. Layer upon layer of blood sacrifices. Wang Erda was raising these followers as food, controlling them, using them, and finally eating them. This dark magus who was known for being cruel and cold-blooded had maximized his efficiency to the extreme. These followers were sacrifices he had brought to the battlefield, stepping stones, and tools to make him stronger. The current situation is not looking good. Winston raised his head and looked at the two ether force fields in the distance that were devouring each other. On one side was the sky illuminated by white flames, while on the other was the dark mass of flesh that looked like a wriggling heart. He spoke into the communication device in a low voice. Wang Erda is too well prepared. He has been planning for this situation for a long time. His strength continues to increase with every passing second, and Xianxia. Although it seems like he has the upper hand now, Wang Erda is becoming more and more terrifying. Galige could not believe it. He turned to look at the silent and peaceful black snowy night outside the room. Looking at the beautiful snowflakes that slowly drifted down, he felt his scalp go numb. So, the earthquake and lightning earlier were actually the aftermath of the collision between two gods. How far was the central district from Street 67? It was almost halfway across Nuajin. Even so, he could still feel the obvious tremors. It was unimaginable how dangerous the center of the battlefield was, and this group of ignorant mortals was still here drinking and chatting about a tomorrow that might not exist. Galige suddenly caught a blind spot and hurriedly asked, did Dale not prepare to stop them? Why did he come to? He stopped mid-sentence and almost said, ask this demon for help. Winston shook his head. Trainee Knight, the elders only gave this mission. This is your mission. Since you have already made contact with the owner of the bookstore, you only need to test his current thoughts. It's best if you do it as soon as possible. We must act according to the information you receive. But now that the situation was critical, shouldn't the first priority be to stop this war between gods? Dale clearly had the ability, but he was testing the demon's thoughts here. This was basically using Xianxia and countless people as testing tools. How was this different from Wang Erda's actions? What were they trying to do? Countless thoughts emerged in Galige's mind. He held back until his face turned red, but he did not dare to say it out loud. Apprentice Knight, we don't have time. Winston waited for a few seconds, and when Galige was silent, he whispered, I know what you're thinking, but our duty is only to follow orders, and the elders have a more long-term plan. When carrying out a mission, we can't have our own thoughts, or else it will only lead to more unpredictable consequences. Since you're a disciple of Xianxia, I'll only remind you this once. Xianxia's personality is too upright. I grew up with him in the cultivation department, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that I'm one of the few people who understand him the best. He is indeed the fearless and undefeated white flame that you worship, and he has been like this since the past. However, this impression in your eyes is based on the countless times he disobeyed the orders of the tower and made his own choices during missions. Galige was stunned, and he subconsciously retorted, those are all. You might think that this is a good thing? Because every time something happens, it's a happy ending for everyone? Have you ever seen Xianxia being seriously injured and dying? This may sound cruel, but I've seen it countless times. When we fight side by side with him, he would always go against the arrangements of the elders. As long as we follow the plan, we can solve the problem with the least cost, but he doesn't even allow us to pay such a small price. It may seem cool to carry everything on his shoulders, but once you experience it, you'll understand how heavy it is. If he didn't have that strength and that 1 in a million luck, he would have died on the battlefield long ago, and he wouldn't have the title of undefeated holy flame. Gulij wanted to continue retorting like this. They worshipped Xianxia, who was able to create miracles on the edge of life and death countless times and save everyone. However, the words were stuck in his throat. The young man suddenly realized that this wasn't Xianxia's enemy slandering him, but the confession of Xianxia's friend. Remember this in a second. http://m9bkuj.com. He wasn't trying to say that Xianxia had relied on luck to get to where he was today, and that his subsequent downfall was a reflection of his incompetence. He just wanted to say that Xianxia was not as perfect and bright as they worshipped him. He was not an invincible fairy tale hero. He was just a powerful and somewhat willful human being. Or rather, he wanted to tell others that Xianxia was also human. And as long as one was human, one would die. Gulij couldn't help but recall that rainy night when Xianxia's seemingly indestructible body collapsed without warning in front of the bookstore owner. There are some things that will not develop according to what you think. Neither you nor I are Xianxia, nor will we ever be. Tower's command is the core of our operation. If you want to do the second Xianxia, how are you going to face the possibility that you will kill everyone around you if you make a mistake? In this world riddled with holes where dreams can invade at any moment, fate will not allow you to fail even once. As Winston spoke, he felt a little disappointed. He raised his head to look at the hedging force field that was still expanding. It was the terrifying center of the ether storm that was brewing. Based on past information, the battle between gods usually didn't last long, but it wouldn't be too short either. It could be as short as a few hours, as long as a few days, or even as long as a few months. However, such a short period of time was enough to cause unimaginable disasters, especially when these two were mortal enemies who wouldn't rest until one of them died. In the past, it had always been outside Nuajin, but this time, it was in the city. The current stalemate was definitely the result of a certain hot-tempered bastard using all his strength to hold back Wang Erda. Just like countless times in the past, soon, regardless of whether Gulij completed his mission or not, and regardless of what decision the Mithril Tower made, this battle would come to an end. And the person who walked out of the ruins was the final victor after a chase that lasted for 2 years. Winston retracted his gaze. Sometimes, necessary sacrifices can't be avoided. But were these sacrifices really necessary? Gulij couldn't help but ask in his heart. However, he understood that there was no point in arguing now, so he could only nod and say, "I understand. I'll do my best." Winston said, "It's good that you understand. Apprentice Knight, keep in touch and report to me at any time. Everything you're doing now is for Nuajin." Although he said this, Gulij didn't know how to probe. Or rather, he had already tried just now, but failed. Now, the demon opposite him was still waiting for his answer. Winston said that he would keep in touch and report to him at any time, but he didn't dare to ask him how he should answer in front of him. In the end, he still had to rely on himself. Gulij couldn't help but truly experience the possibility of a mistake could cause the death of everyone around him. So, this was the pressure that Lord Xianxia had been facing all this time. He took a deep breath, put down the communication device, and looked at the other side. He happened to meet Linjia's gaze. Boss Lin looked at him and asked, "This phone call? I mean, this communication, what does it have to do with Xianxia and me?" Asking the obvious, Gulij cursed in his heart. He nodded and thought that he couldn't be so straightforward. "It's a friend of Lord Xianxia. He just asked about you helping him before and the mission you're currently carrying out. So it's like this. Those are insignificant contributions. There's no need to remember them until now." Linjia modestly waved his hand and said, "You should have an answer to the question just now, right?" Gulij raised his head and clenched his fist to encourage himself. "I think, Lord Xianxia will win." Yes, he couldn't go against his own thoughts. Even if he thought of 10,000 possibilities, he could only say, "Xianxia will win." Oh, Linjia understood. After hesitating for so long, he still chose Xianxia. Although it could be seen that he was full of confidence in Xianxia, in this way, Even if he was so confident, he still had to spend time thinking about it. Presumably, he also had a high opinion of Wang Erda. He must have also thought about the possibility of Wang Erda winning. Gulige was nervous as if he was going to the execution ground. He rubbed his hands, his heart beating like a drum. This is my personal opinion. What do you think? Lin Jia, of course, readily agreed, I think so too. Gulige was stunned, and then he was ecstatic. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. His head was thumping, and he felt like he was going to faint. He trembled as he supported himself on the table. Really? You also think Lord Xianxia will win? Of course. Lin Jia always went with the flow. He said leisurely, although Wang Erda is better at planning, Xianxia's execution is stronger. More importantly, he has countless supporters like you, don't he? Even if the process is a bit complicated, the result will be good. His excited heart, his trembling hands. Although Gulige was so happy that he was about to jump up and down, and even wanted to turn on his communication device to tell Winston this great news, his intuition suddenly made him vigilant. After the previous few consecutive scares, Gulige would no longer easily believe the words of this demon who played with people's hearts. He deeply understood that he would only fall into this guy's trap. Therefore, he keenly noticed the words. The process was complicated. Gulige took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. With a trembling voice, he tried to calm down and said, yes, I've heard of an old saying, those who are just get more support, while those who are not just get less support. Wang Erda's biggest failure was definitely because he acted arbitrarily, coldly, and cruelly. But Xianxia was different. Everything he did was to protect Nuo Jin. To protect the weak. As Greg spoke, he clenched his fists. The existence that he protects with all his might will naturally repay him one day. I've always believed that. That's why I've followed him. No matter when, even if he's at his lowest point, I want him to know that we've always been grateful to him and support him. All his efforts were worth it. We've never forgotten him. These words were spoken with great passion, just like a fanatical fan. Lin Jia silently raised his hand and applauded. At the same time, he couldn't help but compare Xianxia to John, who was talking nonsense just now. He secretly thought to himself that Xianxia was indeed a noble child. However, John, who was probably dead by now, clearly didn't use this skill in the right place. Gulige's head heated up. After he finished speaking, he realized that he had already stood up in a very uncalm manner. He immediately laughed awkwardly, sat down again, and coughed twice before saying, in short, what you said is really right. But, the complicated you mentioned. What do you mean? I'm not a fortune teller. How would I know what would happen if the two of them really did fight? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. The conflict between Joseph and Wilde had persisted for so many years, so it was impossible for them to immediately end their grudges upon meeting each other, erase their enmity with a smile, or determine victory or defeat in a single exchange. If the two of them were to fight, they would definitely be entangled with each other. These so-called twists and turns were just to leave a way out for himself. If these two really fought and Wang Erda won, then it would definitely be in the process of twists and turns. That made sense. However, in the eyes of the Xianxia faction, Wang Erda was actually a cold and cruel villain. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and lust is in the eye of the enemy. Wang Erda, the skinny disabled man, the lonely old man who indulged in all kinds of academic research every day, can't be said to have nothing to do with these two words. It seemed that the feud between the two of them was really deep. Lin Jia's face was serious. He crossed his hands and supported his chin as he slowly continued, although Xianxia has supporters like you and stronger execution ability, Wang Erda is better at scheming. A question mark appeared above Gulige's head. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? Did he just hear it a few minutes ago? Was it just that the order was a bit different? Lin Jia looked at him with a puzzled expression. Is that not the case? If you have other thoughts, you can say it. Yes. That's right. You're absolutely right. I have no other thoughts, none at all. Gulige hurriedly nodded with all his might. Lin Jia said with a smile, after all, even with Xianxia's ability, it took them 2 years to find Wang Erda's tracks. It can be seen that if Wang Erda is fully prepared, Xianxia might also be led by the nose. Moreover, as his best friend, Wang Erda knows him very well. Therefore, Xianxia's chances of winning aren't too high. It's bound to be a series of twists and turns. However, as you said, Wang Erda is still a loner. Lin Jia suddenly paused and exclaimed, actually, old Wang isn't a loner anymore. After all, he brought a few new students last time and wanted me to give them some pointers. I wonder how they're doing now. Gulige obviously knew who those people were, the main force of the corpse food cult's creation, and they were currently fighting the Mai Tower in the center of the battlefield. Speaking of which, your relationship with Xianxia is quite similar to their relationship with Wang Erda. Lin Jia chuckled. They also admire Wang Erda a lot. This made Gulige unhappy. He immediately put on a serious face and said, they're helping the evildoer do evil. They're fundamentally different from me. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Jia nodded perfunctorily. He rubbed his chin and said, I suddenly want to see what will happen if you two meet. Gulige? The youth's eyes widened. His originally flushed face quickly faded, and his expression turned ugly. Haha, it's just a joke. Don't be so nervous. Lin Jia waved his hand and smiled. Although I do want to talk to you about your troubles, it's already quite late. He looked outside and saw that it was completely dark. There's still a banquet tomorrow. Let's end our pleasant chat here. Gulige felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He took the communication device and stumbled out of the room under Lin Jia's gaze. Before he left, he didn't forget to subconsciously wish Lin Jia a good dream. Lin Jia smiled and waved his hand. In the narrowing gap of the door, he seemed to gradually disappear into the darkness. Phew, closing the door and leaning against the wall of his room, Gulige let out a long breath. He touched his forehead and found that it was covered in cold sweat. His tensed body softened, and he almost slipped to the ground. Now's not the time to relax. Gulige gritted his teeth and pulled himself together. He took out the communication device and reported the situation. Winston heard the news and was silent for a while. Then, he suppressed his trembling voice and said, Apprentice Knight, are you sure? Gulige nodded vigorously. I'm sure. That bookstore owner said it himself. Since that's the case, I'll report it truthfully to the elders. Winston said in a deep voice, but Apprentice Knight, I'm afraid you have to be prepared. Gulige was stunned. Then, he heard the hollow and terrifying sound of some kind of strange object squirming from the other side of the communication device. It was mixed with the roaring sound of the wind. Rather than the sound of the wind, it was more like a huge monster breathing. Combined together, it was as if something was swallowing and chewing. That demon might be lying to you. The dividing line between black and white in the center of the ruins was no longer so clear. Countless tentacles mixed with blood in the darkness extended from the center and gradually covered the entire battlefield, engulfing both the dead and the living. Even the other half of the white flames were gradually disintegrating. The black waves were crushing in all directions with an unstoppable momentum. Lin Jia hummed a song and finished washing up. He changed into his pajamas. After thinking for a while, he took out the dreamcatcher net from his dream space and hung it on the wall. He lay on the soft bed in the room, closed his eyes, and entered the long-lost silver-white dreamland. Come to think of it, it seems that I haven't seen silver for a while. Lin Jia stood among the familiar irises and looked at the towering trees that covered the sky. He rubbed the ring on his finger and muttered to himself. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to chat with a pleasing female in his dreams every day. It was mainly because there were more things to do during this period of time, especially planning the operation of the book cafe. Although it was said that Moan was slacking off, he still had to learn everything from scratch. He learned common sense and simple skills very quickly, but for a more complicated business operation like how to run a book cafe, Moan had to first understand the relevant knowledge and spend more time to understand. The current MON was more used to obeying orders and carrying them out meticulously. If she was left to do things on her own, she would be stunned for a long time and not know what to do. So Lin Jia decided to arrange it himself. With things to do during the day, he wanted to sleep normally at night. Well, in fact, these were not the main reasons. The real reason was that Silver was often not at home recently. That's right, after Xianxia entered this dream, there were times when he couldn't find Silver. He could only stare blankly at the irises on the ground and the falling snow in the sky, and it usually happened for a few days. After a few times, Xianxia didn't insist on chatting with her every night. This was obviously Silver's dream, but he often couldn't see her in person, which often confused Xianxia. Remember the URL, m9bkuj.com, but every time Silver appeared again, when he wanted to ask, she would always show a sly smile, put her finger on her lips, and then say things like, "This is a secret, you'll know when the time comes, it's not a surprise if I tell you in advance," and so on. Bluff, just bluff with all your might. Xianxia pursed his lips. He was tired of this mysterious and tantalizing trick 800 years ago. But even if he knew that it was all deliberately mystifying, he didn't choose to get to the bottom of it. After all, if it was a silly man playing a surprise with you, the process might be disgusting and the result might be shocking, so you must stop it immediately. But if it was a gentle and cute girl playing a surprise with you, it wasn't called boring, it was called fun. Cough cough, fun, fun. In short, these two reasons added together led to Xianxia rarely seeing Silver players during this period of time. Xianxia slowly walked towards the bottom of the tree. As expected, it was still empty. Only the bench he made last time was still in the middle of the flower bushes. It was still there, but no one sat on it for a period of time, so it was covered in flower petals. Xianxia reached out and patted away the petals and snow on the bench. He then sat down and took out the notebook from Earth and the information about the lower city area that Andrew had provided. These days, even if he couldn't see Silver, he would often come to this dream to look at the scenery and do something of his own. Thanks to Andrew, Xianxia had a good understanding of the situation in downtown Nuajin. Furthermore, when he compared it to the notebook, many of his doubts were resolved. Andrew seems to like Book Cafe's pearl milk tea. I've already bought it a few times. Next time, I'll give him a few cups for free, Xianxia thought and organized the information for the last time. The most important point in the notebook was the words and architectural drawings that the owner of the notebook had drawn down, as well as the door that existed underground. After careful comparison, Xianxia confirmed that the copied drawings matched the style of the buildings that had been excavated in the ruins of the lower city area. Most of the words that were out of shape were the common language of the Elven kingdom of the Second Epoch. However, it was not the orthodox ancient Elven language that Xianxia had inherited from Kandra. Instead, it had undergone a later evolution, which was the language used by some of the survivors after the destruction of Elven. According to the information provided by Andrew, or perhaps it was more appropriate to call it a myth, these survivors had split into several groups after losing the protection of the last Elven king, Kandra, during the dark period without fire. Among them, the largest group had always been guarding their capital, but under the invasion of the darkness, their territory shrank endlessly from the periphery to the inside, and finally, it completely fell. The entire capital was reduced to ruins and became a nest for the darkness to breed. The words on these notebooks, which were what the owner of the notebook wrote when he claimed to be full of inspiration, were in the language of this group of survivors. Therefore, it could be concluded that the archaeological team led by Professor Lin had spent most of their time in the ruins of the capital of the Elven Kingdom. The unknown monster that attacked them and caused them to lose their minds should be the darkness that the elves spoke of. The door they found should be the entrance to this capital, but for some reason, this door actually connects Earth and Azir. There must be some inducement. This archaeological project has existed for at least a few months, and the entire ruins seem to be fixed there. It shouldn't be a simple space-time overlap or something like that, right? Xianxia touched his chin and felt that it was a pity. If he was still on Earth, it would be easy to investigate, but now that he was on the other side of the door, it would be difficult to even find the door. Fortunately, the entrance to the lower city was under the control of the Truth Society, and the Truth Society could be regarded as the organization in Nuajin that knew the lower city the best. With Xianxia's current relationship with Andrew, there was no problem going to the lower city, but if he wanted to find the ruins, he would have to rely on himself. Andrew also gave him a detailed map of the lower city. But it was limited to the safe range of human activity in the lower city, and the ruins were unknown so far, so a large number of explorers and scholars were allowed by the Truth Society to explore them. And this notebook was brought up in this way. Well, when Mom can really take over the bookstore, I can go to the lower city to look for clues related to this notebook without worry. Lin Jia put away the information, stretched his back, and let out a long sigh. He leaned back and looked at the white, beautiful, and empty world. Speaking of which, it was the first time he had stayed in this dream without Baiyin for so long. He couldn't help but think that before he came here, Baiyin had been staying under this big tree day after day, year after year, looking at the eternal scenery, closing her eyes to sleep, and opening her eyes to wander in the flower bed in a daze. It was indeed very lonely. For her, this friend of hers seemed to be the only different color in the whole world. Lin Jia smiled, adjusted his posture, and closed his eyes to rest on the bench. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he felt a cold touch on his brow bone. Snow. Lin Jia opened his eyes in confusion, and cold and slender fingers covered his eyes. A familiar voice with a smile came from behind. Long time no see. Lin Jia smiled, and then said in a low voice, I killed someone today. There was no doubt about the identity of the owner of these hands. Other than Lin Jia, who did not treat himself as an outsider and would come in whenever he had the time, the only other person who would appear in this dream was Baiyin, the owner of this dream. Moreover, Lin Jia could not be more familiar with this voice. Lin Jia smiled and did not remove the hands that were blocking his view. Instead, he closed his eyes again and leaned back. As expected, the back of his head touched a soft and cool torso, and he heard the soft sound of fabric rubbing against each other. That familiar friend of his was hugging him from behind, allowing him to lean on her. Due to their height, she even considerately adjusted the angle so that he could lean on her more comfortably. Logically speaking, such intimate contact had already exceeded the boundaries of the word friend. But perhaps because this was a dream, there was no secular etiquette, and there was no need to think too much about how to interact with each other. Simply following one's inner thoughts of intimacy seemed natural and normal. Similarly, when Lin Jia was here, he often felt that he did not seem to have any worldly desires and worries. He was free and unrestrained, so he could speak freely. Compared to Lin Jia to Galij, Baiyin was clearly more suitable for him to be called a tree hole. After all, a dream was just a dream, and it would never affect reality. Right? Remember this in a second. http://m9bkuj. Baiyin smiled and did not show any surprise at his sudden words. She whispered in his ear, is it just one person? She rested her chin on Lin Jia's shoulder and said faintly, the Fred family. Except for the 1-year-old Fred, who was still in his infancy and did not know anything, and the servant who was deliberately released to report, the remaining servants, guards, and even the 5-year-old child who witnessed everything did not survive. Let me count, there are a total of 376 people. Baiyin's voice was as gentle as ever. She raised her head slightly, in your opinion, you only killed one person? Lin Jia's eyes were covered, and the look in his eyes could not be seen, but there was no change in the expression on his face. He said firmly, I only killed John Fred. Actually, it can't be considered as killing. He shrugged and said indifferently, since he wants to divide people into different categories, I'm just telling him the simplest way to divide people. However, I have to admit that what he said is somewhat reasonable. There is indeed an insurmountable gap between humans and animals. For example, wild beasts will only bite and roar when they kill, giving their prey the most primitive and barbaric death. However, humans can kill without shedding a drop of blood. White Silver tilted his head. So, the other 375 people are your tools for killing people. They are sacrifices placed on the altar. Lin Jia was amused by this statement and said, I'm not a god who can respond to wishes. Even if you sacrifice to me, you won't get anything. I just want to see that guy's face when he breaks down instantly. Everything that he is proud of is brought about by innumerable sins. I want him to know that the arrogance built on the lives of others is just a self-deception that can't withstand a single blow. He himself is actually just a pitiful worm who uses a leaf as his most powerful weapon. He said in a low voice, possessing power will make people arrogant, whether it's power or force. Although I didn't hesitate much today, and I don't have any thoughts of regret, in fact, John's death is also a kind of warning to me. As for the others, Lin Jia spread his hands. I didn't kill them. Baiyin narrowed her eyes, and her expression became strange. If it's not you, then, she suddenly paused, and then said helplessly, okay, it's not you. I understand. Lin Jia couldn't see the change in Bai Yin's expression, but he thought that this dream friend of his should be understanding as usual. She should have heard that he didn't want to reveal the existence of Little Black, so she changed her words in time. And such a gentle Bai Yin. Looking for her to confide in was indeed the best choice. The last trace of concern in Lin Jia's heart disappeared. He was still worried that he would make Bai Yin's impression of him become less reliable if he suddenly mentioned this matter. But as expected, as long as he explained, she would understand him. Lin Jia thought of this, and hesitated for a moment. He reached out to touch Bai Yin's hand that was covering his eyes. The latter seemed to understand his intention immediately. Her fingers loosened, but she still didn't release the hand that was covering his eyes. So Lin Jia's hand covered Bai Yin's hand just like that. The smile on his face widened, and he coughed twice to cover it up. Speaking of which, the secret and surprise that you've been talking about before, when will it be done? Bai Yin tilted her head, and seemed to vaguely use the side of her face to rub Lin Jia's ear. She said that it will be done soon. I'm almost done with the preparations. Bai Yin's tone had a hint of joy. She chuckled and said, you can reveal a little in advance. Consider it a gift for you. I've been preparing it for a long time. I hope you'll like it. Lin Jia immediately took advantage of the situation. I'll definitely like it. Although he hadn't seen the shadow of the gift yet, it didn't prevent him from complimenting her out of politeness. Bai Yin chuckled and didn't comment. She continued, you've almost mastered the swordsmanship and spells that I've taught you. According to the original agreement, I'll tell you the truth about the transition between the second and third epics. In fact, you should have almost investigated it. What Kandra and the entire Elfords faced wasn't an epidemic, but a certain existence from the darkness. His overly powerful power caused everyone who saw and came into contact with him to begin to mutate. However, Elford's sins were far more than that. Cowardice was one, and so was greed. They tried to master the power that came from mutation, so they began to experiment. Lin Jia was speechless. Experiment? There were no records of this content at all, and Kandra's memory was also muddled. It was as if he was deliberately avoiding it. Bai Yin said, yes, experiment. They needed a large number of samples to find a way to control this power, but outstanding warriors were 1 in 100. How could they be used as consumables? So. Lin Jia narrowed his eyes. So the weak became lambs. Should it be said that history was always shockingly similar, what was the difference between this and the Fred family that he had raided today? Bai Yin said softly, but in the end, this power from the abyss went out of control, and a large number of Elford's people were mutated. In the end, the last king failed in his attempt to end the source of mutation by killing a god. He could only raise his sword against the subjects that he had once protected. Lin Jia suddenly caught a blind spot. So, Kandra actually didn't go crazy? Bai Yin laughed. Who knows? That's true. It doesn't matter if he's crazy or not. Now, no one will rehabilitate him, and no one will be willing to believe him. This part of history has already turned to ashes, and there's no chance to whitewash it. Lin Jia habitually crossed his hands and sighed. The kingdom and people of the past have already passed away. Even Kandra's soul has disappeared forever. Only a blurry memory is left. No matter what, a king who slaughters his own people and destroys his kingdom is already a lunatic from any angle. When they first met, Kandra didn't even refute. He directly admitted that he had gone crazy back then and was the source of the so-called Great Plague. It was probably because once he told the truth, the ancient elf kingdom that was a symbol of beauty in various myths and legends would instantly collapse and become an evil, terrifying, cowardly, and selfish existence. Presumably, Kandra didn't want his kingdom to become like this in the eyes of later generations. Unfortunately, since there was no record of such a possibility in all the information provided by the Truth Society, it was highly likely that the lost tribe who knew the real truth at that time didn't defend Kandra at all. The sins of the people of this kingdom were ultimately borne by their king. Lin Jia couldn't help but recall that when he was enlightening Kandra, the latter kept repeating that everything was his own sin. Because of his arrogance, he was the one who went crazy and looked directly at God. He was the one who slaughtered his people, and he was also the one who destroyed Elferts. Therefore, he didn't desire redemption and didn't feel that he could atone for his sins. Instead, he was willing to endure the endless torture. But if he had never gone crazy, what was he bound by, tortured by, and exiled by? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Perhaps, it was just the guilt in his heart. As the king of this kingdom, it was his sin to not be able to protect this land and its people. He blamed it on his own incompetence, so he felt that the culprit of everything was himself. Or perhaps, after tens of thousands of years, Kandra, who was trapped in the sword, had already lost his memories long ago. He was only left with endless guilt, and the words of the outside world continuously transmitted the message that he was a sinner. In the end, even he himself believed it. It was extremely sad. White Silver said in a low voice, exiled Kandra was trapped in the holy sword that killed him because of his obsession. The one who exiled him has always been himself. Xianxia silently summoned the holy sword from his dream and placed it horizontally on his knees. His fingers brushed across the sharp blade as he said, but he was a good king. The holy sword was silent, and the resentment that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years had already dissipated along with Kandra's soul. What was left was an ice-cold weapon, and naturally, it would not give any response. However, the memories that Kandra had once given Xianxia boiled at this moment. The latter half of the memories that had always been covered by a dark fog instantly became clear. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. This is the only way. If we don't do this, we won't be able to fight against the darkness. We have no other choice. You deserve to die. How dare you? Do you wish to see the fall of Elferts? Didn't you try? The god in the depths of the darkness is an existence that cannot be resisted. Didn't you fail as well? Or rather, you won't even be able to see him. Yes, what we are doing now is the only way to save Elferts. Your Majesty, you should learn to make a choice. In order to survive, some sacrifices are necessary. We know your kindness, but, you see, they willingly became experimental subjects for Elferts. You can ask them about their wishes. They also want to contribute to the kingdom. Are you going to let them down? Enough. I will go into the darkness again. Don't say any more. Your Majesty, you are back, you are lying to me. Why? I'm sorry, cough cough. Your Majesty, did you succeed? It's okay. You don't have to blame yourself. You have done very well. Your Majesty, you are really a good king. It's just that we are not good subjects. I'm sorry that you have to see such an embarrassing sight of us. But you are so kind. You will definitely agree to our last request. Please kill us. I am the last king of Elferts, Kandra. I am willing to pay any price to ask for the protection of the original witches. Please protect my scattered people. Let them live. Okay. Xianxia closed his eyes. The ring-shaped white mark on his wrist gave him a burning and stinging sensation. He could not help but reach out and press on that piece of skin. This mark was transformed from the crown that Kandra gave him in the dream. It was the symbol of the Elf King. The memories that gradually became clear pieced together the history of that period. So that's how it is, Xianxia said in his heart, there is one thing that I have wronged Kandra's subjects. They are really desperate because the ones being treated as lambs are not only the innocent people, but also themselves. He recalled the scene in his memory when Kandra returned to his capital. He saw the huge bloated monster that could no longer be described with words. It used a strange tone to ask their king to kill him. Come to think of it, the ones who are crazy are actually them. But Kandra, who was conscious from the beginning to the end, must have been in so much pain when he waved his sword to kill them. The mark on Xianxia's wrist gradually calmed down, but the emotional fluctuations of Kandra when he committed suicide condensed into a trace of doubt. The protection of the original witches, but in Kandra's memory, the ones who appeared in front of him were not ordinary witches. Instead, they were four strange things that were even more deformed and distorted than the huge monster. The voice was a normal female voice, although it was faintly reverberated. He did not know if it was an illusion, but one of the voices seemed a little familiar. Xianxia's thoughts drifted, and it was a little difficult for him to recognize the voice. After all, there were thousands of similar voices, and it might just be a little similar. Well. In short, the price that Kandra paid was that he could never tell his people the truth and let those elves completely become the witch's followers. This was originally his plan, so he naturally agreed immediately. But in the end, it became tens of thousands of years of self-torture. He did not know if he would have hesitated if he had known. Silver suddenly said slyly, "Kandra's mark? This is the symbol of the Elven King, and he willingly gave it to you. In fact, it is equivalent to the transfer of the throne. If you can find the survivors of Elferts, they might be willing to worship you as the king." Linjia's mouth twitched. "Forget it, I'm just the owner of a bookstore. I can manage books, but managing people? I don't want to end up like Kandra." Silver's tone was gentle. "I know you are lazy." She paused, and then said softly, "I won't appear for a while. You can use your own dream to swallow this dream. This way, you can come in without the dream catcher." Linjia was surprised. "Where are you going?" Silver said, "It's a secret." Linjia. Silver smiled and said, "But I promise, we will meet again soon." Linjia still wanted to speak, but he felt a cold and soft touch on his forehead, and he was speechless for a moment. Linjia opened his eyes and woke up from the dream. The dream catcher hanging directly above him quickly turned into ashes under the faint light of dawn, and nothing was left. He smacked his lips and recalled the aftertaste. Suddenly, he was stunned. That voice seemed to be very similar to Silver's. Although the open-air banquet didn't start until 8 the next day, Fitch woke up early in the morning. After washing up, he went to his room and practiced in front of the mirror what he should say when he saw Linjia. "Ahem. Good morning. Did you sleep well last night?" No, that's too normal. And it's unnecessary. Do people of that level have insomnia?" "Ahem, what a coincidence. Are you going to have breakfast with me?" "I've asked around. The breakfast is in the restaurant on the west side of the second floor. It's a buffet, too. You can't miss it. You can also pass by the rooms of the female guests. Although you can't see anything, you might run into one." No, what am I talking about?" Fitch suddenly covered his face with his hands. "Does that Mr. Lin care about these things? He's just a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. Even the other guests at the banquet will find these topics boring and vulgar, won't they? These upper-class people. No, I can't think like a normal person anymore. I'm an extraordinary now. I have to think about how an extraordinary should talk." Fitch made up his mind as he mumbled to himself. Then, he winked and waved his hands in front of the mirror for a long time. Suddenly, he noticed that there were dark circles under his eyes, and the corners of his eyes were bloodshot. His face was very pale, too. It was obvious that he didn't sleep well. He indeed didn't sleep well. As a matter of fact, he didn't sleep at all last night. He spent all his time reading The Lair of Evil carefully. He remembered the URL, M9B. The contents of the book made him feel intoxicated, and he was unable to extricate himself from it. If he had to describe it, he felt that he had actually fallen into a very deep sleep. When he woke up, he realized that the sky was already bright. At the same time, he also felt that his soul seemed to burst like a dirty bubble in a swamp, and a new him was born from it. It was a real improvement in his abilities. It was amazing and unbelievable. He was still in that excited state and didn't feel tired at all. Fitch, however, was very satisfied with his sloppy appearance. He looked around and nodded. "That's just right. Mr. Lin will be able to see how hard I studied last night. He'll definitely be happy." Fitch felt that he had already grasped the thought process of a supernatural being. Although his current appearance was certainly not in line with the normal social etiquette, he could already imagine how those people would look at him when he looked sloppy and listless at such a high-end banquet. Originally, with his status and the cheap clothes he was wearing, those people looked at him with disdain. This time, things would definitely get worse. But what does it matter? Or rather, I like to see these so-called upper-class people reveal malice under their sanctimonious appearances. Feichi smiled proudly. As for me, I only need to pay attention to Mr. Lin's thoughts. Maybe he'll give me some pointers after seeing how hard I'm working. I'm sure I'm the only one who can think of that. You're a genius, Fitch. Fitch wasn't stingy with his praise as he tugged at his bow tie. Then, with his head held high and his chest puffed out, he strode out the door and headed towards Xianxia's room. Humph, especially that young noble who appeared out of nowhere last night. He actually interrupted his plans to ask for guidance, and even got to receive private guidance from Mr. Lin. As an extraordinaire, he could tell at a glance that this guy was a threat. It was right not to be nice to him yesterday, but it didn't matter, he had won now. The more Fitch thought about it, the prouder he became. He walked to Xianxia's door and coughed twice, preparing to respectfully knock on the door. Creak, the door to the room next to him suddenly opened. Fitch was suddenly alerted, and his expression changed. This was that kid's room, looks like he's noticed, and he's actually so proactive. Heh, but this time I won't. Just as Fitch felt like he was burning up, he saw Galich stagger out of the room. He dragged his feet weakly, his hair a mess like a bird's nest, and his movements as slow as a zombie's. As if he sensed someone beside him, Galich raised his head, revealing an extremely haggard face. Fitch's eyes bulged. After one night, the originally well-dressed young noble had a ghastly pale face. His eyes were lifeless, and his lips were chapped. Even his face seemed to have lost a lot of weight, and his entire demeanor seemed to have aged at least 10 years. What on earth happened last night? No, wait. Fitch recovered from his shock and began to feel suspicious. This kid couldn't be thinking the same thing as him, could he? Hey. Fitch took a step forward and extended his hand to block Galich's path. However, Galich frowned and immediately walked around him, muttering indecipherable words to himself. Something about the devil, it's all my fault, I have to fix my mistake, and so on. His expression alternated between conflicted, regretful, and anxious, as if he had completely fallen into a demonic state. Fitch thought to himself, this kid is even worse than me. This won't do. If Mr. Lin sees him like this, he definitely won't notice me. He simply reached out and pressed down on Galich's shoulder, pulling him back. The latter was originally about to reach the door with a heart full of apprehension, but when he was pulled back, he immediately turned back with reddened eyes and shouted angrily, "Let go." Fitch's interest was instead piqued when he saw him like this. He chuckled and said, "What? So what if I don't let go? I've been annoyed with you since yesterday. Let me think, the way extraordinaires resolve problems should be the strongest being king, right? If you want me to let go, then give it a try." Although his words were extremely childish, he was not careless in his actions. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and the distorted colors were like multicolored black that was almost nauseating. His spiritual domain instantly spread out and attacked Greg. It was a mind-controlling ability. Galich was shocked. He recalled the information he had asked Winston to help him investigate last night. Then, he immediately recited a mind-stabilizing incantation at high speed in his mind. At the same time, he multitasked and used the transformation technique he was best at. His hand turned into a wolf's claw, and he grabbed Fitch's arm and twisted it. The best way to interrupt an extraordinaire with mind-type abilities was to directly attack their physical body. This guy actually dared to get so close to someone else. It was obvious that he had never experienced actual combat before. Galich's mind was in a mess, and this ignorant guy in front of him had become his punching bag. Ah. Crack. Creak, What's that sound? The door to Xianxia's room suddenly opened. The young man turned around and closed the door. When he turned around, he paused in his steps and looked at the two people standing on his left and right like door gods. They were at least 2 meters away from each other, and their postures were very strange. What's wrong? It's so early in the morning, and both of you look worse than the other. Did you not sleep well? Boss Lin showed a concerned expression. Very, very good. I slept very well. Thank you for your concern. Fitch showed a forced smile. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He waved a hand as a greeting, and hid his broken hand behind his back. Me too. Galich took a deep breath and endured the various needle-like pain and negative emotions in his head. He almost wanted to kneel on the ground and kowtow. Ge had been fretting and regretting the entire night over the news that the situation was likely to turn against Xianxia. The immense pressure of saving Xianxia and everyone else in the vicinity of number 67 Street was all on his shoulders, making it hard for him to breathe. His mental state was already extremely tense to begin with. Now that he had been stimulated by Fitch's ability, he felt like a balloon filled with water that would explode with just a little more force. As for Fitch, this newly promoted extraordinaire, he had only been a vagabond in the past and had never been injured to such a degree. He was almost in tears from the pain. Fortunately, he was no longer the same as before. In an instant, he had used his ability to block out the pain in his mind. The trembling and cold sweat he was feeling now were actually just the remnants of the pain he had felt earlier. The result of this confrontation was that both sides had suffered great losses. Ge thought to himself that this demon really liked to play with people's hearts. Who would believe that it was a coincidence that he had appeared just as they were about to fight? He secretly gritted his teeth. Damn it, it was just like that time in the bookstore. He had purposely let him see Xianxia collapse, leaving him with an indelible trauma. And now, he had purposely let him shoulder this heavy task alone. If he couldn't overcome that trauma, he wouldn't be able to break out of this deadlock now. What was even more frightening was that he had actually found another extraordinaire from God knows where. This was clearly a new face that had never appeared before, but had instantly become his loyal fan. According to the information he had obtained from Winston yesterday, this Fitch was actually related to the Road of the Flaming Sword. The reason this fellow could become an extraordinaire was because the Road of the Flaming Sword was currently being tracked down by the secret ritual tower as part of the sublimation plan. Together with those dark shadow assassins, they were part of the same plan. Remember this in a second. http://m9bkuj. The people who had been interfered with all had one thing in common: they had directly turned from ordinary people into extraordinaires of a relatively high level. However, Fitch had no connection with the bookstore at all before this, so he had only been recorded as an insignificant name. However, since the owner of the bookstore had chosen this person to contact, it must have been premeditated. It was just that more and more clues were tangled together like a ball of yarn, making it more and more difficult to understand the purpose of his participation in this banquet. Ge looked at Fitch. Since there was no way to get the answer directly from the owner of the bookstore, he might as well start with this person. Xianxia blinked and looked at Ge and Fei Qi, who were secretly glaring at each other. He couldn't help but feel that there was something strange about these two. If one had to describe it, it would be that the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Was there any conflict between the two of them? They just met last night, didn't they? Why did they seem like old enemies this morning? Looking at the two of them, one more haggard than the other, could it be that something had happened last night? However, it seemed that the two of them did not want outsiders to know. Well, as their mutual understanding and good friend, he naturally would not interfere. It was definitely not because the competition between customers would lead to better sales. Xianxia smiled and said to the two of them, "That's good. By the way, you two should know each other, right?" Ge nodded, while Fei Qi shook his head. "Xianxia? ? The two of them looked at each other. Ge was clearly expressionless, but Fei Qi seemed to see contempt and disdain in his eyes. It was as if he was saying, "I've seen through you long ago, but you know nothing about me." Fei Qi could not stand those kinds of arrogant faces. He laughed in anger and immediately moved to Xianxia's side and said shamelessly, "It seems that I really am ignorant. Mr. Lin, can you introduce me? By the way, I have a lot of questions to ask you. For example, I read the book you gave me yesterday." In it, Ge did not expect that with just this one action, he would hand over the right to speak to Fei Qi. The latter's mouth kept smacking, and he could not get a word in edgewise. Xianxia was also very receptive to this. He enthusiastically helped to clear up Fei Qi's doubts, and the two of them chatted happily. Ge felt like he was a clown. No, the noble youth ground his teeth. This guy was just too thick-skinned. Fortunately, Xianxia had always been fair. He even took the time to turn around and ask, "Little Ge, do you want to have breakfast together?" Little Ge. Ge expression was about to crack. Although he knew that the owner of the bookstore would call someone like Wang old Wang, it was still a little hard for him to accept it. Ge decided to give up on thinking. He seized this opportunity to speak and immediately continued, "Actually, I've heard about the uniqueness of your bookstore from Mr. Xianxia, and I'm very interested in the books you sell. I'm sure you've already seen my troubles yesterday. Do you have any books to recommend?" Feiqi put on a fake smile. "Oh, it's almost time. Let's go eat first. Breakfast won't be served when the new banquet starts. We have to hurry." This again, Galij wanted nothing more than to jump up and twist this guy's head off. His rising blood pressure made the veins on his forehead throb. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and silently chanted the incantation for grease in his mind. Dark warlocks weren't easy to bully, *pa, bang. Feiqi slipped and fell hard to the ground. He fell to the ground with a dazed expression, and then his expression turned to anger. He had already blocked out all his pain, but the feeling of making a fool of himself in front of Lin Jia was even more unacceptable. Boss Lin was dumbfounded by the fall. "Are you all right?" Feiqi got up and forced a smile. I'm fine. Lin Jia glanced at the ground. The pool of shiny liquid didn't seem to be there half a second ago. He rubbed his chin and frowned as he looked around. Where did the oil come from? Could it have seeped out? But that shouldn't be the case. How could such a strange problem exist in a mansion that had people taking care of it every day? He suddenly looked at Galij with a suspicious expression. Galij's heart skipped a beat. He had an extremely bad premonition. It was as if something terrible would happen if the owner of the bookstore in front of him realized the truth. He said stiffly, It's normal. In fact, this kind of floor usually needs to be polished with a special oil, so there might be some residual oil. Then, when the heater is turned on, the oil melts. When people walk past, the oil will press against the floor, and then the oil will come out." Lin Jia raised his eyebrows. "Is that so?" Galij nodded and patted his chest. "As a noble, I know a little about these buildings. You can trust me." Lin Jia thought about it and agreed. After all, Galij was a true noble. Sigh, evil rich people. He shook his head and patted Feiqi's arm. "Be careful when you walk. Don't fall again. Otherwise, you won't be able to attend the banquet if you're sent to the hospital." Fitch shuddered, because that was his injured hand. Was Boss Lin warning him that if he wasn't strong enough, he would be eliminated? Feiqi swallowed his saliva and hurriedly forced a smile. "It's fine, I'm in good health. I'll be fine even if I fall a few more times. Look, I can run and jump." He purposely jumped a few times to prove his health. He didn't want to be eliminated now. This banquet had only just begun, and there were already undercurrents surging. It was hard to imagine what would happen later. Wasn't this the kind of situation he wanted to participate in to increase his presence? He definitely couldn't miss it. However, in reality, he now felt that he had to find a place to treat his arm after breakfast. Otherwise, it would be completely crippled soon. But it wouldn't be a big deal even if it was crippled. He could easily exchange it for the artificial limbs sold by Luo Resources. In any case, he no longer needed to rely on playing the violin to make a living, and his ability didn't rely on his body. As for whether Luo Resources would be willing to sell him those expensive artificial limbs that were almost exclusively for certain groups of people, the answer was definitely yes. After all, he was now Boss Lin's lackey, regardless of whether these people knew Boss Lin's true strength or not. Just from the surface, Boss Lin was an honored guest specially invited by the Ji family. His significance to Miss Ji was even greater. Now that he could walk together with Boss Lin, it was as if he had made a connection with Luo Resources. No matter how bad Luo Resources was, they couldn't treat people related to Boss Lin unfavorably. Thus, he could use Boss Lin's might to his advantage. Of course. The premise is that he can always maintain a relatively familiar relationship with Boss Lin. It's good that you're fine." Lin Jia saw that he could at least move freely and was slightly relieved. But he still instructed, "If you really feel uncomfortable anywhere, you must tell me. I can get someone to send you to the hospital." Galij immediately said with a serious expression, "I can call my servants to come and help carry you away." This brat was definitely taking pleasure in his misfortune. Feiqi gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you for your concern, but there's really no need. I'm really fine now." Galij quietly snorted coldly, ignoring Feiqi's murderous gaze. He continued to raise his head and pretended to ask for advice. Mr. Lin, to continue my question, can you recommend a few books for me? I've heard from Xianxia that your book is a bitter medicine that can save people who are at a loss. It can even help them find their direction and goals in life. As a scout, a natural disguise and a smooth performance were also necessary. If he hadn't been frightened by Lin Jia's sudden appearance at the door, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. However, Lin Jia didn't immediately recommend him a taboo book as he expected. Instead, he patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Your problem involves interpersonal relationships, identity differences, and psychological problems. It's not something that can be easily solved by reading a book." Galich was taken aback. "What do you think?" Lin Jia revealed a friendly smile and said, "If you don't mind, I can chat with you more in the next few days. I'm very good at counseling. If you don't believe me, you can ask your teacher." If one ignored certain prerequisites, chatting with the bookstore owner was actually the most beneficial way. For example, Xianxia often received guidance from him and had now risen to the level of a god. However, at the same time, this also meant that one could become a chess piece in his plan, facing the possibility of being used or abandoned at any time. No, this was already a certainty, wasn't it? Galich now felt that his appearance at this banquet must have been premeditated. Back to the topic, since Lin Jia had said so, Galich couldn't refute him. This also created more opportunities for communication. If it was more dangerous, then so be it. After all, it couldn't be more dangerous than now. Of course, he was no longer alone now. He had the entire Mai Tower as his backup. As long as the current situation didn't change too much, he didn't need to be so afraid even if he had to face Lin Jia's brainwashing. Thus, Galich nodded and said, "Of course I don't mind, as long as you don't find me annoying." Seeing Lin Jia's excited expression, Fei Qi raised his voice and said, "Ah, we're here. This place is so big, and there's so much variety of food. I've never seen some of it before." As expected of a gathering of the upper class, ignoring these feeble words that were purely used to attract attention, as well as the sarcastic tone, the breakfast area in front of them was just as Fitch had said. It was a large, spacious, and well-lit restaurant that wasn't the least bit inferior to yesterday's banquet. At this moment, there were already many well-dressed guests in the dining hall. They were eating quietly in their respective corners or conversing in low voices. Under normal circumstances, when the Ji family entertained guests, the maids would send breakfast directly into their rooms the next day. That was the normal treatment. However, the purpose of this banquet was to provide a high-end social platform. Of course, it was necessary to give the guests as many opportunities to interact with each other as possible. However, when there was interaction, there would naturally be conflicts. Fei Qi's voice was especially clear and piercing at this moment. However, when they frowned and looked over, they realized that the figure behind this fellow was one of the people involved in yesterday's incident. Their desire to berate him was choked, and they could only silently swallow it back, although they didn't know what kind of background this fellow called Lin Jia had. Miss Ji's attitude towards him was obvious. They couldn't afford to offend him. No one wanted to become the second John, right? Lin Jia looked around and agreed with Fei Qi's sigh. It's really big. This dining hall for breakfast was even bigger than his bookstore. It was quite a blow to him. No wonder Fei Qi, who was born in the lower class, had such a sour attitude. However, this had nothing to do with him. He was only here to freeload food and drinks. Naturally, the bigger the dining hall, the better. Lin Jia shrugged and prepared to throw himself into the business of freeloading. Not far away, a blonde girl in a plain white dress suddenly became alert. She turned her head to look in Lin Jia's direction. An expression of surprise and fanaticism appeared on her originally cold face. She was so excited that her cheeks flushed. She immediately lifted the hem of her dress and walked over to Lin Jia, leaving behind the dumbfounded nobles who had been surrounding her. Lin Jia had just picked a seat when he heard a trembling Mr. Lin. He looked up and saw a familiar face. "Ah, it's you." One of Wang Erda's newly recruited assistants. Her name was Charlotte, and her codename was Snow. Snowflake. "Ah no, I should call you Charlotte. Long time no see. I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence." Lin Jia was a little surprised to see an acquaintance at this banquet. Although they had only met once, they could be considered acquaintances. After all, he had given a lesson to old Wang's new assistants. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Ahem, he didn't really want to be their father. That was the principle, and their friendship as teachers was quite deep. Speaking of which, he had joked with Ge Lij last night that he wanted to see him meet old Wang's assistants. Who knew that they would meet today? What a coincidence. He turned his head and saw that Ge Lij, who had been exchanging glances with Fei Qi, was looking at him with a frightened expression. Although this level of coincidence was very frightening, it really had nothing to do with him. Lin Jia spread his hands to show that he was helpless about his jinx. Ge Lij was already numb to this demon's act of pretending to be innocent. No matter how real it looked, he must be doing it on purpose, but the most important thing now was not to discuss this demon's deep-rooted evil nature, but to think about how to face Wang Erda's assistants who were just a meter away from him. Remember the website, M9Bkuj. Calm but unexpectedly, Ge Lij felt that he was relatively calm now. He had been caught off guard by Boss Lin's words and learned the true identity and appearance of Snowflake, yes, the true identities of Wang Erda's assistants who had been hiding under masks, but in reality, they had not been found out until today. After all, their appearance was too sudden and there were no clues to follow. With Wang Erda, the master of hide-and-seek who had been able to hide under the nose of the secret ritual tower for 2 whole years, investigating them was naturally as difficult as ascending to the heavens. At least, it would not be possible in a short period of time without investing enough manpower. But when he thought about how he was still an important chess piece in Boss Lin's hands, a source of a lot of fun, he felt surprisingly at ease. After all, as long as he still had value, he would not be abandoned easily. At most, he would be toyed with, and his life would not be in danger at all. While Ge Lij remained vigilant, he began to wonder if there was something wrong with his mental state. However, Ge Lij's vigilance seemed destined to be in vain at this moment. Charlotte's eyes couldn't contain anyone else. She lifted her skirt and bowed deeply to Lin Jia. She blushed and said softly, "I didn't expect to see you here." She couldn't hide her excitement, and even her hands were trembling. As Wang Erda's assistant, or rather, a henchman, she was the only one who didn't participate in the battle on number 67th Street. The reason was simple. As a well-known cunning character, Wang Erda would never leave himself a way out. Even in the battle with Yusefu, his mortal enemy, he still had Charlotte prepare a teleportation formation at all times. As long as he received the order, he could immediately teleport Wang Erda over without anyone noticing. He carried out his usual vigilance. As for Charlotte, she followed the plan and attended the mortal banquet as an ordinary person because of her identity as a noble. It was Ji Jishu's birthday banquet. However, because of this, Charlotte spent a lot of time preparing the absolutely foolproof teleportation spell. As a result, she missed the start of the banquet and could only enter at breakfast time the next day. She didn't expect to see the Lord here, all of their actions were indeed in the Lord's eyes. Then, the Lord who knew everything personally came here. Could it be that he saw the hidden ending at a certain moment in the future? No, she couldn't guess the Lord's intentions. As long as she followed the Lord's thoughts, even Wang Erda's orders had less priority. From this moment on, her mission might change. Charlotte's breathing quickened. When she thought that she might be lucky enough to be used by the Lord, she couldn't suppress her heartbeat. She stared at Lin Jia with burning eyes and said, "Is there anything I can do for you? If there is, please use me as much as you want." Her expression and words, coupled with her flushed face, made it seem like she was passionately in love from an ordinary person's point of view. If one looked closely, they would discover that the light in her eyes wasn't love, but a devout devotion that bordered on faith. Like a fanatic who saw her God descending, she couldn't wait to prostrate herself and kiss the ground in front of the Lord's feet. However, due to the limitations of the occasion, she couldn't kneel down and kiss the ground in front of Lin Jia to show her loyalty. Thus, based on her current behavior, she was no different from a young girl who saw her sweetheart. Thus, not far away, some of the nobles who had been surrounding Charlotte all revealed stunned expressions. This was too unbelievable. The girl who was known for being cold and aloof, that untouchable flower, actually expressed her feelings so straightforwardly to a man of the opposite sex. The only way to describe her current state of mind was to say that they had seen a ghost. Immediately, someone in the group recalled that this seemingly amiable young man was the person who had been invited to the first dance by Ji Jishu last night. He was also the person involved in the massacre of Fred's family. This is already beyond the level of seeing a ghost, their hearts were in a mess. There's definitely a big problem with this guy. On the other side, Lin Jia couldn't help but twitch his mouth. How should he put it? He felt like he had run into some strange luck with women recently. These girls were all so passionate. Never mind Miss G, why did even a student whom he had only met once have such thoughts? Wasn't this wording a little strange? No, there's no need to order me around. Lin Jia shook his head and complained, you make me sound like a black-hearted contractor. However, I do have a favor to ask of you. Charlotte's eyes lit up like a dog wagging its tail. She nodded and said, please ask. Galige's pupils contracted. He was instantly on high alert, his face full of nervousness. Was he finally going to make a move? Lin Jia said, You seem to have arrived before us, so you should know better. Do you have any recommendations? Galige froze on the spot. Fitch let out a soft chuckle. Charlotte was still enthusiastic and bowed again. It's my honor to be of service to you. I think the honey cake and black tea here are most worth tasting. She smiled and gestured for him to follow her. Lin Jia nodded and walked in front. Charlotte followed and turned to look at Galige. She stuck out her tongue, which had black runes engraved on it, and licked her lips. She revealed a sinister and terrifying expression, and used the spiritual intimidation unique to dark magi to threaten him. Dark magi who have pledged allegiance to the secret ritual tower, follow me. Before the Lord announces victory, death will follow you like a shadow. In a corner of the manor unknown to everyone, the laws of spacetime were distorted, causing the entire space to temporarily overlap. The vegetation in the surroundings was in a state of rebirth and withering at the same time for a second before vanishing into nothingness. A slender and muscular bronze arm, together with half of a naked woman's body, suddenly appeared from the ripples of spacetime. Only half of her body was left. The middle part of her body seemed to have been cut off, but there was no flesh and blood. There were only illusions of flowing light and vibrant colors that connected to an unknown place. Her long metallic hair fluttered in the air, and her rusty green eyes were filled with chaotic scenes. If Michael were here, he would definitely recognize that this was one of the angels he had been waiting for, Yanner. Like the other founders of the Road of the Flaming Sword, Yanner was not a real angel. This name was just a meaningless code name. However, unlike the other members, Yanner did not have a real name. Therefore, when Michael proposed to use Yanner as her code name, not only did she accept it, but she also thought that it was a good name, so she simply used it as her own name. For ordinary transcendence, a real name had much more meaning than that, and it might even be the gate of life. Of course, it was impossible for them to casually accept a word of unknown origin as their own name. However, for Yanner, words that were expressed in all the common languages on the continent could not affect her at all, so it did not matter. After all, her race was somewhat special. From what I can sense, the last remnant aura is here. Yanner floated in the air and raised her head slightly. Her rusty green eyes that were full of chaos stared straight ahead. She stretched out her only arm that was full of strength and beauty. Her palm grasped the air as if she had grasped something. The space in this place then curled up like a crumpled piece of paper, forming a point full of information. Rays of light floated out of this point and intertwined as they floated into the space between her eyebrows. The scene where a trace of the aura of her kind had once leaked out was displayed in her mind. The black-haired young man stopped here, standing out from the crowd walking forward. He was communicating with a weak transcendent who had the mark of the Road of the Flaming Sword on her body. At some point, he opened a crack in the dream and took out a book from it. Remember, http://m9bkuj. At the same time, a faint cry for help from her kind flowed out of the dream, but it only lasted for a moment before it disappeared as the crack closed. Pa. Yanner clenched her fist and crushed this information point from the past. She looked at the dissipating light and frowned. A dream crack. He opened it so easily? And his strength, it's like it's shrouded in fog. I can't sense it clearly at all, but this is not a problem for me. I just need to go back in time. Arnold's eyes were half closed. The wings made of thousands of illusions wriggled and emitted colorful light intermittently like a neon tube, as if they were resonating with something. So that's how it is. A half-dragon body formed from the fruit of the dragon marrow tree and the petrifying dragon heart. Silver bestowed me with the ability to control dream force, as well as the constant help of a certain mysterious existence. There are also those books of unknown origins. Interesting. It only took him half a year to grow from an ordinary person to a god-level being. I have to say, it is indeed a great achievement. However, this is still far from surpassing the level of the gods. Moreover, this is not his own achievement. What is truly worth paying attention to is the mysterious existence that has yet to appear, and Silver. Silver's aura has been greatly weakened. He seems to have left. That's great. The difficulty has decreased. Speaking of which, isn't the goal of Michael and the others to open the path to Dreamscape and obtain the way to advance in Dreamscape? In other words, this fellow is probably already standing at the end of their thousands of years of planning. No wonder they gathered all the angels to work together this time. To them, an enemy of this level is indeed worthy of their vigilance. But to me, this is just a few more tricks. Arnold snorted indifferently. His expression was extremely arrogant and calm, as if he was in control of everything. He thought to himself, no time and space can escape my senses and control. Even in Dreamscape, I can still come and go as I please. That place has long been empty. There is no true God at all. It is just a nest gathered by a bunch of primordial creations that were born from chaos. The fear of the people is just a manifestation of ignorance. Even though these primordial creations are powerful enough, they are still lacking compared to the four witches, compared to Silver and Fraxinus. It's no wonder they were able to sleep peacefully in Dreamscape for so many years. She floated forward along the trajectory left by this information point with a disdainful and mocking expression on her face. If I didn't want to see the expressions on these guys' faces when they finally found out that the place they spent so much effort to reach was just a garbage dump in the end, how would I have joined this so-called Path of Fire sword? The surrounding snowflakes drifted down and passed through her body without any hindrance. Only small circles of ripples were created, indicating that this body did not actually exist in this time and space. It was just an existence similar to a projection. Her real body was, without a doubt, a huge butterfly that folded its wings on the continuous timeline in an unknown place connected by the illusionary threads extending from half of her body. That's right. Arnold's real body was the superior form of the clockwheel worm, an evolver that stood out from the trillions of worms that resided on the timeline. The butterfly of time. The half-human body that she materialized was a mental body that was born according to the aesthetics that she absorbed from human society. Therefore, it was full of a sense of confusion. After all, you couldn't expect an insect to completely understand the aesthetics of human beings. The purpose of Arnold's trip was precisely because she sensed the aura of someone of her kind who had helped her when she was still a clockwheel worm. Many years ago, a certain human family captured it with a special method and used it to manipulate time on a small scale. It was even passed down from generation to generation as a family heirloom. Before Arnold had a name, this kind of trivial matter did not interest her at all. After all, for an insect, eating and sleeping were the only two things that she could think about in her mind. Everything else was not worth mentioning. But after observing human society for thousands of years, she gradually learned to desire. Until recently, when she was awakened by Michael, she felt as if she had broken out of her cocoon again. Looking back at everything in the past, she had a different experience. Especially when she saw her insignificant companion being taken away and heard the faint wailing that had lasted for thousands of years, an emotion called anger rose in her heart for the first time. She could not help but not go to the agreed place mentioned by Michael. Instead, she came alone to find the person who now held the clockwheel worm box. Now, she was going to pick up her companion. Half of Arnold's body, which was glowing like a pair of wings, stretched out. Unbeknownst to everyone in the manor, it gradually covered the sky. The space and time around the manor were distorted as if they could not bear it and started to crack. It was like an invisible cocoon that had fallen into a net. Arnold, who was floating straight toward the final information point, did not realize that under her body, which was supposed to be an illusion and not a real body, there was a shadow. There was another shadow following closely behind her. Ji Bonong sat on the sofa in the study room, rubbing his hands together nervously. He didn't seem to have any of the steadiness and calmness of someone who controlled Nuo Jin's biggest monopoly last night. He was just a nervous middle-aged man. According to the banquet's arrangements, today was Ji Jishu's birthday, so the guests would present their birthday gifts. Naturally, Boss Lin would also present his own gift. However, since the cooperation had already been decided, and Ji Jishu would definitely become Boss Lin's wife, this gift wouldn't make Ji Bonong too nervous. What he was nervous about was the gift that Boss Lin was about to give him. "My dear father, please calm down. You look like an anxious fly right now." Ji Jishu stood to one side, tidying up her appearance as she ridiculed him expressionlessly. Because today's banquet was held in the open air, she had changed into a relatively casual white dress. She still had the red rose pinned on her chest. The rose's body was still rooted and guarding the base camp of the hunter organization she founded, Spider. What was on her body now was actually a part of her, but her strength was still not weak. This clone included the rose field outside the manor, as well as the decorative roses and vases that could be seen everywhere in the manor. It could be used as a monitor at all times to inform Ji Jishu of the situation in the manor. Ji Bonong choked and glared at his daughter. "If I'm a fly, what are you?" "A little fly?" calmed Ji Jishu. She was just about to comfort her father when she suddenly sensed a message from Rose. Her expression immediately turned solemn and she whispered. Boss Lin woke up and went to the dining room. "He's talking with someone, the content seems to be related to the Ji family." Ji Bonong immediately became even more nervous. He took a deep breath. There must be a deeper meaning behind this. Maybe it's just like last night, his instructions. What did they say? Lin Jia sat down at one of the dining tables and placed the honey cake and black tea in his hands on the table. He also expressed his thanks to the waiter who pulled out the chair for him. Although Charlotte was very proactive in helping him carry the breakfast, Lin Jia didn't think he needed to stoop so low. A hint of surprise flashed across the waiter's face. Then, out of professionalism, he quickly adjusted his expression and hid it behind a smile. He bowed to Lin Jia and asked, "Is there anything else you need?" "No more." Lin Jia shook his head and looked at the other three with an inquiring gaze. The latter also shook their heads. The waiter straightened his back and nodded. "I will be waiting by the side. If you need anything, you can wave to me." Lin Jia watched as the waiter quietly stood in the corner. He couldn't help but sigh. Even the servants in this Ji family manor are clearly different from those inside and outside. As a low-class person, Fei Qi felt this deeply. He nodded and subconsciously began to point out the world out of habit. Last night, the servants outside were arrogant to those who weren't dressed elegantly and bowed to those who were obviously wealthy. Now, the servants serving inside are all docile and courteous no matter who they are. It may seem that way, but there's no difference at all. Fei Qi gritted his teeth and said angrily, "It's only because the servants in the manor are sure to meet those who are qualified to enter that they are always humble and courteous. As far as I know, these servants must have lived in the manor since they were young. Perhaps they have never seen what the slums are like. There's no comparison, and they don't know this, so there's no difference in treatment. But no matter which one it is, this is a remnant of the class system." He glared fiercely at the pasta on his plate and stirred it with his fork. A remnant of the past that needs to be eliminated. He was blatantly pointing at the mulberry and the locust tree. Gulige and Charlotte, two people of noble birth, were directly targeted. However, Charlotte only smiled without saying a word. She raised her knife and fork and cut a small piece of bread in front of her. Gulige immediately retorted, "However, the Ji family isn't a so-called noble family at all. They're just down-and-out wanderers who migrated from the wild north. They're commoners with nothing special. They're just tools who relied on the support of the central district to gain some benefits. What made them become like this isn't the so-called class system. It's simply because they have power in their hands that they gradually forget their original intentions." A commoner who had just gained power. "No, you're at Ji Jishu's birthday banquet in Ji Bonong's manor. You're criticizing the Ji family from different angles, and every word you say is hurtful. Is this really okay? I'm just lamenting about the difference in attitude." The corner of Lin Jia's mouth twitched. He could only say, It was fortunate that Jijishu didn't come today. Otherwise, a fight might have broken out. Jijishu, who was eavesdropping, nodded. She felt that she completely understood. She turned to her father and said, "Boss Lin is using the words of those extraordinaires to warn us to be careful of the superior mentality brought about by power. He's also warning us not to forget our original intentions. Don't forget that we were once commoners, and he's very dissatisfied with the remnants of the noble class." Jibanong was alert. He immediately said in a low voice, "This is what we should do. Families that have been used as tools for thousands of years will no longer use others as tools to oppress others. Everything we do in the future will be for the sake of commoners like us." Jijishu nodded and sneered. But his attitude towards the Fred family yesterday already represented a lot. It looks like these noble vermin in the central district are finally going to meet their end. And this may also be the first battle where we completely control Roar's resources. Alright. I was just saying it casually. There's no need for that. Lin Jia waved his hand in embarrassment, indicating for these two explosive barrels to sit down. Breakfast is more important. It's getting cold. You're right. Hearing Boss Lin's words, Gulige and Fitch immediately nodded and shut their mouths. They obediently sat down in their seats and began to eat breakfast. Charlotte, who had been watching from the sidelines, smiled and said, That's right. Boss Lin is still here, and you're actually arguing among yourselves. You really don't know any manners. This woman was full of schemes. No. How is this arguing? It's just a friendly discussion. Isn't that right, Fitch? Gulige forced a smile and almost broke the fork in his hand. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He couldn't continue arguing with Fitch. This woman in front of him was the real enemy. Yes. We're all very respectful to Boss Lin. Eat, hurry up and eat. Fitch also realized the problem and looked at Charlotte warily. As if she didn't notice, Charlotte said enthusiastically, Boss Lin, the honey cake here is best eaten while it's hot. There's a draw. Is that so? Then we really have to hurry up and taste it. Lin Jia nodded and picked up his knife and fork. Looking at the tempting honey cake, he hesitated about which angle he should cut it from. At this moment, the three extraordinaires all felt a bone-chilling sense of inspiration. They raised their heads and looked above the restaurant. All the roses in the manor opened up at the same time and grew ferocious barbs. In the center of the petals, abscessed eyeballs squeezed out. They trembled violently in fear and let out incomprehensible murmurs. Jijishu felt the same as the roses at this moment. A layer of cold sweat and goosebumps appeared on her skin due to the intense fear. An unfamiliar and powerful pressure appeared in the entire manor. Her pupils constricted and she took 2 steps back. God level? What? The pupils of the 3 people who were preparing to eat constricted. Their bodies trembled violently as they looked at the ceiling of the restaurant in horror. To be able to serve as the main breakfast venue of the manor, this built-in restaurant was naturally expensive. The arched dome above had a piece of hollowed-out stained glass, which was originally used for lighting and decoration. At this moment, through that piece of glass, one could clearly see a huge shadow unfurling in midair. Countless colorful rays of light floated and flowed like tentacles and ribbons with a chaotic rhythm. They covered the entire sky and formed a blurry shape that resembled butterfly wings, slowly flapping as if they were about to. The thousands of rays of light either flowed down from the walls, spread out through the glass, or crawled out from the surrounding spatial cracks. Some even touched the tip of Fitch's nose. The tramp's body stiffened as he stared at the extremely strange rays of light with a face full of cold sweat. He was almost cross-eyed, but he was muddle-headed and did not know what to do. Of course, apart from the visual experience, their instincts as extraordinaires were also wildly agitated. Charlotte, Gulige, and Fitch were still fine, but Jijishu had already stimulated the tainted blood in her body due to the pressure. She arched her body and turned into a huge half-wolf. Her silver mane was so agitated that it stood up. Her orange-yellow eyes were extremely cold as she let out a low howl. Although she could control the boiling blood in her body, it was clearly safer to let her instincts run wild at this moment. Little Sue, what's wrong? Remember the website, M9bkuj. Calm in contrast, as an ordinary person, Jibanong's reaction was not as intense. He only covered his head with both hands and called out his daughter's name while trembling under the wolf's claws. Jijishu tried her best to continue investigating Boss Lin's situation in the restaurant through most of the dead roses that had exploded. Her expression was rather interesting as she said in a low voice, "It's fine. This god level seems to be coming for Boss Lin, it was not just them." All the extraordinaires who were hiding in the manor and attending the banquet felt an indescribable extreme fear at the same time. It was enough to suffocate them as if their throats were being strangled. But the most terrifying thing was that even though they were terrified to the extreme, they couldn't even run away. Everyone who was enveloped in it, their thoughts and movements began to become extremely slow and disconnected. They could only watch as their movements stopped, and their hearts were tormented by an infinitely elongated fear. This sudden and powerful god-level pressure even caused some highly spiritual extraordinaires to scream on the spot as their heads exploded from their spines to their heads. Countless wriggling translucent insects could be vaguely seen in the splattered flesh. As for how much panic and screams this scene caused in various parts of the manor, it was no longer important at this moment. A god-level being that I've never seen before, this is impossible, this is impossible. He was now unfolding his domain in front of the manor. Furthermore, it's a highly mysterious space-time domain. Why didn't the Myrtle Tower react at all? Gulij turned pale with fright and gulped. At the same time, he resisted the pressure and turned to look at Lin Jia. But for now, Boss Lin seemed to be oblivious. He was still thinking about how to cut the cake with his head down. However, Gulij believed that everything wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. His thoughts were also a little blurry due to the tremors brought about by fear, but he still tried his best to stay clear-headed. However, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Putting aside the fact that this god level's destructive power isn't any weaker than Teacher's battlefield, aren't they afraid of angering this demon? In the Myrtle Tower's intelligence files, there wasn't a single god level that matched the characteristics of the scene in front of him. However, there were no cracks in the dream world, which meant that this god level wasn't a dream beast from the dream world, but had always existed in the real world. Was it because the Myrtle Tower didn't detect it, or was this god level so powerful, or was it? Gulij's thoughts broke into pieces here. His vision was still looking at Lin Jia, but his thoughts couldn't continue. Everyone in the restaurant was like Gulij. They were like little insects trapped in amber, frozen in place at this moment. At the same time, the roof of the restaurant had been completely penetrated by the enormous butterfly wings made of countless strands of light. Yanner, who was floating in the air above the restaurant, sensed that the entire manor was completely under her control. She couldn't help but narrow her eyes and reveal a joyful smile. No one could escape the law of time. This was the greatest advantage she had as a god-level entity. She was always at a disadvantage when competing with other god-level entities in terms of domain concept. From her perspective, Lin Jia, who was holding a knife and fork and concentrating on cutting the cake with his head lowered, also stopped what he was doing. Now, it's time to announce the results of everything. A half-naked female body flashed on the roof of the restaurant. Her expression was cold and arrogant, and combined with the flowing light, she looked like a huge and beautiful butterfly. Yanner landed behind Lin Jia and extended his hand with a smile before slowly clenching it. Everyone felt the increasing pressure. Time and space were distorted, and the threads that enveloped the entire manor were rapidly closing in and squeezing inwards. Even their bones were creaking, as if they were walking towards death. She was pushing this 1 second of time into infinity within this domain. Once she succeeded, everything in this manor would directly turn to dust and disappear into the long river of time. Not even a speck of dust would be left behind. Gulij and Charlotte were trapped in their own bodies. Their eyes were about to pop out of their heads, but they were still unable to break free no matter how hard they tried. Jijishu subconsciously held her breath. At such a critical moment, a strange thought flashed through Fitch's mind as he stared at the countless translucent threads hanging from the ceiling of the restaurant. This seems to be flowing down. Yanner suddenly saw the seemingly unaware black-haired youth move. He hesitated for a moment, wondering where he should cut. Then, his brows relaxed, and he finally made a decision. He raised the slender silver knife in his hand slightly and cut down. The restraints of time had no effect on him. F***ck. Pull, Yanner's arrogant expression froze. She revealed a look of surprise, but then she calmed down. After all, this was a god-level existence that even Michael was afraid of. It was normal for him to break free so quickly. Yanner decided to speed up the flow of time again. She clenched her fist so hard that it was about to become solid. However, something was stopping her. A hand formed from pitch-black shadows reached out from behind her, over her shoulder, and gently placed itself on her fist. Slowly but irresistibly, it pried open her fingers one by one. Gulige, who had been watching Xianxia this entire time, was shocked. He saw the shadow that had appeared at the feet of the god-level existence behind Xianxia suddenly turn into a blurry, pitch-black figure. What was that? It stood behind Yanner and hugged her in an extremely intimate manner. It grabbed her only arm and rested its chin on her shoulder. Honey. The blade in Xianxia's hand cut into the middle of the honey cake. It slid down bit by bit, separating the sticky and sweet honey sandwich from the soft cake. The pitch-black figure placed his other hand on Yanner's mouth and violently forced her mouth open. His fingers sank into her mimicry flesh, and as Yanner's expression gradually became more and more fearful, he exerted force with both hands. It tore open the butterfly's body and wings. Yanner's expression was completely distorted in all sorts of ways. Her entire body was silently torn in half from the middle. Gulige's eyes twitched, and his heart trembled. But what was even more horrifying was that after Boss Lin cut off that piece of cake, he stabbed it with a fork, pulled out the honey, and put it into his mouth. Yanner looked at Xianxia's back in horror. She wanted to shake her head in fear, but she no longer had a complete head. She could only tremble now. The pitch-black figure tilted its head, about where its head should be, and opened its mouth. If the huge hole that had completely split open from the middle and expanded to cover Yanner's entire body could be called a mouth, it bit down. In the stagnant time, Gulige's eyes, which could no longer move, reflected an apocalyptic painting full of religious meaning. In the domain of time pushed by the god-level power, everything around had begun to be annihilated. The first to bear the brunt of the destruction was the main building of the castle-like manor. The dome and walls of the restaurant, which were penetrated by the light, were washed by the power of time. They couldn't help but fade, shatter, and distort, turning into countless fragments that floated in the air. The induced spacetime cracks were like long snakes and black lightning. They appeared and disappeared from time to time, swallowing some of the objects in the surrounding space. Countless rays of light hung down and weaved into colorful butterfly wings. In the center, half of a naked woman's body was split open in the middle, like a sacrificial victim that was raised high and tied to a bonfire. She was entangled by a pitch-black shadow and had an extremely terrified expression in the air. The rusty green blood that spurted out from her broken body also solidified into blooming shapes in her own domain, like a strange burning flame. Behind her, the pitch-black shadow expanded and twisted into a huge hole, like an open mouth. And right below this magnificent painting, the culprit of all this, the black-haired young man with a gentle appearance, acted as if nothing had happened. He had his back to the extremely cruel scene and was focused on enjoying his breakfast. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and took a bite of the soft and sweet cake. At the same time, the black shadow turned into a huge abyss-like mouth and bit off half of the god-level body, directly cutting it in half from the waist down. Remember this in 1 second, http://m9bkuj.com. Pain. Pain. Pain, a scream that couldn't be heard by humans was accompanied by an excruciating pain that couldn't be understood by humans. Yanner, who had long been broken beyond recognition, opened his torn mouth wide, and a large amount of rusty green tears that were as thick as oil rolled out of his eyes uncontrollably. His entire body trembled violently, and the remaining quarter of his body leaned back violently, arching into the shape of an arch. A great horror descended in an instant. Yanner, who had never experienced such an experience, was completely blank. There was only one clear thought left: run. What was being swallowed was not only her body, but also her laws, her domain, and her control of time were collapsing. However, she was the butterfly of time, a supernatural being that relied on time to exist. For ordinary gods, losing the precepts was just a loss of power, but for her, the collapse of the precepts was equivalent to true death. At this moment, she was scared. She was really scared. But this atrocity would not stop because of her fear. She was like a butterfly trapped in a spider's web. No matter how she struggled, it would only add a little fun to the hunter who was torturing her. Every time the silver blade in Xianxia's hand cut the cake, the dark figure would mercilessly tear the god-level creature apart again, like a naive child tearing the wings of a butterfly bit by bit. The cake was wrapped in honey and put into her mouth with a fork. It is indeed delicious. The honey is sweet but not greasy, and the cake is soft and delicious. I can also taste the rich taste of butter and milk. The three complimented each other. Charlotte, your taste is very unique. Xianxia nodded and sighed. He acted as a gourmet and commented while taking a sip of the black tea. The dark figure tore at the god-level creature's body, which had descended in an unstoppable and arrogant manner a second ago. It did not even let go of the thousands of feathers around it. Bite after bite, it tore the creature apart, chewed, and swallowed. Everything happened without a sound or sound. In this frozen domain, the god-level creature could not even scream. She could only silently show an extremely distorted expression. Gulige and Fitch looked at this scene in disbelief. The dark figure seemed to have heard Xianxia's comment and nodded in agreement. What, is that thing? Is that the real owner of the unknown religion that the bookstore owner spread as described in the information, that evil god? Gulige looked at the silent show in front of him, and some scattered thoughts and guesses flashed through his mind. It was also at this moment that he suddenly realized that he could think. This means that, this god-level domain is collapsing. Unbelievable. He really, directly crushed a god-level creature who had mastered the laws of time. Gulige only felt his scalp go numb. A sense of fear that was even more terrifying than the god-level pressure he had felt earlier spread throughout his body, and it was as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. If it were not for the fact that he could not move, he would want to run away right now. Whenever he thought about how he had been face to face with such an existence for such a long period of time, and how he had even been disrespectful to the other party many times, he felt as if he had taken a tour around the gates of hell. His remaining rationality was like a candle in the wind, and his bladder was almost unable to hold it in. Gulige rolled his eyeballs that could barely move, wanting to see the reactions of the other two people. However, after he turned his eyes, he could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Fitch looked as if he had been completely scared out of his wits. His eyes were lifeless, and his mouth was agape. The only thing left was to drool. Charlotte, on the other hand, had a fanatical look on her face. If she were to put on a nun's uniform and pray now, she would probably kneel down without hesitation and become the most devout fanatic. At this moment, Gulige suddenly heard a thud sound, as if something had fallen to the ground. Xianxia's voice then sounded, it should still be edible if you pick it up in 3 seconds. At the same time, Gulige suddenly felt that the time constraint on them had suddenly and completely disappeared. The youth turned his head abruptly and saw the god-level creature that had been gnawed on by the black shadow until only an eyeball and half a cheek was left instantly evaporated, scattering into countless rays of light that escaped outwards. At the end of the rays of light, a few insects kept falling out. Boom, the god-level creature's rapid escape stirred up a silent storm that swept through everything. The matter that had previously been annihilated was spat out and pieced back together, causing time and space to be like a fragile wooden house in a hurricane. Only the area around the black shadow was unaffected. Gulige's entire body stiffened. No, the time constraint did not disappear. Instead, that god-level creature had directly reversed its own laws. From compressing to expanding, the time domain changed again. From advancing forward to retreating backward, she withdrew her control over time, and at the same time, the time that had been forcefully pulled back like a slingshot instantly returned to its original position. With the help of the natural rebound force, she was able to go against the flow of the long river and escape from the black shadow's control. Yanner used all the strength in his life to escape from death. Gulige stared blankly at all the changes in front of her. Time suddenly jumped, and the shattered walls and dome were restored again. The people around who had exploded and died in an instant just now were resurrected, and the cracks in time and space were filled up. The bright morning light cast on the stained glass, and the people who were enjoying breakfast were still chatting with each other. Some pleasant bird calls came from outside the window. It was as if nothing had happened, and everything had returned to the beginning. Except, the dark shadow that landed behind the owner of the bookstore and made a vague burping motion. Lin Jia picked up the cake from the ground, but regretfully found that 3 seconds had passed. He blinked his eyes and looked at Galij, who was in a daze. He awkwardly called for the servant just now and said, "I'm really sorry for dirtying the floor. Please clean it up." Lin Jia looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one noticed. He looked at the 3 trembling young people strangely and said, "Eat, why aren't you eating? Who the hell would be able to eat this?" Galij's expression was blank as he roared madly in his heart. He wished he could run away like that god-level expert. However, he still had the heavy responsibility of saving Yusefu and the mission from the secret ritual tower. Moreover, he couldn't run away at all. Even a god-level expert who could control the law of time couldn't affect him. This was simply an unsolvable existence. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that when Boss Lin released the other party for some unknown reason, time in the manor had also returned to its original point. No one was injured, and no one would remember the soundless battle just now. Except for the few of them who had witnessed the entire process and still retained their memories. Lin Jia looked at the 3 young people in front of him with a puzzled expression, his head full of question marks. He wondered why they were all looking at him with strange postures without moving at all. Why did their expressions suddenly become so strange after just a few bites of the cake, and each of them was strange in their own way? Galij's face was full of shock, as if he had seen a shocking scene like a sow climbing a tree. His 3 views had been shaken to the core, and he even revealed a somewhat horrified expression. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. His expression was even worse than the first time he had seen him at the door of the room. Fitch, on the other hand, had a dazed look on his face, as if he had just come back to his senses after a trip to Java Island. Charlotte looked the most normal of them all. Her expression didn't change much, but the way she looked at Lin Jia became even more fervent. It was the kind of fervor that one would feel when one saw the manifestation of God and couldn't wait to worship him. Alright, this didn't seem very normal either. But relatively speaking, she should be the most normal one. It was just that her feelings had become a little deeper. Perhaps. So why did Galij and Fitch suddenly become like this? Lin Jia fell into deep thought. After thinking about it, could it be that the 3-second rule he muttered after the cake fell had caused such a huge impact on the people of this alternate world who didn't have such a concept? Considering that Galij was a noble who paid particular attention to elegance and refinement, this method that sounded very unhygienic was indeed enough to make him reveal such a horrified expression. Well, if you think about it this way, it makes sense. As for Fitch, this former vagabond, he must have had the experience of picking up and eating food that he accidentally dropped out of reluctance. Under normal circumstances, he shouldn't have such an extreme reaction. But at the same time, according to Lin Jia's short observation, this guy had an extremely low self-esteem, but he was also very prideful. On one hand, he hated the nobles, but on the other hand, he tried his best to integrate into this high society. Therefore, in public, he would never do something that only the poor would do. Therefore, he had a blank expression on his face. He probably didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who didn't care about his reputation and would do such a thing at a high-end banquet. Thinking about it this way, it made sense. But wouldn't that make him lose face? No, I can't let my image as a life coach collapse. I have to stand tall. Lin Jia covered his mouth and coughed dryly. He said a little awkwardly, "I admit that my behavior just now was indeed a little disgraceful, but it shouldn't be such a big reaction, right? I was just a little anxious. After all, a single grain of rice isn't easy to come by. Wasting food is a very shameful thing to do." Boss Lin explained with a serious expression. He gestured with his fingers, and then looked at the 3 people in front of him with a very sincere gaze, right? The shadow behind him seemed to turn his head slightly, as if he was also looking in their direction. Galij was forced by such a gaze and shivered. He looked at Lin Jia's even more sincere expression and felt the threat in it. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. For the sake of his own life, he instantly calmed down from the chaos. The youth shook his head violently. No, you're absolutely right. This is respect for food. He paused and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Food. He was almost incoherent. That's right, how can it be disgraceful? This is too disgraceful. On the contrary, I feel that those extravagant and wasteful actions are the real disgrace. Just like those extravagant and lascivious nobles, they pay attention to their appearance but neglect their moral upbringing. It's really terrible. After all, there are still so many starving people in this world. Although we can't save everyone with our own strength, at least we should always be mindful of the small details of not wasting food. That's right, that's it. For the sake of the secret rights tower. God knows how he managed to say the word food, huh? Haha, to casually evaluate a god-level existence who almost destroyed an entire manor in the central district as food, only this fellow whose strength could no longer be described with words could do so, right? Guleej swallowed his saliva. It wasn't until this moment that he truly understood why the Secret Rights Tower treated the bookstore and everything related to it with such caution and indulgence, even if the other party was obviously nurturing an evil force. It wasn't a conspiracy like he had guessed, but completely because if he didn't go along with the other party's plan, perhaps the entire Nuajin would be gone. Lin Jiao looked at Guleej, who had suddenly had an epiphany, and revealed a surprised and gratified expression. He reached out and patted Guleej's shoulder to express his appreciation. Guleej, I didn't expect you to have such a high level of awareness. You don't seem like a nobleman at all. No wonder Xianxia accepted you as his disciple. Guleej trembled as he squeezed out a smile. He didn't even dare to look at the hand on his shoulder. The moment he recalled how Lin Jia had used this hand to cut the honey cake, he might really lose control of his bladder. He resisted the urge to run away, and said, You flatter me. It's all because teacher taught me well. I've always admired Lord Xianxia's character, so I tried my best to get close to him. Haha, I'm not exaggerating. It's rare for someone your age to be able to think from another perspective and care about people of different statuses. Lin Jia looked at Fitch again. As a former vagabond, Fitch should have a deep understanding of this. Although he had high hopes that the competition between customers would increase their spending power, he still had to control the scale well. He couldn't let them really be at odds with each other. He had to seize the opportunity to increase their sense of identity. Fitch was called absent-mindedly. He was stunned for a moment, and then nodded vigorously. Lin Jia smiled. See, he really agrees with you. Guleej looked at Charlotte's fanatical face on his left, and Fitch's retarded face on his right. He recalled the lively scene of them competing with each other just now, and his heart was filled with grief. It was all F***ing over. He was the only normal person left now. Guleej didn't even know how he finished his breakfast. His mind was still in a mess when he walked to the garden of the manor and looked at the lively scene where many guests had gathered again. Other than them, who could imagine that the entire manor had almost been annihilated by the God-Level's domain a few minutes ago? Although everything was back to normal now, it was probably just a prelude to something that was about to happen. According to past experience, the sudden appearance of the God-Level that had never appeared before must have been deliberately arranged by the owner of the bookstore. Since he already knew that the Mai Tower had sent Guleej to spy on them, and had even purposely let Guleej follow him, he must have purposely let him know about this God-Level existence. In that case, this God-Level identity might be the key to this matter. All sorts of messy guesses flashed through Guleej's mind, but he still couldn't figure out how this God-Level's appearance had anything to do with the bookstore owner's purpose and influence on the current situation. Although on the surface, that God-Level seemed to have only come for the bookstore owner, and only had Lin Jia as his opponent and wanted to kill Lin Jia. However, this manor was also the second battlefield between the Mai Tower and the corpse food cult. Guleej had acted as a spy for the Mai Tower, Charlotte was definitely Wang Erda's backup, and Fitch was related to the Road of the Fire Sword. The bookstore owner, who controlled everything, definitely wouldn't let an unrelated person in to disturb him. Therefore, this guy who had suddenly appeared must have, wait. Road of the Fire Sword? Remember the URL, M9 Bikuj. Guleej suddenly felt that he had grasped the faintly discernible clue. Among the few forces in the manor, the Mystic Tower was the first to be eliminated without a doubt. As a new force, the corpse food cult knew everything about them. Moreover, Charlotte was one of the people who had been affected back then, so it was naturally impossible for them to be involved. The only one left was Fitch, who had the keyword Road of the Fire Sword. Leach felt that he had an epiphany. That's right, this was the hint that the bookstore owner had placed in front of him from the beginning. Could it be that this god-level being that he had never seen before was one of the people behind the Road of the Fire Sword that the bookstore had been planning to deal with? In other words, the purpose of the bookstore owner this time was still to guide them to discover the deeper hidden side of the Road of the Fire Sword. But why did he let that god-level being go? With the strength that the owner of the bookstore had shown, it was impossible that he had let them go because of negligence. He must have other motives. It was impossible for Leach to figure this out on his own. Looks like I can only wait until the banquet is over and find time to report to Section Chief Winston. I'll borrow the power of the secret ritual tower to investigate. Leach's heart was filled with unease. Looking at Xianxia, who was happily chatting with Charlotte and Fitch, he couldn't help but tremble. He still had a lot of doubts in his heart, but there was one thing that he was certain of. In that case, Nua Jean had now gathered 3 new god-level entities because of the bookstore owner, and each one was more dangerous than the last. This was no longer the center of the storm. This was the center of a nuclear explosion. One careless move and Nua Jean would be destroyed. The youth, who had already been tortured by the pressure for an entire night, wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only comfort himself that it would be fine once he got used to it. Leach? Xianxia's voice suddenly sounded from the side. Leach turned his head abruptly and saw that the owner of the bookstore had ended his conversation with Fitch and Charlotte at some point. He looked over with an expression that said he hadn't had enough, so he stammered, Do you have any instructions for me? Xianxia patted him on the shoulder. Why are you becoming more and more reserved? Relax a little and interact more with others. It'll be very helpful for you, especially Fitch. He was very touched by what you said this morning, and he agrees with what you said very much. He just told me that the small conflicts from before were all misunderstandings. He feels that you're also someone worth befriending. At least, Fitch had immediately nodded when he asked, so it wasn't a problem to say that he said it himself, right? Although you two come from different backgrounds, you can definitely become friends since you agree on some ideals. And it's precisely because of this that you might be able to understand some things that are different from what you know. Leach felt that there was a deeper meaning in these words. No, this was no longer a hint. This was telling him to go and ask for information now, and then report it to the Myrtle Tower. Xianxia put his arm around Leach's shoulder and pushed him forward, smiling as he said, How about I give you a mission? Sigh, when he thought of how severe this child's social phobia was, he felt that he needed to help him out. His tit-for-tat with Fitch earlier must have been because he wasn't good at expressing himself, right? With such severe social phobia, normal treatment wouldn't be very effective anymore, so it was best to use exposure therapy and let him interact more with others. Seeing Leach turn back to look at him hesitantly, Xianxia smiled and waved his hand, expressing his encouragement. Leach turned back to look at Fitch, who had at some point snapped out of his stupor. The latter's aura was completely different now, and there was a trace of hopelessness in his weathered face. He really didn't know what he had seen in that experience of losing his mind just now. Fitch even took the initiative to pour him a drink and waited for him to take it before saying, In your files, I'm just a pitiful bug who was used as a test subject by the Road of the Flaming Sword, right? Leach jerked his head up. How did this fellow know? Fitch shrugged indifferently and revealed a strange smile. I roughly know why, but it's hard to explain it to you clearly. The process is very complicated. But the result, in short, is that because of my ability, my spiritual perception is slightly higher than the average extraordinaire's, so when I looked directly at her, I was directly pulled into that god-level evil intention. Leach seemed to understand a little. So? Fitch said in a low voice, that god level is very special. Her original body exists in the four-dimensional space, so the evil intention wasn't temporary, but traversed the entire timeline since its existence. I directly obtained all of her evil intention and related memories. It also includes some things about the Road of the Flaming Sword, the Myrtle Tower, and that plan that involves myself. He shrugged. So, if you want to ask me anything, just ask. After all, Fitch clinked his wine glass with Leach's, the back of his bare hand as transparent as glass under the sunlight for a moment. This is a mission given to you by the Lord. While Xianxia and his customers were chatting happily, Arnold, who was running for her life with all her might, was curled up in a certain timeline. Having lost almost all of her power, she could no longer maintain her human mimicry and had completely changed back into a butterfly-like form made up of thousands of strands of light. Her body was constantly showing signs of collapsing, flickering as if her signal had been cut off, and a few translucent insects would drop down from time to time. She wandered aimlessly and madly in the long river of time, losing her mind. My power. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Suddenly, she felt that the power that originally belonged to her was ignited in a fragile container like a torch. She immediately jumped towards the tempting light in ecstasy. Xianxia looked at Fitch and Galij, who were chatting happily not far away, and nodded in satisfaction. Being able to communicate harmoniously was the beginning of breaking the ice. He believed that as long as he let Galij come into contact with more people, he would gradually be able to overcome his psychological problems and solve his social problems of being nervous or unable to communicate normally when he saw people. Congratulations, congratulations. Because the gift-giving segment was arranged at noon, it was still time for the guests to talk freely. However, Xianxia didn't know many people at this banquet, so he naturally couldn't blend in with the crowd. Moreover, there were 3 ready-made customers in front of him, so he naturally had to take care of them first. Customers were valued for quality, not quantity. Xianxia had fully understood this point in his years of experience running a bookstore. A high-quality customer could solve most of the problems, and the complementarity between the customers would help their relationship with the bookstore, greatly increasing the stickiness. In particular, Galij and Charlotte were close to Xianxia and Old Wang. Solidifying the relationship between them would definitely result in faster results. Of course, a large portion of the guests were secretly looking at him, as if they were itching to communicate with him. However, it seemed that due to Jixu's deterrence last night, these people were very hesitant, and often chose to give up after struggling for a while. Remember this, http://m9bkuj.com. This made it impossible for Xianxia to recruit them even if he wanted to. Sigh, it seems like I was too optimistic before. It's unrealistic to want to directly have a group of customers, but it's good. At least now I've piqued their interest. When I announce the collaboration later, I'll definitely have the foundation. Xianxia thought as he turned his head to look at the docile Charlotte in front of him. This was Old Wang's new assistant, a little girl who could barely be considered half a student of his. Just from her appearance alone, she was indeed a cold beauty with the demeanor of a noble. Compared to Jixu's aggressive rose-like beauty, Charlotte seemed to be more like a beautiful water lotus. Her pale golden and even a little white hair was tied behind her head, and her lake-like eyes were also pale in color, as if a thin layer of ice had condensed. It was as if she was born to be a noble, and it was very suitable for her to wear a luxurious and exquisite white dress. She sat on a high-back velvet chair with a faint, reserved, and distant smile. It was no wonder, from the looks of it, although Jixu behaved in accordance with aristocratic etiquette, she did not look like a member of the upper class at all. Galij had said that the Ji family was a barbarian tribe that had wandered from the northern lands, while Ral's resources were only mining tools. His signature black hair and unique name structure seemed out of place. It seemed that this was one of the reasons why they couldn't completely integrate into the Ji family. Xianxia's pure black hair and black eyes were very rare in Nuajin, so when Cherry helped him forge an identity document, she had directly filled in his household register as a northerner. Although the Ji family already stood at the top of the pyramid of wealth and power in this society, they were only sought after because of their status, and status might not be useful. Perhaps there were many people like that John from last night. Xianxia rubbed his chin. He felt that although Ral's resources were like a towering mountain, as the helmsman, the Ji family seemed to be facing their own problems. He felt that as a collaborator, he had to provide some insignificant help. Galij's family seemed to be quite powerful, but he didn't seem to be interested in the Ji family, and even seemed to be a little disgusted. However, from the people who had surrounded Charlotte, this girl's status in her family should be quite high, at least among the nobles. Since those people were hesitating and observing, perhaps he could rope in Charlotte and ask her to provide him with a reference. Cough cough. Xianxia covered his mouth and coughed dryly, pretending to be casual as he asked, "Oh right, what kind of books do you usually read, Charlotte?" When Charlotte heard this, she immediately said solemnly, "I read your works 3 times a day and read them day and night without missing a word." I remember them in my heart. I hope that one day, I can take a step further from your abyss-like wisdom. Hey, why do I feel like you're even more boastful than old Wang? At least old Wang was just praising each other back and forth. Are you planning to treat my books as the Bible? Xianxia laughed dryly. Ha ha ha, there's no need to make it seem like a religious ceremony. There's no need to read it every day. In reality, things like learning need to be researched. Simply reading it a few times won't allow you to understand its deeper meaning. There's not much use in just reading it. You have to understand and practice it yourself. I feel that rather than reading it 3 times a day, you should find some time to research it yourself. Some things can only be understood after you try it yourself. Charlotte's eyes widened. Research? Xianxia looked at the pair of big eyes that were filled with curiosity, and the feeling of being a teacher suddenly came back. He reached out and patted her head. He smiled kindly and said, yes, you have to determine the direction you want to research, formulate the research ideas and methods, and find the materials you need, whether it's written or physical. It's best to go and ask the relevant people in the field and get first-hand information from them. This way, it's the most reliable way to verify everything. Charlotte said thoughtfully, the mouth of a person, yes. Xianxia nodded, we're in the humanities, and it's closely related to people's thoughts, culture, and even souls. Therefore, we have to start with people. To put it more accurately, we have to dig out the things in other people's minds and make them our own. Also, we can't just take them, we have to learn how to digest them. Charlotte completely understood, dig them out, and digest them. Boss Lin liked this kind of serious student the most. His smile became even more amiable, and he patiently guided her, not to mention, how can you improve if you only read the same book? We have to set our sights further. Charlotte drew inferences, that's why I need to read more books. Nice, Xianxia hadn't met such an independent student in a long time. He smiled and took out a book from behind his back, saying, however, you don't have to blindly pursue more. For you, reading my book at the current stage is enough. You just need to learn how to strike a balance between work and rest, and relax occasionally. Developing in many aspects is the way of the king. Here, this book is very suitable for a girl like you. He reached out and handed over one of the books he had brought over as an experiment, Pride and Prejudice. This is a gift from God. Charlotte couldn't help but hold her breath. She tried her best to resist the urge to kneel down like a fanatic. She lowered her head and took the book with trembling hands. The fanaticism in her eyes was almost tangible, turning the thin layer of ice into an undercurrent. To Charlotte, or perhaps to the people who had been caught by Wang Erda during the blood feast, Xianxia, who brought this book, was a true god. It didn't matter if he was the author of this book or the one who spread it, whether he was a true god or just a spokesperson for God. To them, it didn't matter because God was right in front of them. That was enough. Therefore, the previous scene that could tear apart the knowledge of ordinary extraordinaries was just another god's arrival in Charlotte's eyes. It was a casual display of God's power. She shouldn't be surprised, but only in admiration and admiration. And now, after seeing God's book, another book that carried power and fate appeared in front of her. God's gift, God's grace, miracle, no matter what words were used to describe it, this was proof that she had received God's favor, her qualification to be recognized as a believer. The fanaticism in Charlotte's heart was like a torch that had been ignited. It was as if every beat of her heart was for the existence in front of her. Her hand that held the book didn't tremble at all because this was a gift from God. No matter how excited she was, she couldn't blaspheme it. She had to accept it with the most solemn attitude. Original Sins and Inner Demons. Charlotte silently recited the book's title and reached out to touch the dark red leather cover. The swirling pattern on the cover seemed to be a flower that she had never seen before. The black flower branches were like blood vessels. When she touched them, it would give the illusion that they were slightly protruding and even pulsing. This book seemed to be a piece of meat that had been cut out from somewhere and was wrapped in blood vessels. The first website was M9bkuj. Thump, 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 Charlotte heard her own heartbeat, and the blood vessels under her fingers were also beating at a similar frequency. As time passed, she felt that the two were gradually synchronizing. A voice that she had never heard before sounded in her heart. She said that she was a dead vengeful spirit, an existence known as the original sin demonis. This is one of the sample books that I originally planned to let Raw Resources sell on my behalf, but I feel that it's very suitable for you. In any case, you're helping me sell it. I'm sure Miss G won't have any objections if I reserve this spot in advance. Xianxia began to promote his book as usual. Charlotte, what kind of books do you usually read? Have you read any romance novels? Although they were nobles, they didn't live a life of socializing every day. In their free time, they naturally had all kinds of entertainment. At the very least, they must have read popular novels or romantic dramas. Or rather, according to some market research Xianxia had done in order to sell books in the past, it seemed that such leisure books were quite popular among the nobles. Logically speaking, a girl of Charlotte's age should be the biggest target audience for this type of book. However, Xianxia couldn't guarantee that she wasn't an obedient child who didn't do anything other than study. Therefore, Xianxia still used an ambiguous answer and used a question. Fortunately, Charlotte wasn't out of the ordinary. Although she didn't know why Boss Lin would mention this, the blonde girl came back to her senses and still nodded respectfully. She answered truthfully, because I need to communicate with other women. I read a few books to find common topics, but I'm actually not very interested. Xianxia said with a serious face, it's good that you're not interested. These useless books have no value at all, and you don't need to cater to others. I can see that you're a very opinionated girl, and you're not willing to be a canary that only has ornamental value. He looked around at the women who looked bright and beautiful, but were actually just accessories, and said in a low voice, just like them, living a beautiful and mediocre life, that's definitely not what you want, right? In fact, from the fact that Charlotte, who had a high status as a noble, ran to work as an assistant for a poor and unknown scholar like old Wang, it could be seen how rebellious she was with her original life. Later on, she learned from Xianxia about the unpopular subject of folklore. It could be seen that she had a pure desire for knowledge in her heart. If he wanted to move his customers, he had to speak to the bottom of their hearts. As expected, Charlotte's expression was moved. Her originally respectful expression when she raised her head was like a mask. Although her feelings were deep and passionate, she was like a sunflower facing the sun. She was only constantly facing the sun in order to pursue the necessary conditions for her survival. At this moment, the mask was broken. She lowered her head, and there was a gentler light in her eyes, as if she was a flower yearning for the breeze. Yes, I don't like that kind of boring life. Every day, I just fake a smile and say the same things to everyone who looks the same. I cater to them, or I perform. I'm already tired of living the same life day after day. I don't want to become like them. I want to be who I want to be. This was the reason why she became a dark wizard and joined the blood feast. She didn't need to smile, she didn't need to abide by etiquette, and she didn't need to try her best to endure the people she didn't like, killing, walking on the edge of life and death, facing those exciting enemies, the law of the jungle, and using all kinds of sinister and cunning schemes to nibble away at others. This was the life she wanted. Sometimes, the human named Charlotte would feel that she was just an evil spirit wearing a human skin. Only when she existed in the name of Snowflake would she be her true self. But she couldn't completely abandon her secular identity, because she wasn't strong enough, and her family's financial and material resources were still a great support for her. Xianxia smiled and touched her head, saying, "Your idea is very good. Everyone actually lives under a mask. Some people are trapped in a tall building, so they become arrogant. Some people are narrow-minded and stubborn, so they become prejudices. Only by breaking these can you pursue your true self." Charlotte asked, "These are the original sins?" Xianxia was stunned, and then nodded, "That's right. Arrogance and prejudice, or other kinds of desires that breed in people's hearts, are the original sins that come with wisdom. This is inevitable. It also means that the you that others see may never be the real you. But you have to be clear about your own thoughts and have a clear understanding. You can't be influenced by others, otherwise your heart will be blinded." Xianxia winked at Charlotte, "But these phenomena are also very worthy of research. They are closely related to people's living customs. If you want, after reading this book, you can find some people to practice the method I just said, and study why people have these feelings. Like you said just now, dig it out and digest it?" So, her duty from now on was to dig out the original sins in people's hearts and eat it. Charlotte stared at the flesh-like lines on the book, which changed into a vague woman's face. Hearing that the voice was acknowledging her, she nodded happily. Yes, I will. The girl held the book and listened obediently, which made Xianxia very happy. He continued, if you don't understand anything during the process, feel free to ask me. Charlotte, got it. Xianxia was very satisfied with the efficiency of his book sales. He patted Charlotte's shoulder and was about to get a drink when the waiter's voice suddenly sounded. It turned out that the morning show was finally over, and it was time for lunch. This time, it was on the first floor of another villa in the manor. And most importantly, it was time to give the birthday present. Looks like happy times are always short-lived. It's almost lunchtime already. Xianxia regretfully put down the drink in his hand that he had prepared to moisten his throat. He was prepared to continue his great chicken soup for the sole business, but he didn't expect to spend the entire morning chatting with these 3 potential customers. Such a happy day couldn't be encountered while waiting in the bookstore. This made him feel more and more that he had made the right decision to come to this banquet. Okay, let's go give the gifts first. Xianxia turned his head and called Fei Qi and Galij to go to the lunch location together. It had to be said that these evil rich people really took the words luxury and enjoyment to the extreme. The buildings in the manor were arranged in picturesque disorder, mixed with the beautiful man-made landscape, so that the guests wouldn't feel bored when going back and forth between the villas. Although it was quite tiring to have to walk around the huge manor, perhaps this was the price of high society. But this rare snowy scenery is also worth admiring. It doesn't hurt to be a little tired. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. Xianxia was in a good mood as he thought this. He reached out to take a piece of snow and looked at the somewhat chaotic gray sky. The vast expanse of white snow was so heavy that he had to hold an umbrella. The thick clouds had their own traces of movement, as if a snowstorm was brewing in the distance. As a man-made city, Nuajin rarely experienced large weather fluctuations because of its high altitude and the partial temperature control system built together with the sewer network. At least in the past 3 years, Xianxia hadn't seen much snow, except for a short period of time in a certain year. He had once suspected that it didn't snow at all in the other world. Xianxia couldn't help but think of the huge rainstorm a few months ago, and wondered if it was the aftermath of that rainstorm. Charlotte? A female voice suddenly came from the side. Xianxia turned around and saw a girl in a formal dress walking over. She smiled and said, "It really is you. I didn't expect to see you here. I heard that you were almost grounded because you were in contact with an unknown person. I didn't see you at the opening ball yesterday, so I thought I wouldn't see you at this banquet. I heard someone say that they saw you here, so I immediately came over. It's great that you're fine." The girl in the dress clasped her hands together and tilted her head. She seemed to be relieved as a good friend. Then, she turned to look at Xianxia. "This is? Oh. So it seems that the target was actually him." Xianxia rubbed his chin and smiled without saying anything. Although it was also a business smile, the girl in front of her was obviously too deliberate and low-class. She came up to talk to her in the name of concern, but before she could get a response from her good friend, she turned around and asked about the identity of the stranger beside her. As a good friend, this kind of concern was a little too short. But even though Xianxia couldn't help but complain in his mind, the girl seemed to be an acquaintance of Charlotte. It would be rude of him to ask. It was better to let the girl deal with it herself. Charlotte received Xianxia's encouraging gaze and tacit consent. She immediately put away the respect she had when she looked at Xianxia. She didn't even show the distant smile she had when she was talking to others. Instead, she said expressionlessly, "This has nothing to do with you, Dini." She knew what Mr. Lin meant. The first thing she needed to do when she accepted the book was to find someone to practice it after setting the topic. That's right, this must be Mr. Lin's arrangement. This noble girl named Dini was her best friend when she was still Charlotte. In everyone's eyes, they were very close. But, both of them knew that they were just using each other. As a cold beauty with a cold image, Charlotte was able to mingle in the social circle. Of course, it wasn't just her appearance that helped her. She was cold, but she wasn't a loner. Dini, her best friend, was the one who showed this. As long as there was something that could be moved, they would be able to socialize normally and show their cute side, which was different from their appearance. At the same time, they didn't have to destroy their original image. As for Deanie, she used the fact that she was Charlotte's best friend to show others that she was kind and beautiful. Even a glacier could move her. This kind of combination was the most talked about. It naturally added luster to their reputation. It was just so hypocritical, boring, and deliberate. Everyone was just dancing in the trap. But it's different now. I don't need to pretend anymore. As long as I'm strong enough, I can be myself. Charlotte could feel the book in front of her chest resonating with her emotions, throbbing vigorously, making her brain more awake and excited than ever before. This would be the first step for her to completely break free from this shell. Deanie's expression froze for a second, but she quickly returned to normal. She said softly, "How can you say this has nothing to do with me? I'm your best friend. I just care about you and want to know who you've met recently." TSK, TSK. The tea was too strong. Xianxia commented with relish. He had a premonition that this was going to be a drama where the plastic sister's friendship was broken. However, for a talented and ambitious young woman like Charlotte, being stuck in a dilemma was not a good thing. She had to get out of this as soon as possible. She needed a strong medicine to cut the Gordian knot. Charlotte turned to Xianxia and said respectfully, "I'm very sorry for wasting your time. I can solve this myself." Xianxia patted her shoulder. Although he really wanted to watch this kind of 8 o'clock drama, he could tell that Charlotte didn't want others to watch her private affairs. He said, "Do you need me to help you bring the gift?" Charlotte shook her head. "I've already asked my servant to deliver it." Xianxia nodded and smiled. "Do you remember what I said?" Charlotte met Xianxia's gaze and said, "Arrogance and prejudice, or the other desires that grow in the human heart, are all sins that humans are born with and accompanied by wisdom. I'll never be the real me in other people's eyes. I need to recognize myself, maintain myself, and find my true self. Also, I need to dig out those sins, digest them, and fill myself up." Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. "Seems like you understand it well. This will be your research topic in the future. I hope you can achieve something and break free from your shackles." It's about time. I'll go see Miss G first." Charlotte nodded and watched Xianxia leave. Deanie heard their conversation and had a bad feeling. However, seeing the person she wanted to get in touch with leave, she panicked and wanted to stop them. Charlotte took 2 steps forward and leaned close to the girl's face. She looked into the girl's eyes and whispered, "Deanie, are you jealous of me? Jealous that I'm 1 step ahead of you again, that I found a more mysterious and influential person, while you can only watch from the side forever?" Deanie's face twisted for a moment. She barely managed to put on a gentle smile before she felt a sharp pain in her heart. "You." She widened her eyes and lowered her head to see that the book in Charlotte's arms had turned into a strange ball of flesh and blood. The roots had pierced deeply into the center of Charlotte's body, and a mouthful of sharp teeth had split open in the middle. A thick, forked tongue came out of the mouth and pierced through Deanie's heart, stirring inside. It was as if the tongue was trying to dig something out. The flesh and blood transformed from the book instantly became a part of Charlotte. As their heartbeats gradually overlapped, they became even more compatible due to excitement and desire. The moment the thick and terrifying tongue plunged into Deanie's chest, Charlotte stepped forward and hugged her. The front of the 2 bodies were tightly pressed together without any gap, so no abnormalities could be seen. "Are you jealous of me, Deanie?" Charlotte pressed her face against Deanie's face. She no longer had the elegance and distance of a noble. Her eyes were cold and condescending, filled with pure malice. "You're jealous that I'm prettier than you, that I have a better family background than you. You're jealous that I'm more popular than you even though I haven't done anything. You're jealous that I can easily become the center of attention, right?" This was the murderous intent that she had hidden under her appearance. Now, it was fully revealed. It was as terrifying as a shark baring its fangs. It was not like she was looking at a person. She was looking at a delicious dish. Faced with such a terrifying gaze, even the average supernatural would feel weak in the knees, let alone Deanie, who was just an ordinary person. Not only did Deanie feel like she was food exposed to the sharp teeth of a predator, but she also experienced it with her own body. Goo. Woo. Goo. Remember it in 1 second. Deanie's eyes were wide open. She opened her mouth and made a weak and muffled sound. Using the last of her survival instincts, she raised her trembling hand and tried to push Charlotte away. She panted heavily, causing her chest to rise and fall. However, she was breathing out more than she was inhaling. She could not even make a complete sound. Or, something blurry could be seen stirring through the gap between her open mouth. Perhaps the tongue that was stuck in her chest had crawled out of her throat and crushed her vocal cords. That was why she could not make a sound. Charlotte didn't mind Deanie's resistance. She grabbed Deanie's limp hand and rubbed it against her cheek. "What's wrong? Does it hurt?" Charlotte asked, pulling Deanie closer to her. Deanie trembled even harder and tried to shake her head. However, Charlotte used her enormous strength to clamp down on her movements, making her unable to move at all. The girl took a deep breath. Noticing that most of the people heading for lunch had left, she leaned back slightly, revealing half of the mouth made of flesh on her chest. Deanie's chest had been gnawed into a cavity, and the sticky flesh was pulled apart by Charlotte's movements. Only fragments of internal organs were left. The tongue was like the only blood vessel. It went all the way from the throat to the brain and was still stirring. Deanie's eyes were rolled up as far as they could go. Saliva dripped down from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were wrinkled and dark green, as if her eyeballs had detached from her flesh. Charlotte licked her lips, and the runes engraved on her tongue were faintly discernible. She narrowed her eyes and revealed a satisfied expression. "Shoo. You don't have to speak. I can already hear your thoughts." From the outside, they looked as close as real sisters at this moment. Passers-by only cast some strange glances at them before hurriedly leaving. No one noticed the abnormality at all. As a matter of fact, they had reached the point of negative distance contact. "Actually, you can't stand this kind of life for a long time. You're clearly trying very hard to show your good side and build a good relationship with everyone, but why is it that when you're with Charlotte, everyone only seems to notice her at the first moment? She clearly looks so cold and indifferent. Why are these people so shameless and eager to get close to her? You can only put away your dissatisfaction and pretend to be happy that someone can get along with your sister. Jealousy is like a weed. It'll grow crazily when the wind of comparison blows." Charlotte reached out her hand gently as if she was worried that her sister would catch a cold. She pulled the missing part of Deanie's chest closer from both sides. Since the skin and ribs in the middle were gone, the forceful pulling made the slender noble girl look extremely slender. It was a very strange sight. The movement made Deanie's body spasm violently again. A drop of tear fell from the corner of her eyes that had lost its luster. It meant that her consciousness was still there. "So, you've decided to destroy this person who's driving you crazy with jealousy. What should I do? You can't just entrust it to someone else. If the other party's family is as powerful as yours or even stronger, they'll definitely find out. So, the better way is to ask a mysterious organization that you've recently come into contact with, Blood Feast. Although there have been some changes in the upper echelons of this organization recently, due to its unique loose structure, it didn't affect its overall operation. Very soon, a new extraordinaire appeared and took over the leadership of the organization, reuniting the somewhat collapsed organization and becoming a considerable force. With such an organization, destroying an ordinary noble girl should be foolproof. With that in mind, you gave them a mission. But why? Why did Charlotte, who should have died in an accident last night, appear at the banquet today? Deanie was so happy when Charlotte was late for half a day. But in the end, not only did Charlotte appear, but she also chatted happily with the mysterious man who was in the limelight at the banquet. Once again, Charlotte took away her attention. The last bit of light gathered in Deanie's eyes. She looked at the girl in front of her unwillingly. She clenched her fingers and held the girl's hand tightly as if asking, "Why?" Charlotte sighed. "Even without Boss Lin's task, I had already discovered your plan. I just didn't want to care about it. I just pretended that it didn't happen. After all, I need you to help me integrate into the social circle." She mumbled to herself, "But now, I think Mr. Lin is right. I should face my true self. As long as I'm strong enough, these things are just burdens. Socializing is useless to me. Dini trembled even more. She panted heavily and her pupils contracted. You want to know how I know about your plan? The girl smiled from the bottom of her heart. Because, the extraordinary who took over Blood Feast, yes, it's me. Dini was stunned. Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets as she struggled with the last of her strength. She raised her hand and tried to grab the girl, but she fell down powerlessly before she could do so. Charlotte stopped smiling and looked coldly at Dini, who died with her eyes wide open. She felt that she had become one with the book called Original Sins and Inner Demons. Her heartbeat synchronized with the book. So, this was the inner demon, the demon that devoured the 7 original sins. This was the answer she gave to Mr. Lin. This villa, which was used for lunch and birthday gifts, was still ridiculously large. The door was wide open, and the hall on the first floor was decorated like a banquet for guests to eat and communicate. Although less than a day had passed, Lin Jia was already familiar with this process, and he was beginning to feel a little annoyed and bored. After all, there was only one thing to do, and that was to communicate, and communicate. It could be imagined that the next 3 days would probably repeat the same thing. Even though Lin Jia basically relied on his mouth for a living and was usually willing to communicate, it didn't mean that he was willing to do the same thing for 3 whole days. This kind of communication was mostly ineffective, and it was filled with all kinds of tedious diplomatic rhetoric, enough to make one's head swell. And based on the current situation, it would take some time for these people to shake off yesterday's shadow and take the initiative to come to his door. Lin Jia couldn't guess how long it would take. But fortunately, at least there was delicious food and 3 new customers to comfort Boss Lin's slightly bored heart. That was what Lin Jia originally thought. And when he stepped through the door, he was prepared to welcome the meaningless voices that filled his ears again, as well as the dazzling array of delicious food. Dear Mr. Lin, how are you? Please wait a moment. Calm. Standing by the door was a white-haired old man wearing a brown vest, white shirt, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He bowed slightly and reached out his hand to respectfully stop Lin Jia. Lin Jia stopped. He was already familiar with this face, because this old man was the old housekeeper of A16 manor. When he walked on the road before, he could always see the scene of him commanding the attendants. Lin Jia also asked politely, so it's the housekeeper. Is there anything I can help you with? The old housekeeper looked at the smile, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. No, I don't dare to trouble you. It's just that Miss told me before to bring you to the side hall if I see you, and she hopes to invite you to lunch together. Oh, Lin Jia suddenly realized that Miss Ji had specially sent someone to wait here. She must have considered the possibility that he would feel bored. How considerate of her. It was a stark contrast from the eldest miss of the Ji family who killed all the scumbags in his impression. She could be considered to have a fierce tiger in her heart, sniffing the roses. Thank you. Lin Jia nodded. Since it's an invitation from Miss Ji, of course, I have to go. The old butler made an inviting gesture and pointed to the corridor on the other side. This way, please. I'll show you the way. But the people with you, Lin Jia could see the awkwardness on the old housekeeper's face. He thought that eldest Miss Ji might want to talk to him about some private matters, such as how she had been hurt by a scumbag. It was indeed inappropriate for others to be present. So he turned his head and said, you two stay here first. If Charlotte comes back later and can't find you, it'll be awkward. You can wait to tell her and have a good chat with her. Gulige and Feiqi looked at each other. Although they didn't want to be involved, since Lin Jia had personally spoken, they had no choice but to agree. Have a good lunch. Remember to send my regards to Charlotte. Lin Jia smiled and waved his hand as he watched them enter the hall. He thought to himself that it was a good idea to let the two of them have a chat. It hadn't been long, but they could get along so well. He turned his head and said politely, sorry to trouble you. The old butler wiped his sweat and hurriedly said, no trouble, no trouble. It's my honor to be able to serve you. With that, he lowered his head and led the way. He led Lin Jia along the corridor to the side hall on the first floor of the villa. Not long after Lin Jia's back disappeared into the distance. Gulige and Feiqi walked into the hall, but they didn't walk into the crowd. Instead, they found seats in the corner near the entrance of the hall and sat down. After all, they didn't have any intention of chatting with others. Boss Lin had asked them to wait here for Charlotte, so naturally, they had to choose the most suitable seats so that Charlotte could see them immediately. However, there wasn't much interaction between the two of them after they sat down. They had already finished all the information they wanted to talk about in the morning. The two of them still looked at each other with disgust. It was just that they weren't at each other's throats like before, so there wasn't much to talk about. Gulij set up a small magic boundary, took out his communication device, and began to report the current situation to the Myrt Tower. What, a god-level existence that hasn't been recorded before? Are you sure the information is true? We didn't see any abnormalities, and the Truth Society's ether detector didn't have any fluctuations either. Winston's reaction was similar to what Gulij had expected, shock. It was similar to how he had been at that time. I'm sure it's true, and you can only choose to believe it. I saw all of this with my own eyes. There are 2 other witnesses who can prove that you can't observe her because she has mastered the laws of time. She can reverse time in an instant and return to the original time. Other than the people who experienced all of this personally, everyone else has already lost the relevant memories with the reset of time. Also, Fei Qi, the test subject of the Path of the Flaming Sword that I asked you to investigate last night, obtained some very important information under Boss Lin's intervention. Fei Qi? Yes, it's more or less like this. Gulij told him about how Fei Qi had accidentally obtained part of the god level's memories, and repeated the information he had obtained from Fei Qi. The Path of the Flaming Sword has a total of 10 god-level leaders, but they don't have a very deep cooperative relationship. They might not even know of each other's existence, so the situation of not being able to find the source has occurred. These 10 god-level leaders each use the name Angel as their code names, and they are. This so-called Angel came from a book in the lower city. Moreover, the area they control is far more than what we've investigated. Winston's tone deepened. Continue. Gulij continued, what we haven't been able to find out is that the organization that supplied Fei Qi's potion is the Dark Elf Elders who control the Withering Tree Merchant Guild. Winston blurted out subconsciously, impossible. From the infighting between Cherry and Congreve, it can be seen that the Withering Tree Merchant Guild is also the target of the Path of the Flaming Sword. If their elders have already been controlled by the Path of the Flaming Sword, why would they still need to cultivate a mole? Gulij shook his head. Sir Knight, you've forgotten what I just said. The Path of the Flaming Sword doesn't have a very deep cooperative relationship with each other. They might not even know of each other's existence. Winston found it extremely absurd. You mean, the Path of the Flaming Sword that controls the Withering Tree Merchant Guild belongs to one of the angels, and the one who tried to infiltrate Congreve belongs to another? What the hell, what is this? How could there be such an organization in this world? An organization that had internal strife because of a lack of internal information was ridiculous to the extreme. It was like a joke. However, what made Winston feel even more ridiculous was that such an unbelievably loose organization had caused the Myrt Tower to be at a loss for several months. However, when he thought that Gulij's information was true, and that this organization was led by a total of 10 god-level leaders, then things seemed to make sense. To these god-level leaders, from their point of view, this organization might be a joke, a game. They themselves were the Path of the Fire Sword. Gulij said in a low voice, this is the truth. This is the information I've gathered so far. I hope you can make good use of it. Winston was silent for a long time before he finally said, I'll send someone to investigate as soon as possible. Gulij grunted in acknowledgement, then asked, Teacher, how's the situation? Winston said, it's fine. I mean, at least the situation hasn't worsened. He'll definitely try his best to buy as much time as possible, but, Gulij took a deep breath. I understand. He didn't ask any more questions because he trusted his teacher. Remember the URL, m9bkuj.com. Yusefyu must be doing his best to stop Wang Erda, so what they had to do was to do their best to do their job. He hung up the communication device and thought about Lin Jia, who was now plotting something with Raul, and his mind was in a mess. At this moment, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground suddenly came from the side, interrupting his thoughts. Gulich frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. Charlotte walked over from the dining room, hugging the book that Mr. Lin had given her. The book was tightly pressed against her chest without any gap, so tight that it gave people the illusion that they had grown together. Sorry for the delay. She smiled and sat down gracefully beside Gulich. Gulich looked at her smile expressionlessly. When she sat down beside him, for some reason, goosebumps appeared on his body. This feeling. It was as if he was sitting beside a dream beast that chose to devour people. He clearly didn't have it before. Fitch stared straight at Charlotte's chest. This action looked extremely indecent and impolite. If any of the nobles nearby noticed this, they would definitely loudly reprimand him. But in reality, he was looking at the book that seemed to have turned slightly red. His gaze shifted upwards and made eye contact with the other party. Then, both of them had a strange look of understanding. Fitch raised the cup in his hand slightly in greeting, and Charlotte nodded with a smile. Where's your good friend Dini? Gulich took a deep breath and asked. Charlotte smiled and said, Oh, you mean her, I taught her some of Mr. Lin's teachings. Charlotte said softly, in the past, although she and I were friends on the surface, there was actually a very deep gap between us and our hearts. We both learned to be hypocritical in the flood of human filth. These things made it impossible for us to communicate sincerely. She suddenly smiled sweeter and more innocently, just like Dini. But I have to thank Mr. Lin. His words enlightened Dini. Now, we are truly inseparable. My growth is her growth. Charlotte said with a smile. Charlotte smiled. Blood suddenly seeped out of the smooth and tender skin on her face. Then, white granulation with traces of blood grew out. The white granulation was densely packed and slowly grew into a small, familiar woman's face. The woman had no pupils. Her eyes were completely white. Her mouth opened and closed painfully like a fish struggling to survive. It was a reflection of Charlotte's sincere and beautiful smile. Gulich, Fitch, what's wrong with you two? Charlotte looked at the two people in front of her in confusion. Then, she suddenly realized something. She frowned slightly and smiled apologetically. Oh, sorry. She nonchalantly raised her slender hand wrapped in a white lace glove and pressed the face back on her face. Gulich broke out in cold sweat. He swallowed silently and tried to change the topic. Mr. Lin just asked us to send his regards. Have a good lunch. Heh. Charlotte touched her face with one hand and pressed the book tightly against her chest with the other. She revealed a blissful smile and said, Thank you for your greetings, Mr. Lin. It was indeed very pleasant. Xianxia walked along the long corridor with many twists and turns. Through the corridor windows, he could see the hall full of guests. He couldn't help but count in his heart out of boredom. 1 client, 2 clients, as he was thinking, he arrived at the side hall. The warm yellow sky lanterns illuminated the room from top to bottom. Xianxia looked up and was surprised to find that the ceiling of the room was carved out of a single piece of transparent crystal. The thick, plush carpet under his feet brushed against his ankles as soft as the clouds. The random objects in the room were all priceless. Xianxia thought of his dilapidated house that was piled with books and couldn't even move his feet. He sighed again in his heart about the evil capitalist dog. This cooperation must be split 90%. Mr. Lin, you're here. Jijishu, who was sitting in the VIP room, hurriedly stood up. Her expression was still familiar and respectful. Jijishu, who was decisive and ruthless outside, couldn't maintain her dignity in front of Xianxia no matter what. She took a deep breath, her heart beating wildly. Although she had met with Mr. Lin several times, Jijishu could feel Xianxia's awe-inspiring terror and greatness every time they met. She thought of the scene she had seen before. A god-level person who could control time was like a piece of honey cake in front of Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Miss Ji, whose face had suddenly turned slightly red for some reason. He suddenly realized that the problem was still here. Mr. Lin, please sit here. Jijishu bent down and respectfully pulled out the seat. Her dress outlined her perfect curves. Xianxia looked at the obvious main seat and hesitated. Miss Ji, you're too polite. I'm a guest today. The main seat. I'm afraid it's not very appropriate. Jijishu's heart thumped. Could it be that Mr. Lin was dissatisfied with her using the roses to observe him? No, although you're a guest, to me, you're a benefactor who changed my life. She immediately lowered her head and said in a low and sincere voice, even if I give everything I have, I can't repay your gift. So, please at least allow me to treat you with the most respectful attitude. It's good to have this kind of thinking. Keep it up and remember to buy more books. This thought floated through Lin Jia's mind, but then he sighed. He always felt that Miss Ji, who used to be a little reserved, was now more and more giving up on herself. Could it be that she still hadn't given up on this relationship, or had she changed her mind? Little Ji, last time I told you about the difference between us. It's impossible for us to. When Ji Jishu heard this, her heart became more and more flustered. She was sure that Mr. Lin was dissatisfied with her and felt that her behavior wasn't loyal enough. No, it was nearing the end of their cooperation. There couldn't be any mistakes. She panicked and swore loudly, please believe that my everything, whether it's my body or my soul, has long been yours. My will exists for you. Lin Jia, ? Body? Soul? Everything belongs to me? This was King's sudden confession. It was too sudden. Lin Jia was shocked. However, as a professional spiritual teacher and chicken soup master, he had seen all kinds of situations. Therefore, Boss Lin tried his best to keep his expression from cracking. After thinking for a while, he calmed down and felt that his previous guess was probably correct. Back then, her rejection of Miss Ji seemed to have backfired over time. Usually, she suppressed her feelings and made herself feel that the matter had passed. But now, it seemed that because she was in her own home, in this comfortable and relaxed environment, her inner feelings suddenly rebounded. But it shouldn't have rebounded to a direct confession. Could it be that his intimate attitude at the ball gave Ji Jishu the illusion that there was still room? Boss Lin took a deep breath. He felt that he couldn't continue to reject her so fiercely. Otherwise, it might cause Miss Ji, who had been hurt by love, to develop PTSD. He put on a businesslike smile and decided to guide her patiently. He sighed and said in a heavy tone, no, how can you belong to me? Ji Jisoo tried to retort. She paused for a second. Lin Jia interrupted her with a serious face and said righteously, you don't have any self-respect. Your body and soul should belong to you. Your will should exist for your ideals. Do you understand? Ji Jishu was stunned as if she had been struck by lightning. Lin Jia saw that Miss Ji was intimidated by him and understood that his chicken soup had worked. That's right, when dealing with a contestant who is deeply in love and unable to extricate herself, he should use morality and justice to disturb her thoughts and make her shift her focus back to her career and not her man. It was commonly known as boxing. He continued, I don't want to see a soulless Ji Jishu. She should be independent and have her own thoughts. She should strive for the future of Luo Air Resources and be able to support this huge company. She shouldn't be like this. You can trust me, but you shouldn't rely on me. Ji Jishu opened her mouth and stared blankly at Lin Jia. She wanted to say, but you gave me my dreams. Creak, the door was pulled open. Ji Bonong coughed twice and pushed the door open. The somewhat stagnant atmosphere relaxed again. Ji Jishu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although her father was just an ordinary person, Ji Bonong was still many times better than her when it came to dealing with people. Ji Bonong's presence always made people feel more at ease. As long as he did not lose his mind due to the terrifying spiritual pressure of an extraordinaire. Ji Jishu thought to herself. In fact, Ji Bonong was so frightened by Lin Jia eating a god-level supernatural being alive that he almost lost his composure and almost lost his consciousness. Now, he was rather nervous as he tidied up his appearance and walked in. When Lin Jia saw Ji Bonong, he was stunned. The smile on his face didn't fade, but he was completely embarrassed. F***ck, F***ck, F***ck. Did Ji Bonong hear everything he just said? What did he say in front of her father just now? You can trust me, but you shouldn't rely on me. What was with this condescending attitude of his, as if he had the other party completely under his control? So that's how I sell books. But, it doesn't matter, as long as I'm thick-skinned enough, I can just trick her father into joining me as well. Lin Jia maintained his smile and pretended as if nothing had happened as he tried to muddle through. I was supposed to say it's the first time we've met. But now, I should say it's been a long time, Mr. G. Although he was panicking, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. They were supposed to have dinner together, so how did it turn into a meeting with the parents? It seemed like Ji Jishu's invitation to dinner was fake. Her real intention was to bring me to meet her father. He and Ji Banong were both adults, so he probably saw through Ji Jishu's thoughts at a glance. They didn't sense any hostility when they looked at each other earlier, but Ji Jishu was his biological daughter after all. Could this be a belated denunciation? Lin Jia looked at Ji Banong with a smile and prepared to give up the main seat. Since the real owner of the manor was here, this seat naturally belonged to. Before he could finish his thought, he saw Ji Banong sitting down without hesitation. Lin Jia couldn't even move a step away. Ji Banong acted very naturally and said, "Indeed, it's been a long time, Boss Lin." Lin Jia awkwardly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong with Ji Banong? Aren't you the chairman of Luo Air Resources? Where's your arrogance as a rich capitalist? Is it appropriate for you to sit in the main seat? Mr. Ji, you're the chairman of Luo Air Resources, Miss Ji's father, and the owner of this A16 manor. I'm just an ordinary bookstore owner with no power, influence, or money. Logically speaking, this seating arrangement isn't appropriate, Lin Jia tactfully reminded him. In reality, Ji Banong almost knelt down just now. Fortunately, he held on to the armrest of the chair, but even now, his palms were still sweating and his body was slightly trembling. As an ordinary person, it was only because he had been in a high position for many years that he didn't show any abnormalities. When he heard Lin Jia's words, his heart subconsciously thumped. He carefully looked at Lin Jia and couldn't help but think about what Mr. Lin meant. After he saw Boss Lin eating a god-level extraordinaire, he was so terrified that he couldn't control himself. He even hesitated to continue working with Boss Lin. Now, Boss Lin was probably giving him advice. Those secular identities seemed prominent, but in reality, he was just a shiny tool. Boss Lin, on the other hand, seemed ordinary, but in reality, he was an extremely powerful existence. The hesitation in his heart would determine his seat between an extraordinaire and an ordinary person. This was the choice Boss Lin gave him. Ji Banong took a deep breath. Yes, if he chose to sit in the main seat, it meant that he acknowledged his secular identity. If he still sat in the main seat, it meant the world of extraordinaires. Boss Lin didn't think it was appropriate because he saw his hesitation and was mocking him for being too fond of dragons. Combined with what he said to Little Sue before, he was saying that he didn't see himself clearly and didn't have the determination. Lin Jia's mouth twitched. He looked at Ji Banong's colorful expression and wondered what he was thinking. He couldn't help but complain, "No way, I'm just giving up my seat." Why do you upper-class people have so many inner thoughts? Ji Banong suddenly said with a determined expression, "It's appropriate. This seat is perfect." Lin Jia leaned back tactically. "No, don't you think, no, no, no." Ji Banong waved his hand repeatedly. Now that he understood Boss Lin's meaning, how could he really sit there? This was the time for Boss Lin to test him. The first half of his sentence was to tell Ji Banong not to belittle himself. The second half of his sentence was to remind Ji Banong not to belittle himself and not to take himself too seriously at the same time. Therefore, it was even more impossible for Ji Banong to sit in the main seat. Boss Lin, you're able to share your books with the general public without holding anything back, so that all the readers can catch a glimpse of the great knowledge you've collected. You're the second parent of all the readers. Ji Banong said from the bottom of his heart, "What I mean is, it's our honor that you're working with Luo Air Resources. It's also the honor of all of Nuajin. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to come into contact with this knowledge that doesn't exist in Nuajin. Therefore, this seat is extremely suitable." Boss Lin liked to hide in the city and didn't like others to emphasize his existence. Therefore, he had to praise his books. This couldn't be wrong. Ji Banong took out a handkerchief and wiped his sweat. Hey, isn't this too exaggerated? Lin Jia thought to himself, no wonder you're able to sit in this position. As the chairman of Luo Air Resources, you're actually able to lower yourself to the point that you're willing to sit down for these books that are considered the only ones in Nuajin. It's really not simple. After all, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. However, Lin Jia looked at the well-behaved Ji Jishu next to him. The matter of him force-feeding someone else's daughter chicken soup was finally over. All right. Back to the topic. I prepared a gift for Miss Ji's birthday this time. Lin Jia changed the topic and took out a book. However, since Mr. Ji is also here, as I said before, I also have a gift for you. Ji Banong's eyes widened. This is my gift to Chairman Ji, Lin Jia said with a smile as he placed the book in front of Ji Banong, The Wealth of Nations. The full title of The Wealth of Nations was A Study of the Nature and Causes of National Wealth. It was an economic book written by the classical British economist Adam Smith over the course of nearly 10 years. As the leader of a business empire, Luo Air Resources' monopoly might not last very long. In any case, this book was a reminder for him. Lin Jia was quite confident in his taste in choosing books. As the saying went, gifts blind one's eyes. Just now, Ji Banong had randomly praised him and flattered him. Part of it must have been to make him feel happy and guilty so that he would be too embarrassed to quote a high price when negotiating the price. Then I'll give you this gift. Since you've taken something from me, I'll give you this gift even though I've already said that I'll give you this gift. Ji Banong's pupils shrank as he stared at the book on the table in shock. He lowered his head and stared at the book. This book was like an invisible hand that firmly grabbed Ji Banong's gaze, making him unable to look away. He could not help but feel curious and eager. However, at the same time, due to the strange force field enveloping the book, Ji Banong, who was only a mortal, could not even see the cover clearly. Although he had already mentally prepared himself that Lin Jia would give him a book and use this book to become an extraordinaire, which was something he had always dreamed of, he still could not calmly accept it. Or rather, it would be strange if he could calmly accept it, right? Ji Banong looked at the book, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. I can't lose my composure in front of Boss Lin, he warned himself. Then, he gathered his thoughts and focused his gaze. He reached out with a trembling hand and took the book. The mosaic-like fog faded away, and he could finally see the cover clearly. On the cover, which was still faintly blurry, were the words, Void Touch Palm. The palm of virtual touch. The moment Ji Banong saw the name of the book, countless taboo knowledge flew through the thick pages like flies. They flapped their wings and flew toward him. Ah! He was not prepared for this at all. He subconsciously wanted to shout and wave his hands to chase them away. However, the next moment, he was surrounded by the flies. Not only was his body covered, but he could even feel the flies burrowing into his body, especially his eyes. Ji Banong trembled and could not move. He could clearly feel the slender legs of countless insects crawling on the sclera of his eyes. They were densely packed, and there were more and more of them. His eyes were gradually filled. The rolling and crawling insects made his eyes look like boiling water. In his field of vision, every fly was engraved with countless ancient and unknown words. He felt like he was buried in a sea of insects. He wanted to breathe, but he could only wave his arms and struggle helplessly to swim. However, he did not know that at this moment, to others, he was only raising his arms and stiffly flipping the pages of the book. The only abnormality was that his head was lowered, as if he had lost consciousness. The first website was m9bkuj.com. However, when he looked at him again, it seemed that he was too focused on the book. Lin Jia looked at Ji Banong's fascinated look as he lowered his head and read the book seriously. He was secretly proud of himself. As expected of his ability to choose books. He could not make a mistake. Although he was lazy and could not do anything, eating was his number one priority. However, when it came to selling books, he was not bad at it. Seeing that Ji Banong seemed to be firmly grasped by invisible hands and could not even move his eyes away, Lin Jia knew that this book was to his liking. Lin Jia could not help but smile with relief. He turned his head and said softly, Mr. Ji seems to like this book very much. I won't disturb you anymore. Why don't we eat first? His last sentence was directed at Ji Jishu, who was beside him. Ji Jishu's face was pale and nervous. She stiffly shifted her gaze away from her father and forced a smile. Boss Lin is right. Let's eat first. Let's eat first. At this moment, her heart was filled with fear and excitement. Since Boss Lin was willing to give him the book, it meant that Ji Bonong had received recognition. As a mortal, he had a chance to become a supernatural being. At the same time, this would be Roll's greatest opportunity to obtain resources. This was worth her excitement. However, the scene in front of her made her shudder in fear, as if she was asking a tiger for its skin. This was because in the eyes of an extraordinary human, this was not a book at all. It was clearly a glossy black mass of unknown substance that looked like colloid, thick fog, or a passage that looked like a black hole. A black hand reached out from the black hole and firmly grabbed Ji Bonong's entire body, wrapping him in it. As for the black hand, it was clearly made up of countless insects that looked like locusts and flies. They buzzed as they surrounded Ji Bonong and gnawed at him. They are eating my father." This realization made Ji Jishu break out in a cold sweat. Because of nervousness, even her teeth were chattering. She desperately tried to suppress her anxious heartbeat. She knew that if a normal person without any talent wanted to become a supernatural being, they would definitely have to pay a sufficient price. Everything in the world was equal. However, this scene was still beyond her imagination. As Ji Bonong was completely submerged by the swarm of insects, the air began to be filled with the smell of old rotting sludge. Ji Jishu felt as if she was soaking in oil. Now, the ones who remained in the seat and flipped through the book seemed to be just a group of humanoid figures made up of unknown substances. In this brightly lit side hall, it seemed extremely strange. The servants began to serve the dishes. But no one expressed any doubts about their master's condition. No one felt that something was wrong. They entered in a well-trained manner and quietly exited. It was as if they could not see anything at all. Ji Jishu tried her best to calmly pick up the knife and fork in her hand and secretly glanced at Boss Lin. Lin Jia was completely unaffected. He smiled and turned to politely thank the servants. Then, he noticed Ji Jishu's gaze. He maintained his smile and said, "Miss Ji, do you have any questions?" This smile made Ji Jishu completely shut up. There was no mistake. This was a test. She really wanted to call her father back, but she didn't dare. On one hand, she was worried that her hesitation would cause Boss Lin to dislike her and cause her father to fail Boss Lin's test. On the other hand, she was afraid that her father would really not return. This was a daughter's worry, but because this was Boss Lin's will, she wouldn't go against it. Ji Jishu bit her lower lip and glanced at Boss Lin again. She took a deep breath and firmly shook her head. She also lowered her voice. "No, I was just wondering if these dishes would suit your taste." So it was like this. He was wondering why Ji Jishu was suddenly so nervous. Lin Jia raised his head slightly and smacked his lips. In thought. He really didn't have much interest in Nuajin's traditional Western food. He wondered if Miss Ji had been thinking too much when he frowned because he was dissatisfied with this kind of flashy but impractical presentation. He smiled and joked. "I like them all very much. To be honest, opening a bookstore in such a remote corner wouldn't allow me to eat these delicacies. I have to thank Miss Ji for giving me this opportunity to freeload." Ji Jishu waved her hand. "No, it's not like that. We should be the ones thanking you for coming. It's fine as long as you like it." Lin Jia rubbed his chin. "However, I do have some preferences. For example, the honey cake that Charlotte recommended this morning. The taste is indeed unforgettable!" Ji Jishu's hand trembled and she almost knocked over her wine glass. Lin Jia was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Ji Jishu shook her head like a rattledrum. She tried hard to erase the image of Boss Lin eating a god-level dish from her mind. Lin Jia was a little worried. Why did it feel like Miss Ji was especially nervous from the start? Boss Lin thought for a moment. He looked at Ji Bonong, who was still engrossed in his book, and suddenly understood. That's right, because her father was right next to her. Her father had heard her passionate confession, so anyone would feel nervous. Moreover, it was a situation that was comparable to a social suicide. Poor Miss Ji. Ji Jishu suddenly realized that she had lost her composure. She looked at Lin Jia respectfully and fearfully, only to find that the owner of the bookstore didn't comment on her flustered rudeness. He was looking at her with a smile, his eyes full of sympathy. Was this the sympathy of a high-ranking person? Sympathizing with her ignorance and weakness, or perhaps it was theirs. Sigh. Lin Jia couldn't stand it anymore. This knot in Miss G's heart. Forget it. No matter what, he couldn't mercilessly reject her a second time in front of her father. At least, he had to wait until the banquet was over. Miss G, how about a toast? To the cooperation between the bookstore and Luo Air Resources. Lin Jia raised the wine glass in his hand and looked at Ji Jishu with a friendly gaze. Only business could completely cover the awkwardness from earlier. This time, I carefully selected 5 sample books. I hope Luo Air Resources can make good use of them. Ji Jishu's eyes widened. Her heart instantly became excited. To mention cooperation at this time, it meant, she quickly raised her glass. To the cooperation. Luo Air Resources, no, our G family's sincerity, you will definitely be able to witness it. Ding. The wine glass made a crisp sound, as if a beautiful pebble had been thrown into a calm lake with surging undercurrents, causing ripples. Ji Jishu was in a daze. She felt that the hand holding the wine glass in front of her didn't seem to be the white hand of a human male with distinct joints. Instead, it seemed to be a dark, blurry hand. Her heart tightened. A mysterious inspiration made her turn her head to look at her father. The invisible hand that had grabbed Ji Banong's soul immediately withdrew after the 2 wine glasses touched, as if it had touched a hot iron. Ha! Ji Banong raised his head abruptly. It was as if he had escaped death from the endless stomach of a vicious beast after a long battle. He was like a dried-up fish that had returned to the sea and come back to life. He had escaped from the swamp of books. Lin Jia blinked and returned to his seat. Mr. Ji, do you feel that this book has helped you? Ji Banong was at a loss for a moment. Then, he clenched his fists and said with ecstasy, yes. Too much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. He was almost incoherent. Because from this moment on, the world in his eyes was completely different. The flies that had penetrated deep into his body had constructed channels from nothing, filling them with ether. He, Ji Banong, had become an extraordinaire. This was a miracle. Ji Banong was unable to say anything other than gratitude. Although the process was indescribably painful, and the feeling of a tunnel being carved out in his body was excruciating, his entire body had undergone earth-shattering changes. His eyes were filled with ether, and he could see the flow of ether in this world. His skin and muscles were supported by ether, and they became stronger and stronger. More importantly, the flies that had previously tormented him did not disappear. Instead, they were hidden somewhere in the void behind him, becoming a force that he could control. Mr. G is too polite. It's good that it's helpful to you. I spent a long time choosing this book. Lin Jia blushed with shame, but it was normal for Ji Banong to have such an exaggerated reaction. After all, the power of this book was great even on Earth, let alone in this slightly backward alternate world. He sat up straight and habitually crossed his hands to support his chin. With a serious expression, he said, the power contained in this book is enough to subvert the entire society. It's like an invisible hand that can tip the scales of the entire world. I hope Mr. G can make good use of it. The invisible hand was the most incisive summary of the wealth of nations. The theory of the invisible hand was that there was an invisible hand that automatically adjusted the economic operation. Even if everyone acted from the perspective of personal benefit, the result would still promote the overall benefit of society. This theory was also the foundation of the Western free economy. Although there were some drawbacks to completely following this set of free economy, and in Lin Jia's 21st century society, most of the content of the wealth of nations was behind the times. Remember the URL, m9bkuj.com, but in terms of Nuo Jin's current situation, the wealth of nations was considerably ahead of its time. Lin Jia himself did not have much ambition. He had no use for these books, so it was more reasonable to give them to Chairman Ji. The invisible hand, Ji Banong almost couldn't calm his agitated emotions as he repeated these words. The fly that had been hidden in the void just now, or something else, it really did seem like a hand was controlling him. Yes, the invisible hand. Lin Jia gave an affirmative answer and said seriously, Mr. G, although I gave this book to you out of trust for Miss G, I still have a question to ask you. In this world, the weak are often bullied and humiliated, but no one punishes them. Do you think there should be a just God to uphold justice for them? Ji Banong was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Then, he felt his scalp go numb. What was Boss Lin trying to do by asking this question and mentioning the invisible hand represented by Void Touch Palm? In other words, the essence of the question seemed to be whether God could use his invisible hand that could change the rules to enforce his own justice. Ji Banong was silent for a long time. Then, with a trembling voice, he said, "In my opinion, there should be, no. Lin Jia stretched out a finger and shook it. He smiled and said, "There shouldn't be." Ji Banong choked. "There is no such thing as a God," Lin Jia said calmly. He spread his hands and said, "If there really is a God, it would probably be the truth and rules of this world. Relying on a God that descended from the heavens to save the world's justice is too easy." Lin Jia said this with some deliberation. Considering that religion was still popular in Nuajin, Lin Jia's words were too far-fetched. The weakness of human nature is to seek benefits and avoid harm. Lin Jia summarized another important point in The Wealth of Nations. Because of benefits, there is no need to spur people on. Anything that goes against the interests of human beings and urges them to do something is against human nature. It is because of this that when the invisible hand pushes the rules, it is often too free. It makes people crazily chase benefits and ultimately lead them to destruction. Ji Banong suddenly remembered that he had eavesdropped on Nuajin. Now that he thought about it, Boss Lin had let him hear it on purpose. He had said that the upper echelons of Nuajin were filled with countless vermin. The remaining power of the old aristocrats was corroding Nuajin. They were the people who chased after benefits. Ji Banong lowered his head to look at the book. He seemed to understand why Boss Lin had chosen this book for him. Luo Air Resources wants to liberate human nature and liberate the oppressed, he said in a low voice. Then, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "This is the true goal of Luo Air Resources. Thank you for your guidance." "Ah? It's me, right?" "Probably." Lin Jia thought awkwardly. He had only wanted Ji Banong to be cautious and not become a capitalist who only chased after benefits. However, it seemed that he had made Ji Banong understand something incredible. He coughed twice and said, "In short, the most important thing is a person's own hard work. Servitude and oppression are both undesirable." That's right. Oppressors were all anti-human. Those religious organizations that practiced self-denial were all oppressing human nature. The Dome Church had long since proven this point. Boss Lin. Ji Banong thought to himself. Boss Lin seemed to be an enemy of the gods. His goal was to liberate human beings. Wait a minute. Ji Banong suddenly thought of something. If Boss Lin was a higher dimensional existence that surpassed the gods, and he had endless sympathy and help for human beings and could easily change the rules, he was so benevolent and so powerful. Could it be that he was an creator? Ji Banong suppressed his crazy thoughts and took a deep breath. He clenched the book in his hand tightly. I completely understand Boss Lin's meaning. I will definitely remember your words and persevere on this path. I will bring Luo Air Resources to a better future. It's good that you understand. If you really do understand, and don't just comprehend something strange. Lin Jia blinked and reiterated the main idea with a serious expression. In short, I believe that the way out of Luo Air Resources does not lie in the upper class. Instead, it is to let the light of humanitarianism spread throughout Nuajin. It is to work hard for the benefit of the majority. The love and recognition of the masses will bring Luo Air Resources to fruition. That's right. Ji Banong nodded vigorously. For ordinary people like me to be able to walk out of oppression one day. The corner of Lin Jia's mouth twitched. Ordinary people? You really dare to say that? Ordinary people are the richest people in Nuajin? Even Versailles wasn't that ordinary. However, the main idea was not wrong. With the current position of absolute monopoly of Luo Air Resources, the negative impact of the wealth of nations should be greatly reduced. Lin Jia coughed twice. That's off topic. I almost forgot. We're not in a bookstore right now. Let's stop talking about books. I'm here to give you a present. He looked at Jijishu and said sincerely, "A few months ago, I met Miss G in a rainstorm and became friends through books. Unknowingly, so much time has passed. In my opinion, we can already be considered close friends." Jia emphasized the word close friends in order to let Jijishu understand their relationship. "I wish you a happy birthday, Miss G." Jia nonchalantly pulled out a simple wooden box from behind his back. "Open it and take a look." Jia pushed the box in front of Jijishu. Jijishu looked at the simple box and took a deep breath. She glanced at her father and, with great courage, gently opened the box. It slowly unfolded in front of Jijishu and Jibanong. It was an exquisitely constructed mechanical clock. Jijishu was stunned. Looking at Jijishu's shocked expression, Jia couldn't help but cough twice. This was actually the clockwheel worm that Andrew had given to Jia last time. Jia had used it to present Buddha with borrowed flowers. Because his poor bookstore really didn't have anything good to offer, and Jijishu had a close relationship with him, he couldn't give her books every time. Therefore, Jia naturally thought of this exquisitely made clock. Last time, he had silently ridiculed in his heart, "Why give a clock as a present? Isn't this just sending someone off?" However, thinking that Nuajin people didn't care about these things and that he really didn't have anything on hand, Jia simply took it. It was originally in an exquisite enamel box, but unfortunately, Boss Lin, who had a weakness for human nature, peeled it off. That box seemed to be worth a lot of money. "Don't look at it just because it's an ordinary clock," Jia said with a smile. He took the clock out of the box and pointed at a small worm lying on it. "Its power is extraordinary. Look." Jijishu's gaze subconsciously followed Jia's finger. Then, she saw the bottom of the exquisite little clock. Under the smooth face of the ruby embedded in the pure silver frame, the inside of the clock was covered by a complicated frame. At the bottom of the meshing gears, there was actually a small caterpillar. This caterpillar wriggled and crawled on the exquisite gear machine. With every step it took, the second hand made a slow click sound, driving the entire machine. "This is..." Jibanong's eyes widened slightly, and his expression instantly became sluggish. Jijishu looked at the clock and opened her mouth. She was completely shocked and couldn't even speak. Jia saw the two's reaction and his smile deepened. Although this clock was just a flashy thing, a plaything for rich people, it was really a beauty that could be seen with the naked eye. It could be said that as long as one wasn't blind, one could see that it was priceless. To be able to stun the chairman of Luo Air Resources, who monopolized Nuajin's business, Andrew's gift was really the right one. The reason why Jia had the idea that the enamel box would definitely sell for a lot of money instead of selling this little clock was, of course, the premise was that no matter how much this little clock sold for, it would be a huge loss and definitely couldn't be easily sold. It was better to use it as a gift. This gift of borrowing flowers to offer Buddha was definitely worth the box of items that the father and daughter of the Ji family had given last time, including that golden apple. 1 second to remember, http://m9bkuj. Calm now. When it was time to negotiate the price, he could finally not hold back and haggle the price. Back and forth, it was a business that made huge profits with little capital. It was really a huge profit. Thinking of this, Jia couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He slightly leaned back and revealed an even more amiable smile. Jijishu stared fixedly at the crawling bug. Her lips and throat were dry, and she silently swallowed her saliva. If this clock was placed outside, out of 10 people, perhaps not even one would know its value. But in this small side hall, even Ji Banong knew where it came from. What kind of immeasurable value did it have? It came from the family of the vice president of the Truth Society, Andrew. It was an heirloom passed down from generation to generation and was equivalent to one of the priceless heirlooms of the Truth Society. Yet, Boss Lin had placed it in such a plain box and given it away so casually. Jijishu tried her best to suppress her pounding heart. Ever since she inherited Ruian's memories and brought his intelligence organization under the jurisdiction of the Spider, the latter was now the largest intelligence organization in Nuajin. Ryan was full of ambition, but he also had the patience to match it. He also had the support of a huge intelligence network. Unfortunately, he lacked a bit of luck and died under the claws of Boss Lin's gargoyle claw. His name didn't really change from the dark to the light. Even so, Ruian's intelligence network was worthy of his self-proclaimed title of Underground Emperor. Back then, his intelligence network could even obtain information that Wang Erda was actually in Nuajin. It was clear how powerful he was. If he had not died prematurely in the bookstore with his ambitions, the Mayayoi Tower might have had another troublesome enemy. Therefore, Jijishu, who had inherited everything from Ruian, knew that this was the heirloom of the Andrew family. Ji Banong often relied on his many years of experience to help Jijishu deal with information about the extraordinary world to the best of his ability. He also understood the value of this little toy in front of him. The father and daughter looked at each other and exchanged a burning gaze. After going through such a terrifying ordeal, Jijishu's determination and perseverance to endure the pain and Ji Banong's loyalty to her father despite witnessing his predicament finally gained Boss Lin's recognition. The clockwheel worm, an item that only existed in legends, was actually placed in front of them so casually. According to the intelligence, this seemingly weak and harmless caterpillar-like creature was actually a four-dimensional creature that had accidentally stumbled upon the low-dimensional world they were in. Then, it was coincidentally captured by the powerful extraordinaire of the Andrew family. What an inconceivable and terrifying power this was. In a split second, the lightning that had been caught became a power that could change the rules. That's right, this extraordinary tool from the Andrew family was one of the few tools that could temporarily display the rule domain that only gods could possess. The room was silent for a while. Lin Jia could understand the feeling of being stunned speechless by the ingenious workmanship of nature. He continued, using a worm as the power source of a clock, such an ingenious idea is actually more amazing than its beautiful appearance. Just like humans, good-looking skins are all the same, but interesting souls are 1 in 100. Lin Jia did not feel guilty at all about using someone else's gift as a gift. He said seriously, Miss Ji, in my opinion, you have both. Most importantly, you have a heart that is still improving, just like this clock that keeps moving forward and never stops. Therefore, I'm giving it to you, and I hope that you will be the same in the future. This is too precious. Jijishu could not help but stand up. She pursed her lips and said hesitantly, such a precious gift. Precious was one thing, but more importantly, this was a secret treasure from the Andrew family. Jijishu knew very well that if she wanted to get something from Boss Lin, she would most likely have to pay a price. The price would depend on how precious the item was. And now, this priceless treasure, she wondered what kind of price she would have to pay. Lin Jia waved his hand with a nonchalant expression, fully displaying his Versailles style. Sigh, what's precious about it? Actually, the most important thing about a gift is the thought behind it, isn't it? I think it's exquisitely made, and I don't have any use for it. Why don't I give it to you? Boss Lin blinked and said, I think you probably like this kind of toy. Well, little girls probably liked this kind of exquisite-looking toy. This was the valuable experience that Lin Jia had gained from his barren, desert-like communication behavior with the opposite sex. Toy, little toy, Jijishu fell silent. You call this a toy, play with what, toying with the power of time, but perhaps in Boss Lin's mind, this symbol that represented the highest wisdom of humans and the limits of extraordinary was just a little toy, like a low-grade toy made by a babbling naughty child with mud. It was very clumsy. Jijishu could not help but smile bitterly. She did not have the right to refuse, nor did she have the thought of refusing. However, there was one thing she had to consider, that was, she was still a terror-level extraordinary. Even if she got a transcendent item of this level, she would not be able to use it. However, Lin Jia was determined to give this clock toy to Jijishu. He looked at her sincerely and handed the item in his hand forward. Jijishu hesitated for a moment. Even if she got this thing, she would not be able to use it at all. The projection of the clockwheel worm required an unimaginably large amount of ether to trigger four-dimensional creatures and make time move under its influence. It was rumored that hundreds of years ago, the Truth Society once wanted to activate this weapon for some reason, so they gathered all the upper echelons and gathered a large amount of ether to warn other transcendent organizations with its power to manipulate time. Jijishu did not know if they had really used it, but as long as the Andrew family had it, they would be able to be prominent in the Truth Society. Even the Andrew family might not have thought of using it again. Once this powerful rule-type weapon was used, the consequences would be unpredictable. In fact, Jijishu was very doubtful whether the clockwheel worm could be used anymore. But, since Boss Lin had taken it out, even if it could not be used, it could definitely be used. It was just that ordinary people could not use it. Jijishu quickly analyzed in her mind, and then she suddenly had a bright idea and came up with a guess. Since I can't use it at all, then, perhaps, this is a token. The Truth Society believed in the highest knowledge of mankind, the ultimate wisdom, and science. And just now, Boss Lin had said, truth and rules. Wasn't that the Truth Society's purpose? From not believing in gods, to liberating human nature, and then the treasure of the Andrew family, everything happened to coincide with some of the theories of the Truth Society. He was hinting that he wanted my spider organization and Roar's resources to use this clockwheel worm as a token and unite with the Truth Society to defeat the false gods who oppressed human nature and the transcendents who bullied the weak. Jijishu was completely enlightened. Everything made sense now. She looked at Lin Jia. The latter's eyes were so sincere. Jijishu thought excitedly. She once again understood Boss Lin's intentions, but at the same time, she was a little scared. Could she really bear such a heavy responsibility? So strange. Lin Jia thought to himself. It's just a small toy. Why did Miss Ji remain silent for so long without batting an eyelid? Her expression was so serious, and she looked at me with such a deep gaze. Could it be that she was afraid of caterpillars? Actually, she didn't like this gift, but because she couldn't reject it, she was struggling in her heart. Maybe it was true. Although Jijishu was an iron-blooded female warrior who had killed all the scumbags, even the toughest girl had a soft side. Could it be that she was really afraid of caterpillars? Miss Ji, are you afraid? Lin Jia broke the silence. After Jijishu heard this, her heart skipped a beat. Yes, she was afraid. Compared to the previous small missions, this time, a god-level transcendent item was given at the beginning. This meant that the mission was unusual. But now, she still didn't even have an annihilation item. It would be a lie to say that she was not afraid. To become the savior of the weak, can I really do it? Jijishu was a little depressed as she thought. Then, she lowered her head and said honestly, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Sure enough, she was afraid of caterpillars. Right? Seeing Jijishu's disappointed look, Lin Jia suddenly felt bad. This was really a mistake. He had never considered this point. He had given the wrong gift. Actually, there's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Jia wanted to redeem his failed gift. He quickly took the clock in his hand, trying to use practical actions to dispel her fear. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a small bug. It won't bite. Lin Jia smiled awkwardly. Then, under the shocked gaze of the father and daughter, he gently fiddled with the slowly crawling bug. 67th Street. The distance from the Central District to 67th Street, which spanned across half of Nuajin, seemed insignificant when viewed from above. The cloud vortex in the sky covered everything like a shadow. In the sky that was as dark as the night, a snowstorm that had been brewing for a long time finally descended with unstoppable momentum. Attention all residents, please do not go out during the snowstorm. Please do not go out during the snowstorm. The meteorological department has issued a red blizzard warning. The first snowstorm in Nuajin's history is coming. The Central District has forbade residents from going out for the first time. Alarms from the television and radio rang out everywhere in Nuajin. However, unlike the storm a few months ago, the Central District did not evacuate residents. Instead, they were forced to stay where they were. The battle between the two god-level masters would not stop for any small fry. If they really lost control, the ether would be barren wherever it reached. The only thing the Central District could do, I'm afraid that one in the Central District will have to be awakened. Winston clenched his fists and looked at the two huge clusters of ether energy from afar. They were like two light bulbs colliding with each other. In an instant, a light wave that was enough to blind the eyes flashed. After the light wave, a rolling wave of ether came crashing down. It was as if it wanted to overturn another layer of the ground. Under the battle between these two god-level powerhouses, the Great Norkin, which had housed countless lives in the past, was shattered into pieces as if it were made of glass. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Should he lament that this was the limit of humans? Or should he say, were Yusefyu and Wang Erda really considered humans at this moment? Winston looked at the torrential rain of flesh and blood mixed in the wind and snow. His feelings were extremely complicated. Fear, respect, worry, because the dream-creating machine had been set up long ago, the entire battle was in a state of drifting at the edge of the dream world. It would not affect reality for the time being. Therefore, the bloody rain was all from the corpses and tears of the Merides Tower's knights and corpse food cult's followers. However, the torn pieces of flesh became the best sacrifice. It allowed Wang Erda, who was in the center, to expand his evil power again and again. Winston watched as countless knights wielded longswords and charged at the corpse food cult's crazy followers who had lost their minds like zombies. They sacrificed themselves like a meat grinder. Winston's heart was heavy, to the point that he often trembled and couldn't bear to watch, but he still had to give the order to charge again and again. He recalled the words he had given to Galij and repeated them to himself. Everything was Tower's goal. He clenched his fists helplessly and gritted his teeth. He looked at the communication device and saw that it was Galij, the owner of the bookstore. Not long ago, Galij seemed to have met with an accident and ended the call. Now, it was silent. Such a battle wasn't even enough to attract Boss Lin's attention? Or was he happy to see such an outcome? That bookstore owner shouldn't be like this. In a trance, he seemed to see his old friend Yusefyu's reverence and reliance on the bookstore owner. Yusefyu was so loyal to the bookstore owner, but now, the bookstore owner was just watching coldly. No. Winston shook his head. Yusefyu was still loyal to Tower. It was Tower's order to contact the bookstore owner. Tower was trying to curry favor with the bookstore. If the bookstore owner really wanted Yusefyu to die, would the Mai Tower, who had been loyal to Yusefyu for so many years, choose to give up Yusefyu? Winston didn't think further. He felt a chill run down his spine. He pulled back his thoughts and saw the girl in the corner from the corner of his eyes. Melissa, the girl who grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth, was looking at the battlefield not far away. Her father was in the eye of the storm. The chaotic ether field was like a meat grinder. Anyone who stepped into it was instantly crushed into pieces and flew into the sky before turning into a rain of blood and broken bones. Winston comforted her. Melissa, don't worry. The situation is getting better. He wasn't lying. Although they couldn't see the scene in the center of the battlefield, the white flame that had been trying its best to stop the black tentacles from spreading out had begun to counterattack. The one-sided situation was reversed. Everything seemed to be getting better. No. The girl had been in a daze since the beginning. Her expression was between confusion and panic. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and shook her head violently. She clutched her chest tightly and turned to rush towards the center of the battlefield. Melissa. The head of the combat division quickly went forward to grab her. What are you trying to do? You will only distract your father if you go now. Melissa struggled and shouted, I want to save my father. Winston's tone was harsh. Although he did not mince his words with Joseph, he had always been kind to his best friend's daughter. However, at this moment, his expression was extremely gloomy. You're courting death. Think carefully about your identity. Think about Vivian who sacrificed herself to save you. Your father is fighting to protect you. What are you trying to do now? I know. Melissa shouted. In the loud noise of the battlefield, she had to raise her voice to speak clearly. The strong young female knight's voice was filled with tears. I know that people sacrificed themselves for me. I also know that I shouldn't continue forward and cause more deaths. I also know that I am the daughter of a radiant knight and I should consider the big picture. But I am also Yusefyu's daughter. I can feel that my father is about to die. Melissa finally couldn't hold back her tears and cried out. Die? Could it be? Winston suddenly turned to look at the center of the battlefield. A transcendence perception would never be fake. Furthermore, Joseph had just ascended to god rank, his mysteriousness had greatly increased, and it was absolutely possible for Melissa, who was connected to him by blood, to have such a reaction. That meant, in the battlefield that was enveloped by ether, normal extraordinaries could not see the situation clearly. But Winston could faintly sense that the terrifying outcome he predicted was quietly happening. The barrier set up by the dream creator suddenly broke. The cracks quickly spread out, and the surging sea of ether tore the gap between dream and reality. Winston was surprised, his hands loosened for a moment, allowing Melissa to rush into the battlefield without caring about anything else. Melissa. The young girl was not afraid of death. She only had the most simple thought, I want to save my father. But just as Melissa rushed forward, she saw the knights from the Myrtle Tower and the corpse food cult followers retreat as if they had seen something terrifying. Their faces were filled with the same fear. Those corpse food cult followers who had a strong desire to attack and had lost their rationality actually completely ignored Melissa and ran away on all fours. Melissa pushed the crowd aside and passed through the barrier and ether that had temporarily disappeared due to the Dream Creator's shattering. She rushed to the center of the battlefield. When she saw the scene in front of her, her eyes widened. Against the magnificent backdrop of the collision between the abyss and the sky, countless black tentacles stretched out from the cracked ground in response to the summons, twisting into a cluster of unknown behemoths. The entire battlefield was tainted with a heavy and terrifying aura of contamination. The ground started to tremble with the giant at the center. A shockwave that could shatter heaven and earth burst out from the ground. The two force fields that formed a semicircle cracked like eggs. Wang Erda had completed another breakthrough. Melissa's ears started to ring when she saw these tentacles. Whispers from the depths of the mystery roared in her ears and shook her soul. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with filth. She covered her ears and knelt down. Father, she shouted helplessly in her heart. The center of the battlefield was filled with a stench that was as thick as paste. It was nauseating. Violent gales, blizzards, flesh, and dust formed a whistling torrent. The corpses within the ether force field were swallowed up by the pitch-black abyss that spread across the ground like a quagmire. As countless purple forbidden runes flashed past, the blood-colored veins that surged like a pulse lit up and then extinguished in the center. It was like the heartbeat of some existence. Those forbidden runes were the sacrificial ritual that Wang Erda had set up so far with the largest scope and the most terrifying effects. Relying on this ritual, the corpses and souls of all those who had died on the battlefield would become a part of his power, allowing him to continue to grow stronger. Wang Erda took a deep breath and felt the surging power gradually fill his body once again. It was like a raging river that was roaring and yearning to wreak havoc. However, as a vessel, his body had completely fallen behind. However, he was unable to completely abandon this body. Its high-speed regenerative ability prevented him from completely destroying himself and allowing the power to leak out. Phew. He exhaled an overly scorching breath and looked at his tattered black robe and old suit. There were wounds of various sizes, as well as that badly mangled arm of his that had been severed. Fresh blood dripped down continuously. Blood-colored granulation was rapidly growing out of the wound, fighting against the sharp sword aura that covered it and healing it with great difficulty. Wang Erda twisted his neck and looked at his wound that could neither heal nor tear open completely. He fell into a short period of contemplation. His eyes flickered, and then he expressionlessly reached out and pressed down on his arm that was only connected by tendons and flesh. RIP. Remember the URL, M9bkuj. Com. The terrifying sound of flesh being torn apart rang out. He actually pulled his arm off and threw it aside to be swallowed up by the ground. Whoosh! In the next moment, a dazzling white figure descended from the sky, holding a long sword that could tear through space. He smashed down like a burning meteor. Raging flames enveloped the burly figure of the man in armor. His eyes were filled with rage as he stared straight at Wang Erda and bellowed, Wang Erda. I've found you. You can't escape. The person who came was naturally Xianxia. After fighting for a long time, Wang Erda had one of his arms broken and took the opportunity to escape. After resting for a few seconds under the cover of the chaotic ether force field, the Xianxia caught up to him. Wang Erda sneered. The quagmire-like abyss beside him wriggled for a while. Then, a huge palm followed closely behind and slapped towards the Xianxia. Boom! The giant palm formed from his own arm collided with the flames formed from the Xianxia, creating a loud sound. The shockwave instantly spread out, stirring up the surrounding sticky air. Unfortunately, Xianxia roared. His body was covered in white flames, and his sword cut open the palm with unstoppable force. Swish! The sword fell to the ground, and a white airwave hundreds of meters high slashed out diagonally, cutting open the air and pushing the ether to the sides, destroying everything in its path. Even the palm was turned into ashes. Xianxia stood firmly and raised his head. Wang Erda's figure had disappeared in front of him once again. He raised his long sword horizontally and took a stance in a certain direction. He shouted coldly, "It's useless, Wang Erda. Do you only know how to run? 2 years have passed, and you're no different from before. You're just a stray dog running away with its tail between its legs." Thousands of meters away, Wang Erda, who had used flash again, stood where he was. His gaze was solemn, and he seemed to be deep in thought. At this moment, they both knew that their strengths were similar, and their perception abilities were not much different. It was impossible to keep a distance, and they would be discovered immediately. But what they needed most now was time. The first step to ascending to the god level was to comprehend the rules. The two of them had reached it almost at the same time, and it was hard to tell who was better. The second step was to form a domain. This was the most crucial step to the god level, and it was also the source of their power. It could be said that in this battle, whoever could form a domain first would win. Both sides were racing against time. Xianxia kept chasing and fighting with him, so he had no time to think about how to form his own domain. It was the same for him. In such a high-density battle, it was difficult for one side to relax. Therefore, they were both waiting for an opportunity. Wang Erda slowly revealed a sly smile. 3, 2, 1. He finished the countdown in his heart, and with his remaining hand, he raised the sacrificial knife and was ready to chant a spell. Sure enough, he saw Xianxia's figure sprinting toward him like a white rainbow. His straight movement left behind countless white flames made of ether, instantly evaporating the abyss filth that Wang Erda had summoned from the ground. Good chance. Xianxia thought to himself as he looked at Wang Erda, who seemed to have stopped in his tracks due to exhaustion. He pretended to raise his sword to block, but in reality, he quickly condensed ether in his hand and hit Wang Erda's abdomen. Wang Erda was instantly sent flying, accompanied by a large amount of burning white flames produced by the ether explosion. More than half of Wang Erda's body instantly turned into flying debris. The moment Wang Erda was hit, the smile on his face widened, and his entire body flew out due to inertia. As the battlefield had been razed to the ground, Wang Erda was sent flying and tumbling all the way. His entire body shattered in the air until he hit the pillar at the edge of the boundary created by the Dreammaker. Xianxia turned into a stream of light and followed closely behind. When he saw Wang Erda fall to the ground like a dead object, he did not dare to relax. He was ready to step forward and give Wang Erda the final blow with his sword. But at the same time, he subconsciously hesitated, because everything was going too smoothly. With Wang Erda's craftiness, he had already made Xianxia use all his strength back then. Today, after 2 years, he should not be defeated so easily. Xianxia hesitated, and a guess appeared in his mind. But suddenly, his spiritual perception was triggered, and his thoughts were interrupted. It was as if he had unknowingly touched something. In the distance, he was attracted by an unknown thread of fate. Melissa? Xianxia's heart raced, and he suddenly turned around. Through the boundary of the Dreammaker, he saw his beloved daughter approaching the battlefield. Unknowingly, they had already fought to the edge of the boundary. And at a distance of less than a kilometer, Melissa and Winston's figures could be clearly seen. The two of them seemed to have a conflict, and Winston pulled Melissa aside to say something. Hee. Xianxia, guess, if I were to rush over now, what are the chances of killing your daughter? Wang Erda's voice suddenly sounded. His tone was indifferent, but it was filled with malice and provocation. Xianxia's expression froze, and could not help but reveal a sinister expression. By the time he regained his senses, he had already used all his strength to smash Wang Erda's body, and the white flames exploded in his vision. In the next second, he immediately realized that it was Wang Erda's scheme to provoke him. But it was too late. Wang Erda, who was left with a broken body, flew far away again, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he laughed. Ha 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 ha, thank you, Xianxia. If not for your strength, I'm afraid I would not be able to break free from this broken body, and welcome the domain of a true god. The flames burned Wild's body, completely suppressing his self-healing instincts. His withered cells could no longer be regenerated, turning into nothingness in the blazing white flames. In the end, nothing was left. But there was indeed something different about the dark magus. Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and only then did he realize that Wang Erda had used that punch to completely comprehend the laws, and formed his own domain. The radiant knight's body was wrapped in ether, and he quickly closed in, grabbing at Wang Erda like a burst of light, but it was too late. Before Xianxia's hand could land, he saw Wang Erda's broken body, still laughing wildly, burned to ashes in the ether flames. At the same time, a new body was born from the destruction. Wang Erda, who was close to becoming a god, was about to abandon his human body. Faster, faster, Xianxia roared, using all his strength to make himself faster than time. Wang Erda rapidly expanded in the void, and under the robe was no longer a human body, but a ball of flesh with dozens of tentacles covered in red eyes. The dark magus had lost his body, and was like a huge piece of meat planted on the floor. Only a broken head, completely disproportionate to the body, was still above the tentacles, revealing a strange and mocking smile. Every god-level existence had their own rules, and at this moment, a new rule domain was being formed. Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and the veins on his forehead and arms bulged. He let out a roar, and turned to kill the dark magus before he completely transformed. He raised the sword in his hand, and the place where the blade touched began to burn rapidly. The ether collided with each other, igniting a dazzling white flame. If an ordinary person looked directly at it, their eyes would be burned through and vaporized. Behind him, a gigantic humanoid silhouette of light condensed and performed the same actions as him. It was about the same size as the gigantic dark magus that looked like a piece of meat. But the two figures, side by side, were completely different. Xianxia, my battle with you ends here. Fate has drawn an end. Wang Erda's last head was burned by the white flame. His voice was like a decaying bell that had been struck, reverberating throughout the battlefield, announcing, I am destruction. I have always pursued destruction, but I could not touch the end and the true meaning of destruction, because I could not personally experience it. But now, thanks to you, Xianxia, death is the closest place to destruction. Everything has an end, and the power of the end is in my hands. Xianxia. Wang Erda spoke as if he was calling for his companions, but his voice was broken, sharp, and terrifying. Just hearing it was enough to make people lose their minds. He laughed and said, You've lost everything. I've already seen your defeated death. Everyone on the battlefield heard the announcement that sounded like a decaying bell. A new domain was being formed, and the rules belonging to the newly born god had been established. As Wang Erda's voice rang out, everyone could clearly feel the formless ether sweeping over like a tidal wave. The entire world seemed to have been deconstructed, and completely became the embodiment of someone's will. The extraordinaires who were in the midst of it could instantly feel uncontrollable fear and trembling. It was beyond their own thoughts and will, and they could not resist it. The instinctive desire to live made them run for their lives. Regardless of whether it was the Knights of the Myrtle Tower or the believers of the corpse food cult, they all ran for their lives. But how could they catch up to the speed of the god's domain? In the next moment, formless ripples chased after them, and everything that was swept by was first frozen, then turned into pitch-black fragments and returned to nothingness. They were crushed by the rules, and completely disappeared from this world. Nothing was eternal. The end of everything was only death and disappearance. And that was the end. Wang Erda turned into a distorted giant that covered the sky, and let out an inhuman roar in the snowstorm. With an unstoppable roll, it crushed the Xianxia in front of it. No, remember this 1 second. http://m9bkuj. Melissa, who was shocked by the sudden change and the mysteriousness of the birth of a god, knelt on the ground, dragging her body that was covered in blood. She opened her eyes wide and let out a cry of despair. Her pale face was stained with blood, and the thick smoke blew the red hair in front of her forehead. Her blue eyes were lifeless as she watched her father being swallowed by the darkness. She wanted to use her sword to support herself up, but she fell to the ground powerlessly. The knights who were lucky enough to survive in the surroundings were also in a daze and despair. Suddenly, a corpse food cult believer who was no longer affected noticed Melissa, and staggered towards her. Melissa just sat there in a daze. Melissa, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Winston's roar exploded in her ears, and he pulled Melissa to the side, and at the same time, he pulled out his sword and chopped off the believer's head. The dead body dissolved on the ground, and once again became Wang Erda's nourishment. Winston looked at the scene and suddenly felt a little weak. But when he saw Melissa by the side, he immediately became spirited. He walked over to support the young lady who had fainted, and quickly retreated. The area covered by the Apocalypse domain was dead silent. There was no longer any fighting, and even the flow of the air was stagnant. Further back, the second batch of dream creators was being strengthened, but everyone knew it was futile. When Wang Erda completely killed Xianxia, the expanded domain would swallow them all. The snow became heavier. The snowflakes were swept up by the wind, and the cold air of despair was sucked into Winston's lungs. This kind of law was almost unbreakable, and Winston could not think of any way to support the Xianxia. Wang Erda used himself as the law. Wherever his gaze landed, everything would turn into chaotic, untouchable matter of nirvana. It could not be heard, seen, or sensed. It was the end of everything, and the end was the final entropy. Wang Erda's ability was complete, and there was no need for other sacrificial rituals. The believers of Corpse Food Cult did not need to continue sending themselves to their deaths, but the remaining believers were inspired by the birth of the god-level priest, and became even stronger. The few remaining defenses were about to collapse. Winston gritted his teeth, and his trembling hands kept pressing on the communication device. At this point, the only thing he could believe was that extremely uncertain sentence. Gulige said it. He said that Mr. Lin would not watch Xianxia fail, and he said that the final victory would be Xianxia's. Winston's hand that was pressing the communication device started to slip, and only then did he realize that his hand was sweating from nervousness, and he had pressed the wrong button several times. Beep. The communication device was finally connected. Gulige, who was absent-minded during the banquet, felt the vibration of the communication device in his arms, and his heart skipped a beat. He said that he would provide the information, and it had only been a while since the last call, so why did Winston take the initiative to call? Did something unexpected happen? He stood up and prepared to avoid Charlotte and Fitch, and find a corner to talk again. At the same time, Charlotte's body trembled slightly, and then she looked at Gulige's back meaningfully. It seems like this game of chess is finally coming to an end. Gulige went to the corner of the banquet and took out his communication device. Chief Winston, what's wrong? Do you have any more questions for me? Gulige asked softly. This time, there was no longer the clamor of killing on Winston's side, but it was unbelievably quiet, so quiet that it was like a dead silence. An ominous premonition suddenly appeared, and Gulige's heart sank. Gulige. Winston's hoarse voice came from the communication device, and he said with difficulty, Wang Erda is one step ahead of us, and has already mastered the law of destiny called Terminus. Gulige almost crushed the communication device, and his mind buzzed. He could not hear anything else after that. Winston held the communication device and looked at the battle in the distance. Xianxia, who had originally had the upper hand, was now in a disastrous situation on the battlefield. Xianxia condensed a huge radiant wall of ether, blocking the strange black fog-like matter of destiny that contained the law of destiny. However, Xianxia's ether turned into nothingness the moment it came into contact with the law of destiny. Even ether had its end. Xianxia's body had a limited amount of ether energy, and once the ether was exhausted, it would be Xianxia that came into contact with the law of destiny. The radiant Grand Knight retreated in defeat, but when he turned back to look at Nua Jean behind him, and his own daughter, he once again condensed a powerful ether wall. This time, he did not consume ether from the outside world, but from the burning of his own life force. Only a god-level life force could resist a god-level law of destiny. Xianxia. Winston muttered his old friend's name. After clenching his fists, he calmly said to Gulige on the other end of the communication device, the situation of the battle has taken a sudden turn. My personal identity is not the Mai Tower, but me. Please help me seek help from Mr. Lin immediately. What probing, what observation? All of that can go to hell. He suddenly felt his eyes sting. Anything. No matter what price I have to pay, I'm willing to pay. I just hope that he can look over here a little, at my comrade Xianxia. Gulige heard Winston's calm and despairing voice, and the communication device fell to the ground in a daze. The communication device fell to the ground with a clatter, instantly waking Gulige up. Boss Lin, yes, Boss Lin, he can definitely save teacher. he said it before. Boss Lin, Boss Lin. I'll go now. Just you wait. Gulij did not care about etiquette and rushed out from the corner. He grabbed a waiter and asked for the location of the side hall with red eyes. The nobles at the banquet cast strange glances at this noble youth who had suddenly lost his composure. Charlotte looked at Gulij's anxious expression and smiled pleasantly. Although she did not know the situation of the battle, as a believer who had personally witnessed the doctrine, she naturally had a connection with Wang Erda, who was a priest. Becoming a god-level priest had given her a vague sense of inspiration. And now, just by looking at Gulij's appearance, she knew that Wang Erda was one step ahead of Xianxia. Get out of the way. Gulij pushed away the servants who came over to ask. Get out of the way, I want to see Boss Lin. Gulij asked around like a headless fly, but these servants either did not know anything, told him that he was not invited to the side hall, or advised him to calm down. How can I calm down? Gulij screamed madly in his heart. Finally, he saw the butler who had come to invite Xianxia to the side hall in the corridor. He rushed over and grabbed the butler, shouting loudly, Where's Boss Lin? I have something important to talk to him about. Where did you take him? The butler was dumbfounded, but he still kept calm and said as patiently as possible, I'm sorry, Mr. Gulij, Mr. Lin is dining with our master and young mistress, please. Greg instantly chanted an incantation and summoned his sacrificial knife. He placed it on the housekeeper's neck, gritted his teeth, and whispered in a hysterical voice, Tell me, where is the side hall? Take me there. Yes, yes, cold sweat broke out on the butler's forehead, and he said, I'll take you there now. The side hall is this way, but in fact, the hand behind his back was already ready to take out the alarm, but before he could finish, Gulij chanted a spell for the second time. His eyes shone with a psychedelic light, making the butler lose consciousness. He put down his hands in a daze and said, Please follow me. Gulij led the butler all the way to the door of the side hall, and the latter said, It's here. Before the butler could finish, Gulij pushed him away and rushed into the side hall. The sturdy door was directly knocked open by this young trainee knight. Behind him, the manor's guards and attendants rushed over after sensing the abnormality. What Gulij saw was Xianxia, who was about to reach out and touch the clock. Winston hung up the phone and looked at the Xianxia and the few remaining knights who were constantly depleting their lives. He disobeyed the Miue Tower's order to continue defending and issued one last order, everyone, evacuate. Save your lives. At this point, he could no longer encourage anyone. Wang Erda's ability was unbeatable. He, or should he be called he, could accelerate everything to the end in an instant, that is, complete destruction. In such a situation, unless it was a god-level expert, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Hearing the commander's order, the knights who had already fallen into despair looked at each other. Although they wanted to say something, they still chose to leave in the end. In fact, they had already understood that Xianxia, who had not obtained the power of the rules, could no longer resist Wang Erda's attack. At this time, he was only burning his life to protect the remaining fighting forces of the Miue Tower. They supported each other and quickly left the battlefield. Winston held the communication device in a daze and the crowd moving against the flow. After a long time, he turned to look at the Nuajin shrouded in the cold winter. Stepping on the snow, he slowly walked towards the girl who had just woken up. He squatted down and whispered, Melissa, your father, is a true hero. Wang Erda stretched his own domain to the extreme, and at the same time, his body became bigger and bigger as if it was filled with air. Countless waving tentacles emerged from the depths of the ground, breaking mountains and splitting the earth. He was like a huge mountain, and even the snowstorm couldn't shake him. Just looking at it was enough to make one feel despair and insignificance. But such a magnificent body didn't have any inconvenience at all. The Black Wizard even felt that he had never been so light in his life. Because his soul and will had reached the end, a powerful force rose from the bottom of the long river of death. It was like a floating bubble that gently lifted his body. When his vision kept rising and reached a height where he could see the whole Nuajin and the wall of grey fog that surrounded the whole world in the distance, a realization really emerged from the bottom of his heart. As a human, Wang Erda was indeed dead. The new existence was Wang Erda, who could be called a god. He was the Wang Erda who controlled the end of all things. Now, as long as he wanted, he could use all his power to make the whole Nuo gene reach the end of destruction. All those existences under his line of sight were nothing more than ants that he could crush with a wave of his hand. When he breathed, he rolled up the wind. When he raised his hand, he lifted the ground. In the blink of an eye, he could crush everything. When he looked around, he felt as if he was born to control everything. Xianxia raised his head and stared at the huge wriggling monster like a mountain. He breathed heavily and used all his strength to raise the long sword again. He ignited the white flame, but his hands began to tremble. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Com. He was not afraid. But the bloody wounds on his body and the broken sword in his hand were like a tangible mountain that seemed to crush him at any time. The body of the evil god in front of him was like a huge sarcoma, as if there were countless tubes inserted. It was covered with thick and slippery tentacles, and the purple-black tentacles were covered with blood. He used several of the biggest tentacles as a support to support his body. The moment his huge body stood up, it almost caused the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. The ground, which had already been scraped off by the battlefield, once again cracked open like thin ice, revealing the crisscrossing steel structure below. In the air, Wang Erda looked like a ball of string. He also looked like the head of a snake-haired witch that would petrify anyone who saw him. His tentacles were as dense as strands of hair. Every tentacle was a part of his body. Gulp, accompanied by a strange sound, a face that belonged to the human Wang Erda grew from the top of the tumor. It opened its eyes and looked down. His huge body overlooked the entire battlefield from high to low. His eyesight was also at the level of a god. He could easily see the faces of everyone on the battlefield, and their expressions of despair and fear. He let out a chuckle from the inside of his body. The sound waves spread, and a few humans screamed and died because they heard the sound. So it is such a wonderful feeling to look down on the world. This is the power that I have been pursuing all my life. Wang Erda murmured. Then, he suddenly remembered a familiar face. The gentle smile of the young man with the aura of a scholar, and the obscure and indescribable eyes when he stared at everyone. That gaze was strange, as if it had crossed an entire world. How did the owner of the bookstore view the world? Wang Erda thought to himself. Is he like me? No, Mr. Lin is far above me. It is a height that I can't imagine. How can I figure out Mr. Lin's thoughts so easily? Even at this point, he still didn't dare to think about Mr. Lin's realm. Because he could reach the level of a god, all because of Mr. Lin's advice and guidance. So, how strong the latter was already unimaginable. Wang Erda looked at Xianxia, who was already physically and mentally exhausted. This old enemy of his for many years was like an ordinary old man. His body was wet with sweat and snow, and he had lost his armor and strength. Those white hair, wrinkles, and tired eyes could no longer be covered by his strong body. It was hard to imagine that 2 years ago, he was still hiding because of Xianxia's pursuit. But now, everything was different. He looked at the dark battlefield, and his heart was suddenly as eager as a child. He wanted to end all this and quickly hand over his answer to Boss Lin. That being might look at him with gentle eyes and give him generous praise. No, I'm too greedy, Wang Erda said to himself. I just need to humbly lower my head, offer everything, and accept everything. That should be enough, right? The army was defeated. The knights who retreated under Winston's orders did not even dare to look back at Wang Erda. They used all their strength to run out of the expanding domain. Bang! The ground shattered, and countless tentacles broke out of the shell. Before the knights could react, the tentacles had already grabbed them firmly. With a little force, the knights were directly crushed at the waist. Blood and internal organs splattered everywhere, and they were casually thrown away like cheap garbage. Melissa looked at the knights' internal organs that fell with the snow. They were drenched in the fresh blood of the knights that she was familiar with. It was even scalding hot. But Winston's footsteps did not stop. He carried Melissa, who had just woken up, and avoided a few tentacles. He continued to run. Only then did the girl recover from her stupor. She screamed and struggled to get up, shouting, "Let me down. Let me go back. Didn't you say that Xianxia is a hero? Why are you running? Why aren't you saving him? Why? It's useless." Winston's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. He said with difficulty, "You have seen it. With our strength, it is impossible to save your father. We can't even withstand the aftermath. Listen, he will be remembered as a hero by everyone." I don't want to be a hero. I don't want Xianxia to be a hero." Melissa closed her eyes as tears rolled down. She said with a choked voice, "I only want my father to be alive." Winston was silent for a while. Then, he said, "Unless," Melissa's sobbing voice paused. "Unless?" Winston said in a deep voice, "Unless the bookstore owner is willing to lend us a helping hand." Bookstore? You mean, Mr. Lin? Melissa was startled when she heard the name. "Yes, only he can save your father." Winston hesitated for a moment. But thinking that Melissa was no longer a child, she should be able to understand what he meant. "The Mai Tower has probably decided to give up on Xianxia. The only one who can save him is the bookstore owner, who is still watching everything." Whoosh, another knight was torn apart by the tentacles. His blood splattered everywhere. The warm blood was steaming on the cold battlefield. But at this moment, Melissa's collapsed mind calmed down. After a few months, the bookstore owner's deep and absent-minded eyes were still in front of her eyes when they first met. That bewitching voice sounded in her mind again. "Do you want power? As long as you have the resolve to endure this pain, these books will be the key to opening that door." Then, Mr. Lin gave her a book called The Key to the Door, Origins. She flipped it open. The crazy words surpassed her memories, surpassed time, and rushed into Melissa's mind like a flood. The forbidden door opened once again, and the distorted symbols appeared once again. Suddenly, Melissa hugged her head, she clenched her teeth, as though someone was using a red-hot shovel to stir her brain. It was even more painful than facing Wang Erda's complete body. Amidst the bumpy ride, Winston seemed to have put her down, and asked anxiously, "Melissa, what's wrong?" At that moment, Melissa's perception crumbled, and she started to groan in pain. "Do you want power?" The forbidden knowledge in the book kept surging in front of him. "As long as you have the resolve to endure this pain." "Ah!" Melissa screamed. These books were the key to opening that door. The pain did not stop at all. Instead, it became more and more intense. Boom! Melissa curled up on the ground, blood flowing out from her 7 orifices. She looked extremely terrifying. She clenched her fists, her entire body was covered in cold sweat, but she still tried to open her eyes to look at the center of the battlefield. There was a cluster of white flames burning in the darkness. Even though it was small, it seemed to be able to light up the entire world. At the same time, the world in front of her was once again deconstructed and reorganized. The countless forbidden incantations in front of her were filled with the contents of the book that Mr. Lin gave her. It was like a bridge that allowed her to reach the place she wanted. The bookstore owner said, "Don't be afraid, if you want to open that door, this is the price you have to pay. The future you will definitely be grateful to the present you." Endless time and limited fate intertwined at that moment. In a certain corner of fate, in a dark bookstore, her innermost essence was forcefully dug out and filled with void matter, turning into the cornerstone of all things. From then on, as long as she willed it, she would be able to seize any ability she needed in an instant. But this foundation had a restriction, and could only be used within the concept of night. Melissa opened her eyes, and felt her vision expanding. Looking at the entire world that she had deconstructed, her gaze seemed to be able to reach her father, who was fighting a few thousand meters away. Although the father she respected, relied on, and loved the most had not grasped the power of rules, his essence had already broken through the level of God. In other words, he was the highest existence within the concept of night. The moment she saw her father, the ability of the key to the door was activated. The shattered world rotated, pulled out from the timeline, pieced together from chaos into order, and formed a concept called Xianxia. From the moment he joined the Secret Rites Tower as a genius, from the moment he carried out his first mission, everyone he saved, every fallen enemy he killed, every sentence he was criticized by his superiors because of his stubbornness, the lowest and peak of his life, every step he took to become stronger, until now, she could see it all clearly. Her father's short life appeared like a slide in front of her. The river of time that was engraved with her father's past flowed into Melissa's mind the moment she opened the door. Sacrifice. The life of the Grand Radiant Knight of the Secret Rites Tower could only be described with one word. He was always burning his life, sacrificing himself. Sacrificing time, sacrificing thoughts, sacrificing friends, sacrificing his body, sacrificing everything. Xianxia was like a torch, he was never the light, because he was unable to illuminate everyone forever. Under his cold exterior was a heart that would continue to burn for others, even if it turned into ashes, it would still use its remaining warmth to warm others. So, that was why there were so many people who followed him with longing gazes? Burn. Melissa said with an unusually calm voice. What? Winston was startled, he helped Melissa up, and saw the girl's eyes that suddenly lit up. He felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck him, and a feeling of inspiration made him grab the girl's hand tightly. Every god-level existence would form their own domain, which was enough to change a certain law of the world. Just like the current Wang Erda, who had the concept of destiny. Xianxia also had his own laws, but those concepts were floating around him, and did not have time to form a domain. But, they could still be captured. I said, Father's domain is burn. Melissa held on to her sword and gently pushed Winston away, then slowly stood up. The ominous feeling in Winston's heart became heavier, and he extended his hand to pull her. How did you know? You said just now that only Boss Lin can help us. Huh, Boss Lin truly helped us, but I only remembered now. Melissa laughed at herself, and muttered as though she had just awoken from a dream. So that's how it is, the reason why he gave me that book was so that I could help my father today. He was right, the future me will thank the present me. She looked at the center of the battlefield, took a deep breath, and softly said to someone, thank you. Winston suddenly opened his eyes wide, as though he had realized something. No. I am going to save him. Melissa coughed twice, wiping the blood from her mouth. She revealed a smile and turned to look at Winston, and said firmly, in the past, he sacrificed himself to save everyone, but now, none of them have turned back to save him, then I will save him. In the past, I did not understand his daughter coming to save her father. It is very reasonable, right? The girl's blue eyes had seen through her father's life, and also deconstructed everything about her father. At this moment, through that key, she had already understood the domain that her father was unable to complete, and the god-level law was constructed on her body. But at the same time, her panic-grade body was unable to withstand this enormous power. Once activated, boom. In an instant, Melissa was enveloped by raging flames. The burning flames began to slowly heal her wounds, and at the same time, the enormous power gradually tore her body apart, and in just an instant, she was beyond recognition. Melissa! Under Winston's panicked shout, the girl threw everything away, and with her father's incomplete power, she turned into a straight beam of light and split open the dark battlefield. Before Winston could react, he reached out and grabbed nothing. His fingertips could still feel the soft touch of the girl's red hair. Melissa! Winston chased after her and shouted, but the next moment, the tentacles appeared again and stopped him. He had no choice but to stop and deal with them. What was even more frightening was that on the mud-like ground, a humanoid figure gradually appeared and pounced on the living. The remnant souls and resentment of the corpse food cult followers who had been sacrificed previously had once again condensed into a form following Wild's advancement to god level. Damn it! Winston killed those resentful souls but found that the path opened by Melissa had been blocked by the tentacles, and the expanding domain was close at hand. He could not help but curse. He could only look at the small flame in the distance and was forced to retreat by the enemies. Winston took a deep breath. He felt that the world was simply too absurd. This father and daughter are exactly the same. I don't care. If you want to save them, go ahead. If you want to die so much. He cursed and turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he could not help but look back. You must come back alive, remember the URL, M9 Bikuj. Calm Melissa held the longsword in her hand tightly, and her rapidly changing vision retreated. Her gaze was firm as she stared at the cluster of white flames in the darkness. It broke through the obstacles and moved forward, leaving a clear and straight trail in the darkness. Unlike the pure white of Xianxia, the flames on Melissa's body were crimson like the sunset. It was impossible to tell if this red was the girl's long hair, ether, or her fading life. Crack. Melissa could hear the bones and skin in her body cracking. It was a pain that no ordinary person could endure. She could only tremble with all her might and clench her teeth. In truth, she could no longer differentiate whether they were teeth or not, because her body had almost melted into the flames. But at the same time, the power of the rules that she had obtained through the key to the door became clearer. The birth of a new domain required understanding and construction. This was a long process for a god tier. However, in this battle, through the deaths and sacrifices of countless corpse food cult believers, Wang Erda had provided enough understanding of the end, allowing him to be one step ahead. Xianxia was still missing the last piece of the puzzle. And now, Melissa, who grasped the source of all knowledge and overclocked learning ability, had obtained this puzzle from her father, the man who stood at the peak of the night concept. Next, I just need to convey this understanding to my father. Melissa thought. Wang Erda's new territory almost covered the entire battlefield and was about to touch the edge of the second barrier of the Dream Creator. Once they reached the boundary pillars of the creation enchantment, even the dream-creating machine would be destroyed. Due to the rules, the secret ritual tower itself might be affected, not to mention Nua Jin, who would bear the brunt of it. Clearly, even as a god-level extraordinaire, Wang Erda's strength was somewhat out of his league. Xianxia, give up. Wang Erda looked down from above. The face that appeared on his huge body revealed a faint mocking smile. Because of the purple and black tentacles surging on his skin, he looked abnormally ferocious. His voice echoed on the battlefield like the sound of a decaying bell. You know very well that you and I are both chosen by Boss Lin. This is our fate. Just like twins fighting for nutrients in their mother's womb, only one can walk out of this battlefield alive. And the condition for survival, the reason Boss Lin let us meet here, is the birth of one of the god tier. Boom. Boom. Boom, white flames flickered and exploded constantly, surrounding Wang Erda's mountain-like body. From afar, they looked like flickering stars. It was the light of ether bursting out of Xianxia and Wang Erda's power of the end rule colliding with each other. Hiya hiya, Xianxia's veins all over his body bulged as his muscles bulged to the limit. He roared angrily as he moved at high speed, constantly cutting off parts of Wang Erda's body. He stood tall like a giant, but also like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. After hearing Boss Lin's name, Xianxia raised his head. His angry gaze was like a sharp sword piercing Wang Erda's face on top of the huge body. It's just that there's a difference between us. Wild chuckled and continued, Boss Lin chose me because he wanted me to spread his gospel. He chose you because he wanted you to be my trial. This is a trial for me to overcome my past. Only after overcoming the fear hidden in my immature past can I grow. You think so too, don't you, Xianxia? Boom. Xianxia was hit by a tentacle as huge as a hill. He flew backward and rolled several times on the ground. After plowing deep marks on the ground, he stopped with the force of the sword in his hand stabbing into the ground. The glorious Grand Knight pulled out his sword and looked up. He calmly looked at Wang Erda and charged forward again. Good eyesight, Wang Erda laughed. Do you want to kill me? Then come. I won't kill you completely. Instead, I'll devour you and make you my nutrients, a part of helping the evildoer do evil. He knew Xianxia well. Such an end was undoubtedly more painful than death. It would also allow him to exert his greatest power. Such behavior violated Wang Erda's usual cautious and cunning style. But on the one hand, the close victory and the sudden expansion of power made his mentality change a little. On the other hand, Wang Erda surveyed the entire battlefield again. He had reached the end of all the places covered by his domain of the end. The end of everything was annihilation and collapse. These things that could not be called eternal could not escape his domain. Then, what else could resist him? I have everything under control. Wang Erda was thinking this when he suddenly frowned. A red flame trace appeared in the darkness of the end. It was a flame that was clearly so weak but could not be extinguished. Little by little, the sparks of fire were like fuses that rapidly burned towards him. That is, in his own domain, Wild had almost reached the level of omniscience and omnipotence. He could clearly feel the situation in all directions and could also control everything. But he realized that he could not interfere with the sparks of fire. Wang Erda opened his eyes wide and pulled his gaze closer. He saw the burning and broken girl's figure breaking through the seal of the end again and again, approaching him. Xianxia's daughter? Melissa? Wang Erda's pupils constricted. With a thought, he made the end that filled the surrounding squeeze towards the girl. But he realized that his domain did not work. Impossible. What is that? That is Yusefyu's aura of law? Although Wang Erda did not know what was going on, he immediately understood that he could not let her come into contact with Yusefyu. The black annihilation matter instantly surged towards Melissa like a wave. The black annihilation matter that represented the end domain was like a demon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was everywhere like the wind, like a swarm of locusts. It enveloped the flames and extinguished the light. But, the dark tide wrapped around Melissa like a pebble, and in the next second, the dark surface started to crack like a volcano that had magma flowing through it, and within the cracks, there were red and boiling flames. Boom! Wang Erda's end that was able to annihilate everything actually broke like an egg. Flames were born from within. Melissa's soft red hair fluttered in the flames, fusing with the blazing flames. It was like a red lotus blossoming in hell, specks of starlight, but it was the light of life. It was extremely eye-catching in the pitch-black nirvana matter. The skin on her body had already been burnt, her body collapsed and fluttered, as though she had completely transformed into a ball of flames. Only the young lady's face remained the same, her jade green eyes were as clear as gems. Melissa? Yusefyu, who was sent flying, wanted to pull out his sword again, but suddenly noticed the flames that had broken through the final layer of the end domain. He then realized that it was his daughter who was supposed to be far away from the battlefield, and stood there in a daze. His expression became sinister and distorted, and he roared out, "What are you doing here? Go back! Go back!" Yusefyu took a step forward, but because of the injuries on his body, he staggered 2 steps back, spitting out blood, and his sword dropped to the ground. He started to tremble intensely. "I am the owner of the laws, how can I not feel it, how can I not know? The flames on Melissa's body are formed by burning ether and life." Boom boom boom. Wang Erda controlled his tentacles and a large amount of end matter that was like a black tide to rush towards Melissa, but they were all burned by the flames on Melissa's body. He could still vaguely see the young lady's flames being attacked by the end domain again, exploding and collapsing again, and each time was more shaky than the last. But no matter how strong the power was, it could not stop Melissa's footsteps. She only looked at her father, dragging the heavy flames forward, and forward again. The latter opened his eyes wide, and completely lost his steadiness as a grand knight. He was just like an ordinary father, staggering as he ran over, shouting silently. His voice was also swept away by the end domain, and disappeared into nothingness. Melissa. Yusefyu furiously tore apart everything that blocked him, and finally arrived in front of the ball of flames, and slowly, he stopped. Other than the dissipating ether ring, only the beautiful silhouette of a young lady was left, stubbornly extending her hand forward. Yusefyu trembled slightly, and opened his arms to hug his daughter. The flames collapsed upon contact. At the same time, the incomplete laws were completed, and the young lady who had long lost her life was completely turned into ashes. And Yusefyu's outstretched hand did not grab anything other than ashes. Melissa's face in the flames revealed a smile, her eyes that were as bright as gems curved into crescent moons. She opened her mouth as though she was about to say something, but her beautiful face froze in that moment, and was engulfed by darkness. The sparks of fire that were lingering around Yusefyu's fingertips dissipated into the cold wind. The knight's outstretched hand froze in mid-air, the ashes and snowflakes swirled and scattered, unable to be brought to her father's hand by the wind. Yusefyu's eyes were about to split open, it was as though time had stopped for him. He stared blankly at his adorable daughter turning into ashes in front of him. Boom, the domain that had the concept of combustion quickly descended with an unstoppable momentum, congealing on Yusefyu's body. The white flames that looked as though it wanted to incinerate everything instantly gushed out in all directions, but he could no longer feel anything. The knight, who was as tough as steel, who had never been weak in his life, felt that his voice was blocked by something. He opened his mouth like a fish, but was unable to form a complete sentence. "Me, Melissa." He choked as he called out his child's name. He knew how painful it was to ignite one's life force, but Melissa had forcefully traversed half of the battlefield, and withstood Wang Erda's god domain's bombardment. Even with the flames burning her body, she was never weak. 1 second to remember http://m9bkuj. Combat such a strong and good child, his kind, adorable, intelligent, hardworking, mischievous, beautiful, brave Melissa, was never blessed by fate. Until the end, she was unable to reach her father's embrace. Melissa. I'm sorry. The immense sorrow drowned Xianxia, who knew how many years he had not cried. His eyes that he thought were dry, were instantly filled with tears. He took in deep breaths, but the air around him seemed to have congealed, and he was unable to take in anything. It was as though everything that supported him to continue living had left him along with the ashes, not allowing him to touch anything. In his blurred vision, Melissa's smile and memories quickly flashed past his mind, and gradually, it seemed to overlap with her young and brave mother's face. Melissa's mother was once a radiant grand knight, and had fought alongside Xianxia countless times. He still remembered. When Melissa was young, she hated her mother, because of her strictness, because of her expectations. Dahlia, Melissa's mother, who was also a radiant knight, died in the arms of Xianxia. Xianxia, I'm dying. Dahlia smiled and caressed his cheek, saying gently, forgive me, I can only let you take care of our child alone. I really hope to see Melissa become a real knight. At that time, Xianxia thought that as long as he was strong enough, he would be able to protect everyone. As a result, he trained himself as hard as he could and went out on missions continuously. He wandered between life and death in order to forget the pain in his heart and put the work of the Mystic Tower first. His temper became worse and worse, but his personality became more and more upright. He followed his wife's will and strictly requested Melissa, hoping that she could become a radiant grand knight like her mother. He never thought that when the day came, Melissa would truly become a radiant grand knight. She was so dazzling, just like her mother. Just like her mother, she died in his arms. So what if he was strong, so what if he was a knight? In the end, he could not hold on to anything. Tears fell from Joseph's eyes, but they were quickly evaporated by the high temperature. Kneeling on the ground, Joseph covered his face and wept bitterly in the white flames. Countless times, when the demonic sword Chandra brought him to an unknown painful illusion, he tossed and turned in his bed for countless days and nights. He thought that it was hell. He never thought that this world would be more terrifying than hell. What? When Winston heard the sound and turned back, he was stunned. In the distance, the blazing flames that looked like an explosion lit up the battlefield, but when darkness enveloped them once again, the beautiful flame that looked like a red lotus had already completely disappeared. Winston's heart sunk, he was speechless, he was completely stunned. He did not dare believe that the talented and intelligent girl's life would end so simply, but after a long while, he woke up from his stupor and grabbed his hair. Looking at the seemingly vast sea of white flames, he fell into a silent breakdown. As an old friend, he knew of Xianxia's past. Although to outsiders, he was forever dazzling like the sun, but Dahlia's death had always been a dark side hidden deep in his heart, and he had even blamed himself to the point that he wished that he could die in the same mission. That was the reason why the undefeatable holy flame was never afraid of death. After that, Melissa became his pillar of support, allowing him to return from the brink of death. But what if Melissa dies? The surging white flames unstoppably pushed the tide of darkness outwards. Wang Erda looked down at his old enemy, seeing how weak and helpless he was. He did not ridicule him, but instead revealed an expression of pity. A pitiful guy who is unable to throw away his emotional burden is destined to lose. As for Wang Erda himself, in the past, he would reveal his soft side for the disciples he regarded as his own, but what he welcomed was betrayal and death. It was a knife that stabbed into his soft side. Ever since he personally used a sacrificial knife to kill his most important disciple under Boss Lin's guidance, he had already awoken from his self-deceiving dream, and cut off all his emotions. Seeing how ugly Xianxia was, Wang Erda felt that it was extremely funny. He opened his mouth and laughed softly, "Tsk tsk tsk, Xianxia. Is it painful? Is it uncomfortable? This is the path you chose, this is everything you wanted to protect, look, what have you protected?" Wang Erda tried to use words to break Xianxia's defenses, but at the same time, he did not waste the opportunity. The most important thing was not to ridicule his opponent, but to kill him while Xianxia was collapsing. The moment he opened his mouth, countless nirvanic substances that represented the concept of the end swarmed forward like howling mountains and seas. Wang Erda waved his tentacles, preparing to end Xianxia's life with his own body. The nirvanic substances that represented the end could not quickly kill Xianxia. The so-called end was actually the rapid acceleration to the end of material life, the end of destruction, but Xianxia had reached the level of God, and every extraordinaire at the level of God had a pseudo-eternal life. The reason why it was pseudo-eternal was, of course, because nothing in this world was truly eternal, except for the great boss Lin. Even the God level only existed for a longer time. Although the end could make Xianxia disappear, it would take a long time, so Wang Erda was only using his own rules to weaken his opponent to the greatest extent, making it easier for his own body to make a move. The tentacles emitted black nirvanic substances, as if reaching out from hell, endlessly rushing out of the surface to attack Xianxia. Xianxia was still whimpering, unable to accept his daughter's death. He was instantly wrapped into a ball by countless tentacles, and the light of the white flames seemed to disappear. Wang Erda concentrated his power, and even his end domain shrunk. Looking at Xianxia, who was still motionless, Wang Erda curled the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a burning pain was transmitted to his brain. Wang Erda did not even have time to react, but like a person touching boiling water, he subconsciously wanted to retract his tentacles. A magma-like torrent flowed out from the tentacles wrapped around Xianxia, and everywhere it touched turned into cracked scorched earth. Wang Erda widened his eyes and watched the tentacles he used to bind Xianxia begin to disappear like fragile paper, as if they were burned by an invisible flame, and it was still spreading. He could only quickly cut off part of his tentacles. Xianxia had stopped crying, and he picked up his sword and slowly stood up. There were no more flames on his body, and his hair had completely turned pure white, fluttering quietly in the cold wind. His body was bent, and he looked extremely old. The domain named burning was completed. But there was no fire here. Xianxia raised his head and raised his sword. His eyes were dead, but it seemed that something invisible was still burning. Wang Erda, I'm going to kill you. The thick, dark clouds were extremely low, as if they would collapse at any moment. The abnormal weather made the entire world look like it was the end of the world. Lightning flashed through the cracks and was drowned out by the howling blizzard. Gotcha! Cracks appeared on the second layer of the Dream Creator's barrier again, indicating that it could not hold on for much longer. The ground trembled slightly, and the web-like cracks that covered a wide area continued to expand. Winston took 2 steps back, took a deep breath, and reached out to grab the air. He could clearly feel that the temperature around the entire battlefield continued to rise. The head of the logistics department, Caroline, who had rushed over from the rear, was standing beside him. She lit a cigarette, and blood continued to flow out of her closed eyes. As the chaotic ether force field within the battlefield had completely exceeded the detection range of the ether monitor, in order to obtain more accurate information, Caroline had to go personally. Phew. Caroline rubbed the corners of her eyes and exhaled a puff of smoke. Although the staring eye could directly obtain the information she wanted, it was very damaging to her mental state. She said tiredly, Xianxia has finally completed its own rule. The second god-level domain has been formed. This time, it's really not something that small characters like us can participate in. Although this meant that Xianxia might have a chance to turn the tables, Winston did not feel happy at all. The reason why the undefeatable holy flame was called that was because Xianxia's signature technique of burning ether in battle would produce white flames. The first website was M9Bkuj. Come in the mouths of Xianxia's followers, his flame was the light of justice. But now, the other side of the barrier was completely dark. Winston stared into the distance and understood what Caroline meant. What was about to happen next was a true god-level battle. It was a clash between rules, a clash between concepts that surpassed everything else. He looked at the pillars made of ether around the Dream Creator and began to worry about how long the Dream Creator could last. If this last layer of barrier shattered and the Mai Tower was still not prepared to awaken the one in the central area, then the entire Nuajin would probably be destroyed. Winston blurted out his thoughts in a daze. Caroline joked, "At least, you don't have to worry about punishment for disobeying the order to charge." Winston sneered. He didn't want to care about the King's secret ritual tower anymore. Winston looked at the knights who were recuperating behind him and thought to himself, at least I've done what I can. Xianxia, when it comes to being a section chief, I'm not worse than you. Winston couldn't help but chuckle when he recalled the battles between the two in the past. However, the smile on his face soon disappeared. He tightened his grip on the communication device with a complicated expression. Gulige still hadn't replied to his message, but now he had a rough idea of what was going on. The purpose of the owner of the bookstore was to let Xianxia and Wang Erda rely on each other to become gods. Just like raising venomous insects, all other factors were for the sake of these two people. When the goal was achieved, the people and objects in the process were all insignificant trash that could be discarded at any time. The cruelty of these big shots was really suffocating. In the world isolated by the enchantment, the space that was constantly bombarded by god-level ether was filled with cracks in the dream world. Some low-level dream beasts that took the opportunity to slip out were instantly destroyed by the destiny domain the moment they entered. Nuo Jin's man-made earth had been completely flattened. The steel embryos that supported the city below were exposed and rapidly corroded. They were gradually breaking apart and on the verge of collapse. Before the snow could fall, it was vaporized by the high temperature. The air within sight was beginning to distort. Xianxia stood with his sword in hand. The flames around him were no longer burning, but the rolling waves of scorching air assaulted his face, burning everything around him to ashes. Burning without firewood was as resolute as digging one's own grave. The burning domain that was constantly expanding rapidly cleared everything. With Xianxia as the center, a huge empty circle gradually formed. Xianxia, who used his life as the price to expand the burning domain, seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of ether. Although there was no light, the pitch-black matter of annihilation was like a shadow illuminated by sunlight. It instantly evaporated and disappeared. However, the surging substance seemed to be endless, and it continued to surge forward. Wang Erda laughed coldly and said loudly, "The destiny domain is an unchangeable fate. The destiny domain is the destiny domain. Even if you burn everything, the end you see is also the destiny domain. My domain concept is above yours. You will never be able to defeat me. Thus, what you and that daughter of yours have done is all in vain." Xianxia didn't seem to hear him at all. He calmly stared at Wang Erda. The broken sword in his hand was clearly incomparably dim, but it suddenly made Wang Erda's instinctive alarm go off. He had a premonition, and his heart suddenly trembled. Xianxia suddenly moved. He only did one thing, and that was to take a step forward and slash his sword at Wang Erda. At this moment, there was clearly no light, but everyone who was watching the battlefield seemed to see light. In that instant, a huge white figure appeared on the battlefield. It was like a living flame that constantly changed shape. Right behind Wang Erda, it also slashed out with the same sword, virtual image of heart, power magnified tens of millions of times, and this time, it was god level. Wang Erda's expression was incomparably horrified. He read the other party's words from Xianxia's gaze, "I don't need to kill your domain. I just need to kill you." That's right, Wang Erda controlled the concept, but he wasn't the concept itself. So he could only say, "I am destruction," and not, "I am the destiny domain." This was something Xianxia only understood after he advanced to god level. Even if he became a god, he still followed the evolution of the extraordinary's power. The flow of ether never changed. Knights tempered their bodies with life and death. Therefore, god-level knights had god-level bodies, but they still couldn't complete even a failed grease spell. Similarly, wizards tempered their minds with meditation. Therefore, god-level wizards could master all spells, but they still had the weak bodies of ordinary people. In other words, he had already grasped Wang Erda's weakness. Although Wang Erda cunningly changed his body with the secret sacrificial technique, in reality, his true body was still extremely weak. The long sword was pointed directly at Wang Erda's face that appeared on the huge body. The burning domain released after being compressed to the extreme was like a dazzling sun that bloomed with dazzling light. Then give it a try. Since you've concentrated all your power on the virtual image, your true body is also extremely weak at this moment, right? Wang Erda glared and sneered. Once again, he rolled up countless remnants of wind, flesh, and sacrificed souls that contained a blizzard. The unimaginable nirvana substance was used to resist Xianxia's burning. At the same time, he commanded countless tentacles to pierce Xianxia's body that was already thin and bony. The two god-level extraordinaries collided with each other in an instant with their strongest power. Black and white intertwined. The two of them melted into gray balls of light. The shockwave carried the debris of the entire city and crashed into the barrier. The Dream Creator machine could no longer withstand its power and collapsed in an instant. The boundary between the dream world and reality was completely destroyed. The power that poured out was like a flood, drowning and flattening everything. But this time, the one bearing the brunt of the power was no longer the illusory dream world, but the real Nojin. Wang Erda heard Yusefyu's final roar, or perhaps not. He gradually could not see the outside world, and the whole world was only filled with the pain of being burned. Wang Erda's huge body had already burst like a balloon that had been punctured. The head that belonged to a human was chopped off by the white giant's sword and then flattened by its foot. Milky yellow brain matter was squeezed out, and at the same time, the giant was turned into nothingness by the domain of destiny. No. Impossible, Wang Erda muttered with difficulty, and his widened eyes gradually lost their light. Nothing is impossible. In the silent ruins, Yusefyu walked over with difficulty from the chaotic storm around him with his sword. His voice was extremely hoarse, and he no longer looked human. Half of his body had disappeared, and his power was completely exhausted. At this moment, even an ordinary person would be able to kill him. But his burning was not over yet. Chi. Yusefyu raised his sword and stabbed it into Wang Erda's head, completely ending the latter's life. The Black Warlock did not even finish his last words before his eyes completely dimmed. At the same time, the domain of destiny disappeared with the death of its owner. Countless pieces of destroyed matter quickly disintegrated and returned to nothingness. Melissa, Yusefyu looked at his trembling hands and his body that was gradually being reconstructed. His heart was still empty. Even if he killed Wang Erda, he would not feel relieved. After losing the person he wanted to protect, the power he gained was so useless and laughable. What? Joseph suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head and saw a tentacle engraved with familiar purple taboo runes and wrapped in nirvanic substance stabbing into his chest, piercing through his beating heart. Puahahaha. A sharp and familiar laughter came from behind him. No, it came from all directions. Stupid Yusefyu, poor Yusefyu, did you really think I was dead? Ha 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 ha. A mass of chaotic, mud-like matter emerged from the ground and formed the Black Warlock, who looked like an old gentleman. He had a mocking smile on his face and opened his arms for the comedy he directed. My ability to become one with death, compared to back then, how is it? Yusefyu could no longer speak. Looking at the snowflakes floating down from the sky, his heart was calm. Wang Erda walked in front of Yusefyu and pinched his face, showing an elegant and dignified smile. This is the will of the heavens. Yusefyu, it is my reward for being loyal to Boss Lin. Do you know? I established the corpse food cult to spread Boss Lin's blessings. When I became a god level just now, I was thinking, did I do enough? Can I repay Boss Lin? Obviously, not enough. My loyalty is not enough. I need more. Wang Erda's expression was incomparably crazy, so, guess what the first thing I did after becoming a god level was? Yusefyu could not answer, his consciousness was about to dissipate. That's right. Wang Erda excitedly answered his own question, almost losing himself, his eyes bloodshot. I immediately set up a ceremony and sacrificed myself to Boss Lin, ha 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 ha. Madman. Even though Yusefyu knew how crazy Wang Erda was, this word still appeared in his mind. Until just now, when you killed me, this incomparable ceremony was officially completed. The sacrificer sacrificed himself, and the sacrificed has the right to accept or not. If Boss Lin is willing to accept my life, then I will become his eternal dependent. If he doesn't, then I will be resurrected. Wang Erda lowered his head and stared at Yusefyu. He laughed softly and patted Yusefyu's shoulder, then bowed. Thank you, old friend. Just like that. Is it over? Death had completely descended, but Yusefyu felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. A 16 matter. Bang! Just as Lin Jia was about to tell Miss G that this caterpillar was actually very docile and not scary at all, the door to the side hall was suddenly forced open. Boss Lin. Lin Jia turned his head and was surprised to see Galij, who was supposed to be waiting outside. Jijishu nervously looked at Boss Lin's motionless finger above the caterpillar. Because the caterpillar's owner turned his head his finger moved slightly away, which made her heave a sigh of relief. Jibanong frowned. You are Galij? Galij ignored him and rushed to Boss Lin with an anxious face. I beg you to save me. The manor's guards and servants who followed closely from outside made a fainting noise. They seemed to have rescued the unconscious housekeeper and were preparing to rush in. Lin Jie didn't hear clearly. What did you say? Boom. Boom. The huge noise was accompanied by the violent shaking of the ground, causing the crystal chandelier in the room to shake and make a crisp sound. A glaring light flashed outside the window, and the whole house shook. WTF? Earthquake? Lin Jie staggered 2 steps with a dumbfounded expression. He subconsciously grasped the small clock in his hand, and his finger suddenly turned counterclockwise along with the gears. Time. It was one of the supreme laws that humans, who were above all living things, could not understand or grasp. This was because creatures in lower dimensions had never seen the scenery of higher dimensions, so they could not talk about so-called understanding. Therefore, Andrew's family could only control the natural supernatural creatures that lived on the timeline and maintained the flow of time by capturing clockworms. They could indirectly use this to control the power of time. However, as the butterfly of time who emerged from the clockworms, Yanner had the power of time and did not need to understand anything at all. To her, jumping between dimensions was as instinctive as walking. With such a unique ability, she could disdain everyone even in front of existences of the same level. Just like after she joined the path of the fire sword, even Michael would not order her around in a condescending manner. Although in essence, she was just a small bug in the high-dimensional world. However, to humans, she was the ruler of time above everything. It should have been like this, however, all of this was changed in a short encounter by that terrifying black-haired young man. She had never thought that she would be in such a sorry state. Not only was her body directly caught, but she also did not have any room to resist at all. She was almost completely devoured, and only a little of her body and instincts were left to escape. Remember the URL, M9BKUJ. Calm power. Give me back my power, she wailed in extreme pain and jumped between different timelines at an extremely fast speed, following her instincts to find the culprit that caused all of this. The only thought in her mind was to make the other party return her power. Just escaping had already exhausted all of Yanner's power. The loss of her body and power made her enter a semi-degenerate state. Now, she seemed to have turned back into that ignorant insect, blindly following the guidance of her instincts. Suddenly, the irritable her eyes lit up. The sudden flash of inspiration was like a thread of weak light, leading her, there, not only was there the culprit that swallowed most of her power, but there was also the extremely obvious aura of the same race that she wanted to save in the beginning. Yes, that's right, wasn't she here to save her own race? Yanner, who was no different from an insect, completely lost the power to think. Like a fly without a head, she crashed into the tempting destination. My power. Yanner was overjoyed. With her broken body, she suddenly jumped on the timeline. In the side hall, the G father and daughter, as well as Galij, who had barged in, suddenly widened their eyes at the same time. They looked at the second hand on Boss Lin's hand that had turned halfway. Ji Jishu's expression was blank. Her mind was in a complete daze. She remembered that this device's backtracking time completely overlapped with the scale on the clock, right? The words Galij anxiously wanted to say were stuck in his throat as he was shocked to recognize that this little thing was the Andrew family's time manipulation artifact. Could it be? Before he could form his thoughts, the violent flow of time that reversed time swept over him in the next moment. Yanner was only halfway through the jump, and he was just about to reach out his hand from the crack in time. He was about to reach out and touch his imprisoned comrade. However, he felt as if the river of time had begun to flow in reverse. Lin Jie's fingers easily fiddled with the clock. As the second hand turned back, the normal flow of time stopped abruptly, as if it was cut in half by someone. Then, the flow of time around her closed up like a wall and crushed toward her. Yanner didn't have time to think. This time, she couldn't escape. The butterfly, which had crossed several space-time axes, was engulfed by the tremendous power of time. It was as if someone had thrown her into a washing machine. Her body was pulled apart, and her body, which was made up of countless rays of light, instantly exploded into tens of thousands of worms that flew in all directions. Yanner's eyes widened in agony, but she managed to reform her body with her powerful willpower. No! Yanner screamed and struggled madly in a constant shattering and reforming. The intersecting time axes were like a meat grinder, tearing and stirring her up. She was messy like a ball of yarn being played with by a cat. She crossed several timelines and was at many different points in time and space at the same time. Save me. Save me. Anyone is fine. I don't want to die. Yanner was seized by the fear of death, and he grabbed every crack in the turbulent space-time turbulence, desperately trying to find an anchor point. At this moment, he was like a drowning man who had fallen into the sea, and he would not let go of even a single straw. However, the power of the space-time reversal was unstoppable. Like water flowing to a lower place, it carried her from the most complete space-time to the shattered space-time. The space-time that was rolled up like a towel folded reality and dreams together, forming a border area that was riddled with holes and fused with an existing man-made area. At the same time, the space-time gap completely closed, and the two distorted walls crushed everything in between into dust. Yanner was like a water ball that had been squeezed by extreme pressure. The law power that was about to erupt when a god died instantly flowed into the surrounding space-time cracks, as if she had experienced a long and mysterious journey. Melissa's green eyes widened as she looked at the world that was rapidly retreating in front of her. On the battlefield not far away, a huge evil body was wreaking havoc, and a cluster of white flames wrapped around a burly knight. What's going on? Melissa murmured, and then her thoughts were scattered by the pain that came from her body. Right, I need to pass on my understanding of the law to my father. Melissa looked at the flames burning around her body, and immediately reacted, but she faintly felt that something was wrong. Shouldn't I be by my father's side? Is it an illusion caused by my obsession? No, now is not the time to think about that, I just need to move forward. Melissa abandoned her thoughts and continued forward, revealing a relieved smile. But at the same time, she could feel that her body could no longer hold on, and she was about to die. Not far away, Xianxia crawled up after being knocked down again. His face was blank, but when he saw the familiar figure of the young lady wrapped in the scarlet flames, his face changed. At that moment, even if he did not understand what was going on, his instincts as a father made him run towards Melissa without hesitation. Melissa! Melissa! Xianxia roared, and used all his strength to run towards his daughter. Wang Erda's eyes widened in anger, and immediately felt the unstable space-time turbulence around him. Why? His gigantic body released an inhuman roar. He waved his tentacles, and commanded all of the destructive matter to attack the two of them again. It doesn't matter, he thought in his heart, to me, victory is already decided, even if time is reversed, it will not affect me, my victory is already decided. No one can change the outcome. Melissa's red hair danced along with the flames, her entire body had merged with the flames, standing in the midst of the destructive matter that represented the end, she looked like a red lotus blooming in hell. It's too late. Wang Erda sneered, and controlled the dark tide to surge towards Melissa. Your outcome has already been decided from the start, and this time, it will not change. That's right, Melissa did not hesitate, and once again burned her life as the price, causing the darkness around her to retreat. As long as she continued forward, she was destined to die before reaching her destination. But to Melissa, choosing to die was never something to be afraid of. As long as she could save her father, then there was nothing to be afraid of. The choice she made the previous time, even if time was reversed, it would not change. Xianxia roared, he was even crazier than before, he used all of his strength to split apart the matter that was obstructing him, and rushed towards his daughter. No, don't do this. Don't let Melissa die in front of me again. No. Xianxia was getting closer and closer to Melissa, but he was getting more and more desperate. The power of laws was once again restored. The young lady smiled at him, but the few meters of distance between them was like a chasm between life and death. His opened arms would never be able to hug his daughter. Ha 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 ha. It's useless. It's useless. It's useless, Xianxia, even if time is reversed, the outcome will still be the same. Wang Erda was laughing, mocking their useless efforts. Suddenly, a gigantic power surged out from the countless small cracks in the dream. It was Yanner who was being pulled by the flow of time. Boom! A god-level extraordinaire who could control time was squeezed and exploded in an instant. The power of countless rules flowed in all directions like a flood, causing the already fragile barrier between the dream world and reality created by the dream world to completely collapse. The dream world was torn to the largest crack, causing the entire space and time to distort, and the pillars at the edge collapsed with a loud bang. At the same time, Nuajin, which had been ravaged by the two god-level extraordinaires several times, was already on the verge of collapse, and the steel frame that supported the entire city was once again impacted. Crack. Creak. The steel that was rapidly corroded by the destiny domain could not hold on at that moment, and directly broke from the middle. The underground frame that supported the man-made city instantly collapsed, causing the entire underground layer to shift forward by a few hundred meters and collide with each other. Boom, the ground shook and tilted, and a gigantic invisible force suddenly pushed Melissa forward. The girl widened her eyes in shock, and the next second, she fell into a warm, familiar, and reassuring embrace. The law was formed, and the burning stopped. The powerful knight's face was full of tears, and he had a blank expression as he hugged his child in disbelief. Melissa, Melissa, is that you? The father's hands trembled as he hugged Melissa tightly, as if it was the first time he hugged his child. He was so excited that he almost could not speak. This is great, Dad. What do you mean by no? Of course it's me, your best daughter is here to save you. Melissa stuck out her tongue and revealed a cute smile. She also raised her hand and hugged back. The tide formed by the chaotic nirvana substance was dispersed by the massive energy that escaped from the dream crack, and this illusory dream world burst like a bubble following Yanner's explosion. Amidst the loud rumbling, the entire Nuajin tilted to the side at several angles. Wang Erda's mountain-like body was also impacted and was pushed back a few thousand meters, and his tentacles were all broken. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he looked at the figures of Xianxia and his daughter hugging each other. Just because of an excess energy impact, the ending was directly rewritten. Actually, this was not what made him feel the most incredulous. The most terrifying thing was that he could feel that the energy that escaped belonged to the power of the laws, and it was very complete and powerful. Just a small portion of it that leaked out at the moment of death was enough to injure him. This meant that just now, a god-level existence far more powerful than them had fallen. The newcomer Wang Erda, who had just grasped the law of destiny, directly faced the disappearance of a god-level extraordinaire, and could not help but feel his heart palpitate. A god-level existence that could grasp the law of time would definitely be an absolute powerhouse among the god-level existences, but such a powerful extraordinaire was killed by time in the blink of an eye. Who could do this to such an extent? Wang Erda did not even need to think to guess. Remember this in a second. http://m9bkuj. Calm Melissa. That's great. The hands that could not be grasped tightly at this moment, tightly clasped together. At this moment, Xianxia, a god-level powerhouse who had already grasped his own concept of law, was just a father who had regained his lost daughter. He was so excited that he hugged his daughter tightly. He muttered to himself incoherently, Melissa. My Melissa. Dad. Hee, are you happy? In the past, it was always you who protected others, but now it's my turn to save you. Melissa was tightly hugged by her father, and her father's tears wet her shoulders. She gently patted her father's trembling broad back, and for the first time, she felt such clear love from her father. In the past, Xianxia would not express his feelings verbally. He was like a silent mountain, only watching silently and expressing his expectations with strict requirements. Melissa was unhappy with her father's negligence and used her own methods to protest. But at this moment, when she felt Xianxia's uncontrollable trembling and the strength of his hug, she finally understood how much Xianxia loved and valued her. I'm happy, of course I'm happy. Xianxia released Melissa slightly, her teary face was extremely emotional. She raised her hand to caress her daughter's cheeks and hair, her eyes gentle. My daughter has finally grown up, and is able to stand on her own. He said softly, Sorry, Melissa, there is no milk today. Melissa was startled. She then felt a pain at the back of her neck, her vision turned black, and she went limp. Good night. Sweet dreams. Xianxia looked at his daughter who had fainted with a gentle gaze. He carried her and stood up slowly. The gentleness on his face gradually disappeared, and became cold once again. Melissa unconsciously reached out to grab his clothes, and struggled to mutter some words that could not be heard clearly. My daughter, it's fine now, everything will get better. Xianxia gently patted Melissa's back, as though he was comforting an infant. Melissa relaxed her body, and fell asleep in her father's embrace. Xianxia raised his daughter from behind, and could feel her weak but still breathing, her slow but strong heartbeat. The warmth of Melissa's life felt like it was scalding his hands. Xianxia felt an unprecedented sense of security. Burning. How is it only life that can be burned? Xianxia took a deep breath, condensed his ether, and activated the imprint that the mystic tower had left on Melissa, and silently chanted for teleportation. A light aura flashed, and Melissa was teleported back to the safe zone set up by the mystic tower. Xianxia picked up his sword again, his sharp eyes staring at Wang Erda, who had once again released his domain, and their gazes met in midair. With the concept of burning, the unstoppable law once again descended onto Xianxia's body. This time, both sides had used all their trump cards. In the following battle, other than giving it their all, there was no other way. Wang Erda coldly condensed his law of destiny. He knew that because of the sudden change, he had broken his absolute advantage. Not only did Melissa not die, Xianxia had calmed down, and the plan of faking his death through the sacrifice was useless. Damn it. Wang Erda knew that the situation was not good. If it was in the past, he might have escaped, since he had already grasped the power of a god, and had an eternal life. Even if he had to wait 2 more years, it would not be too late to fight. As for face, what is that, can it be eaten? But at that moment, his heart was filled with unwillingness. Why? Why? Why is it that Xianxia is favored? Why should he have a chance to do it all over again? I don't believe it. Even if we do it again, I will still win. Xianxia, you can't win against my domain of destiny. Wild roared angrily. His body quickly recovered, and the waving tentacles actually supported his huge body as he wriggled forward. Countless densely packed huge mouths appeared and overlapped with each other. It was as if thousands of people were chanting at the same time. It was as if a decaying bell was ringing, and high-level spells were completed at high speed. With the support of the domain of destiny, the power of these spells was infinitely magnified, and they were launched in the direction of Xianxia. Strike first. Since we know each other's trump cards, let's bet our lives and complete the final attack. Xianxia looked at the sea of tentacles and the daunting spells. Wang Erda's domain of destiny that covered the battlefield also began to retract, concentrating all of his power to defeat Xianxia. Xianxia raised his head, his eyes were blazing like flames, emitting a pure white luster. When Wang Erda's tentacles arrived, Xianxia raised his sword. It was the same burning, but the firewood was different. Just like what Melissa learned from the key to the door, the name Xianxia represented a knight who burned himself, using sacrifice and protection as the source of power. Protection and sacrifice. It was not an abstract concept, but something that truly existed, and it was the source of Xianxia's power that burned himself. To protect Melissa, to protect Nuo Jin. Everything he wanted to protect was behind him, so how could he not use all of his strength? Xianxia looked at the incoming tentacles and smiled. He swung the flaming greatsword in his hand. Just like cutting a piece of tofu, Wild's fortress of nirvanic substance and spells was instantly cut open with a huge crack. Winston was in a daze. The shaking ground under his feet made him feel as if he was sitting on a high-speed train that was being pulled back by someone. He looked around blankly and rubbed his head. He felt that something was not quite right. There were still sounds of fierce fighting coming from the battlefield, and the Dream Maker and the barrier in front of him were torn apart. The knights behind him were shouting loudly, carrying out emergency rescue. Yes, the barrier was broken, and then what happened? Winston was stunned on the spot. Something was wrong. He clearly felt that there was nothing wrong with the scene in front of him a few seconds ago, but he felt as if he had forgotten something. He had no choice but to turn his head and look at the more insightful head of the logistics department. He found Caroline kneeling on the ground and trembling violently, a large amount of blood dripping from the gaps between her fingers that were covering her face. Winston walked over to support her and asked, "What's wrong?" Caroline took a deep breath and raised her head. Her eyes were bleeding, and her expression was extremely shocked. Just now, someone moved time and turned it back. The head of the combat department, who prided himself on being steady, was dumbfounded. What? Caroline endured the pain and pointed at her eyes. I saw the information with the gaze eye. Another god-level existence that suddenly appeared was caught up in the reversal of time and was torn to pieces. As a result, it interfered with the reversal of time this time. It caused the battle between Wang Erda and Yusefyu to be rewritten. Her tone was extremely shocked, so light that it did not feel real. It was believed that anyone who witnessed all of this with their own eyes would feel as if they were dreaming. Originally, a reversal of time of this level would not be noticed by anyone other than the person who saw the butterfly flapping its wings and the person who saw the needle of time. Just like Winston, who had lost his memory. However, Caroline's gaze eye allowed her to capture the flow of information that was dissipating in the air around her, allowing her to instantly retrieve her lost memory. But at the same time, it also caused her to pay the price of being almost blind. Another god-level existence? Winston felt his scalp go numb. If it was just a reversal of time, then the flow of fate would not change because of it, and there would be no way to rewrite the battle. So, in addition to reversing time, she also killed a god? And with the help of the death of that god-level extraordinary being, she affected the entire battlefield. It seemed that the only person who could do all of this was the chess player who had been watching the battlefield all this time but was also outside the battlefield. Was this the true power of that person? Winston did not dare to imagine. He looked at the battlefield in a daze. Joseph's sword was unsheathed. Along with the scorching air, Joseph's sword split the sky and the earth, instantly breaking apart the slippery tentacles that were suffused with pitch-black annihilation matter. The taboo spell that was wrapped in the tentacles shattered into dark purple fragments like glass and was blown away by the violent wind brought about by Joseph's high-speed attack. Yusefyu narrowed his eyes slightly and saw Wang Erda's furious face. Wang Erda, today, let us settle this once and for all. Yusefyu faced Wang Erda, whose original appearance could not be seen. Countless black extinction matter wrapped around Wang Erda's body like evil spirits. His body gradually expanded, and countless tentacles pierced into the broken ground like pipes, drawing power from the endless abyss formed by the souls of the dead. Wang Erda responded with an inhuman roar. Yusefyu adjusted his position, and the burning flames on his body instantly broke through the battlefield that was isolated by this powerful domain. The gloomy sky with the howling snowstorm seemed to be pierced by a sharp sword. The thick and dark clouds had gradually dissipated, and the broken dream maker had already placed this battle in the real world. Time and reality were connected. A red sun rose in this cold winter night, and the sword-like light poured into Nuajin. The snow in the air began to melt silently, just like the death of all things. The temperature began to rise, and the air began to distort. The flames on Yusefyu's body burned brighter and brighter, to the point of distorting the air. Rolling heat waves exploded from Wang Erda's body. Yusefyu stood with his sword, and the flames around him were no longer the invincible white flames, but red flames. He whispered, Wang Erda, this place has been dark for too long, the sun should come out. The flames were no longer nothingness without firewood, but flames in the name of protection. Yusefyu gradually rose into the sky, and countless rays of light emerged from his body, as if tearing apart his human body to welcome the domain of God. Countless glowing fireballs surrounded him, and Yusefyu completely turned into a living flame. The huge figure that kept changing shape was so bright that it was impossible to look at it directly. It could even be described as the sun on the ground. Yusefyu rose into the air and looked down at Wang Erda on the ground. Wang Erda, this attack will cut off all our pasts. Wang Erda looked up at him. There was no light in this dark night, and Yusefyu was the light. Yusefyu. You are the one who is going to die. Wild was unable to restrain his anger. He allowed his head to completely fill up his enormous evil god body. Countless tentacles contracted into a ball in the blink of an eye, and then a pale eye covered with fluffy tentacles opened on top of this enormous grayish-black blob of flesh. The moment the eye opened, the bright Yusefyu was reflected in the pale pupil. Die. Wang Erda. Yusefyu's loud voice echoed throughout the battlefield, and in an instant, the ball of light called Yusefyu smashed towards Wang Erda like a meteorite, drawing a straight line like a meteor, even brighter than the newborn sun. Wang Erda was not to be outdone, and a huge twisting magic circle was spinning in his pupil. It condensed the substance of destruction, and wrapped in the domain of destruction, and suddenly spewed out. The black and gold light collided, and the shockwaves were like waves, each stronger than the last. Even the clouds in the sky were stirred up, and the light from the collision of the two people on the ground merged into one, like a pillar supporting the sky. Winston, like everyone else, watched the end of the battle from afar. The crashing sound swept over with the shockwaves, blowing him down on the spot. He pulled out his sword and stabbed it into the ground, holding on tightly to prevent himself from being pushed away and rolling awkwardly. Wang Erda! Yu. The two people let out angry roars that resounded through the world, and their bodies were distorted by the powerful impact of each other's power. The parts that were close to each other disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Wang Erda's evil god body began to evaporate the moment it touched the Yu. The Yu was rapidly aging due to the dark substance of destruction. Finally, the huge ether waves released when the gods died collided and merged together, gradually forming a ball of light. Like a nuclear explosion, it burst into a dazzling light. It illuminated the long night like dawn. A 16-manor, side hall. Gulige was just about to open his mouth when an extremely dazzling light suddenly flashed outside the window, followed by a loud noise and violent tremors. Boom, boom, in an instant, it was as if the ground was collapsing, and the manor's buildings tilted down a little. Gulige froze in place. Before he could react, he was pulled by inertia and fell directly to the ground. The servants and guards who followed closely behind all rushed in and were thrown into disorder. In the panic, the butler was awakened by the fall. He got up and shouted in an attempt to maintain order. The scene was chaotic. Calm down, calm down. Master, are you okay? What's going on outside? The loyal steward wiped the blood off his face and rushed over to support his master. Ji Banong was a little speechless as he looked at the butler who was more flustered than him. He couldn't help but shake his head, patted the butler's hand, and said in a low voice, "It's okay. It's probably an earthquake." He looked at the gradually subsiding light outside, and his spiritual sense was still beating faintly as if in pain. Although his thoughts were still a little chaotic, he looked at the clockwheel worm in Boss Lin's hand and roughly understood what had happened just now. Time had been reset, and the entire time had begun to flow again like an hourglass in reverse. The first website was M9 Bikuj. Calm although it looked no different from before, the sand flowing down was no longer in the original order of the sand. In other words, the explosion, flash, and shaking in front of them seemed to be seamlessly connected with the scene a few seconds ago, but in fact, they were already in the reset timeline. Ji Jishu's face was full of confusion. The subtle feeling of dizziness was as if she had just finished riding a roller coaster. She felt that everything in front of her seemed to be the same, but also seemed to be different. She looked up at the shaking crystal chandelier, and the rotating field of vision became solid again. The memory before the time reversal began to gradually return to her brain along with the shaking crystal chandelier. Miss Ji widened her eyes. Time reversal? She suddenly turned her head and met Ji Banong's gaze. The father and daughter looked at each other and tacitly felt a chill on their scalps. Time. Isn't that the rule mastered by the god level who was caught and almost eaten by Boss Lin? Otherwise, if Boss Lin wanted to kill that god level expert directly, he would never have let him go. Judging from the fact that the intruder was a disciple of the Yu, Gulige, as well as the former's reaction, this chess piece was influencing the decisive battle between the corpse food cult and the mystic cult thousands of miles away. What kind of boldness and power was this? Using the deities as chess pieces, playing a game of chess with the whole of Nuajin as the chessboard. Ji Jishu's breathing quickened. Her hands and feet were numb, and she found it difficult to calm down. The earthquake waves calmed down after about 10 seconds, and the outside returned to darkness. Lin Jia almost wanted to find a chair and hide in it. Fortunately, the earthquake stopped quickly enough to save his face. After supporting himself on the table, his first reaction was to check if the table clock that he had been holding was still intact. Phew, Lin Jia looked at the clock wheel that was slowly turning again in his hand, as well as the cute little squirming bug. He heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not broken. This thing is probably enough to buy a few of me. What? So it's an earthquake. Lin Jia left the table very naturally and patted the dust off his body casually. His expression was calm and at ease, as if he wasn't the one who almost hit in the table just now. He sighed and said, "I thought it was something serious." As the saying goes, a big earthquake can't run away, but a small one doesn't have to run away. You guys are still inexperienced in life. Sigh. He sighed and turned his head to look at Galij, who had fallen to the ground. He stretched out his hand and smiled. Are you okay? Why are you so impatient? Young people are still too childish. If you want to find me, then come find me. Why are you in such a hurry? I won't run away. I'm fine. Galij saw the smile and subconsciously trembled. He shook his head desperately and quickly stood up. It's good that you're fine. Xianxia shook his head. By the way, what did you want to say just now? Galij opened his mouth. The housekeeper saw him and immediately became alert. He blocked in front of Ji Bonong and said in horror, It's him. Stop him, don't let him come over. He just threatened me with a knife and knocked me out. Master, he might not be the real Galij, but an assassin. The servants who had fallen to the ground heard this and immediately ran over to subdue Galij. The scene became chaotic again. Galij still hadn't recovered and didn't know what to do. Although Xianxia didn't know what Galij had done just now, he knew that this was probably a misunderstanding. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he explained, Mr. Housekeeper, you might have misunderstood. He came to find me. Moreover, he's just a child. How could he knock you out? The housekeeper was quite frightened before, but he was still very clear about the person who had almost put a knife to his neck. He said firmly, No. I'm very clear. It's him. Mr. Lin, don't be fooled by him. Xianxia spread his hands and had no choice but to look at the real owner of this side hall for help. Ji Bonong hurriedly stepped forward and said, That's enough. These two are our esteemed guests. This is definitely just a misunderstanding. Abbot, you must be seeing things. You should go to the banquet venue and appease our guests. Housekeeper Ebert naturally couldn't go against the will of his sect leader. He could only glance at Galij and bow in a stubborn manner. Yes, master, but a wise man doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. I beg you with my loyalty that you don't stay in this same room as the man with the knife. There were indeed cries of surprise coming from the guests outside. It appeared that the sudden earthquake had given many people a fright. The banquet was forced to come to a temporary halt. Ji Jishu made her way over to Ji Bonong and said in a quiet voice, Father. Let's go out as well. We still have to take care of the guests outside. Ji Bonong looked at the anxious Galij and nodded in understanding. My apologies, Mr. Lin. Forgive me. For not being able to accompany you any longer. Xianxia expressed his understanding. Please go ahead. It would be even better if you could come back and tell me what happened. Aren't you the one who knows best what happened? Ji Bonong couldn't help but grumble internally. However, he still maintained a humble smile on his face. I'll find someone to confirm the exact situation. I'll be sure to inform you as soon as you're done chatting with Galij. Following the departure of the Ji family's father-daughter duo and the housekeeper, the servants also followed in succession. Only Galij and Xianxia remained in the room. Xianxia heaved a long sigh and sat down again. He then reflexively wiped away the dust on the small clock in his hand. All right, tell me. What made you so flustered? Even the housekeeper was scared to this extent. Xianxia felt that as an adult, he couldn't show his fear in front of a child. He cleared his throat and pretended to be very calm as he said in a gentle voice, No matter what happens, don't panic. Everything can be turned around. Being calm might not work, but being flustered definitely won't work. I've told you before that if you encounter any difficulties or problems, you can tell me. As the saying goes, everything will turn out fine in the end, right? I'll definitely help if I can. Xianxia looked at Galij with a serious expression. The young nobleman completely recovered at this time, but he was even more confused. He looked out of the window and thought of the seemingly changed time and his teacher who was still in an unknown state. He stammered and gesticulated, not knowing what to say. Yes. But. You. Just now. I'm sorry. Why? Xianxia comforted him. Don't panic. Speak slowly. Galij took a deep breath. Just as he opened his mouth, a vibrating sound came from his palm. Only then did he realize that his sweaty palm was still tightly holding on to the communication device. He was shocked. He looked down and realized that the caller ID was actually Tower. It was the person from the Mai Tower who specialized in emergency notifications. Could it be that his teacher's battle had finally ended? Sorry. Gulige was so excited that he jumped up and bowed to Lin Jia. After the latter nodded, he anxiously walked out of the side hall through a small door on the other side and hurriedly answered the call not far from the door. Trainee Knight, Sir Gulige. An unfamiliar voice came from the other side. It wasn't Chief Winston. Gulige's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The young man said in a low voice, "It's me. Your mission has been cancelled." What? Why? The cold voice seemed to announce some kind of result. Gulige felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He said in a trembling voice, "Elder Yusefu. How is the Radiant Knight now?" Currently, the entire battlefield is covered by a huge amount of ether. Our personnel can't enter or leave. We can't give you an accurate answer. Gulige was stunned. He looked at the window and lifted the curtains to look into the distance. He saw the gap in the sky and his heart sank. He said again, "Then what's the result of their battle?" From the final result of the ether monitor, it should be mutual destruction. We'll have to wait for the feedback from the logistics department who's investigating the scene. Gulige didn't speak for a long time, as if he was frozen in place. Should? What? What about Chief Winston? After a long while, Gulige took 2 deep breaths to adjust his breathing so that he wouldn't completely lose his composure. He was the one who kept contacting me. Why, he was located in the center of the battlefield and was probably affected. His current whereabouts are unknown. There was no fluctuation in the voice on the other end. Alright, Trainee Knight, you've asked enough. As a disciple of Yusefu, if there's any news from Yusefu, we'll inform you immediately. But now, in order to stop Wang Erda's possible conspiracy, please end your mission and take on a new one, kill Charlotte. Gulige hung up the communication device. A strong suspicion suddenly arose in his heart. Impossible. Impossible. Since Boss Lin had intervened, it meant that he must have responded to their request and saved Yusefu. It couldn't have been a case of mutual destruction. But the biggest problem was that in order to stop Wang Erda's uncertain life and death, Yusefu had allowed his disciple to continue with an even more dangerous mission when the situation was still unclear. This was simply taking advantage of his hatred. Too terrifying. After receiving the latest information and reviewing everything that had just happened, Jijishu trembled all over. She didn't know whether it was because of excitement or fear. She couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand. Although she hadn't been there to witness the battle between the gods, she had seen Boss Lin move the needle of the clockwheel worm with her own eyes. Judging from Gulige's anxious expression when he rushed in, she could tell that Yusefu was definitely at a disadvantage in the battle, at least before time was turned back. It was very likely that he would die soon. But now, the situation had become unknown. Just like what they had witnessed before, when that god-level manipulated time to turn back, it was simply turning back time. If there was no external interference, everything would just return to its original position. In other words, if Boss Lin wanted to influence the battle, simply turning back time wouldn't be able to completely change the outcome. Therefore, Boss Lin had purposely let that god-level extraordinaire go. It was so that at this specific time, he could use the enormous rule power leaked from his death to push the wheel of fate, just like a tiny butterfly causing a storm. And during this process, the most frightening thing was that Boss Lin had actually calculated the opponent's movements clearly. Not only did he completely eliminate the opponent, but he also conveniently manipulated the fates of Wang Erda and Yusefu. From the very beginning, from the moment he walked out of the bookstore. No, from the moment Jijishu had selfishly decided to invite him to the banquet, or even before that, from the moment Andrew had sent out the clockwheel worm, or from his acquaintance with Wang Erda and Yusefu. In short, all of this was already within Boss Lin's plan. How terrifying. Just thinking about it was enough to make one fearful of the thoughts of a high-level being. It couldn't be guessed using the thoughts of a mortal. Miss Ji? The familiar greeting gave Jijishu a fright. She immediately turned around and saw Lin Jia coming out of the side hall with the clockwheel worm in his hand. He was even greeting her. Boss Lin. Jijishu had a guilty conscience, as if she had been caught red-handed doing something bad. She nervously put down the hand that was covering her face and tried hard to suppress the curve at the corners of her mouth. Why have you come out? Do you have any orders for me? Her gaze involuntarily shifted to the clockwheel worm, and her body trembled slightly. Nothing. I just suddenly remembered that you forgot to take the gift just now. Seriously, you've already given it away. How could it still be in my hands? Lin Jie took Ji Jishu's hand and stuffed the clockwheel worm into Ji Jishu's cold little hand. He smiled and said, after seeing my demonstration just now, you shouldn't be afraid anymore, right? You see, it really isn't scary at all. It's even quite obedient. The Truth Society. Andrew followed Rachel and walked in the underground of mechanical transmigration. The abandoned laboratories around them were extremely quiet. Only the complex seals above each lit up with faint light to illuminate the road. The empty corridor echoed with the sound of their leather shoes. This was Nuajin City within a city, mechanical transmigration. Mechanical transmigration was located underground in the central district of Nuajin, connecting the upper and lower districts. At the bottom of this city within a city was the gate to the lower district. It was tightly sealed and was the most secretive place in the entire Truth Society. Except for the personnel who were allowed to enter the lower district for exploration and the person in charge of Roar's resources, anyone who wanted to pass through here would face the firepower of the entire Truth Society. All the laboratories and factories of the Truth Society were in mechanical transmigration. This was the place where they carried out the mass production of inferior philosopher's stones and cyborgs experiments, as well as the place where the final product of the Clay Idol project, S227, was produced. The forbidden areas at the bottom had long been abandoned and were strongholds under Rachel's control for thousands of years. All the shady business that served the road of the Flame Sword and his own ideals, including setting up the mental control of the entire Truth Society personnel, studying the brain structure of outstanding scholars, and making cyborgs produce true consciousness, were all done here. In other words, this was a place to hide filth. Andrew stared at the huge beehive-like laboratory in the center. Mechanical ties linked each room together, cooperating with each other like human organs. Countless identical experimenters in white coats walked back and forth with no expression on their faces. Ever since Rachel had created them, they had never stopped working. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com, but today, they were going to end all this numbness. After all, the true Truth Society no longer had to hide themselves. Andrew looked at Rachel's back and took a deep breath. There was uncontrollable excitement in his heart. Now he was gradually approaching the core of the entire Truth Society. He had never felt so close to power and strength. Rumble, there seemed to be the sound of something collapsing from above, and some dust rustled down from above. Rachel walked in front and said, "Interesting, those two people were promoted to the level of God at the same time." Those two people? Yusefu and Wang Erda. Andrew was stunned and a little surprised in his heart. Boss Lin actually chose to let them advance together. Previously, he thought that it would be a situation where one side would use the other as a stepping stone. What you're talking about has already happened once. However, he didn't expect that Rachel would suddenly turn around, push up his glasses, and say in amazement, "I have to admit, to be able to severely injure Yanner in an instant and then use the latter's escape trajectory and the aftermath of his death to rewrite the ending of the battle, Lin. No, the owner of the bookstore is better at writing scripts and watching plays than I thought." Naturally, these were the scenes that he had seen through the pair of glasses. As a member of the Road of the Fire Sword, Rachel knew very well how powerful the Yanner rules were, but everything had a price. This insect always did things without reason, and because it was strong, it acted without scruples and did not have a brain. It was only natural that he would be defeated by that person. The greatest scholar known as the Worldly Wisdom scratched the hole in his temple and thought so. Yanner, one of the 10 angels of the Road of the Fire Sword that they had talked about during their heart-to-heart talk, had silently died at the hands of Boss Lin. A god-level extraordinaire had been crushed to death in an instant like an ant. This incident was enough to refresh Andrew's worldview once again. Moreover, just now, time had been reversed. If it had been anyone else, they would have broken out in cold sweat by now. However, Andrew had long been proud of the bookstore, and when he thought of Boss Lin's mighty power, his heart was filled with awe and excitement. At this moment, Hood, who was in charge of monitoring the situation, called through the communication device. The ether monitor has failed, but it seems that the battle is almost over. However, Wang Erda and Yusefyu are fighting fiercely now, and we don't know if they're dead or alive. The Meard Tower is still urging us to send someone over. Andrew shrugged and revealed a somewhat evil and mocking smile. Then let's wait a little longer. Anyway, I think the Meard Tower doesn't really care about Yusefyu's life. This fellow is still loyal to the Meard Tower. I really look forward to his reaction when he discovers the truth one day. Alright, then let's wait for the battle to completely end. Huda responded and hung up the communication device. Rachel continued to walk up. You don't seem to care about the final outcome of the battle between the two of them. Lord Rachel, you know that their victory has nothing to do with me or the Truth Society's cause. Andrew naturally couldn't say that he was only loyal to Boss Lin and that it was best if the other useless people died. He smiled and said, if Yusefyu wins, the Meard Tower will just return to its original path. If Wang Erda wins, it'll just continue to fight with the Meard Tower. Even if he replaces the Meard Tower, it'll still be the same to us. This world can do without the Meard Tower and the corpse food cult, but it can't do without the Truth Society. No matter who's in charge of Nuajin, the scholars will always have a place. Rachel expressed his agreement and nodded. You're very thorough, I really admire you more and more. Facing the praise machine that only knew how to agree, Andrew put on a fake smile. So, in order to let the Truth Society have a more powerful voice in the future, we should now let the Truth Society return to the right path. That's right, all the useless things that are stuck in their old ways should disappear. Rachel narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the cyborgs below. He took a deep breath and said, the Truth Society doesn't need them anymore. Everything here has to be compromised for a better Truth Society in the future. Andrew immediately said, don't worry, I've already made the arrangements. I've already sent Prima's sister out. To the public, we'll say that the battle between Wang Erda and Yusefyu caused the explosion of the experimental products in the laboratory. The collapsed part will temporarily make the entrance and exit of the lower city area unusable, and the supply of resources to Roar will also be temporarily suspended. When the second entrance of the Bamboo Tree Chamber of Commerce is announced and snatches the market, the attention of the Central District will shift. We'll have enough time to extend the closing time of the exit and exit. He sneered. And that respectable President Maria, who volunteered to go to the lower city area to investigate and experiment, will forever be sacrificed heroically underground. A perfect ending. Rachel sighed. He led Andrew around the beehive of laboratories. As the designer, Rachel knew the place almost ingrained in her soul, and finally took Andrew to the mechanical elevator. Rachel lowered his head and stared at the underground staff for a long time on the transparent glass elevator that was constantly climbing. This place had evidence of Rachel's work for the Road of the Flaming Sword and some inhumane experiments. It was a place that must be destroyed. Otherwise, Rachel would be disqualified as the new idol who was about to lead the entire Truth Society. Although he was completely brainless, would he still feel regret? Andrew looked at Rachel, who seemed to have a strange expression. After all, Rachel had worked in these underground laboratories with these cyborgs for thousands of years. It seemed unreasonable that he had no feelings for them. As the mechanical elevator climbed, they finally came to the surface. The sky was completely clear, but there was still endless white. The ice and snow had not yet melted. Andrew stood at the top of the Truth Society and looked at the entire battlefield. Although he was not interested in the outcome of this battle, he still wanted to know who Boss Lin would choose between Yusefyu and Wang Erda. A huge burst of light bloomed where the sky and the earth met. The huge energy was so strong that the aftermath of the airwaves could even be felt here. In this cold winter, the scorching wind blew Andrew and Rachel's hair and clothes. Not far away, the streets were destroyed beyond recognition. The steel and iron frame under Nuajin had been exposed, revealing a deep black hole, as if an invisible monster was staring at the living. Sir Rachel, do it, Andrew said. Rachel instantly detonated the self-destruct devices in the cyborg's underground. There was a rumble below, and the magnificent city within the city was once again shrouded in dust. The Truth Society sounded the alarm. Beep beep beep, Andrew suddenly heard a sound and vibration from his pocket. He frowned and then took out the communication device. It was not a number recorded in the record. But out of a good mood at the moment, he still picked it up. "Who is it?" "President Andrew." The person on the other side of the phone spoke with difficulty, as if he was injured. "It's me, the chief of the Mai Tower's Combat Division, Winston." It took Winston some effort to recover from the shock wave of the final explosion. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, nor did he know where he was on the battlefield. The only fortunate thing was that when he opened his eyes, he found that Caroline was not far from him. It seemed that before he lost consciousness, he still remembered to protect the weaker chief of the logistics section in the chaos. Caroline woke up earlier than him. At this moment, she was standing at the side, staring at the battlefield with her eyes closed, frowning. Cough cough. Bah. Winston spat out a mouthful of blood, patted the dust off his head, and stood up. Because the ether in his body had been exhausted to resist the shock wave, there was no way to heal. He could only find a blood-stained bandage from the function slot of his armor and bandaged it on his upper arm to stop the blood from flowing. After bandaging it, he ignored the pain in his body and walked to Caroline's side. He looked in the direction that the other party was facing. The surroundings were filled with smoke and dust, and it was so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. Caroline obviously noticed his approach and said, "I'm trying to find information related to Xianxia." Winston was stunned, and then he hurriedly blurted out anxiously, "How is it? Did you find it?" Caroline's brows furrowed even tighter, and she shook her head. "No. She memorized it in a second." Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly groaned, and blood flowed out of her eyes again. Fortunately, Winston was supporting her, otherwise she would definitely have fallen to the ground and not been able to get up. Winston's anxious mood suddenly changed, and he realized what kind of danger such an action represented in an environment filled with ether caused by the collision of gods. He sighed. "Don't force yourself too much. I'm the only one with the ability to investigate now. If you don't force me, do you want to force yourself?" Caroline, whose eyes were bleeding, subconsciously touched her waist bag, wanting to take out a cigarette, but in the end, she only took out some tobacco paper scraps. Together, they found a relatively flat and spacious place to sit down and looked at the scenery in the distance that was faintly discernible in the smoke and dust. The battle between gods was finally over. In the end, the two turned into a black and white ball of light, erupting with darkness and light that devoured everything. They did not hesitate to collide with each other with the belief that they must kill each other. The center of the battlefield had now become a huge depression. The surrounding buildings had been completely reduced to ashes and turned into black powder. It was like a desert that had been endowed with the concept of death. Due to the explosions of these three gods, the entire battlefield was now filled with irritable ether, as if it had been contaminated. Normal superhumans would experience tinnitus and vomit just by getting close to it, and they would not be able to continue. If it were a normal person, they would probably experience physiological abnormalities on the spot. Other than that, there were also many remnant forces causing trouble. The rules of the world that had collapsed without a master were constantly affecting everything. People would mysteriously burn here, time would mysteriously become chaotic, they would mysteriously age and disappear, and they would mysteriously step into dreams. Winston guessed that for a very long time, the area within a few thousand meters of 67th Street would become a new restricted area that would be recorded in the archives. F***CK. Winston scratched his head in frustration and cursed softly. In such a situation, the Mai Tower will most likely assume that Xianxia is dead. They won't send people to their deaths. In order to reduce the number of casualties, they will first seal off this area. Although I can't find him, I can still feel that Xianxia should still be alive," Caroline said. She continued to use her gaze to scan the battlefield, unwilling to give up. "He must still be alive." Winston gritted his teeth. The past between his friends appeared before his eyes. "I'm such a useless piece of trash. What have I done to help Xianxia?" Regret and pain enveloped him. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. He wanted nothing more than to be buried here with Xianxia. Seeing Melissa disappear before his eyes was already too late for regrets. Now, he was once again helpless about Xianxia's whereabouts. This feeling was no different from betrayal. "We can't give up yet." Winston suddenly raised his head and said softly, there's someone who can save you, Sephew. Boss Lin? Caroline was stunned. But, no, or rather, Boss Lin has already saved you, Sephew, once. Now, we can only rely on us to pull you, Sephew, back from the abyss. Winston took a deep breath and said, "It's Andrew. It's Andrew." Caroline was silent for a moment. She knew Winston's choice. He's also one of the lackeys of the bookstore owner. Since Boss Lin has intervened, it means that you, Sephew, must still be alive. Now, only the Truth Society has the ability to freely enter and exit this battlefield. This is our only hope. Winston raised his head and looked at the chaotic laws and scattered power on the battlefield. It was like the mouth of a monster. His communication device had been destroyed, so he could only find a usable one and dial Andrew's number. Lin Jia placed the clock in Ji Jishu's hand, his eyes full of encouragement. "It's actually quite cute. You can try touching it." Ji Jishu trembled slightly and took the exquisitely crafted clock. Then, she forced a smile. "Indeed, it's not scary at all." "You're right. I won't be afraid." Although she said that, she didn't dare to put her hand on this bug at all. It was fine if she wasn't strong enough to awaken the ability to control space-time, but if she accidentally touched it and really caused time to flow forward or backward a few times, changing something important, she would really be a sinner. She looked at her hand that was resisting with all her might and took a deep breath. "I'm sorry for letting you see this embarrassing side of me, haha." Lin Jia waved his hand and said with a smile, "Everyone has something they're afraid of. Why do you have to apologize for something like this? The key is that people need to overcome their own fears. What you're afraid of is often fear itself. The more afraid you are, the more you have to face it. Only then will you have a chance to grow. Keep it well and try more. You'll eventually get better." "Yes." Ji Jishu hurriedly nodded. Lin Jia came out mainly to wait for Galij and to give the gift. At this moment, he lowered his head with nothing to do and looked down from the second floor of the building. Even after experiencing an earthquake of magnitude 7 or 8, the A16 manor still maintained its imposing manner. For the Ji family, it was just a matter of a few broken plates and chandeliers. They didn't have the slightest bit of worry. Lin Jia couldn't help but think that the rich were still as calm as Mount Tai in this kind of earthquake. It wasn't like his small broken bookstore, which was either windy or leaking. Lin Jia's heart was sour. Ji Jishu quietly waited on the side. She looked at Lin Jia's side profile. The owner of the bookstore fell silent. His expression was no longer casual, but rather solemn. His eyes reflected the panicked crowd downstairs due to the earthquake. It was as if he was looking at ants whose nest was on fire. All living things were just a small stage in his eyes, and he was the only audience. Ji Jishu lowered her head to look at the clockwheel worm in her hand. She exerted strength in her fingers and clenched them tightly. If this was just a stage play directed by Boss Lin. She also wanted to be the main character. Great Miss Ji took a deep breath. She absolutely couldn't be afraid. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to be a chess piece. "Just like you, Sephew and Wang Erda, I wonder how Mr. Wang Erda and Mr. Yu Sephew are doing right now." "Speaking of which," Ji Jishu said with some disappointment, "those two can be considered book friends. I originally wanted to invite them to my birthday party, but unfortunately." "That was a good idea, young girl. But wouldn't those two fight as soon as they meet?" Lin Jia was actually quite happy when he heard this. After all, the purpose of his book cafe was to allow book friends to interact with each other and urge each other to study hard and buy more books. However, Yu Sephew was currently on a mission, and old Wang was probably doing research. With his lonely temperament, it was impossible for him to attend this party. "Those two won't be able to come," Lin Jia explained with a shrug. Ji Jishu's heart sank. Did something happen to those two? No, what could happen to those two? Lin Jia thought for a moment and joked, "I just think that your idea isn't reliable. If those two meet, they'll definitely fight. In the end, they'll definitely part on bad terms." "Part on bad terms? Part on bad terms?" Ji Jishu widened her eyes slightly. "How could they part on bad terms?" "Of course, there had to be someone present first. Could it be that Boss Lin meant that those two were still alive? Winston? Why's he calling?" Andrew frowned and turned to look at Rachel. Although this fellow had lost his brain, he still had the strength of a god. His mental strength was immense, and he was able to discern some information that wasn't on the surface. Rachel pushed up his spectacles. In the background of the explosion, he said calmly, "Let's listen to what he has to say." Andrew picked up the communication device and asked knowingly, "Oh, it's Chief Winston. Your voice doesn't sound too good. Why are you using someone else's communication device? Did something happen?" As he spoke, he glanced at the huge crater in the distance that was shrouded in an umbrella-shaped cloud of dust that could blot out the sun. Although the Mai Tower had quickly set up a third layer of temporary enchantment to block the vision and thoughts of ordinary people, Andrew could still see it clearly at his level. From his point of view, the entire 67th Street in the middle was already in ruins. There was no sign of life. With such a scale of activity caused by the death of a god, it was obvious that Winston had been seriously injured at the front line. Winston's voice was still tired and trembling. "Don't talk nonsense. The Truth Society hasn't sent anyone to support the battlefield. Do they want to completely break off relations with the Mai Tower?" Andrew could hear the anxiety hidden in Winston's voice. He smiled calmly. "The battle between Xianxia and Wang Erda has ended, hasn't it? We've only sent people over to clean up the battlefield. What does it matter if it's early or late? As for breaking off relations, Winston, this isn't something you can decide. If we really break off relations, who do you think will be more upset?" Calm Winston was silent for a moment. "Xianxia will win. This is what Boss Lin said himself." Andrew was stunned. "You didn't hear wrong. I can tell you that the Mai Tower sent people to test Boss Lin's thoughts on this battle. I'm the person in charge of this mission." Andrew subconsciously turned to look at Rachel. The latter raised his spectacles and nodded. "He's not lying." Haha, he immediately burst into laughter. "So this is how the Mai Tower treats a loyal knight. How hilarious. What do you think Xianxia would think if he knew that he was being used as a testing tool?" Winston coldly said, "I don't know what he's thinking, but he must win. And now, if he dies because of the Truth Society's inaction, do you think you can escape responsibility?" "Heh." Andrew sneered. "He's a member of your Mai Tower. What does it have to do with me if you don't save him?" Winston snorted. "Originally, I didn't, but who asked me to contact you now? What do you think Boss Lin would think if she knew that you knew about this but refused to send people to look for Xianxia?" Andrew had to admit that he was really threatened. Even if he really didn't like Xianxia, this guy who didn't have pure thoughts about Boss Lin. However, perhaps it was because of this that Boss Lin was very keen on changing him. In other words, if he could change Xianxia from impure to pure, noble, proud, self-consistent, righteous, and selfless knight, and finally become a devout believer, it would indeed be enough to kill a long time. This was probably a very pleasant thing to do. And for someone like Boss Lin, finding pleasure was probably the most important thing in life. Perhaps this was Boss Lin's preference for evil, alright. Although he was very unhappy with Xianxia, as a dependent and believer of the Lord, his first priority was to do things that could make the Lord happy. Andrew let out a long breath and slowly said, alright. I'll send people to search the battlefield, but only search." On the other end, Winston seemed to suddenly relax. After a long while, he awkwardly and quickly said thank you, then hung up the communication device. Andrew looked at the communication device in his hand and thought of Winston's appearance. He had goosebumps all over his body. With a face full of disgust, he turned off the communication device. However, Rachel commented, "The Mai Tower is really bold. They're even willing to give up on a god-level seed. However, based on my current inspiration, even if Xianxia is really alive, I'm afraid things won't develop as they think." Andrew nodded and then turned on the communication device again. He wasn't interested in whether Xianxia could survive or not, but Xianxia's life and death to a certain extent was related to Boss Lin's attitude. He couldn't be perfunctory like before. He had to find someone reliable to go. He flipped through the contact list. Prima Sandra. This little girl was the director of pharmacy that Andrew had personally promoted. She had replaced her sister who was temporarily in a vegetative state and had also received a gift from the owner of the bookstore. No matter whether it was in terms of ability or identity, she was completely foolproof. He immediately dialed the number. Prima was busy adjusting potions in the laboratory. She was obsessed with the ratio of the potions. Biting the tip of her pen, she worked hard to calculate the ratio formula and the possible consequences due to the special characteristics of the materials used this time. Her expression was extremely focused. The laboratory near the surface area had the highest authority. Other than Prima herself, Andrew, and Hood, no one else was allowed to approach and disturb her. Not only did the fluctuations of the battlefield thousands of miles away not attract her attention, even the underground explosion of machinery transmigration and the ear-piercing alarm that was almost within reach didn't attract her attention until the communication device beside her rang at an extremely high volume. After witnessing the extent of Prima's concentration in the laboratory for the first time, Andrew forced her to set this ringtone on her communication device so that she could escape from the experiment with the highest efficiency. Ah! Prima raised her head abruptly as if she was suddenly awakened. The pen in her hand fell out of shock. She hurriedly connected the communication device. After receiving a call from her immediate superior, she was rather nervous. She hurriedly stuttered, Vice President. It's the president, Andrew corrected her fiercely in his heart. Forget it. Now is not the time to be calculative about this. Andrew quickly said, select doctors and pharmacists from your subordinates. I will also allocate some combat personnel to you. Now, immediately lead them to the battlefield at Street 67 and search for survivors. Take note that the place has been covered by the destiny law that dissipates after the death of a god level. Wear protective clothing and take precautions. Although it was said to search for survivors, in fact, ordinary extraordinaires who could survive in the battlefield definitely didn't exist. However, out of respect for the secret ritual tower, he definitely couldn't say that it was to look for Xianxia. Okay. Prima, who was holding the communication device, nodded vigorously. She couldn't help but think in her heart. Is this considered my first official mission after taking up the position? Then, she remembered that Andrew had clearly asked everyone to pay attention to the A16 matter first. A strange intuition surged in her heart. Prima carefully asked, is this mission related to Boss Lin? Andrew concisely said, yes, so you must do your best, understand? Prima's heart skipped a beat. She turned to look at the book that Boss Lin had given her, Secrets of Prima Potions. Boss Lin had once said that the so-called pharmaceutics was to create one's own value. She took a few deep breaths to adjust her state of mind. This is not only my first mission as the head of the pharmaceutics department, but also a mission related to my savior, the great existence, Mr. Lin. In other words, this was the time to prove her value to Boss Lin. I will do my best, Prima said, and then quietly encouraged herself in her heart. On the other side, after Andrew hung up the communication device, a question arose in his heart. Speaking of which, although the Lord had personally judged Xianxia's victory, was Wang Erda, that terrifying and cunning dark warlock, really dead? Rachel suddenly said, he's dead. Andrew turned and heard Rachel say again, but he's not dead. Andrew's gaze was incomparably complicated. Looking at the hole in Rachel's head, he really wanted to know what he was thinking with. Rachel didn't care about Andrew's offensive gaze. He just looked at the sky, narrowed his eyes and murmured, Augustus, the road of fire sword can't make the king of giants bow, but now, what finally made you have to respond to the call of fate and walk into the whirlpool of disputes? Coming down from the throne, I'm afraid it's only a matter of time, right? Andrew couldn't understand his muttering, but at this moment, Rachel's eyes didn't look like a boasting machine whose brain had been hollowed out, but the real earthly wisdom that created the whole new Ajin. When death came, Wang Erda fell backward, feeling as if his body had been thrown into a fire and burned alive by the raging fire. The pain almost exceeded his limit until he began to forget this pain. When his body resisted the last blow of Xianxia, it disintegrated inch by inch, and now it was almost completely gone. The Black Wizard tried to sacrifice himself to Boss Lin again in an instant, wanting to use this trick to escape again, but he suddenly thought of the last time he did this. Boss Lin's response to his sacrifice of his life was rejection. Yes, only rejection could allow the sacrificed life to escape from the reincarnation of hell and be resurrected in the human world. At the same time, this meant that Boss Lin rejected Wang Erda's act of sacrificing himself and refused to let him become a relative in his god's kingdom. This meant that there was a problem with his loyalty. My loyalty, how could it be? Wang Erda opened his eyes wide and suddenly lost his voice. There was indeed one place where he was not loyal enough, and it could even be said to be an extremely blasphemous act. That was, he sacrificed himself to Boss Lin. In fact, his biggest idea in his heart was to let Boss Lin reject him so that he could defeat Xianxia. In this world, how could there be a devout believer who was unwilling to enter God's kingdom and even wanted to be rejected by the Lord? He even used this to fulfill his own private wish. Oh my God, what had he done? Wang Erda belatedly realized why Boss Lin stood on Xianxia's side in this battle. No. Don't tell me, I also want to. I still don't want to. No. Don't tell me this is Boss Lin, to me. Wang Erda struggled in his heart and was in pain. He reached out his hand with great regret, wanting to grab something. But in fact, he had no hand. To put it in a more scientific way, he was vaporizing. The whole process should have been extremely painful, but since even his consciousness had disappeared, the pain was irrelevant. In his last vision, he saw Xianxia also fall to the ground with a loud crash. The knight's body was also badly damaged. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger, shining like a sharp sword. Unfortunately, his vision soon dimmed, and he could only see that half of his opponent had turned into flying ash. That's fine. Is this my end? Wang Erda was powerless to change everything. With deep unwillingness, he gradually let go and sank into the lake of death, where he could not breathe. His vision was pitch black, and his ears were deathly silent. Suddenly, Wang Erda. A familiar voice came from nowhere and penetrated the lake of death. It vaguely reached his ears across the surface of the water, as if it was an illusion. My disciple. That's right, it was even clearer. A voice seemed to have penetrated layers of dream worlds, crossed mountains and seas, and directly reached Wang Erda's ears. It was so intimate and so familiar. Wang Erda suddenly opened his eyes. It was pitch black in front of him, up, down, left, and right. He could not tell the direction. He could not feel his limbs. He could not feel his hands or feet. It even made him wonder if he really existed. Only a circle of spells, which seemed to be casually written in ancient characters, floated around him, blocking the darkness that was covetously watching him from all sides. Teacher. Wild, or perhaps what was left of Wild's consciousness, was barely able to recognize who was calling out to him in his metal-headed state, the ancient Dark Emperor, the Spirit King of Words, the Dragon Speaker, the last descendant of the giants. The great extraordinaire blessed by all kinds of titles, the living history book, and Wang Erda's preaching teacher as a dark wizard. Augustus. Teacher, Wild blankly saw a dark green light shining in the distance, and it was getting brighter and brighter. He subconsciously ran towards it, and after running for an unknown amount of time, he raised his hand, and in this endless dream, he grabbed a letter. Flap flap flap, there were two small wings on the letter. They immediately retracted, like a docile carrier pigeon. Such a way of sending letters. It's indeed teacher. As soon as Wang Erda's thought appeared, the pair of wings disappeared. The letter lay quietly in his hand, he was not sure whether it was his hand or not. And on top of the letter, there was a golden gem in the shape of a scarab. Was this the ring on teacher's finger? Before Wang Erda could react, he was pulled and rushed into the emerald eyes that were as quiet and deep as a scarab. Augustus' voice still echoed in his ears, my last disciple, good luck. Prima put down the communication device, let out a long sigh of relief, and then patted her face hard to clear her mind that had been immersed in reading books and potion recipes for a long time. She glanced at the medicine bottle beside her hand and picked up that was placed on the spotless laboratory table. Prima stroked the book in fascination, and the golden characters seemed to be flickering with light. For Prima, this was the light of truth. This book recorded almost all the knowledge of potions that surpassed the current research, and it was the lifelong pursuit of all potioneers. She hugged the thick book tightly, and her heart couldn't help but beat fast. Excitement rose in her heart. Boss Lin's meaning. Rounded up, it was the meaning of Ms. Wapu. During the time she spent in the bookstore, she had thoroughly understood one point, that was, as the next ruler of the night, Moan was also sincerely and diligently managing her identity as an assistant in the bookstore. Because as the owner of the bookstore, Lin Jia was the father who gave him a new life in Moan's view. All of Moan's thoughts were Lin Jia's priority. Therefore, during that time, Prima, who lived with Moan and listened to Moan's respect for Boss Lin every day, had naturally engraved this point in her heart. This must be a test. Boss Lin hopes that I can rely on my own strength to solve the problem and contribute my value to him. Remember the URL, M9 Bikuj. After leaving the bookstore, her life began to undergo tremendous changes. This great existence that could be called omniscient and omnipotent, completely changed her fate with a casual charity. In this case, she should do her best to repay. After obtaining knowledge from Boss Lin, Prima did not stop learning for a day. She was waiting for the arrival of this day. Prima took a few deep breaths. Thinking that this was her first time as the director of potions, and that she had to lead and command others, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She demonstrated several times in her mind what she should do, then the shy little girl mustered up her courage, tidied up her clothes, walked out of the laboratory, and looked at the scholars who were looking at her. She resisted the urge to retreat and hide behind the door. Instead, she imitated her sister's quick and efficient demeanor in her memory and said in a calm voice, "Emergency mission. Those who are rank A and above and are not doing research, follow me. Bring your protective suits and head to Street 67. This was the first time Prima gave an order. She looked at the quiet people in front of her and even wanted to close her eyes. As expected, yes, Director. The scholars were naturally divided into two groups. Those below grade A continued to work, while those above grade A stood up and walked towards the room where the protective suits were placed. Ordinary scholars who did not come into contact with authority had simple and pure thoughts. If there were orders from above, then they would follow them. With the protective suit, at least his safety was guaranteed. Pollution and mutation were a small matter. Moreover, 67th Street was a rare relic left after a fight between two gods. There must be a lot of things worth studying. As long as he could produce some results, he would be able to leave a mark in the academic field. Even if he died, it would be worth it. Some scholars even walked over excitedly and shook Prima's hand. Thank you, Director, for giving me this opportunity. If you have any orders, I will do it. Prima looked at the scholar in front of her and nodded vigorously. The anxiety in her heart gradually turned into joy. So, this was how her sister felt in the past. 67th Street. The pervasive smoke was mixed with the power of ether and chaotic rules. It was like a fog. When inhaled into the lungs, it was like a slow-acting poison, constantly killing limited lives. Winston anxiously and nervously looked at the communication device in his hand, then turned to look at Caroline, who was resting. The few probes just now had pushed her to her limit. At this moment, she had completely lost consciousness and could no longer condense any ether. But, it was still futile. Caroline's gaze I could only feel that the burning power belonging to the Yusefu was still moving rhythmically. It lived on this bleak battlefield like an undead, interfering with the appearance of all information. This left Caroline at her wit's end. It was the same residual power that prevented Winston from taking even half a step into this land. Now, their only hope was the people sent by the Truth Society. A hand suddenly patted Winston's shoulder. Winston was shocked and subconsciously wanted to draw his sword. But when he thought of how there was no one else here other than himself and Caroline, and that the person who had come could only be the rescue they had been waiting for, he was instantly delighted. He turned his head, but he did not see anything. Please lower your head. Hearing this, Winston subconsciously shifted his gaze down. A small dwarf who was wrapped up tightly was looking up at him. You are, Prima Sandra, the head of the Truth Society's pharmacy department. Prima's voice rang out from the ether protective suit, sounding muffled. Vice President Andrew sent me here. So it's you. Winston was stunned. According to the information from the Mai Tower, Prima was also one of the people who had stayed in the bookstore for a period of time. After that period of time, Andrew had directly promoted Prima to the head of the pharmacy department. As expected, as long as it concerned Boss Lin, Andrew would not dare to be negligent. He had directly sent someone who had such a close relationship with the bookstore. However, in this case, didn't it indirectly prove that what Boss Lin said at that time was true? Xianxia will win, but the process will be more complicated. Probably. After all, if that person really wanted to toy with them, he could easily stop Prima's arrival. Winston was relieved. If this was the case, the chances of Xianxia being alive would be 20% higher than before. This was great, but could this young lady really do it? Winston could not hide his worry. Although Prima was indeed someone who had been taken care of by the bookstore, she was still too young. Moreover, even in the information from the Mai Tower, there were no records of the young lady's achievements in pharmaceutics. Even if Xianxia was still alive, his situation would probably be very bad. Could she really do it? It would not be enough to just rely on those doctors and pharmacists to make up the numbers. Although she could see the doubt in the eyes of the knight in front of her, Prima did not doubt herself at this moment. She only said softly with a calm and determined gaze, although Vice President Andrew did not say it, "I think you want to save Mr. Xianxia, right? Please believe me, I will definitely bring him out. I swear in the name of the knight." Winston was stunned. He did not expect her to be a follower of the original witches. But, that was not right. Since she believed in Wapu, her attitude towards the owner of the bookstore should be that of a pagan, or a pagan god. After all, the origin of the corpse food cult was probably that person. Why would Prima accept the gift of the bookstore and even stand directly in Andrew's faction? Could it be that she had betrayed her believers? No, that was not right. Her gaze was sincere, even close to that of a fanatic. Winston looked at the young lady's back as she turned around. The confusion in his heart could not be solved, but a terrifying guess faintly emerged in his heart. In such a situation, perhaps there was only one possibility: the bookstore and the original witches were of the same origin. While Winston was shocked by his own conjecture, Prima had already led her people into the hellish battlefield without hesitation. The pervasive ether force field was like a wild beast tearing at Prima's protective clothing. Prima tightened her grip on the secrets of the original potions and took a deep breath. After assigning tasks to the others, she gradually went deeper into the battlefield. The dark and oppressive clouds made it impossible to see the sun. The ground was devastated, and the whirling storm lingered between heaven and earth as if it would never stop. It was as if she had entered another strange world. The dark and turbid smoke was isolated by the protective suit, but Prima could still clearly see the countless burning flames in front of her and the deathly substances floating like gossamer. Wherever these entangled ether passed, it either turned into scorched earth or was directly annihilated into nothingness. Even if she couldn't experience what the environment outside the protective suit was like, it was enough to make one shiver. Of course, even if this rare phenomenon was indeed very valuable for research, she didn't want to experience this feeling one day. Prima whispered in her heart as she struggled to pass through countless ruins, carefully searching every corner where there might be people. Before entering this area, she had already assigned the task to each of her subordinates in detail. Each of them was responsible for a small area, which would be more efficient. In fact, everyone was well aware that, in the tragic scene of a collision between gods that was like a meteor landing, it was almost impossible for anyone to survive, except for the two involved. Therefore, the only reason to go deep into the center of the battlefield was to look for Xianxia or Wang Erda. But Prima didn't think so. Although her task was mainly to look for Xianxia, she didn't just pay attention to the Xianxia. Instead, she looked for anyone who might have survived on the battlefield. Remember 1 second, http://m9bkuj.com. The contract that had lasted since ancient times would protect everyone who slept peacefully in the night. This was what the followers of Wapa should do. Is there anyone alive? Prima put her hands together beside her mouth. Because she couldn't use ether, she could only shout as loudly as possible. She was gradually approaching the center of the battlefield. The piles of corpses that had rotted to the point where their original forms couldn't be seen were also decreasing. All she could see was barren ruins. At the same time, because Prima had been in the laboratory all year round, she was now beginning to lose her physical strength. Prima raised her hand, panting, and looked at the protective suit that was gradually becoming old. She used the internal device to inject herself with a potion that temporarily strengthened her physique. She was researching and developing these medicines according to the secret codex. She hadn't officially reported them to the Truth Society yet, and she hadn't even given them a name yet. Therefore, she couldn't mass-produce them and supply them to others. For the time being, she could only use them herself. She thought to herself, the environment is getting worse and worse. Even if I wear the protective suit, I won't be able to last much longer. I have to hurry. The influence of the Xianxia's burning domain was greatly weakened, because the concept of this domain had been pushed to the extreme. In the end, even the domain itself would burn. According to Prima's calculation of the self-destruction speed of the ether in this area, it would completely disappear in about 3 days. However, the remains of Wang Erda's nirvana domain were still operating and trying to crush everything in his mouth. The closer he got to the center, the more dangerous it was. 1 day later, Prima wiped the sweat from her forehead and continued to move forward in a daze. She had more or less found the correct path, and after using the magic potion array to communicate with the nighttime dreamland to get guidance, she vaguely detected a weak breath. It was just a flash, and it was hard to catch. So, Prima retreated midway to replenish her supplies and took some of her backup, potions that could already be considered taboo for ordinary people. Now, she was already in the middle of the battlefield in a geographical sense. Her spirit sense was suddenly alerting her. That weak breath appeared again, and it almost became solid. Soon, the thought flashed through Prima's mind, and then she felt as if she had broken through some invisible barrier and stepped on another piece of land. The pressure that had been on her body suddenly relaxed. She took a deep breath and pulled herself together a little. The ether storm that was roaring and entangling disappeared in an instant here. The silent battlefield was dead, and no sound could be heard at all. Prima was alone in a dark domain, and she shrank her neck without any sense of security. Suddenly, her pupils shrank, and her gaze focused on the huge pit right in front of her. Compared with the pit that had been eroded down to a depth of hundreds of meters, the figure in the center was so small. He maintained the posture of holding a sword and stabbing forward. His human form could not be seen at all. Most of his body had been completely scorched and shrunk into the appearance of a withered branch. It was still slowly turning into ashes and drifting in the air, as if it was just a thin outline that was quickly written. But only a little white flame that was burning in his eye sockets was still shining brightly, and it became the only light source in this dark world, like a lighthouse that guided the latecomers. It was as if he was a statue that was forever frozen at this moment, and his sword was pointed at the enemy who had already died. This area that was not damaged by the annihilation domain spread out from his body. Even if he died, it would not be wiped out. What kind of willpower was this? Prima was so shocked that she could not speak for a long time. After a while, she suddenly woke up and hurriedly climbed down. She rushed to the corpse and almost fell to the ground. With great difficulty, she finally walked to the side of Xianxia's corpse, but Prima felt that it was tricky. She did not know where to put her hands, and she carefully circled around him a few times. Obviously, Xianxia was almost no different from being dead now. What was left was only his willpower that was close to obsession. Is he trying to protect something? Prima had a feeling of admiration for this glorious grand knight that she had never met before. Tens of thousands of years ago, Division Wapu had made a contract to provide protection to the weak humans. And now, it was these people who were burning everything to protect Nuajin. She believed that if Division Wapu saw this, she would definitely be happy. Prima was determined to save the life of this hero in front of her. Can you hear me? She took out the medicine that she had refined and poured it on the corpse while carefully speaking softly. Then, she waited for a while. This medicine was named Dawn's Rebirth, and the main ingredient was a baby's placenta. It was an item that contained the concept of birth, witnessing the birth of a life from nothing. The medicine that was refined from this contained a trace of the concept of life. Prima had not evaluated her current standards in medicine creation, but if an outsider were to know that she had refined a medicine that contained concepts, they would definitely be horrified. This was because this was an ability that only gods possessed. It could even be said that it had surpassed gods. This was because, under normal circumstances, gods could only grasp the authority of one type of rule, but there was no limit to the types of medicine that Prima could create. Therefore, theoretically, she was able to refine medicine that contained all concepts, and could even further transform them into rules. The medicine that was like the radiance of dawn flowed down from Xianxia's corpse. Wherever it passed by, the charcoal would peel off and new flesh would grow, from the bones to the blood vessels. It was like growing tree branches that filled up the entire frame. Arms, limbs, torso, head, eyes, hair, the medicine that dripped onto the ground dissipated into light, as if it had come into contact with a plant seed that had died long ago hidden in the ruins. It instantly sprouted and grew into a small green grass that was full of vitality. It was out of place in this deathly silent battlefield. The white flames in the empty eye sockets seemed to flicker especially intensely. Prima's eyes lit up, and she looked at the small ether monitor in her hands. She could see that the originally weak reaction was gradually strengthening. More directly, she could already hear a weak heartbeat. "Knight Xianxia, if you can hear me, please try to condense ether. This will promote the fusion between your body and your will." Prima slowly repeated this 3 times to make sure that the other party had responded. Then, she squatted down and pulled out the small grass. Sorry, she said softly, stuffing the innocent grass that had died prematurely into the item bag that she used to store medicine. Before Andrew completely took control of the Truth Society, she could not expose her terrifying ability to create medicine. Therefore, she could only sacrifice this small grass as evidence. A hoarse and old man's voice rang out, sounding at a loss. When Prima heard the voice, she raised her head and blinked. She saw that Xianxia, who had basically recovered but still had white flames in his eye, opened his normal eye and looked at her. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but then he fell to the ground with a plop, unconscious. Prima took out the communication device from her bosom. This could only be considered an emergency treatment. If she wanted to completely cure him, she would have to continue concocting the magic medicine. Since she had found Xianxia, she should first inform Winston, who had been waiting outside just now. He seemed to be very anxious. "Sir Winston, we've found him." Before Prima could finish her words, the trembling voice on the other side of the phone sounded incoherently. "Really? You've found him? You've found him? How's he doing?" "Xianxia, he..." Speaking to this point, he stopped, and stammered, not daring to continue. Xianxia's battle had affected too many people's hearts. There was too much despair and hope. Even Winston, who had always prided himself on being calm and steady, could not control himself. He was somewhat afraid to hear news of Xianxia's death. Prima's tone was steady. She decided not to let the patient's family know about the tragic situation. She only said concisely, "He's still alive." Winston's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down. He heaved a sigh of relief, followed by great joy. He hurriedly asked, to be able to make him say, "Oh no, what am I saying? Xianxia must have been seriously injured, right?" Yes, he was only left with an outline. How could it not be serious, Prima thought in her heart. She then turned to look at the protective suit on her shoulder. It was a different type of exoskeleton equipment, so it was easy to carry a person. Moreover, Prima had used medicine, the old knight who was all hands and feet. She said, "He's fine. Although he survived, he needs time to recover and adapt. During this period of time, he can't use ether and his body violently. It's best to find an absolutely safe place to recuperate. Your Mai tower should be good. You can bring him back later. He'll be fine after 3 to 5 months of rest. Thank you very much for your help." Calm Winston expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Although Prima did not mention it, he knew that Prima had put in a lot of effort during this period of time. He also knew how powerful Prima was to be able to save Joseph from the abyss. Winston took the initiative to address Prima respectfully. "This young pharmacist lady." Should he say that she was indeed someone who was favored by the bookstore? His previous suspicions were unnecessary. If that was the case, there was no need to worry. Winston took a deep breath and continued, "Can you send him directly to a safe place? There's no need to return to the Mai Tower." Prima stared blankly, her face full of confusion. "Safe place? Are you sure you don't want to send it back to the secret relic tower?" "Isn't he?" Winston said with certainty, "I'm sure. Also, I hope that you can announce to the public that he is dead." Prima stared at the communication device in a daze, unable to wrap her head around the situation. I know you must be confused, but this concerns the safety of Xianxia's life. Xianxia's life equals Boss Lin's mission. A light bulb went off in Prima's head. Okay, no problem. The little girl nodded vigorously. I will definitely keep it a secret. I swear on my laboratory. Winston said, thank you, but please don't tell me the location. You're the only one who knows. Okay. However, where is the safe place? Prima bit her lower lip and thought hard. Send him to the Truth Society's laboratory? The equipment there was convenient, and he was familiar with the territory. But once he reached the Truth Society's place, Andrew would definitely find out. Safe place. Prima murmured and repeated it twice. Naturally, she thought of a cold and fair girl sitting behind the bookstore bar with a book in her hand. Moan. Moan was the knight, and the owner of the bookstore had always been the will of Mr. Wapu. The safest place in the world was under the protection of Mr. Wapu and the other ladies. So sending Xianxia to the bookstore was definitely not a problem. Also, Mr. Moan and Boss Lin are not human, so I'm still the only one who knows, right? Prima thought as she took Xianxia to the bookstore. Winston turned off the communication device and let out a long sigh. For Prima, there was only one safe and unknown place, and this was the result of his deliberate guidance. The reason for this was very simple. Winston had a conjecture, a terrifying conjecture, and he wanted to verify this conjecture. The Mai Tower just wanted to use Xianxia. This incident gave Winston a different perspective. Why did the Mai Tower not care about Xianxia's life? Because in their eyes, Xianxia was not a hero. He was just a tool to test Lin Jia. They never thought that Xianxia was once a radiant knight, and that he had protected the Mai Tower and Nuo Jin for so many years. Winston felt cold all over at the thought of such a tower. He had almost forgotten that Xianxia had been abandoned once. And this time, if it was a Xianxia who had failed to ascend to the god level and might be seriously injured and useless, what would Tower do? Winston did not dare to think, but he knew that he could no longer trust Tower. Even if Xianxia was saved, once he fell into Tower's hands, he might be used again. Until the last bit of value was squeezed out. What was the last bit of value of Xianxia? He thought that there was only the girl who was still unconscious after being teleported to the safe zone. Melissa. From now on, Winston realized that it was ridiculous to judge which side the bookstore owner belonged to. What he insisted on and understood, what his purpose was, whether he was righteous or evil. When he thought that the chaos in Nuo Jin was caused by Boss Lin, he was gravely mistaken. It was the greed of humans. Winston turned to look at Caroline. She was still unconscious, and her face was stained with blood. He could not tell anyone that Xianxia was still alive, at least not before Xianxia recovered his strength. Winston made a silent decision in his heart. The world outside the battlefield of 67th Street was still filled with snowstorms and alarms. People were discussing at home what exactly had happened to cause Nuo Jin's internal structure to decay and collapse, causing such a huge impact. Without the surveillance of customers and spies from the Mai Tower, the bookstore's surroundings were once again shrouded in desolation and silence. Knock, knock. Moan was still preparing the milk tea when he heard knocking sounds from outside the bookstore's wooden door. It wasn't time to open yet. Who would be knocking so urgently? It couldn't be Boss Lin, he had the key. But Boss Lin had left the bookstore for 2 days, and it was almost time for him to return. Whoosh, Moan opened the door, and a puff of snow fell from the eaves. Then, she saw a familiar face. Prima? The little girl in front of her who was patting the snow on her head in a flurry was naturally Moan's biggest believer. Here. Prima responded instinctively. This is? Moan looked at the burly man in a protective suit lying next to Prima and said expressionlessly. It's Mr. Xianxia. Prima hurriedly said, he needs to go to a safe place to treat his injuries, so, this is the only place I can think of. Moan said faintly, I'm glad you can treat this as a safe place, but I don't want to ask about his identity. Come in first. She opened the door wider and let Prima send the Xianxia into the bookstore. The white cat squatting on the bar counter rolled around, meowing and shaking its fur. It narrowed its eyes and sniffed, then jumped to the Xianxia with a greedy look, as if it had seen something delicious. Mon scooped it up and slapped its head. You're not allowed to eat this. Meow, Little White hugged its head in grievance. Prima opened the protective suit, and the Xianxia inside was being entangled by the nirvanic substance produced by the apocalypse domain, and his body was corroded beyond recognition. I'm very sorry. I didn't expect his soul to be affected by the apocalypse domain. I can only restore the body, but I'm still not mature in terms of the soul. Prima said and hurriedly began to make the medicine again. Mon watched Prima quietly from behind as she busied herself. After a while, seeing Prima's helpless look, she tilted her head and raised her hand. Ether gathered in her palm like moonlight. Divine blessing, when Prima lowered her head to flip through the book, she saw the warm moonlight shining on her book. She looked up and saw Mon's expressionless face revealing the power of the night from his hand. The Xianxia's skin gradually grew back. Prima was stunned for a moment and immediately recovered. She watched the night weaved into a cage full of moonlight and wrapped the Xianxia. Mon retracted his hand, looked at the Xianxia again, and gathered his power again. Moonlight courtyard, wherever the moonlight shrouded, it was the territory of the night. In an instant, the god-level aura emanating from the Xianxia was completely concealed. Mon, who had completely accepted the authority of the goddess of the night, was equivalent to a new original witch. Her blessing shone on Xianxia through the ether like moonlight. Under the watery moonlight, Xianxia's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving no trace behind. Although Mon did not understand the cause and effect, Xianxia was a customer of the bookstore. Since Boss Lin was not around, as an assistant, she had to take care of the business of the bookstore. Xianxia was a radiant Grand Knight of the Mystic Tower, but he was seriously injured and did not return to the Mystic Tower. The problem was obvious. Mon naturally could not let the Mystic Tower notice this place. Xianxia woke up from the chaos and felt the intense pain in his body gradually become clearer, as if the pain of burning had just reached his body. However, he only frowned slightly. In his many years of life as a knight, this pain was nothing. His five senses began to recover. The slightly moist smell of books and the rich smell of milk tea reached the tip of his nose. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a somewhat familiar ceiling. You're finally awake. A girl's tired voice came into his ears. Grand Knight Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Prima with difficulty, and the girl's figure slowly reflected in his eyes. This is. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. Xianxia was temporarily unable to speak naturally because of his newly formed vocal cords. But in fact, he almost recognized it. This is. Boss Lin's bookstore, Prima said seriously, this is Boss Lin's bookstore. That night Commander Winston asked me to send you here to recuperate. Boss Lin means. Prima thought for a moment. Although it should be Vice President Andrew who sent me here, it must be Boss Lin's instructions, so it's not wrong to say that it was Boss Lin who asked me to come here. Prima confirmed her thoughts in her heart. Yes. She answered seriously. Hearing Prima's answer, Xianxia had mixed feelings. At the same time, he clearly felt that some kind of power of a higher existence still remained in his body. Xianxia, who had become a god, naturally knew where this power came from. This is the authority of the night and the moon. Only they can hide everything and restore his body. Xianxia quickly looked up and saw Mon sitting quietly at the bar counter. Thank you very much. Xianxia said with difficulty. The previous doubts in his heart were solved, followed by shock, even the original witch was willing to be the assistant of the owner of the bookstore. You don't have to thank me. You are a regular customer of the bookstore. Mon replied calmly, as an assistant, this is my job. If there's nothing else, you can continue to rest. I still have things to do. The so-called thing was, of course, to continue to research new milk tea recipes. After saying goodbye to Mon, Prima reluctantly left. Xianxia, who was still recovering his body, lay on the recliner with empty eyes. Countless thoughts spontaneously came to his mind after narrowly escaping death. He could not help but think carefully about the battle with Wang Erda. He had completely decided to die together with Wang Erda and end everything in this fate. He had never thought that he would survive this battle, and be casually saved by Mr. Lin. There might not be a winner in this battle, but for the first time, Xianxia understood the true horror. The realm of a god was something that Xianxia had always dreamed of but could not reach. Now that he had completely entered the realm of a god, he had a better understanding of what the existence beyond a god was. Casually reversing time and being able to control the situation of a battle from thousands of miles away without batting an eyelid, this kind of Xianxia was no longer something that Xianxia could imagine. The little tricks of the Mai Tower were simply child's play in Boss Lin's eyes. How powerful was this? But between me and Wang Erda, why did Boss Lin choose me? Mai Tower, Xianxia suddenly muttered these 3 words softly. He had fought bloody battles for the Mai Tower for so many years, only to discover that he was only a tool used by the Mai Tower to speculate about Boss Lin. Of course, he could not say that he did not feel anything. But, surprisingly, he was very calm. Perhaps it was because he had expected this from the start. Ever since his wife died, he had been out on missions day and night, and the Mai Tower had never stopped him. Xianxia stared blankly at the ceiling. If they had sent me to the Mai Tower when I was heavily injured, how would they have used me? Thank you, Winston. Xianxia sighed. The pain in his body could no longer compare to the pain in his heart. He could not help but smile bitterly. He had done his best to protect justice and the Mai Tower, but only now did he realize how laughable he had been. No matter what, the Xianxia that he had protected for the Mai Tower was already dead. The Xianxia now was saved by Boss Lin. He stared speechlessly at the ceiling, thinking of Melissa's pretty face. He also thought of her dazzling smile in the dim light when she was about to die. Xianxia felt that it was time for him to let go. Melissa was already capable enough to hold her own. Rather than repeating the same mistakes as Xianxia, it was better to leave a way out from the start. Hatred was the best nourishment for growth. But this time, Xianxia would not let the Mai Tower control their fate. A 16 matter. The brief and unknown earthquake did not affect these wealthy people's gathering. To the wealthy Ji family, comforting the guests was a simple matter. But all good things must come to an end. The carnival that had lasted for a few days was about to come to an end. Xianxia had presented his gifts and negotiated the price of the books with Luo'er. In the past few days, Ji Banong and his daughter had treated Xianxia as a distinguished guest. Even the ignorant onlookers understood that this seemingly ordinary bookstore owner was not simple. But no matter how they fawned over him, whether they beat around the bush or expressed their thoughts, Xianxia treated them as usual, making them feel even more mysterious and unable to decipher his intentions. This made them feel that this person's shrewdness was unfathomable. At that time, after Xianxia had given the gift, he very calmly began the bargaining technique that he had been brewing in his heart for a long time. However, it turned out that all his preparations were in vain, because no matter what he asked for, the Ji father and daughter listened to his every word. Xianxia felt rather guilty, wondering if he had gone overboard. In the end, he had only tried the immature idea of a 30-70 split. But Xianxia, who had already thought of various reasons to refute him, looked at Ji Banong in astonishment. Even if I don't earn a single cent, I will let Mr. Lin spread his knowledge. Her expression was resolute and resolute. All right, actually, she had happily agreed to his request. Xianxia actually felt a bit of guilt that he hadn't felt in many years. He even felt a bit weak. This cooperation couldn't be more pleasant. Ji Banong hurriedly reached out his hand and excitedly shook Boss Lin's hand. Boss Lin, you are so generous, kind, and benevolent. I look forward to working with you in the future. I will definitely do my best to serve you. You're the generous one, right? Or are all the leaks in this world so easy to cut? If I said a 50-90 split, Ji Banong would probably agree. But for the sake of more cooperation in the future. Xianxia restrained himself. It seems that I set my image a bit too high in their hearts. Originally, negotiating the price should have been the highlight of the entire banquet, but Ji Banong played it down so casually. It was as if everything was over and the last thing was just a formality. Xianxia rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Perhaps, he really found a confidant. The Ji father and daughter really loved books and respected knowledge. Boss Lin, please come with me. Let's go to the outer hall to participate in the last banquet. At the same time, let's announce to everyone that we have reached an agreement. Ji Banong stood up and spoke with a respectful expression. Ji Jishu smiled and gracefully bowed to Lin Jia. It was already the last night of the banquet. If it was convenient, Lin Jia could go home tonight. Tonight was also the free banquet. All the guests were prepared to spend the last night in the main hall. This was supposed to be a joyous and harmonious evening. Unfortunately, there were many extraordinaires among the guests. They had ulterior motives. They all carefully shifted their gazes to Lin Jia and the Ji father and daughter who were walking out of the VIP room. Of course, everyone was waiting for Ji Banong to speak, so they didn't seem out of place. It was now the climax of the banquet. Ji Banong straightened his back. The aura of the chairman of Luo Air Resources appeared spontaneously. He walked to the center of the banquet. Everyone, thank you very much for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend my daughter's birthday banquet. Ji Banong looked around. Here, I would like to announce something. Lin Jia smiled and watched from behind him. However, he was ridiculing in his heart. No matter how he looked at it, this felt like a marriage proposal. Ji Banong took 2 steps back and walked to Lin Jia's side. He said respectfully, the most honorable thing about this banquet is that I have reached an agreement with Boss Lin. Lin Jia was stunned for a moment. He immediately revealed a calm smile. It's just a few books. It's my honor to work with Luo Air Resources. As soon as Lin Jia finished speaking, countless guests were stunned again. For the average guest, the matter of working with Luo Air Resources took up most of their hearing. What kind of company was Luo Air Resources? It was a terrifying company that had monopolized Nuajin for hundreds of years. Did it need to work with others? Even the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce did not have this qualification. What right did this nameless little bookstore have? And for the extraordinaires, it was because of those few books. Ji Banong's uncontrollable expression clearly showed how excited he was in his heart. And for someone who already stood at the peak of Nuajin in terms of wealth, what else was there to be excited about? It was nothing more than Ji Banong's regret for not being able to become an extraordinaire. What kind of books were these, to be able to make Ji Banong defy a long-standing rule and give him the courage to defy this rule? The owner of these books, the man who was smiling faintly behind Ji Banong, who was he? Ji Banong turned around and waved at the housekeeper. He presented the 5 books. The books will be on consignment sale in 3 days. Those who are interested can come and try them out. Wow, there was a faint commotion below. All the extraordinaires with different expressions were stunned at this moment. Then, without prior agreement, they all shifted their gazes to the books. Their rapid breathing and greedy gazes were as clear as day. Everyone felt the strange attraction of the books, but they could not resist. They did not want to resist. They wanted everything in these books. As soon as Ji Banong's voice fell, the entire banquet began to stir. Everyone stared at the 5 books in unison as if their gazes were glued to them. No matter what thoughts they had in their minds before, there was only one thought left in their minds at this moment: to get the books. Those who attended the banquet were not all extraordinaires. There were also quite a number of ordinary people. But even if they could not understand what was attracting them at this moment, they were seized by a strong instinct like a hound chasing a hare. The mystery of the books, just their appearance alone, was enough to make people ecstatic, creating endless curiosity and desire. Although the cover of the books looked ordinary, the style was unprecedented, as if it came from another world, exuding an air of incompatibility. It was so eye-catching, but when one tried to recall it carefully, one would feel that they did not have any impression of it in one's mind. It was as if one could only see the truth of the books when one truly possessed them. Perhaps they were pearls that had been lost somewhere, just waiting for people to unearth the secrets within. Otherwise, why would the famous Roar Resources Development Company cooperate with the unknown bookstore owner and announce this cooperation at his daughter's birthday banquet? These books must be of great value, and for extraordinaires, the moment these books appeared in their field of vision, they had already been inspired. It was as if they had been thrown into a storm, and the raindrops that pelted their faces were the terrifying aura emitted by these books. The things they saw in these books were different, but all of them pointed to the pinnacle of power, to a certain desire in the depths of their hearts. Even if I can't get it, I can't let anyone else get it. Remember this in a second. http://m9bkuj. The people who raised their heads and stared straight at the books had naked and greedy eyes. as if they had turned into a group of wild beasts in the dark, waiting for their prey. It was chilling. Oda Renoff was a panic-level dark wizard from the central organization of the Central District. His position was supervisor. Very few people, even extraordinaires, had heard of this organization. But in fact, this organization was closely related to a well-known department and had jurisdiction over the latter, and that was the Central Police Station. Under normal circumstances, if people mentioned something as instructions from the Central District, and so on, in fact, the Central District was referring to the central organization of the Central District. However, most people clearly thought that the Central District referred to the nobles and superhumans who lived in the Central District with a higher status. There would even be a portion of ignorant mortals who would regard Luo Air's resources as the one giving orders. If Odd had heard this, he would have scoffed. The nobles were nothing more than ants, and the transcendents were nothing more than a pile of loose sand. However, it was actually the most ridiculous idea of all, Ral's resources, that was closer to the truth. This was because Luo Air's resources were also directly under the central government. 1,000 years ago, when Nua Jin was still a human country, and the Luo Air resources were still an expedition army sent by the country to explore underground ruins, the latter was the former's tool. Thousands of years later, Nua Jin had become a man-made steel city. The people who had been in power back then had become the central organization that arranged everything. The army, which had been forged with iron and blood, had become a company. However, a tool was still a tool. No matter how powerful it looked, it could only serve its master. In order to prevent tools from having thoughts that they shouldn't have, the position of a supervisor was created. Of course, when Ji Banong held a banquet every year to invite various wealthy businessmen and transcendents, Odd, as the supervisor, naturally couldn't be absent. Odd had already reported to the higher-ups when Xianxia had appeared. Although Xianxia's information had long been blocked by the secret ritual tower, the central government naturally had the right to access the database. The owner of this bookstore was someone the central government paid close attention to. After that, whenever there were any abnormalities, especially when Galige had asked Xianxia for help, he would report according to the different levels of authority as usual. However, the central government's reply was to continue observing. Odd couldn't figure out the intentions of the higher-ups, so he could only remain vigilant and constantly observe Ji Banong and Xianxia's movements. When the banquet finally ended, he thought that this task would be completed smoothly. However, he didn't expect such an unforeseen event to occur. Luo Air's resources and the bookstore, working together? Odd's eyes suddenly widened. His first instinct was to contact the central government to report the situation. The first thought in his mind was, this time I'm really going to make a great contribution. The higher-ups had always suspected that Ji Banong had ulterior motives, but this fellow hid it very well and usually didn't show anything. As for that daughter of his, she should have died long ago. However, they didn't expect that she would be involved with that mysterious bookstore. However, even if the higher-ups allowed Ji Jishu to be involved with the bookstore, they definitely wouldn't allow Luo Air's resources to officially work together with the owner of the bookstore. This time, as long as he reported the situation immediately, he would truly have caught Ji Banong by the tail. As a supervisor, this would be the greatest contribution. However, this thought could only persist until he saw those 5 books. That's Odd's action of activating the communication spell paused in midair, and he stared unblinkingly at those books. His gaze went from confusion to shock, and finally turned into bottomless greed. After a while, he lowered his hands and gave up on the communication spell. He continued to stare at those books, then slowly retreated into the shadows behind him and disappeared into the darkness. He was originally in the corner, so his silent movements didn't attract anyone's attention. However, at the same time, he could feel that many of the extraordinaries hidden in this banquet had done the same thing as him. Freya, who represented her light magus family in this banquet, sat in the corner of the hall. She sat on her seat nervously, her hands on her knees as she looked around in confusion. Although she felt that the atmosphere had suddenly changed, she didn't know what was going on. Luo Air's resources and a bookstore working together to develop a new line of business was indeed a huge matter that was worth paying attention to. However, the reactions of the others were obviously not right. The young girl looked at the terrifying smiles frozen on their faces, and the strange greed in their eyes. She couldn't help but shrink her neck. Could it be that there was something different about those books? At this thought, the young girl mustered her courage and turned her head, looking past her male companion come guard in front of her. She tried her best to see what those books looked like. Unfortunately, with her ordinary eyesight, even if she tried her best, she could only see the name on the book closest to her. Classic, home-cooked, dishes, 1,000, cases. Freya stuttered as she muttered to herself, a huge question mark appearing above her head. She blinked her eyes in confusion, making sure that she wasn't mistaken. Luo'er's resources and that bookstore were working together to sell recipes. Freya felt like she had something to say about this illogical matter. However, on second thought, even if they were selling recipes, there was nothing she could criticize. Perhaps the mysterious owner of the bookstore wanted to test the sincerity of Luo'er's resources. It made sense now that she thought about it. However, using such a teasing method to test their sincerity, wasn't that person afraid that Luo'er's resources would turn hostile? Or was he fearless? Freya pinched the corner of her clothes and asked her male companion softly, Mike, who is the owner of the bookstore? The young man in front of her turned around. He had a handsome face, but Freya knew that he was actually a hunter with decent strength and a mental state that was below the threshold. He had been injected with the tainted blood of a god-level dream beast, the Morbius serpent. It was the serpent from the twisted space in the dream that connected all the distances in the world. Although Freya's talents as an extraordinary person were close to zero, she was the only descendant of the leader of her family. Even though she was a child of an ordinary person, she was still given the most thorough protection. However, at this moment, Mike's eyes had completely turned into the pupils of a snake. The side of his face and his neck were full of scales, and the deep purple veins were protruding. He seemed to be about to lose control. However, strings of runes appeared on his skin, and like chains, they firmly restrained his movements, preventing him from harming his master in the slightest. Furthermore, he retained a bit of his rationality. Forced to his knees, Mike looked at his little master and flicked his tongue in pain. He shook his head and tried to suppress himself, but it was still impossible for him to resist the summons from his natural instincts. He struggled and said in a low voice, Yes. He is a god. I saw the book. I want. He raised his head, and his face was filled with greed. Shivering, he asked, Master, do you want the book? Freya was still thinking about the meaning of God and snorted. She could not help but look at the classic cookbook with an embarrassed blush on her face. As a child of a wizard family, it was indeed embarrassing that she did not have any talent in magic. However, she was more interested in cooking. Okay. Freya pretended to be in a dilemma and extended one finger. You can only buy one book. Go back and tell them that it was your suggestion. Mike lowered his head and covered his mouth. Okay. 5 books? Gulij looked at the 5 books in shock. He did not even care about his heavy heart anymore. Even though he had witnessed the great achievement of turning back time, the final result was that Xianxia and Wang Erda seemed to have died together. Only Melissa was teleported to a safe place. No matter how strong his heart was, he was already exhausted. He did not have the courage to ask Boss Lin anymore and spent the last 2 days in a daze. He could only believe that Xianxia was not dead. However, at this very moment, the appearance of the 5 books abruptly pulled him out of his daze, and he was covered by extreme terror. Gulij's thoughts seemed to have returned to the day he barged into the side hall. Boss Lin and Ji Bonong were discussing this matter at that time? However, he and everyone else were preoccupied with Xianxia's safety. Who would have thought that this demon would take out 5 books in one go, and it seemed like he was going to print them in batches in the future. What is he trying to do? Gulij was terrified. He could almost imagine the chaotic future of Nuajin. He had to report this matter to the Mai Tower as soon as possible. Mai Tower, a trace of hesitation suddenly appeared in his mind. Even Xianxia was a pawn used by them to test and please Lin Jia. Under such circumstances, would they really care? No. What am I thinking? Gulij shook his head violently. He clenched his teeth and dialed the communication device. Charlotte hugged the books in her arms and looked at him with a smile. Don't waste your energy. No one will be the savior. When the apocalypse comes, everyone will only want to protect themselves. Who will sacrifice themselves? Gulige said coldly, Wang Erda is dead. The corpse food cult's motley crew will be surrounded and annihilated soon. Do you still have the mood to make sarcastic remarks here? Charlotte's smile did not change. Death is not eternal. If Sir Wang Erda returns to the embrace of God, I will be the next successor and continue to control the corpse food cult. If I leave here, it means that the corpse food cult will continue to exist. Now is the best time for you, a trainee knight, to become an official knight. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you dare to stop me? Gulige clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. However, he had to admit that he did not have the confidence to make Charlotte stay. Charlotte's smile deepened. One day, you will understand which is the right path. The spies of the Bamboo Tree Merchant Guild hidden in the crowd quietly tapped on the communication device in their hands. They used a special spell to transmit the message. The members of the Dark Elf Elder faction in the Bamboo Tree Merchant Guild thousands of miles away started to piece together the information bit by bit. That bookstore owner actually cooperated with raw resources? And Wang Erda is dead. In the dark underground, a man said in surprise, why? Didn't they say that Cherry's ability came from the bookstore? Is he going to give up on Cherry? I didn't expect that the two mortals of the G family could have such a fate, another old voice said, after the mother of spiders, who could cut the fate of the dark elves, died, the fate of the dark elves became dimmer. If that's the case, it's not bad for us. Once Cherry loses her backer, won't it be easy for us to capture her? Another woman laughed in a low voice. She's just a mixed blood. What right does she have to touch the Bamboo Tree Merchant Guild? The man said, if that's the case, let's wait for Cherry to come back and take action. Boss Lin, what do you think? Ji Banong personally held the 5 books in his hands. After the 5 books were displayed, they were solemnly put into a specially prepared exquisite brass box, which was very ceremonial. As expected, this group of people who came to attend Miss G's banquet did not come to sincerely congratulate her. They were all sharks who smelled blood and wanted to pry some information about Luo Air's movements after Ji Banong gave them the resources. As long as there were benefits, they could be driven. Who didn't want to be a pig in the wind? Lin Jiao looked at the people below who were stunned by the benefits. He narrowed his eyes and smiled, as long as you think it's suitable. I think these books should be very popular. After all, they're books with lower barriers to access. If more people like these samples, you can come to me for more. After all, I still hope that more people can share these interesting books with them. Ji Banong glanced at the people below who were as ambitious as a pack of wolves and said, don't worry. I'll definitely satisfy you. After he finished, he loudly announced the end of the banquet. The people in the banquet hall were in an uproar for a while and then dispersed. Lin Jia and Ji Banong chatted for a while in the side hall. Boss Lin looked at the sky and stood up. Well, it's almost time. Thank you very much, Mr. G and Miss G, for letting me spend 3 very happy days here. The father and daughter of the G family immediately said, it's our honor. They sent Lin Jia to the door. The black-haired young man suddenly raised his head as if he sensed something. He said with surprise, the snow stopped. He turned his head and waved his hand with a smile, you can stop here. But the snow hasn't melted yet. Be careful on the way back. The snow hasn't melted yet. The young man walked far away, his figure gradually disappearing into the night. But the meaningful words and the look in his eyes when he turned back seemed to still be in front of her. The father and daughter of the Ji family stood respectfully in the cold wind for a long time, until they could no longer see Lin Jia's back. Then, they straightened up and looked at each other. Ji Jixi was speechless. She looked at the guests leaving one after another from the main entrance. The dispersing noise made the huge matter return to emptiness and silence. Suddenly, the corners of her lips curled up and she said meaningfully, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring is a crime. Boss Lin once told me this. Ji Banong walked into the manor and said helplessly, do you have to speak in riddles with me? Boss Lin's meaning is so obvious. Are you afraid I won't understand? He sighed. The greed of the human heart has always been immeasurable. Ji Jixu followed him, her smile deepening. But I'm afraid their strength doesn't match it. After the guests left, the A16 manor, which had been lively for 3 whole days, became completely quiet. It was as if the singing and dancing of the day were just an illusion. Ji Banong walked in the semi-open corridor of the manor and looked at the garden outside. Although there was no more wind or snow, the sky was still dark. For him, the familiar scenery of the past was completely different. The website of the website was M9bkuj.com. He looked down at his palms. The power he had gained after becoming an extraordinary gathered in his body. The surging ether filled every corner of his body, as if it was excited and restless in anticipation of something. Ji Jishu followed behind him, holding the brass box containing the 5 books. The sound of the butler instructing the servants in the back hall to tidy up could be heard clearly. Even the sound of the snow melting outside seemed to be right next to his ears. All these sounds, loud and soft, blended together, giving off an irritating and terrifying feeling. Ji Banong took a deep breath. It seemed that he still needed some time to get used to this power. Or, it was a chance to practice. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, the corner of his mouth raised into a contemptuous smile, and said in a calm tone, "If you want these 5 books, please come and buy them in 3 days according to the rules. The highest bidder gets them, and the rest is off the table. I've been doing business for so many years, and I don't have the habit of giving preferential treatment." His voice echoed in the corridor. After waiting for a while, a low and hoarse male voice suddenly responded to him. Chairman Ji is so ambitious." A man in a black sorcerer's robe emerged from the shadows and appeared at the end of the corridor. Right on the heels of that, as though they had received some sort of signal, a few whooshing sounds rang out as several supernatural beings appeared in different ways in the surroundings. These supernatural beings were all familiar faces to Ji Banong, and they had not even removed their splendid attire for the banquet. They had no intention of concealing themselves at all. Ji Banong looked around and said with a smile, "Didn't everyone leave? Is it because the snow is too heavy and you want to stay overnight at my humble abode? Don't play dumb, Ji Banong." The leader of the dark sorcerers took off his hood, revealing a ferocious and greedy face. It was Supervisor Odd. His gaze was fixed on the box in Ji Jishu's hand. "You were the one who broke the rules first. Raw resources can only be controlled by mortals, and now you want to be above supernatural beings." A sacrificial knife slid down from the dark sorcerer's wide sleeve, and he held it in his hand in a battle stance. He said in a low voice, "You don't have the right to hold these 5 books." Ji Banong sneered. "It's not up to you to decide whether I have the right or not." Odd narrowed his eyes. "So, you're openly defying the Central Command and betraying the mission of Raw Resources since its establishment?" Ji Banong sighed. "Mission? Are you talking about being a dog for supernatural beings like you? Generation after generation, every chairman of Raw Resources is just a dog for you. Living under your surveillance, there will never be a day when you can turn things around. There will only be a fate that is arranged and a weakness that is controlled at will." He looked at his clenched fist. "I've had enough," Odd snorted coldly. "Have you had enough? This lofty status and almost endless wealth, the life that so many people dream of, yet you still think it's not enough. Isn't it your greed that's causing trouble? It seems that you've really been brainwashed by that bookstore. I have to get rid of you, this damned pest, for the Central Command." Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed out, turned into a black shadow, and appeared behind Ji Banong in a flash. He raised his sacrificial knife and chanted a spell. At the same time, the other supernatural beings also activated their own abilities and used them on the 2 people in the center. The moment they got close, "You're right. The greed of the human heart is indeed immeasurable." Ji Banong raised his head, and the veins on his face surged like earthworms. He cracked a terrifying smile. "Not only you, but also, me." Rip, the sound of flesh being torn suddenly reached their ears. One of the panic-grade supernatural beings, whose eyes were blinded by greed, seemed to have his abdomen pierced by an invisible hand. Blood splattered all over the corridor, and his internal organs instantly flowed all over the ground. The supernatural being's expression had yet to change. He was half ferocious and half shocked. He looked at the big hole in his abdomen and swayed twice. Before he fell, his body was torn into pieces in the next instant, and his limbs fell to the ground. It was as if there was a rain of blood in the corridor. Odd's pupils constricted. The other supernatural beings were all frightened and stopped moving at the same time. However, due to the temptation of the 5 books in the brass box, none of them chose to run at this moment. Ji Banong had indeed become a supernatural being, this thought flashed through Odd's mind. It was obvious that this was the result of the bookstore owner. According to the intelligence, Lin Jia and Ji Banong had only been alone for less than half a night, and it had allowed him to reach the level where he could kill a panic-grade supernatural being in an instant. The Central Command's attention was indeed not groundless. Is this what you're relying on? Odd shouted angrily, you really betrayed the Central Command. You're dead meat. The Central Command will not tolerate a supernatural being controlling Roar's resources. Whether it's you or that Lin Jia, you're both dead meat. When Boss Lin said the snow won't melt, he was referring to the remnants of the old era like you, right? Heh, I don't need the Central Command to tolerate me. Let them be angry all they want. Ji Banong stood where he was. An invisible force swept out again and cut another supernatural being in half. He spread his arms and said, from today onwards, Roar's resources will be separated from the Central Command and move towards freedom and independence. Do you see that? The era of freedom is coming. We'll be in control of ourselves. The outcome of the battle has been decided. Winter will be over, and spring will be coming. This is something that no one can stop. When the sun shines, the snow will melt. As soon as Ji Banong's impassioned words fell, one of the hunters, stimulated by the fresh blood and the frenzied greed in his heart, completely unleashed his power. In an instant, his mind was completely swallowed up by the tainted blood, and he turned into a beast with an unrecognizable face and charged over. His strength and speed had reached the extreme, and he even dodged Ji Banong's attack. Ji Banong's attention was diverted for a moment. Odd suddenly raised his hand, and the sleeves of his black wizard robe slid down. A strange bell carved from pale white bones was circled around his hand. This was a sacrificial item from a strange ancient tribe in the lower city. It was a grade-I supernatural item, and it could produce a bell sound that even annihilation-grade beings could not resist. I'll let you know that your wishful thinking is nothing but a daydream. Odd laughed coldly and shook the bell. You're only fit to become the nourishment for my ascension. The entire corridor was distorted, and it began to fall into an illusion. It was like countless mirrors, reflecting light, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Ascension. Haha, then what about these 5 books? Are you going to hand them over to the Central Command? If you're really loyal to the Central Command, you should report me to them directly instead of coming here alone, Odd. Ji Banong sneered. Even at a time like this, you still don't forget to find excuses for your greed. You guys are really hopeless. Is there a need for trash like this to exist in this world? He muttered to himself. It's better to let this world suffer less. The supernatural beings who were just torn apart by Ji Banong but still had some breath left in them let out heart-wrenching roars. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the bell, it was extremely ear-piercing. Odd squinted his eyes and was ready to enjoy a more pleasurable wail. Then he suddenly stopped moving, and at that moment, his pupils dilated. Ji Banong suddenly disappeared. Or rather, he turned into something else. His body swelled up, and with his back facing the night sky, he cast a shadow on Odd's body. The high-quality robe was torn apart, and he suddenly turned into a huge monster. Ji Banong's eyes became incomparably huge, and countless worms rolled in his eyes like boiling water. You. Odd was shocked, and his brain could not think at all. No, this is definitely not a supernatural. What the hell, what did the owner of the bookstore do? Ha. Ji Banong's voice became joyful, as if there were countless voices overlapping. The current me, am I still the mortal in your eyes? Supervisor, you've been watching me for so many years. Have you seen clearly? Then, he slowly opened his abdomen. His body became flat and elongated like a skin bag. After his abdomen was separated, it was no longer organs, but countless hands. Take a closer look. Odd let out a shriek of despair as the rationality that had been seized by the 5 books finally returned to him. He desperately tried to escape, but he was pulled back by the countless hands that reached out from Ji Banong's body. Ji Banong sneered and closed his body. His body shrank back to its original form. Looking at the corridor that was completely covered in blood, he muttered, "If you want to take Boss Lin's book for free, you have to pay the price." Gulich was still in a daze when he walked out of the manor's main door. He stopped and looked back, seeing that the guests' faces were all covered with a strange red glow that even they couldn't feel. At first glance, it seemed like they were happy after the banquet, but in fact, everyone seemed to be greedily grinding their teeth and sucking blood, wanting to bite that piece of meat. A cold wind blew, and Gulich shivered. He turned his head abruptly to look into the depths of the manor and took a deep breath. In that instant, he'd felt an extremely strong ether wave. There were at least 7 or 8 sources, but in just a moment, these waves had all been reduced to the largest one. And now, even that largest one couldn't be felt. But Gulich could imagine that just now, there must have been many extraordinaires who couldn't hold themselves back and reached out for those 5 books, and then, they all died. Just think about it. Ji Banong dared to work with the bookstore publicly because he wasn't afraid of people coming to rob him. This group of people has been completely influenced by those 5 books. 3 days later, there would probably be another bloodbath in Manor A16. Gulich shook his head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. In fact, how could he not suspect that he'd been influenced by the owner of the bookstore? Otherwise, why would he start to distrust the Myers Tower? Speaking of which, I haven't seen Fitch since I ran to the side hall to look for Boss Lin. Gulich looked around and muttered to himself, ever since this fellow obtained part of that god level's memory and found out that he was the test subject of the Path of the Flaming Sword, something wasn't right. Where did he go now? And Charlotte? Wait, where's that fellow? He suddenly became alert and sobered up. He ran against the flow of the crowd, constantly turning his head to look for Charlotte. She'd clearly been with him just now, but had disappeared in the blink of an eye while he was distracted. Damn it. I actually let her get away. Gulich cursed inwardly. As soon as the matter was over, he'd contacted Winston again. The Myers Tower would immediately send people over to capture Wang Erda's assistant, codenamed Snow. Yet, at this crucial moment, he let her go. Gulich stopped somewhere in the manor, gasping for breath. He hammered the wall beside him. His expression was very ugly. At the same time, he could not help but feel dejected. It was unknown whether his teacher was dead or alive, but he couldn't even do something as simple as this. Just as he was about to lose all hope, the moment he raised his head, he saw the noble girl with a cold face smiling in the opposite corner, elegantly lifting her skirt to salute him. The book on his chest and abdomen was now completely exposed without his arm covering it. The edges of the book were covered with fascia and flesh, which were connected to the surrounding clothes and skin. In the middle of the book was a mouth full of sharp teeth. A thick and forked tongue stuck out of the mouth, swaying left and right like a snake, as if it was waiting for an opportunity to pierce through its prey. Corrosive viscous liquid dripped from the tongue onto the ground, making sizzling sounds that made one's scalp go numb. Gulich was stunned. His face turned pale, and he subconsciously took half a step back. But for some reason, his gaze was suddenly attracted by a flash of light. A gorgeous and strange ring suddenly appeared on the girl's originally empty finger. The gem in the shape of a sacred beetle was extremely eye-catching. Charlotte stuck out her tongue, revealing the teleportation array engraved on it. We'll meet again someday. Remember to say hello to Yusefyu for me. Next time, he won't be so lucky. Her cold voice, which belonged to a young girl, strangely fused with another old voice. You. Gulich came back to his senses. His eyes suddenly widened, and he stretched out his hand and rushed forward a few steps. But the girl in front of him had already disappeared. Fitch had long since left Area A and returned to 136th Street, where he had been wandering all year round. He casually found an alley in the slums and sat down. He rolled up his sleeves and looked at his translucent arm that was constantly twisting and changing shape. His glowing skin flowed like water, and it was even emitting rays of light. These rays of light swam in the air as if they had a physical body, as if they were connecting to some crack. Huff. Fitch trembled and raised his head, revealing half of his face that had already been assimilated. A huge amount of power was gathering in this body, restlessly moving about. If he hadn't tried his best to control it, it would have probably exploded on the spot like a balloon filled with water. Yanner's complete death caused all of her power to flow out. Although most of the power exploded between the cracks of spacetime and the dream world, forming spacetime turbulence and causing a large area of Nuajin to collapse. But the other part of the power was attracted by a higher concentration of the same mystery, and it surged toward Fitch, who had already obtained a part of Yanner's power. And the part of the power that dissipated when she died wasn't just power. It also contained the authority that she was born with, time. In other words, after Yanner's death, Fitch had inherited all of her power and authority. In fact, the clockwheel worms that had lost their only god-level existence in spacetime were originally wriggling in confusion. At this moment, when they sensed the new ownership of power, they all rebelled and turned to support Fitch. At this moment, the seemingly physical rays of light on Fitch's body were his connection with those clockwheel worms. Water rippled in the void, and a figure wearing a thick, tattered black robe appeared. How is this possible? How could Yanner die? She's the controller of time and such a powerful domain concept. The voice of the void meditator was filled with shock. The other angels had all arrived at the path of the fire sword this time, and only Yanner hadn't arrived. The original contact person, Shang Dabing, had died, so Arjev, who could travel through the void at will, became the new contact person and came to find Yanner. However, he had just followed the information given by the void when he sensed Yanner's death. He searched for 2 days, but there was still no result. No matter how puzzled Arjev was, he had no choice but to believe it. Looks like I can only go back. The owner of this bookstore really needs to be treated with caution. It's only been half a year, and several god-level existences have died in succession. Even Yanner, Arjev was about to leave when he suddenly received a message from the void. Why did the clockwheel worms suddenly? Their god-level existences are still here. Arjev's tentacles suddenly tore through the void, followed the path of the message in the void, and came to a small alley. In that dark alley, a tall and thin young man was half-sitting on the ground. He was dressed sloppily, but his exposed body seemed to overflow with radiance. Countless rays of light passed through the gaps in time and connected to those clockwheel worms. Although the young man's appearance didn't resemble Yanner at all, the aura of power and authority couldn't be faked. Arjev heaved a sigh of relief and appeared in front of the young man. I knew you weren't dead. At the last moment, you split off a part of your power to occupy this mortal's body, sacrificing a pawn to save a chariot. How decisive of you, Yanner. Looking at the unfamiliar god-level being in a black robe who suddenly appeared in front of him, Fitch was stunned at first. Then, he raised his eyebrows and pulled out the memories of this guy from Yanner's memories. A knowing smile appeared on his face. Yes. It was too dangerous this time. Fitch stood up, patted his clothes, and pretended as if nothing had happened. Arjev, why did you come to find me? Where's Shang Dabing? You don't seem like the type to send messages. Arjev felt a little strange for a moment, but when Fitch mentioned his and Shang Dabing's names, he let go of that bit of suspicion. He took 2 steps forward, covered the area with the void's territory, and brought them to the original place of the contract. Shang Dabing is dead. Let's not talk about that for now. You're the only one left for the gathering. Hurry, this time, we must completely collapse the barrier of the dream. And that bookstore owner, you almost died in his hands this time, so you must be able to feel his true strength. This will be a great help to us. It's time to work together and truly eliminate this threat. Truth field, mechanical transmigration. The collapsed lower area had completely turned into ruins. At this moment, countless scholars were wearing exoskeleton equipment to clean up the rubble. They were busy lifting the experimental instruments and building debris that had been shattered into pieces and put them aside. How long will this take? A scholar working in a corner complained to his companion in a low voice. I haven't finished my project yet. His companion sighed. Be content. Next door, Kleist's laboratory is in the ruins. He pursed his lips and stomped his feet. All the data is gone. They have to start the whole project again. The scholar was stunned, and then he gloated. Really? I remember that they have been doing the experiment for 2 years. If they have to start over. TSK, TSK, tisk. He suddenly felt that his waist was no longer sore, and his legs were no longer painful. He could still dig up 10 tons of equipment. Click, the scholar who was joking with his companion suddenly paused. He vaguely saw the ruins not far in front of him move, as if something was about to come out from below. He felt a chill down his spine and thought, no way. Pa. A slender hand suddenly emerged from under the ruins. Ah. The scholar took 2 steps back in horror and fell to the ground. His companion immediately raised his gun vigilantly. What's that? Rick? Anne? Alvius? The woman with long black hair slowly stood up, patted her tattered white coat covered with dust, pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose, and squinted her sky-blue eyes, like 2 pure gems. The 2 scholars were stunned. Ma, President Maria? You're still alive. No, how did you come out from below? Aren't you in seclusion to break through to the level of God? Yes, I am indeed breaking through to the level of God, but the method is a bit special. Now I'm out. It seems that Andrew has done something incredible while I was away. Maria looked around, raised her head, and looked at Andrew, who was casting a sinister gaze from above. She took out a notebook and shook it, squinted and smiled. I found something interesting in the lower city. Xianxia hummed a song and walked all the way back to the bookstore through the snow. I wonder if anything has happened to Mon while I was away? Although he was happy to eat and drink in the manor, the bookstore gave him a sense of security after all. It was better to be in one's own doghouse than gold or silver. While thinking, he took out the key and opened the door. He walked in and shouted, I'm back. Mon. Xianxia paused halfway and looked at the old acquaintance who was lying on the recliner with bandages all over his body. Xianxia struggled to raise a hand to greet him. Hi, Boss Lin. Hi, Boss Lin. Xianxia tried his best to smile, so that he wouldn't look so pathetic. Xianxia was dumbfounded, then said in surprise, your injury is really not light. It's much more serious than I thought. Although he knew that Xianxia was on a mission at the Mai Tower, Xianxia didn't expect the mission to be so dangerous that it could injure Xianxia to this extent. Xianxia smiled bitterly. I've really disappointed Boss Lin. Boss Lin predicted my failure, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. Is it a mission from the Mai Tower? How could it be to this extent? Boss Lin calmed himself down and took off his umbrella and coat, handing them to Mon. Mon took the clothes and hung them in the room, then retreated into the darkness. Little White seemed to have not seen Xianxia for a long time, and hurriedly went up to rub against Xianxia. Xianxia gently patted its head. A mission from the Mai Tower. Xianxia sighed inwardly. From a certain perspective, it was indeed a mission from the Mai Tower that had reduced him to this state. Xianxia sighed. Although Xianxia had already reminded him, he still wasn't used to directing his resentment at the Mai Tower. Thus, he said, it was Wang Erda. I had a big battle with him. My injury is all thanks to him. Xianxia frowned. This finally confirmed what he had been thinking all along. Wang Erda had indeed gone down the wrong path. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know how Wang Erda was doing now. Perhaps he would have to give him a few more bowls of chicken soup to get him back on the right path. All of a sudden, he had more responsibilities on his shoulders. But how could a lonely old man like Wang Erda defeat a burly man like Xianxia? Oh, right, Wang Erda even had a dog. TSK, could it be that Wang Erda controlled his dog to commit the crime? He looked at Xianxia with sympathy. Xianxia lowered his head in shame, as if he was a student who had done something wrong. Since you're already here, just stay here and recuperate. Xianxia said generously. He then turned to Mon and said, let's clean up the basement together. We can't always stay in the bookstore. It's not good to rest here. Mon paused for a moment and thought about the situation in the basement. But he immediately nodded and said, okay, Boss Lin. Xianxia pushed open the door of the basement. There was nothing in this basement except for some sundries and the ancient dragon fossil given by Cherry. Moreover, it was tidied up by Mon. Mon pushed Xianxia into the dark basement. The moment he stepped in, Yusefyu froze. He subconsciously looked at the expressionless Mon and Lin Jia, who was looking at the basement with his hands on his hips. Both of them looked natural, as if they were facing an ordinary room. But as soon as he stepped in, Yusefyu felt traces of ether as vast as the ocean. They were almost everywhere, and they were just traces of ether. It was hard to imagine how powerful the ether used to be here. Yusefyu trembled. Such powerful ether seemed to suffocate him. Mon supported Yusefyu and let him sit on a chair. Yusefyu, who had stepped into the level of God, could perceive the world very differently. He could recall in his mind that there used to be a lot of ether here. That massive amount of ether could easily kill him. Yusefyu didn't dare to move. He slowly sat on the chair and accidentally bumped into the table next to the chair. Hiss, he felt a chill in his heart. The moment he bumped into the table, Yusefyu seemed to hear an ancient dragon filled with the aura of disaster roaring at the sky. His roar seemed to be filled with unwillingness and anger. His angry roar was accompanied by a strong hurricane that directly hit his face. Yusefyu opened his eyes wide. This small basement seemed to have once trapped a giant dragon. If it was just an ordinary person, they would probably have been driven crazy by the powerful mystery. Yusefyu panted slightly and steadied himself. Once again, he faced the power of the bookstore owner head-on. The more fearful he was, the clearer he felt that he was just an ant in his hands. He could be crushed to death at any time. The more he felt, the more he would gladly endure the alms he threw at him. Lin Jia blinked and looked at Yusefyu's pale face in confusion. Lin Jia then sped up his movements and pushed the old bed away. Then what's the situation now? Of course, you can stay here for as long as you want. But don't you need to go back and report? After all, this is a mission from the Mai Tower. Yusefyu lowered his head and didn't speak for a long time. No one could tell what he was thinking. Every time Lin Jia mentioned the Mai Tower, his heart felt like it was being repeatedly roasted on a chopping board. Lin Jia looked at Yusefyu helplessly and asked seriously, since it's a mission from the Mai Tower, there should be insurance, housing, and compensation for work-related injuries, right? Any normal company would have something like this. Furthermore, the Mai Tower looked like a national organization, so it should have a more complete set of things. Could it be that Joseph was so honest that he didn't even ask about something like this? Could it be that he didn't even sign a contract? Ah? Yusefyu seemed to have never heard of this term. He then answered subconsciously, no. Lin Jia straightened his back in bewilderment and muttered, what kind of black-hearted company is this? It's so inhumane. You've been cheated. Yusefyu's eyes flashed when he heard this. Then, he became dejected and looked up at Lin Jia's tall back. Was he really going to tell me the truth about the Mai Tower? And he was so direct. Perhaps my repeated hesitation had made Boss Lin lose his patience. You're right. I realized it too late. It's not too late. Lin Jia turned to look at him and smiled. Now you understand that they're just a cannibalistic company. Don't go there anymore. Yes, I understand, Yusefyu answered hurriedly. Lin Jia pulled out the clean bed in one go. Then, he patted the dust off his hands and continued, do you have any plans for the future? Yusefyu found it hard to endure facing Lin Jia's question. Actually, he was also very confused and wanted to get an answer from Lin Jia. However, Lin Jia clearly wanted him to face this question directly. He even said that this question might be Boss Lin's test for him. I still need to think about it, Yusefyu said. Then, he naturally thought of Melissa, the person he cared about the most in this world. Perhaps this is the chance. I want Melissa to be completely independent. Most importantly, I'm still alive. Perhaps I'm Melissa's biggest obstacle. If the Mai Tower knew that he was still alive, Melissa might be implicated. Yusefyu clenched his fist and fell silent. Lin Jia blinked. He didn't understand what Yusefyu was talking about. It can't be. Would there really be people who would fake their own death to let their children grow up? Lin Jia couldn't keep up with Yusefyu's train of thought. However, this father and daughter pair seemed to be very awkward. It wasn't good for him to interfere with other people's way of life, so he nodded. What an awkward pair of father and daughter, Yusefyu saw Lin Jia nodding and was moved. Seems like I didn't answer wrongly. I answered Boss Lin's question correctly. However, I also verified that if the Mai Tower knew that I was still alive, they might really use me to control Melissa. If everything before was just a guess, Lin Jia's affirmation made him completely disheartened. The Mai Tower, why did they force me to this extent? You can rest here peacefully. Lin Jia hesitated for a moment before saying. Then, he waved his hand at Mon. The goddess of the night humbly followed behind him. Kacha. The door was gently closed. The remaining light was taken away. Yusefu fell into complete darkness. The incandescent light in the corridor of the Truth Society was quite hot. The Truth Society, which held the extraordinary wisdom of all the top scholars on the continent, was full of cold and rational aura. The side of the quiet passage was transparent glass. Looking down, one could clearly see the mechanical arms and various instruments. The researchers with exoskeletons were so busy that they forgot about themselves. The most outstanding existence among them was a woman who stood at the top of all knowledge, the president of the Truth Society, Maria. She was standing on the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the familiar yet strange Truth Society. During the period of her retreat, Andrew did do a lot of things. If he came out later, the Truth Society might have changed its name. After all, it was not something an ordinary person would dare to directly blow up the passage of the upper and lower city that had been controlled by the Truth Society for thousands of years. Andrew didn't have the guts before. Maria pushed up the glasses on the bridge of her nose. Her sky-blue eyes flashed with a dim light. President Maria. Her assistant shouted behind her, the vice president, the heads of various departments, directors, and project leaders have all arrived in the big conference room. Maria nodded thoughtfully. I see. She looked at the seemingly orderly scene in front of her and was silent for a moment. Then she turned and walked to the conference room. Her spotless white coat and long black hair fluttered in the wind. The first website was M9 Bikuj. Andrew sat in the second seat of the conference room, looking particularly calm. It was a bit surprising that Maria could be promoted to the level of God and survive the explosion. At that time, Rachel had fully expected her return. The explosion was a gift prepared for her. With her strength, she shouldn't have missed it. If it were the old Andrew, he might have begun to hesitate and panic. After all, Andrew had once been suppressed by this ruthless genius until he couldn't breathe. But now he had the omnipotent God as his backer, and the great founder of the Truth Society, who was once known as the wisdom of the world, to cooperate with him. He didn't feel a trace of fear at all. Andrew sneered in his heart. Alive, it's good to be alive. Between a pioneer whose life was unknown and a leader whose position was unknown, he preferred the latter. If Maria didn't come out, she would always be the pioneer whose life was unknown, the only great scholar in the Third Era who attacked the level of God. But now, it might not be so. The only thing worth paying attention to was what Maria found. Was it a notebook from downtown? When Andrew thought of this, his expression became gloomy. Perhaps he had to report this matter to Boss Lin. He remembered that Boss Lin had always been interested in the lower city. While he was thinking, Maria walked into the meeting room and attracted everyone's attention. Everyone, it's a pleasure to see all of you again. Maria adjusted her glasses. The reflection of the incandescent light made it difficult to see her expression. As soon as Maria's voice fell, she immediately received a lot of responses. Andrew raised his eyebrows and said nothing. My long seclusion was a little special. I'm sorry to hide it from everyone. Because the method I used was a little special, I had no choice but to go to the lower city. However, it's completely over now. Therefore, I can officially announce one thing here: I've ascended to the God tier. Maria said indifferently. There was an uproar in the conference room. That's great. This is great news for our Truth Institute. The faces of the scholars were full of excitement and fanaticism. Since Lord Jr., after thousands of years, the Truth Institute has finally produced another God tier member. No, especially now that Lord Jr. has confirmed that he's not dead, the Truth Institute with 2 God tier members has completely surpassed the Mystic Tower. This is the Truth Institute's opportunity. Fragmented congratulations filled the entire conference room. If it weren't for the fact that these scholars were naturally calm and inconspicuous, as well as the fact that their superiors were present, they would have already started cheering and jumping for joy. Andrew gave a formulaic smile and swept his gaze across the entire office. It seemed that Maria's prestige was still extraordinary. After all, she was born in a famous family and had extraordinary talents. She had been a genius girl who had been singing and striking all the way to the extraordinary person who was now leading the Truth Institute. Not to mention that the number of God-tier members in this world could be counted on one's fingers. Most people couldn't imagine what kind of existence a God-tier member was. A God-tier member was already an unimaginable existence that could pry open the laws of nature and become the master of a certain domain. However, Andrew had a brainless God-tier member who was at his mercy, as well as the only true God, Boss Lin, by his side. Therefore, Maria's God-tier member didn't give Andrew much of a shock. He just sat in his seat and leaned back slightly, watching coldly from the sidelines. In fact, Andrew deeply doubted whether Maria had mastered the law of domain. If she didn't have the law of domain, the so-called God-tier member was just a blank check. Andrew's eyes were full of scrutiny, but there was no fear in them at all. "Somai," Maria suddenly called out. Maria suddenly shouted. The female scholar sitting on the left side of the round table stood up. Maria looked at her and said, "Begin to report on the work done during my absence." "Okay." The Secretary General, Somai, took out a thick stack of papers and was about to start reading. "Don't bother." Maria raised her hand and interrupted her. She smiled and said, "Everyone's time is precious. Try to be as concise as possible. The report will be sent to my office in a moment." Okay. Somai became nervous. She immediately put down the papers, cleared her throat, and began to report. Maria leaned back and glanced at the expressions and movements of all the researchers below. At the same time, she listened to Somai's report on the work of the Truth Society. She would point out the slightest oversight and shortcomings. It was impossible to tell whether she was observing her subordinates or thinking quickly about the content of the report. The God-tier member has indeed reached this level. The sense of oppression is completely different from before. This was the thought in the minds of all the scholars in the conference room. And, in the Egg of Demonic Realm incident, Somai pushed her glasses and continued, "The owner of the bookstore took the initiative to show the strength of the God-tier for the first time, and because," she hesitated. Maria, who had been silent, suddenly looked up and asked, "Because of what?" Somai glanced at the vice president sitting next to her and said, Because of Vice President Andrew's decision-making mistake, the Truth Society and the bookstore stood on opposite sides." Ahem, Andrew immediately interrupted Maria before she could ask. He tapped his finger on the conference table and said, "But later, I found out that there was a mole behind this, and I have been forgiven by the owner of the bookstore." "A mole?" Maria frowned. The Road of the Flaming Sword planted a mole in the Truth Society and wanted to use this to control the Truth Society. But thanks to President Andrew's insight, Somai quickly replied. "No." Andrew raised his hand and smiled modestly, "It's all thanks to Lord Unir." He looked at Maria and deliberately emphasized the name Unir. "Heh." Maria, who looked at Andrew, chuckled. It was hard to tell whether she was happy or angry. "I see." Andrew sat on the chair without showing any weakness. His eyes were straight as if he was just stating the facts. Maria put on a fake smile and said, "Although this is all thanks to Lord Unir, the Truth Society has been thriving during my absence. It's all thanks to President Andrew." "You flatter me." Andrew was well versed in the hypocrisy of nobles. Even though he was old, his face still had the demeanor of a playboy. He maintained a perfect smile and said, "After all, I'm just the vice president. This is what President Maria told me before she went into seclusion. Naturally, I have to do my best." Maria did not comment. She turned her head and said, "Continue. Tell me more about the owner of the bookstore." "Yes." Somai nodded and told her everything related to Lin Jia from beginning to end. Maria tilted her head and narrowed her eyes. All the things, all the contradictions, and all the disputes during this period of time, although they had existed for a long time, because of the owner of the bookstore, they were all involved like a whirlpool. Every matter, every organization danced like marionettes under the will of the other party. And the Truth Society had unknowingly become a tool in the other party's hands. The scholars present now even felt proud that they could help Lin Jia. This was not right. This was definitely not right. And the other party seemed to rely on Andrew to influence the Truth Society, and that Ynir who suddenly came back to life. While Maria was thinking, Some's report also came to an end. This is everything that has happened since you went into seclusion. This is the report I wrote. Some placed the paper in front of Maria and then left. Maria nodded and looked at the paper in silence. Her fingers tapped on the table. The scholars present were waiting for the president to speak. They also quieted down. The atmosphere was a little strange for a moment. After waiting for a long time, Maria raised her head and suddenly said in a relaxed tone, "Now the Truth Society has 2 God-level members. Congratulations. But considering Lord Ynir's high status, it's not good for me to still be the president. How about this? I'll give up my position." "How about that?" Maria smiled. It was as if she was discussing a small problem to improve the food of the Truth Society. Her tone made the entire conference room go silent. Everyone was stunned. Andrew took a deep breath. He did not expect Maria to suddenly do this. What did she want to do? How could she not know that the position of president was her biggest insurance other than her own strength? As long as she stepped down from her position, Andrew was confident that he could make her disappear within 3 days. What gave her the courage to step down from her position? Could it be a trap? "Vice President Andrew, what do you think?" Maria suddenly looked at him. Andrew was silent for a moment and said, "This is a serious matter. We can't make a decision so casually." Maria glanced at him with a faint smile, then looked at everyone and said loudly, "Why aren't you saying anything? Then I'll give you time. After 3 months, vote to decide who will be the president." The meeting this time could even be described as discordant. All the scholars who participated in the meeting felt that the atmosphere had taken a turn for the worse. It was as if a storm was about to come. No one dared to express their opinions on the proposal of Maria, who had become a god, which could almost be said to be a provocation. So, Maria made the final decision on this matter. In the following meeting, the scholars trembled with fear as they made their reports. After the meeting was dismissed, they hurriedly left, fearing that they would be sandwiched between the 2 gods. Maria returned to the office that she had been away from for a long time. The quiet office seemed to have never been moved. It was exactly the same as when she left, but there was no dust on the desk. It was clear that someone cleaned it regularly. Maria looked around and found no traces of ether. Of course, she would not put confidential materials in an obvious place like the office, but it did not mean that there would not be fools who would sneak in. Sitting on the chair, Maria missed the almost dusty days of the past. She reached out and opened Some's super-long report, skimming through 10 lines at a glance. She read the information about the bookstore owner over and over again, quickly connecting the clues in her mind. Knock, knock. The expected knock on the door did not interrupt her train of thought. "Come in." As Maria spoke, she looked up at the person who came in, then closed the report, pushed her glasses, and relaxed her frowning brows, revealing a relaxed smile. "I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be my dear little nephew. I haven't seen you in a long time." The young man who walked in was Maria's only nephew, the 2nd generation of the Truth League, who was known to everyone and used his privileges to do whatever he wanted every day. Hood. Maria stood up and hugged Hood rather intimately as he approached. With Maria's identity and the powerful strength that she had now become a god, she was still so approachable to Hood. It showed how much she spoiled Hood. Hood also returned a warm hug and said with some excitement, "Aunt Maria, welcome back." Maria reached out and touched his head, saying softly, "When I was away, did you study hard?" "Humph." Hood raised his head confidently and laughed, then said with a solemn face, "Aunt, you underestimate me too much. I am now very different from before." "Really?" Maria showed a rare sincere and warm smile. "I've also heard that you are now very knowledgeable about many issues in the society and have gained the recognition of many scholars. You also have a group of very good partners?" "Of course." Huda raised his chin and said with certainty, "We are all like-minded friends." A kindred spirit. Maria's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly had an ominous premonition, but she still maintained her smile. "How do you feel? Can you tell me about it?" "Of course, that's what I came here to talk to Aunt Maria about." Hood finished this sentence in a relaxed tone. Then, his eyes, which were originally filled with respect and trust for his elders, slowly became fanatical and stained with a strange color. His voice was low, and his eyes were fixed on Maria as if he was reciting a prayer. "We will always believe in the omniscient and omnipotent owner of the bookstore, Mr. Lin." The smile on Maria's face froze. Her action of pushing up her glasses paused in midair as if she had suddenly turned into a statue. She looked at the familiar family member in front of her, but he had a completely unfamiliar expression. She felt a chill run up her back. Maria was silent for a while. Then, she took a deep breath. When she put her hand down, the expression on her face became extremely stern. This expression was the one that had terrified Huda since he was young. Maria would always show this expression every time he got into trouble. "I think you still haven't grown up," Maria said in a low voice. "There were outsiders just now. I'm afraid there are many spies among those people. It's not convenient for me to say. Now, with you, my only nephew, I think it's necessary to make it clearer. That Xianxia can't be trusted." "Nonsense." Huda suddenly flew into a rage and slammed his palm on Maria's desk. He opened his hands, and his eyes were filled with fanaticism. He gritted his teeth and said, "Boss Lin is our only." Huda was halfway through his words when he saw Maria's calm but awe-inspiring face. He suddenly realized how overboard his actions were. Reason prevailed slightly, telling him that the person in front of him was his most respected elder. I'm sorry, Aunt." It was as if he had become a different person. He retracted his hands and stood there at a loss. Maria stood up and patted him on the shoulder. "It's okay. Calm down, Huda. I can see that you're just being controlled by that boss Lin." As soon as she finished speaking, Huda's guilty expression instantly turned ferocious, as if he had heard something ridiculous. He slapped Maria's hand away and sneered. "You don't understand at all. Ignorant person. Boss Lin is here to save us. He gave us a new life. Without him, how could we get rid of the swamp of only knowing and understand that only our own wisdom is true power?" Maria's wrist was hurting from Huda's bump. When she heard these words, she suddenly looked at Huda with an incomparably sharp gaze. A trace of the god-level pressure vaguely revealed itself. Huda had feared and loved Aunt Maria since he was young. Maria's serious expression was often accompanied by storm-like criticism, which almost made him have a conditioned reflex. He had just finished refuting Maria's words when he was frightened by Maria's gaze. He quickly took 2 steps back and subconsciously held his head. "I'm sorry, Aunt. I'm sorry. I mean, you shouldn't say that. His greatness cannot be questioned." At the same time, his expression began to become uncontrollably ferocious, especially between his eyebrows. In the middle of his furrowed eyebrows, it was constantly moving like an illusion, as if there was something else under his skin that was about to come out. Maria looked at Huda, who had a painful expression, and suddenly froze for a moment. She suddenly recalled the people she had seen in the lower city district. If those things could be called people for the time being, according to the results of her investigation and what she had seen and heard in the past few months. All of them were in the same situation as Huda. First, their brain began to mutate, and their cognition was completely changed. Finally, even their bodies unknowingly became nutrients for the darkness. Their bodies and minds began to become not their own, but a part of the darkness. Maria slowly turned around. She didn't want to see Huda's uncontrollable ugliness anymore. She said in a deep voice, "Look at your current appearance, Huda. If your growth is like this, I'd rather you stay in the past. I have to tell you, Xianxia. The boss Lin you speak of is just a liar. He is not a god at all." Huda's mind buzzed for a moment. Disrespect, how can you be disrespectful to a god?" The third eye on Huda's forehead suddenly opened. Suddenly, he pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and rushed toward Maria. Maria took a deep breath. She didn't even need to look back. She used her god-level power. Huda was directly controlled silently, but Maria was still a step slower. The dagger slipped and cut off a few strands of her long black hair. She didn't hesitate to kill Huda. If she didn't dodge at that time, as the most fragile part of a god-level scholar, she would have been seriously injured. The sadness and anger that had briefly existed in Maria's eyes disappeared. Seeing that Huda was still rushing over with a ferocious expression, she sighed, raised her hand, and gently slashed. Huda let out a scream and fell to the ground. Blood splattered. Maria directly cut off one of Huda's arms. All of this happened in a short moment, as if some kind of tube wrapped in thin skin had been completely broken open. Countless wriggling tentacles stretched out from the smooth-cut surface of the wound. Hood's body seemed to have become the nest of some kind of soft-bodied creature. What the hell is this? Some images of what she saw in the lower city flashed through Maria's mind. At the moment when she saw these things, she actually felt a long-lost feeling of wanting to vomit. This was the first time she felt this kind of situation after becoming a god. Huda wailed in pain on the ground. Maria's eyes flashed with pity, but this situation made her feel powerless. Huda, I won't give up on you. Aunt will cure you. Maria murmured, took out a transparent tube of potion from her sleeve, and quickly and accurately injected it into Huda's neck. Hood was like a beast that had been injected with tranquilizers. He slowly lost consciousness, but the arm seemed to have its own consciousness. It was still wriggling, and the eye on his forehead was not closed. Instead, it was staring at Maria. Maria looked at the messy office and clenched her fists tightly. The owner of the bookstore, I'd like to see who you are, knock, knock. Another knock on the door disrupted Maria's thoughts. Before she could say please come in, the other party unceremoniously pushed the door open. The door was opened a crack, and Maria saw the familiar disgusted face appear from the crack. It doesn't look good, my respected President Maria. Andrew said enthusiastically, do you need my help? Maria threw away the mask she used to disguise herself and asked, my nephew, did you let him contact the bookstore owner? No. You've wronged me. Andrew said with a smile, and then walked into the bright office. Huda contacted Boss Lin himself. This matter happened before I was forgiven. Then he was chosen. This is something to be proud of. You should be happy. Maria narrowed her eyes, and she was furious. However, she still got up calmly and suppressed Andrew with her god-level status. Andrew trembled, gritted his teeth, and smiled. Even if you're already a god-level being, so what? For that Boss Lin, you're just a slightly bigger ant. I advise you to give up, because you'll never be able to defeat us, because he wants us to win. Maria put her hands in the pockets of her white coat, walked to the desk, and sneered. Is that so? Then, she casually took out a shabby notebook from the drawer and shook it in front of Andrew. Under the reflection of the lens, there was a pair of provocative eyes. You seem to be fearless, but I heard that the owner of the bookstore once protected a smuggler for a notebook with similar content some time ago. I think he will be interested in this. Tell me, will he support you or me? Maria's eyes were still calm and arrogant. She didn't seem to feel that she was in a disadvantageous position at all. Andrew's current strength was still far from the god level. Under Maria's suppression, he was actually full of a sense of crisis. However, he looked at Maria's sky-blue eyes without a trace of fear. He even suddenly laughed, ha 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 ha. Andrew leaned back slightly. Maria's face suddenly turned cold. She was silent with a straight face, as if she couldn't understand Andrew's smile. Alas, why are you so nervous, President Maria? Andrew raised his hand and spread it out, maintaining a smile. If the notebook in your hand is what Boss Lin wants, and Boss Lin supports you as a reward for you getting the notebook, then of course, I have nothing to say. After all, the talent and gift you have shown to Boss Lin are indeed things that I can't do. Andrew bowed to Maria as an aristocrat. As long as Boss Lin is happy and feels that you deserve it, then to me, you are the well-deserved president of the Truth Society, and I will be your lackey. Maria sneered. So, your idea is that the position of the president of the Truth Society can only be justified if the owner of the bookstore approves it? Why? You have really been completely brainwashed by that guy. Andrew's smile was fanatical and strange. Why? Because the Lord is great and unparalleled. Lunatic, Maria scolded in a low voice, giving such an evaluation. Remember this in a second, http://m9bkuj. Andrew seemed to be very satisfied with Maria's evaluation and didn't refute it. He even nodded and continued, but it's a pity, what's a pity? Maria took the opportunity to ask. She knew that there was no way to persuade Andrew with normal words. If she wanted to get more information out of him, she could only see how much he was willing to say. "It's a pity that you don't believe in Mr. Lin at all," Andrew whispered. "You don't even want to use this notebook to ask for anything, or to get benefits from Mr. Lin. You have another purpose. But Boss Lin is a great and benevolent existence. As long as you pray to him, you will get a response and gain power, even if it's a person with no faith like you," Andrew said. "So, it's too unfair. Don't you think that in order to make this unfair situation fairer, I should be the one to offer sacrifices to Boss Lin?" Andrew put his hand on his chest and said, "Please give me this notebook." Maria thought to herself that she was right. She looked at Andrew expressionlessly. The gaze of a god made Andrew's hair stand on end, but his posture and expression did not change at all. After a long time, she said, "In your dreams." Andrew narrowed his eyes. "Since you know that Boss Lin is studying this notebook, aren't you afraid that I'll snatch it and kill you?" Of course, he would not be the one to make a move. It would be Rachel. Huh. Maria's soft black hair hung down behind her back. She looked at Andrew with cold eyes and sneered, "You can try. Rachel has already tried, hasn't he? If he had succeeded, I wouldn't have come up from downtown." Andrew was silent for a moment. Although he had prayed for great power from the bookstore owner, it was still a little difficult to deal with this woman. But now Andrew could be sure that although Maria had reached the god level, she had not mastered the almost heaven-defying domain like Wang Erda and Yusefu. Otherwise, in the face of this level of provocation at such a close distance, she would definitely not just fight back with words. "My respected President Maria, I don't understand what you are talking about at all. The collapse of the mechanical transmigration was just an accident." Andrew forced a smile. Although he did not know what made Maria so fearless, he could not expose the devices in the mechanical transmigration. "Since you've said that we'll have a vote in 3 months, then let's wait for 3 months." Andrew said and picked up Hood from the ground. Hood, who had fainted, had completely lost consciousness, but his right hand was still filled with countless slippery tentacles. They were like soft-bodied creatures with no 5 senses, hiding in Hood's body. Now, they had finally gained control of this body. "It's okay, Hood." Andrew gently patted the somewhat restless tentacles, and the tentacles began to slowly calm down and gradually grew a new arm. Except for the torn clothes, his arm seemed to have never been broken. Maria silently watched how Andrew treated her nephew. She secretly clenched her fists and did not say a word. Although she wanted to take back her only relative directly, she was more afraid that when Hood woke up, he would be another stranger. "Goodbye, President Maria." Andrew left her office with Hood. It was not until she could no longer feel his breath that Maria breathed a sigh of relief. She looked down at the bloodstains on the ground, which began to gradually evaporate and disappear, as if some kind of invisible creature had completely left the office. Maria relaxed her nerves and sat down on the stool. After relaxing for a moment in the chair, Maria raised her hand, and a mirror-like ring appeared in her palm. Countless enchantment runes were faintly discernible on the ring, and a broken stone tablet fragment was floating in it. Maria's eyes showed respect. The fragment glowing with a dark red light was inscribed with countless different characters, but because too many of them were missing, they could not be deciphered. However, just by looking at it, one could feel the temperature that was enough to cause tremors, like a bonfire in the dark. She put away her palm, leaned slightly on the back of the chair, and closed her eyes. The memories from the lower city came roaring back, and the feeling of being on the verge of a mental breakdown every day filled her mind. If it weren't for this token of the original witch, Maria would have died in the lower city. At that time, the explosion set up by Rachel had indeed caused Maria to have a narrow escape. No, it could even be said that she had died once, and this token brought her back to life. Presumably, no matter how powerful the owner of the bookstore was, he could not do anything to the power of the original witch. Maria, who had closed her eyes to rest, suddenly opened her sky-blue eyes and took a deep breath. Whether it was for the Truth Society, or Hood, she had to go to the bookstore. Xianxia sat lazily on the newly purchased sofa in the bookstore, watching the snowy TV. After the last heavy snow in Nuajin, the weather began to gradually warm up, causing it to be rainy for the past few days. Lin Jia's old TV to kill time also began to snow. Lin Jia stood up with the remote control and patted the TV box hard. The snowflakes began to dissipate, and the news anchor was finally able to say a complete sentence. According to our news agency, a large area of the laboratory of the Truth Society, a famous organization of scholars located in the central area of the city, has collapsed. The anchor said solemnly, the number of casualties is temporarily unknown, but experts say that this is caused by periodic subsidence. Lin Jia raised his eyebrows and listened to the reporter's analysis. Periodic subsidence. The geological conditions of the Asia continent are getting more and more outrageous. He originally thought that snowstorms and earthquakes were the limit, but he didn't expect there to be such a saying. Well, after all, it's a completely man-made city, so it's normal for there to be some problems with the foundation. Since the downtown area is underground, the ground must have been hollowed out, so it's reasonable for it to have subsided. Lin Jia forced himself to believe it. However, this time, the Truth Society was directly affected. He didn't know if Andrew, Hood, and Prima were in trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Jia felt that it was necessary for him to express his condolences to these 3 regular customers of his. Thus, he took out his communication device, but before he could connect, he heard the TV continue to say, "At present, the Truth Society is temporarily not accepting interviews, and the communication line is temporarily cut off." After thinking for a short while, Boss Lin decided to call Xianxia. She was also in the central area, so she should know the situation better. Moreover, there was one thing that he hadn't answered last time, so he decided to let her know. The communication device only rang once before it was picked up. Xianxia on the other side said respectfully, "Boss Lin, what can I do for you?" Xianxia's voice was a little distorted because of the communication device, but the respect in her tone didn't diminish at all. From the fact that she immediately caught Lin Jia's call, it could be seen that she didn't dare to be negligent in her attitude. Orders. Whether it was before or now, Lin Jia felt that Xianxia was overly respectful to him. However, in the past, he could explain it away as his behavior back then that made her dependent on him. But now, they were all partners who had signed a contract, so it shouldn't be so one-sided, right? Ji Bonong didn't even hesitate to give up the profits when they were working together. Lin Jia actually felt a little confused, but the benefits were indeed real. Recalling that Xianxia didn't have much of an emotional fluctuation about the destruction of the Fred family at the banquet, Lin Jia had some guesses. However, since Xianxia didn't say anything, he would just keep silent. Nothing much. Boss Lin smiled and said, "I just saw your Truth Society in Area A on TV. Periodic subsidence. Are you affected in any way?" No matter how many times he read this professional term, he still felt like laughing. Was this really not a term used by experts to fool people? The Truth Society couldn't be researching some secret weapon or conducting an experiment, right? Xianxia heard the smile in Lin Jia's words and thought that Boss Lin probably also felt that the term used by the secret ritual tower and the Truth Society was especially ridiculous. Periodic subsidence. Only they could come up with that. Speaking of which, since he was asking about the situation related to the Truth Society, and the Truth Society was, or rather, used to be, the biggest lackey of the Central Intelligence Organization, then he was actually worried about whether there would be any danger after the Central Intelligence Organization officially fell out with the Central Intelligence Organization. Xianxia said in a low voice, "Thank you for your concern. We are safe for the time being and aren't in too much danger. The only problem is that we don't have enough people, but I've already contacted the Truth Society. I believe it will be solved soon." Her next plan was about one person in a group and required a large number of people, and the Truth Society's Cyborgs project was the key. "It's good that you're fine." Lin Jia rubbed his chin. They didn't have enough people, and they had to find the Truth Society. Could it be that there was a geological problem, so they needed to find professional scholars to discuss and solve it together? The Truth Society's professional level is sufficient. Their skills. I still have a lot of faith in them. After all, they already had the technology to create artificial limbs and regenerate limbs. Although the Truth Society's technology was a little skewed, it was definitely at the forefront of Nuajin. If they couldn't do anything about it, then it would be troublesome. It's enough to have your trust. Jijishu narrowed her eyes and smiled. By the way, Boss Lin, the mansion that I prepared for you can be transferred to your name at any time. Lin Jia was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to keep it. Of course, I wouldn't dare to go against Boss Lin's instructions. Jijishu said sincerely. Well, that's fine. I had an idea before. I hope to open a branch in the central area and let Moan be the manager. Lin Jia thought for a while and then sat down on the sofa. In the 3 days that I was away, Moan took care of the bookstore very well. I think she has enough ability to take charge. That's right. The reason why he left the bookstore for 3 days was to test Moan's ability. Of course, the main reason was to freeload. Jijishu's heart skipped a beat. Did Boss Lin mean to enter the central area? Because of their current betrayal, the central area would inevitably fall into chaos. At this time, the meaning of letting the assistant who was involved with both the Truth Society and the Sun God sect open a branch was self-evident. Jijishu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I will transfer the ownership of the Fred family's house to you immediately. As long as you need it, someone can come and take it over at any time." "Okay, thank you very much, Miss G. As long as I can help you even a little bit, it will be my honor." Lin Jia hung up the communication device, feeling quite happy. How could he not be happy? This was a free meal of a villa in the central area of the prime area. If you were to exchange it, this would be a courtyard house in the capital. It was a huge profit. Lin Jia stood up with his hands behind his back and walked leisurely to Moan, who was making milk tea next door. The girl was expressionless. Her ink-black eyes were like a bottomless pool of water. Her skin was fair, and under the warm light of the bookstore, one could clearly see the faint hairs on her body. She mixed the milk and tea bag together, closed the lid, then raised her hand and shook it vigorously. There was a beautiful arc on her arm. Her movements were skillful and her attitude was serious. Ahem. Lin Jia cleared his throat, attracting Moan's attention. She quickly looked up. "Boss? Do you have any orders?" The cold girl's expression suddenly became lively. She quickly put down the work in her hands and stood obediently, like a primary school student who had stopped her training. Giving orders every day. Lin Jia couldn't help but start to wonder if he had built up a too high image in their minds. Lin Jia looked up and down at Moan. "You have been in the bookstore for a few months. Based on my observation of you, I think you have the talent to be the manager of the store." Lin Jia smiled and then said solemnly, "I have decided to open a branch in the central area. You will be the manager of the branch." Moan's dark pupils shrank slightly, then returned to normal. He frowned slightly. "Boss Lin wants to open a branch?" "Yes." Lin Jia nodded. "I have almost finished my discussion with Miss G from Luo Air Resources. We can get a villa in the central area and open a branch." Central area. Moan's expression flickered as he fell into deep thought. Yes, in the central area, there will be more rich. No, there will be more people who like to read, right? Lin Jia said seriously. Moan blinked. More people who like to read? Did the so-called people who like to read Boss Lin's books mean believers? In other words, he wanted to take in more believers in the central area. This obviously meant that he wanted to fight against the central authority that dominated Nuwa Jin and fight for the right to rule. In just a few seconds, Moan's mind had been baptized by a storm. "I understand what you mean." Moan nodded, his eyes flashing with determination. He clenched his two small fists and looked like he was going to do something big. Lin Jia was speechless. He began to wonder if it was a little inhumane to let such a cute and naive child go into the business of being a capitalist at such an early age. "Of course, if you think it is difficult, you can train for a while more," Lin Jia said with some hesitation. Moan shook his head. "No, boss has already taught me a lot. It is time for me to start passing on your will." Lin Jia's expression was a little strange. Moan was originally a cold beauty. It was not wrong to say that she was a girl with no morals. However, at this moment, she seemed to be particularly hot-blooded. Did he raise this child in the wrong way? It would be good if you could understand. Work hard and maintain the current situation. You will be able to control the store very well. Lin Jia reached out and patted Moan's head. Forget it, as long as the child is happy. Yes, yes. Mon nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. After that, Lin Jia returned to his small shabby bookstore and continued his daily activity, reading. Mon propped his elbows on the counter and rested his chin on his hands. He quietly looked through the heavy glass door at Lin Jia reading next door for a while. Then, he closed his eyes and entered Wapu's dream. Mon closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she saw an endless and familiar calm water surface. Compared to before, she could now enter the dream at will. She stepped lightly on the surface of the water, and circles of ripples spread out under her feet. The ripples spread out with her as the center, disappearing at the point where the water met the sky. At this moment, Mon looked like she was walking in the night sky. She slowly raised her hand, and an empty circle appeared in front of her eyes. Eternal Sun, Vincent, follow the path of the dream and come to me. Mon's voice echoed in the dream, and it was as ethereal as the sound of ice cracking. As soon as her voice fell, the temperature of the dream world, which was like a night sky, began to slowly heat up. The surface of the water, which was as calm as a mirror, began to collapse, gradually crumbling the night sky and shattering the stars reflected on the surface of the water. In the distant place where the water met the sky, an incomparably hot fireball like the sun slowly rose. Mon looked at the scorching fireball expressionlessly. Unfortunately, its heat could not be transmitted to Mon's eyes, as if it was swallowed by the invisible night. In the dream of Wapu, even the violent sun was as docile as a child. Master of the night, eternal moonlight, Ms. Mon. Vincent is here at your call. The huge fireball burned, and made an inhuman voice, but the tone was gentle and steady. Remember the website, M9bkuj. Calm. Mon's white and cold face was stained with a faint reddish-gold color by the fireball. It was a huge fireball with ugly black spots and a mottled dark orange surface, and there were huge pillars of fire rotating around the edges. The huge sunspots slowly moved in the atmosphere, sometimes becoming bigger and bigger, and fusing into the huge cracks in the heat wave. Sometimes it almost reduced to a state of nothingness, until it disappeared. The sun-like fireball was surrounded by thousands of smaller fireballs, each of which was dozens of meters high, forming a magnificent scene that was enough to make one's jaw drop. In comparison, Moan's figure was almost minuscule. Pope Vincent, I'm here to tell you something. Moan raised his head and faced the bright sun as he solemnly said, Boss Lin has a new assignment. When the huge fireball heard Boss Lin's name, it trembled slightly. Then, the thousands of fireballs around it descended at the same time, as if they were bowing and listening attentively. Mon continued, Boss Lin wants to open a branch in the Central District with me as the manager in order to increase the number of believers and officially enter the Central District to announce his arrival to the true rulers of Nuajin. Vincent listened to Mon's message. When he heard about the opening of a branch, his body trembled violently. His reaction to the outside world was the continuous shaking of countless black light blocks. Finally, it's time to reach this step. Opening a branch meant delegating power. Moan could make his own decisions on some matters, which also meant that the Sun God sect would have more freedom and could do more things without being afraid of the slightest thing. He sighed and then said with some guilt, the Sun God sect is still not doing well enough. If I could work harder, Boss Lin wouldn't have to worry about the believers. No, the Sun God sect has just been established. You've already worked very hard, not to mention that you're doing very well. Mon comforted him, then frowned and tilted his head to think. There are actually enough believers under your preaching. The Sun God sect is now worthy of being the #1 sect in Nuajin, but Boss Lin wants more readers who like to read. Mon had a flash of inspiration. Maybe, it's not that he's not satisfied with the number? She thought for a while and said, Boss Lin told me that some people don't really like books, but they think that reading can help them find a good path. He loves books, not for the sake of seeking benefits, but purely for the sake of reading. He also said, there's a house of golden books, there's a beauty in books or something like that. But to be honest, I still don't quite understand this. Mon fell into her memories and spoke of Boss Lin's chicken soup for the soul. She often chatted with Lin Jia, and Lin Jia was indeed like a father to her, guiding her and protecting her. Although she had inherited the power and memories of Wapu and the others and became the new knight, her mind was still that of an ordinary android. Especially when she listened to Lin Jia's preaching, she could always feel the other party's erudition and her own shallowness. There were some words that she could not understand, so she could only write them down and figure them out carefully. Vincent silently recited this sentence, thought for a moment, and said to Moan, "Madam Moan, I have some immature thoughts about these words." "Just say it." Moan nodded. "Boss Lin probably thinks that the current me, and other believers who are expanding, are not pure enough, and their conduct is not righteous enough. They are not really book lovers, but they think that Boss Lin's books can help them seek benefits. What Boss Lin needs is pure people." Moan blinked. "If it's just to expand the number of believers, I can do it, but it's very difficult to get pure believers, and they just think of Boss Lin's books as houses of gold and beauty. They are just blindly seeking, and they are not true believers." Vincent came to this conclusion after careful consideration. You're right." Moan nodded thoughtfully. "If that's the case, then the reason why Boss Lin arranged the battle between Yusefyu and Wang Erda has also been found," Vincent said solemnly. "Is it to verify whether the Nuajin extraordinaires have a righteous and pure conduct?" Moan suddenly realized, and then said with a serious expression, "Sure enough, Boss Lin's arrangements are all far-sighted." "Yes, that's right, but Boss Lin is definitely not satisfied with the result, otherwise he wouldn't have opened a branch." The fireball exuded high heat, breathing in the faint wind, flashing with light, and said in a low voice, "These ordinary people have disappointed Boss Lin. These people only have greed and interests in their hearts, and they even want to use Boss Lin. There is no right or wrong between good and evil in their eyes. Such an existence is not qualified to live in this world, so how can they receive Boss Lin's favor like this? I understand what Boss Lin means." Vincent's huge fireball form burned even hotter, illuminating the entire dark dream as if it was daytime. His tone gradually became fanatical. "What we, the Sun God sect, need to do is to help Boss Lin share the burden, and Boss Lin doesn't need impure people. It's time to realize that this world has achieved its goal of purity. Boss Lin will guide Nuajin to get rid of the superfluous things. Those impure existences should indeed disappear," Moan said faintly. "The withered trunks that have no end must be cut off, otherwise they will absorb nutrients from the trunk that is full of future. What Boss Lin needs is people who can help him, not those vermin." The thousands of fireballs around Vincent rose into the air excitedly, reaching a consensus, "And we will become the scissors in Boss Lin's hands." Ivan Zachary lived in uptown Nuajin on Street 67, an ordinary and peaceful office worker. Before he moved here, he had always lived in Street 23. His main job was to work in an ore processing factory under the Raw Resources Development Company. When the sun just rose, he had to get up to work. He would only go home when the moon was completely hanging in the quiet night sky. Because his family was poor, after Zachary graduated from the Unified Community Education, he had been living this kind of life. Although it was a bit hard, he could still survive. This tranquility was completely shattered a few months ago when there was a serious gas leak on 23rd Street. When he got home from work, he found that his home, along with the surrounding buildings, had been turned into ruins. Ivan Zachary's home was razed to the ground. Although he had been alone for a long time, he also felt a deep sadness at that moment. But fortunately, the big shots in the central area announced that they would give him a subsidy, so he could continue to live. It was just that life had become more difficult. With the subsidy, he decided to move to the Dome Church in the north of Nuajin. Because he was arranged by the company to work in a more remote factory, in order to make it more convenient to work, renting a house nearby was the best way. Zachary didn't complain. After all, he only knew how to do this kind of work. 1 second to remember http://m9bcoj. Combat work became more difficult. He could only see the moon every day. After working hard for half his life became worse and worse. Zachary's mind would occasionally have this kind of thought, but the habitual satisfaction and drive made him never think of resisting. What he was instilled since he was young was that life was only work and life. But the sudden change made him feel a bit at a loss. In order to find something to rely on, he began to accept the preaching of the Dome Church and became a solid believer of the moon. One day, when he was praying at night, he even saw the legendary apostle descend with his own eyes. But before he could secretly tell the good news to other believers, the next day, the Dome Church was exposed as a cult. A branch church of the Dome Church actually had a gas explosion near his home. Not only did his faith collapse, but his home was also gone. And this time, no one would compensate him because Zachary was also a member of the cult. But fortunately, as long as he was willing to turn over a new leaf, the people from the central police station said that nothing would happen. Zachary was full of hope as he waited for the end of reform through labor. He was sent to Street 67 and returned to his old profession. But this time, he couldn't even see the moon. He didn't have a home, only a dirty wooden bed. Working day and night occupied his life, and he had to pay for the gambling and rat fights provided by the factory. Every month, he had to pay taxes to the central district. In the end, he had almost no money left. A few days after their salaries were paid, they were all handed over to the higher-ups. Every day, they were urged to get up and work. If they were not careful, they would be scolded. However, such good days didn't last long. Just 2 days ago, when he was preparing to start work, an earthquake caused the factory to collapse. The huge steel factory, which was like a monster that specialized in sucking human blood, was reduced to ashes in an instant. However, Ivan Zachary was lucky not to die. He crawled out of the ruins. However, when he struggled to open his eyes, he saw the miserable deaths of his co-workers and the superior who was always high above, as well as an extremely terrifying scene. He seemed to see the intersection of the dream world and the real world. The pillars at the edge of the dream collapsed instantly, and then he saw a majestic knight in the distance instantly turn into a bright flame. The flame burned to the extreme as if it would burn everything. Like another sun falling from the sky, it crashed into another black mass. Just seeing this scene, Zachary felt as if his body was about to explode. His stomach was boiling, and he had a splitting headache. Ordinary people couldn't endure such pain for more than a few seconds, so he fainted on the spot. When he woke up, he was already lying with a pile of corpses. He crawled out of this place that looked like a mass grave, recalled what he saw and thought, and the last scene he saw before he fainted. He began to doubt the reality of this world. What periodic ground collapse? It's all a lie. Ivan Zachary, who had been hungry for a few days, squatted under the overpass and said to the people around him who were also displaced by the so-called ground collapse on 67th Street. The Central District's attitude toward this disaster was very indifferent. They only took measures to blockade the area and didn't even mention reconstruction. Of course, many survivors could only wander around. Because they were homeless, Zachary and a few other refugees who had a good relationship with him returned to their hometown of 23rd Street. It doesn't matter whether the periodic ground collapse is real or not. The important thing is, will they give us subsidies this time? Jack, who had the best relationship with Zachary, said. He was thinking about the subsidies. But in fact, he already knew that the possibility was not high. If it was a gas explosion, it could be said to be a man-made disaster, and the Central District would subsidize. But this time, the reason given was periodic ground collapse, which meant that it was a natural disaster. They could only count themselves as unlucky. This is not a periodic ground collapse at all. Zachary recalled the last scene before he fainted. He didn't dare to share it with others, and he was really not sure whether what he saw was real or not. He clenched his fists and deliberated. Have you seen God? Jack, the 4 or 5 refugees who had a good relationship with him all looked at him as if they were looking at a fool. They said with some sympathy, I heard that you were tricked into believing in the Dome Church. We know that many people have been brainwashed. It's not your fault. It's not, sigh. Zachary clenched his fists even tighter. He wanted to refute, but in the end, he gave up. He knew that no one would believe what he saw, but the more he described such a scene, the more it left a deep impression on him, and the more he believed that he was not mistaken. If this continues, we will starve to death. This is always true. The growling sound from his companion's stomach made it difficult to deny the truth of this matter. Forget it. Zachary suddenly stood up from the ground and patted the dust on his butt. Sitting here and waiting for the subsidies that will never come will starve to death. Being a bad person will also end up being executed, we're going to die anyway. His hungry eyes were filled with unwillingness, like a ball of fire. He gritted his teeth. If we're going to die anyway, I'd rather die with a full stomach. Zachary looked at the others. If we work honestly, we'll only be destroyed again and again. The harder we work, the more we discover the limits of ordinary people like us. Ivan. Jack was stunned. What are you talking about? I'm not going to be a good person anymore. Jack. Zachary's eyes were firm, as if he had never been so determined before. Give up. The subsidies won't come anymore. The Central District doesn't care about our lives at all. Anyway, everyone is in danger now. Everyone is saying that Nuajin might completely collapse. There are refugees everywhere, and no one will care about 1 or 2 extra cases. We can only rely on ourselves. His gaze fell on a bookstore across the street. He took a deep breath. Let's rob this bookstore. The weather for the past few days had been very bad, but at least it was not raining today. However, the weather was not good. It felt like something bad was going to happen. Xianxia rested his chin on his hand and sat idly in the bookstore, reading the book in his hand. He was lost in thought. Xianxia did not care if his bookstore was crowded or not. As long as there were many customers like Xianxia, who casually gave him a villa in the Central District, he would not have to worry about food and drink. What he wanted were high-quality customers with feedback. Once he had such customers, he would be able to eat for 3 years if he didn't open for business for 3 years. However, he still had to receive normal customers, such as, the 4 or 5 customers in front of him looked very poor. Xianxia looked up and saw a few customers in tattered clothes suddenly walking into the bookstore. Hello, you want robbery? Zachary pulled out a small knife that had been polished and pointed the sharp blade at the young boss sitting on the counter. Ah? Xianxia's smile froze on his face. He really did not understand the situation in front of him. In addition to the refugee who was pointing a knife at him, there were 2 other people who climbed over the counter and surrounded Mon who was pouring tea. The hunger and fierceness in their eyes were clear as day. Mon looked up expressionlessly and did not even stop what he was doing. In this tense atmosphere, the sound of the teapot in her hand was particularly ear-piercing. Didn't you hear? Hand over all your valuables. Zachary used the knife to gently knock on the counter and said in a fierce tone. This was the first time he was a bad guy. It was inevitable that he was nervous. However, he had already decided to be a bad guy and no longer be a diligent and honest person. He had to work hard and do his best. Xianxia's mouth twitched. He looked at the robber in front of him who seemed to be more nervous than him and sighed. His little bookstore was really popular with bad people. Previously, there was Huda and a few brats who came to steal books. This time, they were being robbed. However, the refugees in front of him were clearly not like Hood, who stole books on a small scale. There was genuine hunger in their eyes. Although there were slums in Nuajin, it was definitely not to the point where people were so hungry that they would rob. Xianxia crossed his hands and supported his chin. He calmly asked, "Where are you refugees from?" "Shut up, answer Boslin's question." A low voice suddenly sounded. The refugees turned their heads and felt a pain in their necks. Their vision turned black and they lost consciousness. Xianxia was stunned. He turned his head and saw that Joseph had come out of the basement at some point in time. He was carrying a refugee in each hand and casually tossing them to the side. He snorted coldly, and his tall figure gave off an imposing aura. Mon finished brewing the tea and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia subconsciously took it and then began to wonder. Xianxia was so badly injured. How did he recover so quickly? Jack swallowed his saliva and raised his hands. Sorry, very sorry. We are. He kicked Zachary next to him and motioned for him to run. However, Zachary looked as if he had seen the devil. You. Ivan's dagger fell to the ground with a clatter. He fell on his butt and stretched out a trembling finger to point at Xianxia. His eyes widened as he recalled the last scene before he fainted. Xianxia's dark blue pupils looked up and down at Ivan Zachary, confirming that he had never seen this person before. But Ivan's eyes seemed to have seen Xianxia before, and the fear in his eyes fell into Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia blinked and couldn't help but feel strange. This robber seemed to know Xianxia. Zachary quickly got up, and then silently stepped back a few steps. He opened his eyes wide, and the more he wanted to forget, the more he doubted his existence, the clearer the last scene he saw before he fainted. And he could also see that the tall middle-aged man in front of him was the god he saw when he crawled out of the ruins of the factory, who transformed into the sun and fell from the sky. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and was a little confused about this person's reaction. But after thinking for a while, he was still not sure whether he knew this poor refugee in front of him. He had saved too many people and met too many people. This moment of hesitation made Zachary's heart even more fearful. When he stepped back, he tripped and fell backward. Ah. The first website was M9bkuj. Xianxia subconsciously put down the book in his hand and wanted to stand up. Bang! Crash! Zachary panicked and slammed into the bookcase, which Xianxia had just taken out and hadn't sorted out the stacks of books. Moan and Xianxia widened their eyes at the same time. Zachary subconsciously raised his head and looked up, only to see the tottering books in his field of vision. From this perspective, it was as if a magnificent skyscraper was collapsing. It came crashing down with an earth-shattering momentum, emitting a terrifying aura. It was as if some kind of demon was hiding within, and when it fell to the ground, it would break through the seal. For Xianxia, these books were Boss Lin's power and knowledge. All of those books recorded extraordinary truths, and any one of them might be able to create a god-level extraordinaire. Even if Boss Lin didn't care about it, he couldn't. These books must not fall to the ground. Xianxia's pupils contracted, and his muscles tightened. His entire body burned with ether, covering every inch of his body. Even the air around him became hot and distorted. Joseph almost instantly disappeared from his original spot, and in the next second, he appeared beside the falling pile of books. He raised his sturdy arm and blocked the falling pile of books. However, he neglected one point, which was that his injuries had not fully healed, and his god-level power was not yet fully under his control. As a result, while the ether that burst out from his body protected the books, he could not restrain a trace of it. Crack! The moment the book was stopped, the wall behind the bookshelf cracked. Cracks like a spider web appeared on the wall, and some of the wall dust rustled down. A few of the refugees near the Xianxia felt as if they had been hit on the back of their heads with a stick, and they all fainted. But none of the books fell to the ground. It was a great success. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and respectfully finished tidying up the bookshelf. Xianxia was speechless. Boss Lin, who had not yet lifted his butt, sat back down. Then, he supported his chin with both hands and fell into deep thought. If he hadn't seen wrongly, the person who had rushed past him with a whoosh and caused the wall to crack in the next second was Xianxia. No, there might not be a causal link between the two. Xianxia thought about it seriously. After all, Nuajin had such a ridiculous geological phenomenon as periodic ground collapses. Then, it might be that the ground had not been very stable recently, and there had been a small earthquake that was not easy to detect. Therefore, it was very possible that the wall had cracked. He had seen it clearly just now. Xianxia had only caught the book, and did not touch the counter or the wall at all. Could it be, Xianxia, as a policeman from the secret department who had a prosthetic arm, had his martial strength reached the level of hitting a cow through a mountain? This was not impossible. In his previous life on Earth, a martial arts master who had undergone training could break marble with his bare hands. In this world where technology was a little skewed, this level of skill was considered normal. It was not worth making a fuss about. Xianxia nodded secretly. He covered his mouth and coughed twice. Looking at the crack in the wall, he said, Xianxia, it seems that your injury has recovered well. Your reaction is quite fast. Thank you. No, Boss Lin, you are too polite. I just didn't want your precious books to fall to the ground and be stained with dust. Xianxia smiled and said respectfully, this is what I should do. Even if I didn't do it, your assistant would have done it. Oh, that's true. Xianxia looked up at Mon. She still looked calm, as if everything in front of her was real and normal. Indeed, even Mon could fight against 6 people alone. Xianxia's situation must be very normal. After all, Xianxia was the leader of the secret department of the Central Police Station. It would be unreasonable if he did not have some skills. Using an analogy, perhaps he was like a special forces soldier who was trained from a young age, but then again, my wall. Xianxia, how are you going to compensate me? Forget it, forget it. He was still injured, and he was also trying to protect the books. Besides, these refugees had to be dealt with by Xianxia. Phew, Xianxia took a few deep breaths and calmed down. He was about to ask, but from the corner of his eye, he saw that among all the refugees, only the guy who had robbed him had not fainted. The others were all unconscious on the ground. Xianxia used his arm to support himself on the counter and looked down at the refugee who had fallen to the ground in fright. Xianxia turned around and was also quite surprised. This person was clearly not an extraordinaire, but he could still maintain his consciousness under the pressure of a god-level extraordinaire. Under the impact of the sudden surge of ether pressure, Zachary did not faint. Instead, he sat on the ground with blank eyes and a dull face. In his mind, he recalled the scene of him crawling out of the ruins of the factory. He was now sure that Xianxia was the last scene he saw before he fainted. It was the night who had turned into a flame. Will I be silenced? Zachary swallowed his saliva and recalled that the central police station had concealed this matter, but he had inadvertently seen, the more he knew, the faster he would die. Zachary's heart was completely gripped by fear. But now he was the only one left. He had to think about the lives of his companions. Are you okay? Xianxia looked at Zachary and asked. I'm fine. Zachary carefully got up from the ground and forced a smile. In fact, his legs had already turned to jelly from the shock. Your companions. Why did they all faint? Xianxia frowned and looked at the refugees who were lying on the ground in a mess. This couldn't be because of Xianxia, right? He didn't even touch these people. The corner of Zachary's mouth twitched. You didn't do this? Even if you took 10,000 steps back, you were the one who ordered this burly man to do it. But now you're asking me with an innocent face? Are you even human? He could clearly feel that the aura emitted in that instant was exactly the same as the aura he felt when he fainted. Probably, fainted from hunger? Zachary actually managed to force a smile. Since the other party asked this, he definitely wanted him to pretend that he didn't know what had just happened. He didn't know the identity of Xianxia. He didn't know anything. He definitely couldn't say that he had seen Xianxia. He would be killed. Xianxia, ? Boss. To tell you the truth, we haven't eaten for a few days. Zachary trembled as he said, we were originally working as laborers at 67th Street, but 67th Street had a periodic subsidence. We had no home to return to, so we thought of robbing your bookstore. We really had nowhere else to go. So, sorry. Zachary clasped his hands together in fear. He secretly glanced at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes and recounted what had happened to him. To him, the fear of the bookstore owner in front of him couldn't compare to the fear of Xianxia. However, Xianxia was so respectful to the bookstore owner. This meant that the bookstore owner was even more terrifying than Xianxia. He definitely couldn't offend a more powerful person, so that's why, after Xianxia heard this reason, he thought of the tragic situation at 67th Street that was reported on TV. He had already guessed a little and didn't want to bring them to justice. Now, there was even less reason to send him to the police station. Since you know you're sorry, don't do this kind of thing again. Xianxia thought about it and felt that these people probably couldn't afford to buy books. However, helping people had always been his principle, so he smiled and said, since you're so hungry, why don't you have a meal at my place? As soon as he finished speaking, Zachary was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. No need, no need. Thank you for your kindness. Zachary waved his hands and said, we'll leave now, we'll leave now. It was true that Zachary hadn't eaten for a few days, but at this moment, he burst out with great strength, dragging his accomplices and hurriedly scrambling out of the bookstore. Hey, wait a minute. Xianxia suddenly shouted behind him. Zachary quickened his pace. Boss Lin is calling you. Xianxia said in a low voice. Zachary immediately froze. Is there anything else? Boss. Zachary turned around and wanted to cry. As the saying goes, it's better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. Xianxia muttered and slowly said, even if I preach to you today or let you eat a full meal, if you encounter the same thing again, I'm afraid you'll still steal and rob in the future. Since that's the case, I'll give you a book. Xianxia smiled and looked at Zachary. There's no charge, but if this book helps you get out of poverty in the future, it's not impossible for you to repay me. As Xianxia said this, he turned around and reached for the book on the bookshelf. Zachary was stunned. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He said he didn't want to be a good person anymore. But, why did he have to encounter this kind of thing again? But this feeling only lasted for a moment. When he moved his gaze and stared at the back of the bookstore owner, he suddenly realized that the bookstore in front of him wasn't a bookstore at all. It was as dark and deep as the mouth of an evil beast. And the harmless bookstore owner in front of him revealed a smile that was hidden in the darkness. It was filled with an evil bewitching power like poison. He turned around and stirred the dim light. Then, from the deep bookshelf, he took out a book and put it in front of Zachary, who subconsciously held his breath. This is an ancient technique, but today, it's still very practical. I believe it can bring you a new path. Xianxia solemnly pushed the book How to Pickle Vegetables in his hand. According to Xianxia's observations, there was no such thing as pickling in Nuajin. Xianxia had read web novels before. Most of the male protagonists in those novels carried things that didn't exist in this world. Xianxia's bookstore contained too many books that didn't exist in Nuajin. It was just that Xianxia was too lazy. No matter where he was, he just wanted to be a salted fish. In other words, even if he was given a golden finger, he wouldn't want to turn over. But if he gave this world a book with technology, wouldn't it disrupt the technology tree? As a qualified transmigrator, Xianxia felt that he had the responsibility to work hard and not affect Nuajin too much. Look, Nuajin was exactly the same as before he transmigrated. Speaking of which, Xianxia felt that he had contributed greatly. And the book in front of him, How to Pickle Vegetables, was a technical book. Xianxia felt that giving this technical book to Zachary could be considered as giving him the skills to support himself. Well, the heavy burden of being the father of pickling in the Nuajin world was handed to him. Zachary saw Xianxia slowly and gently place the book in front of him. His breathing stagnated, and a vigorous force hit him in the face. He tried his best to see the name of the book clearly. Those distorted words were like some kind of terrifying music that drilled into his brain. Remember the URL, m9bkuj.com, Necromancer's Broken Chapter. These 4 words were like some kind of ear-piercing, sharp sound that broke through his eardrums and went straight to his brain. When Zachary saw this book, his fear of Yusefu immediately dissipated. He felt as if he had been swallowed into the belly of a ferocious beast in an instant. He didn't even have time to resist before he was already in the belly of this beast. He seemed to hear a clear swallowing sound in his ears. Zachary felt that he was in an endless dark tunnel, and this book became a door that allowed him to listen to the sounds in the deepest part of the tunnel. In the depths of the black hole, the ancient god who was eternally indeterminate was beating a giant drum that could not be seen. At the same time, there was a strange flute player who was softly playing beside him. The sound of the flute was nauseating and had an extremely monotonous tone. Zachary stood at the entrance of the deep cave. Every nerve in his brain began to scream, and even his internal organs were trembling. Pain enveloped him, but someone had bound his soul. He couldn't escape at all. His body, which was used to endure the pain, was drenched in cold sweat. Zachary wanted to stop reading, but the book had a bewitching power that made people fascinated. It aroused all the curiosity and thirst for knowledge in people. With trembling hands, he flipped open the book. The opening chapter was as follows: A living corpse. Zachary widened his eyes, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. He breathed heavily like a stranded fish. Xianxia was already used to Zachary's exaggerated reading. Most of the people who bought books from him were like this. In fact, it was understandable. It was indeed a very pleasant thing to absorb knowledge. However, most of the books that were given before were books that were filled with chicken soup for the soul or had a plot. It was easier to read them. However, this time, Zachary was so engrossed in reading that he forgot to eat and sleep. Could it be that this person was really a pickle genius that only appeared once in 100 years? If he wasn't so pitiful, Xianxia wouldn't have given him this book so generously. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. What do you think? Lin Jia suddenly spoke, easily interrupting Zachary's immersed reading. Dong. It was like a bell had been struck heavily on Zachary's head. Ah, huff huff huff, Zachary breathed heavily. His forehead was covered in sweat. This book is actually, that's right. It's an ancient technique. It mainly focuses on how to preserve some dishes. Lin Jia crossed his arms and supported himself on the table. He lowered his head and looked at the book, How to Pickle Vegetables. Vegetables? Zachary said with a trembling voice. He lowered his head and looked at the book in disbelief. Yes, vegetables. Ordinary vegetables can't be preserved well. It's easy to rot and become inedible with the passage of time. Lin Jia revealed an amiable smile. Vegetables? Rot and become inedible? Zachary widened his eyes and looked down at the book again. Could vegetables be referring to corpses? How to make puppets and mummies. Zachary used to be a believer in the Dome Church. Later, the Dome Church was branded as a cult. The police came to him to identify what a cult was. One of them said that the cult used a method of sacrifice to make ordinary people commit suicide. However, ever since Zachary witnessed the scene at 67th Street, he completely believed in the existence of God in this world. And this handsome young boss with a smile and a bookish aura in front of him might be some kind of terrifying existence. He used human corpses to cook. This book will tell you how to preserve them and make them even more delicious. When he said this, Lin Jia couldn't help but lick his lips. Speaking of which, after coming to Nuajin, he really hadn't eaten pickles. Just talking about it made his taste buds sour. Lin Jia thought to himself. Zachary almost couldn't breathe. He watched with his own eyes as Lin Jia excitedly talked about how to make living corpses and mummy sacrifices with a friendly smile. After thinking for a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, using this method of preservation, perhaps it can give them new life, right? Yes. Lin Jia heard Zachary use an accurate analogy and couldn't help but praise him. That's right. Pickles gave ordinary vegetables new life. For example, Lin Jia didn't like to eat cabbage, but pickled and spicy cabbage was essential for fried rice. The combination of spicy and sour cabbage and fried rice with ham, sausage and eggs was simply the best in the world. You're very right. Lin Jia realized that it was rather unsightly to be drooling like this, so he quickly put on his pretentious mask and said, other than preserving, it can also improve their freshness and even have more uses. Other than being used as a sacrifice, human corpses can also be used to cook mummies and undead soldiers? Directly eat them after using them? Don't think that this technique is simple. It's a lot of knowledge. Lin Jia calmly concluded. Why me? Zachary said with a trembling voice. Nothing, I'd just like to help a lot of confused people. Lin Jia said as if he were an expert. You can take this book and change yourself. Zachary was stunned. But, speaking of which, you really don't have any money now. After giving you this book, you won't really be able to start. Lin Jia pondered for a while. Indeed, even if I really wanted to kill people and sacrifice them to make living corpses, I don't have the guts or the ability. Zachary thought nervously. By the way, Mon. Lin Jia thought for a while and decided to help him to the end. So he said, I remember that Godfather Vincent's Faith of the Sun often helps the poor. Mon's eyes focused. As the person with the highest status in this room, other than Boss Lin, she could clearly see the book in Zachary's hand, which had the words Necromancy chapter written on it. That's right, Boss Lin. Mon nodded. Very good. Lin Jia said with a smile, I remember that there is a Church of the Faith of the Sun on 23rd Street. You can go and find it first. At least you'll have a place to stay. Don't worry, Bishop Vincent of the Sun God Church is a benevolent, kind, and righteous priest. He will help you, Lin Jia said with a smile. Before becoming the king of pickles, I still need a place to stay. Lin Jia thought in his heart. After hearing Lin Jia's words, Mon's calm little face couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. She glanced at the book in Zachary's hand and couldn't help but think of the things she had discussed with Vincent in the dream before. Again, everything that Boss Lin did must have been planned far ahead. So, why would a refugee who accidentally entered the bookstore give him such an important book, and why would he let him go to the church? Yes, that book, even with Moan's current vision, could still shake her consciousness, which was enough to show the importance of this book. Moan fell into deep thought. Vincent said before that the purpose of the Sun God Church at this stage was to eliminate the impure people and include the upper class of Nua Jin into their ranks. Of course, Boss Lin must know about the meeting she had with Vincent in the dream. So, could it be that Boss Lin was worried about Vincent's elimination plan, so he decided to send someone to help? Moan suddenly felt that everything made sense. That's right, Boss Lin could control time at will and was in existence beyond the current plane. Therefore, in his eyes, everyone's actions were like a line segment that could be seen at a glance. Remember in a second, http://m9bkuj. All possibilities had nowhere to hide in his eyes, and the danger level of the enemy was the same. For this reason, it was reasonable to do things that could change the future in advance. It seemed that the enemy this time was very difficult to deal with. Moan's gaze fell on Boss Lin, who was looking at her with a smile, as if with an encouraging look. Moan, when you go to the central area, you will be close to Vincent. Remember to tell him. Sure enough, he wants to tell us to be careful. Moan nodded and said in a deep voice, I will convey this to Vincent, please rest assured. Lin Jia touched Moan's head and smiled deeper, I look forward to your future performance. With such a sensible and capable assistant, what else could he ask for? Zachary looked at Lin Jia. His heart, which was originally filled with fear and pain, seemed to have been soothed by Lin Jia's warm smile in an instant. After the fear, uncontrollable gratitude filled his heart in an instant. Boss Lin, Zachary shivered as he held the book in his arms. After so many years of being at a loss for words, he was unable to say anything of value. In the end, he could only sincerely say, thank you. You are really a good person. After Lin Jia heard this, he could not help but feel refreshed. He felt that all his efforts had not been in vain. It wasn't a bad idea to help those who were lost once in a while. Lin Jia was suddenly enlightened. Bring your starving friend to the church. Lin Jia smiled and pointed at the refugees lying on the ground. Oh right, after you learn this ancient technique, you can let your friends try it. I'm sure they'll like it very much. Lin Jia was particularly confident in Pickles. No matter who it was, they would kneel at the feet of Pickles. Friend, try this technique. Zachary's hand that was holding the book almost loosened. His eyes widened in horror. He swallowed his saliva and slowly turned his head to look at his friends lying on the ground. Although he had not known these people for long and did not know what they had done when they were wandering, they were still living people. How could he refine them into living corpses? This is not very good. Boss Lin. Zachary said in a trembling voice. Lin Jia frowned. Why did he have so little confidence? Confidence was the first step to building success. Without confidence, there would be no attempt. You disappoint me. You have to have confidence in yourself, do you understand? Lin Jia showed a serious expression. Confidence is the first step to success, and the human heart is the foundation of success. If you don't let them have a taste of this, how can you make them follow you wholeheartedly? Give up. Seeing Lin Jia's expression, Zachary felt a chill on his back and his hair stood up. He was terrified and immediately bowed. I'm sorry, Boss Lin. I shouldn't have hesitated. I understand. I'll do it right now. Only then did Lin Jia nod in satisfaction. If you understand, then go quickly. Zachary nodded at once, then picked up his friends on the ground and quickly left. Xianxia, who was standing at the door, glanced at Zachary slightly and suddenly said, Let me send you back. It's not easy for you to take so many people with you. Lin Jia blinked and asked in confusion, Xianxia, is it okay? Don't you have to hide your identity? Xianxia nodded, it's okay. I'm just sending you to the side of the street where there is a branch of the Sun God sect. Then it's okay. Remember to come back early. Lin Jia waved his hand and adjusted his comfortable sitting position to continue reading. Then he suddenly looked up and saw the broken wall opposite him. His mood suddenly became bad. Although he had inferred that the broken wall had nothing to do with Xianxia, Lin Jia was still distressed. Building a wall was a huge expense. Xianxia walked in front of Zachary with a refugee in each hand. He looked at the end of Street 23 and felt Zachary's staggering steps behind him. He had reached the level of God and had a very different view and understanding of the whole world. It was very different from before. Xianxia looked back slightly. This homeless refugee was holding a precious book. His life would be changed by this book, but he didn't completely accept the book. It could be seen from his dodging eyes. Completely accepting the book meant complete loyalty and purity. It meant ignoring everything and achieving the goal of saving and sublimating oneself. But he didn't, just like himself a long time ago. He was hesitating, struggling, wandering between the future and the past. He still didn't know which side to accept, but at the same time, he was already ecstatic for the power he got. Boss Lin might not care about such an existence full of uncertainty, but he couldn't allow it. He had to give a warning. This was his iron fist in the past, or a long time ago, when he wasn't even a glorious grand knight. Xianxia turned around and stopped at the edge of the alley at the intersection. Zachary braked suddenly and almost bumped into him. What? Boom. Xianxia punched the wall next to him. The force was so great that it made a dent in the wall with just his physical body. The surrounding ground cracked at the same time. Zachary trembled and took 2 steps back. He raised the book in front of him and said fiercely, You, what do you want to do? I was also given the book by Boss Lin. Aren't you loyal to him? Xianxia took back his fist and said lightly, You are right. We are indeed loyal to him, but what about you? Do you know who you are loyal to? He spread out his hand and there was a pile of stone powder in it. He looked at the wall next to him and saw that there was a fist-sized dent in it. My lord, I will always be loyal to Boss Lin. I will give my life for him, my everything. Zachary said in a trembling voice. His legs were weak and he almost knelt on the ground. I swear. I will never betray him. Xianxia's eyes were faintly shining. Remember what you said. Boss Lin can take back your power at any time. Zachary trembled. Understood. Humph, ugly. Xianxia snorted coldly. He didn't know if he was angry for his past or if he felt that Boss Lin wasn't worth it to help these ignorant people. He watched as Zachary brought his unlucky companions and scrambled away, heading towards the location of the branch church. Then, he turned around and walked back. Not far away, Lin Jia, who originally wanted to chase after them to buy some wall repair tools with Xianxia, saw this scene. He stopped in his tracks and scratched his face in a daze. He turned around. He took 2 steps back, turned around, and walked back. No way, Xianxia, did he just smash that wall? If the wall of the bookstore was smashed, Lin Jia could say that it was the aftermath of the earthquake. Xianxia didn't touch the wall at all. But now, he saw Xianxia's last movement from beginning to end. If someone said that it wasn't Xianxia who did it, even a ghost wouldn't believe it. You people from another world. Are your bodies all so strong? It shocked Lin Jia for an entire year. End of chapter 397. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.